traversing another world. You have bound the kind father system. As long as your son offends those invincible powerhouses, you can obtain the same level of invincible cultivation as them. However, your son, who is the child of destiny, is always submissive and never dares to cause trouble. Therefore, in order to protect your son, you pretend to lose all your cultivation, laying out a plan for a whole month. And finally today you successfully get stripped of your position as the head of the family. This also leads to your son completely becoming a waste in the eyes of others. But little do they know, he actually has a system as well. At this moment, his son Su Xiaofan had just lowered his head and walked into the Su family when suddenly a mocking voice rang out, "You're home, yet you still keep your head down like a dog. Simply disgraceful for the Su family." Su Xiaofan looked over in confusion and found it was a few peers from the clan. At the same time, a few lines of text appeared before him. You have been bullied by the clan's younger generation. Option 1, defeat a few peers who mock you, redeem your shame, and reward yourself with an increase in cultivation to the innate realm. Option 2, settle the matter peacefully, turn and leave, reward the innate Dao body. For this Go Dao system, Su Xiaofan did not hesitate at all and directly chose the second option, then continued to walk with his head down. But how could they easily give up the opportunity to humiliate him? So they immediately surrounded Su Xiaofan. At this moment, a young fat man in a brocade robe grinned and said, "Do you know that your father is no longer the head of the family, and your position as heir is about to be lost? In the future, you should keep your distance when you see me." Hearing this, Su Xiaofan instantly understood that his father was seriously injured, his cultivation completely lost, and it was only a matter of time before he was ousted from the position of family head. This was trouble coming for him. However, he felt no worry at all, because as long as he became strong, he would find a way to help his father restore his cultivation. So, he pretended to be an anxious filial son ready to leave. But the chubby Su Chen stood in front of him, legs apart, and then pointed down, laughing wildly, "You can leave if you want." Seeing this, Su Xiaofan could no longer hold back and directly incapacitated him the next moment. Moments later, in the Su family ancestral hall, the newly appointed family head Su Feng, who should have been in high spirits, now had an extremely grim expression. This was because, according to the physician's diagnosis, his only son would no longer be able to engage in human affairs. Shortly after, several family guards brought Su Xiaofan in. At this moment, Su Xiaofan looked very gloomy. He had clearly reacted quickly. But who would have thought that Su Feng would send out all the strong members of the Su family? However, in the face of this crisis, he was not the least bit flustered, because a transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Su Xiaofan quickly found a teleportation talisman, which could instantly transport him 100 miles away. But because he was worried about his father, he did not choose to use it immediately. At that moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly felt an extremely strong killing intent. The new family head, Su Feng, spoke up. "The Su family prohibits its members from killing each other, yet you have acted so viciously against my son." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan quickly shook his head. "This is a misunderstanding, we merely had a fight. How could it be considered killing each other?" Hearing this, Su Feng was almost so angry that he fainted. "You say he just had a fight when he's already useless? Someone, first sever this kid's meridians." However, just as Su Xiaofan was about to escape using a teleportation talisman, the Grand Elder suddenly stood up to stop him. But everyone present was a bit confused upon seeing him. How could this Grand Elder, who usually colluded with Su Feng, be the one to oppose him today? Su Feng frowned and asked, "Elder, what is this?" The Elder slowly stood up from his chair and said, "No matter what, he is still the heir of the Su family. The punishment must first be discussed by the Elder Council, only then can his position as heir be revoked." Su Feng was immediately furious, his face dark with anger. If it weren't for the Elder's much higher realm than his own, he might have already acted by now. The Elder ignored him and quietly leaned closer to Su Xiaofan's ear, whispering, "Kid, hand over your opportunity, and I'll ensure your safety." Su Xiaofan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, thinking to himself that this old man is really shameless. He then pretended not to understand and loudly asked, "Elder, what are you talking about? What opportunity?" Everyone instantly looked at the Elder with strange expressions, as it seemed rather shameless to so openly snatch a junior's opportunity. The Grand Elder was somewhat angry and muttered, "Don't deceive yourself, you brat." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan sighed, "All right, I was pretending before, I am actually a genius. I have been playing the fool to catch the tiger." The Grand Elder sneered, not believing him at all. "I gave you a chance." After saying this, he ignored Su Xiaofan and directly addressed the crowd. "Today, I will abolish the title of Young Master Su Xiaofan. Who among the elders agrees and who opposes?" Everyone in the room, pressured by his strength, chose to remain indifferent. After speaking, the Grand Elder returned the stage to Su Feng. The latter approached Su Xiaofan and said coldly, "You have turned the disciples of your family into waste, so today I will also turn you into a waste. Is that the reasoning?" After saying this, he was about to take action directly, but at that moment, a trusted aide came to report, "Master, Elder, you have arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at the door, only to see you walking into the ancestral hall with your hands behind your back. Su Xiaofan saw that his father had arrived, but there was not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his eyes were slightly moist, feeling guilty in his heart, as he not only failed to hold on but also implicated his father in humiliation. A hint of approval flickered in your eyes as you glanced at the big boy. "You're so grown up, yet still crying." The next moment, several lines of text appeared before you, detected that the two individuals' cultivation levels are weak compared to the host, triggering a random special task. Su Feng and the Grand Elder have developed murderous intent towards your son. Killing the two can obtain the Qingxian sword. Rank unknown. Seeing this, you were immediately overjoyed, and then turned to look at the Grand Elder and Su Feng. "My son is missing a hair. How should this be handled?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Even the Grand Elder had to align with you in this indiscriminate ability. "You killed my son, and now you dare to question me?" Su Feng, furious and overwhelmed, threw a punch intending to capture you. However, just as Su Xiaofan was about to use a teleportation talisman to escape with you, he saw you simply extend a finger and firmly block the punch. In the next moment, with a slight flick of your finger, Su Feng's entire arm exploded into a cloud of blood, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked on in disbelief at this scene, wondering where the promised loss of cultivation had gone. Su Feng looked down at his empty right arm, then glared at you with bloodshot eyes. "Have you recovered your cultivation?" Upon hearing this, you decisively shook your head. "No, I was just pretending from the beginning." Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. The elder beside him saw the situation was not good and directly knelt down. "We are all on the same side. Please show mercy." He knew well that you were a strong practitioner in the Lingkong realm, and if you hadn't lost your cultivation, then no one in the Su family would be your opponent. However, at that moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside the Grand Elder. The old man cursed, "Waste," and then kicked the Grand Elder to the ground. Seeing this, the Grand Elder joyfully got up and said, "I have met the Supreme Elder. Please help us seek justice." The elders present also changed their expressions drastically and all bowed. It is said that 20 years ago, he closed himself off to break through to the Lingkong realm, and now that he has emerged, it is bound to be a breakthrough in his realm. At this moment, the Grand Elder quickly got up and pointed at you. "You unfilial wretch, why aren't you kneeling down to accept your punishment?" The Supreme Elder frowned at you and coldly said, "Aren't you going to let him go?" But you looked at him indifferently and disdainfully said, "You're being biased." The Grand Elder shook his head and said, "I am not favoring anyone, it's just that your actions are affecting the unity of the family." Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but sneer coldly in your heart. This old man probably left seclusion a long time ago. He has just been watching the show all along. At this moment, Su Xiaofan came to your side and whispered, "Dad, just let it go." He even thought that since his father still had his cultivation, perhaps today he could save a teleportation talisman. You turned around and glared at this unworthy son, secretly sighing in your heart, "My son is still too timid. If he retreats today, he will never change his cowardly habit." Thinking of this, you suddenly exerted force with your hand gripping Su Feng's neck, and in the next moment, Su Feng's neck tilted and he lost his breath. Then you casually tossed him aside like a dead dog. Seeing this, the elder's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect that you would actually dare to make a move. In the next moment, his entire aura erupted, and he immediately struck down towards your face with a palm. However, you did not dodge or evade, and then quickly grabbed his arm and pulled, followed by a knee strike directly upwards. With a muffled grunt, the elder was sent flying back several dozen steps, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing this, you showed a look of disdain. What a waste of 20 years in seclusion. At this moment, the Grand Elder's expression was extremely unpleasant, and he was secretly shocked. Despite being at the same initial stage of soaring, he actually felt a bit outmatched. However, in this day and age, one must rely on power to survive. With the entire Su family backing him, he felt completely at ease. He then directly asked, "Where are the black armored guards?" Soon, dozens of tall figures clad in black and gold armor rushed in. The black armored guards are death warriors that the Su family has invested heavily in training, each possessing at least peak postnatal strength. The battle formation they executed together, combined with secret methods that enhance combat power at the cost of burning their essence blood, can contend with those in the Sky Ascension realm. Su Yuan's face remained unchanged as he opened his mouth to flirt. "Old thing, are you shameless?" The Supreme Elder didn't say anything, but had a smug look on his face. These days, The winner takes all. A dozen against one. I'm bound to win. Seeing this, a touch of mockery surfaced at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the Grand Elder like a ghost, and he kicked out. Su Yuan, don't bully people too much. The Grand Elder only had time to let out a cry of surprise before his head was already flying high in the air. Su Yuan bristled. So old. Still childlike. You have the strength. You can too. Crowd. So fast. The pupils of the Supreme Elder shrunk slightly. Then without hesitation, he directly said, "Kill him." The moment the black armored guards heard the order, they instantly formed a formation and rushed towards Su Yuan. The Supreme Elder didn't just watch and charged after him. Su Yuan, however, still didn't change his face. In front of him, the shadow of a sword emerged. Just now the mission has been completed. Systematically pick up the reward, please, he murmured in his mind. In the next moment, an additional sword appeared in Su Yuan's hand, an ancient longsword with mysterious runes inscribed on the hull. As soon as this sword came out, a stern and murderous aura filled the heavens and earth, and something was suddenly instilled into Su Yuan's mind. Invincible sword. Su Yuan was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, this sword actually came with its own sword Dao avatar. Then in that case, he was now considered a sword cultivator. A few tens of millions of years ago, the sword Dao's inheritance was cut off for some unknown reason. So much so that sword cultivators are almost extinct now. However, there was no doubt that every sword cultivator was an absolutely invincible existence between the same realms. It was easy to even cross the ranks to kill the enemy. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yuan directly executed the invincible sword. There was no fancy sword technique, not to mention the slightest excess movement, just a sword chop. Between the sweeps of the sword chi, the formation shattered and a human head flew up. Dead. All dead. It didn't matter if it was the black armored guards, or the Supreme Elder of the Lingkong realm. Under this sword, there wasn't even any chance of resistance. All of them were strangled into flesh by the invisible sword chi. Ken Shu. He's a sword cultivator. The crowd looked at this scene incredulously. There was a sound of swallowing spit in the room. How could they not expect that not only had Su Yuan not lost his cultivation, but he was also a legendary sword cultivator? The faces of the crowd rose up with incomparable ugliness. It was only at this point that they realized just what the Su family had lost. If there was such a thing as regret pills in the world, they would hate to eat them as candy at this moment. What are you waiting for? Finish the fight and call it a day. Su Yuan, however, put away his sword as if nothing had happened, called out to his son, who was currently dumbfounded, and left without looking back. Su Xiaofan was still immersed in shock and hadn't come back to his senses, but he subconsciously followed. After the two left, a commotion broke out in the shrine. The patriarch is dead. The great elder is also dead. The supreme elders are all gone. There were also the black armor guards that the Su family had spent several generations and countless resources to cultivate, and they were directly wiped out in this battle. The Su family is finished. This is the common thought of all at this moment. At the critical moment, the second elder, who had been silent all this time, stood out as he shouted to the crowd. What's the panic? What's the panic? With those two sounds, the scene quickly stabilized. The crowd turned their gazes to the second elder as if they had a backbone. The second elder didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "My Su family's heritage for so many years, how can I just say it's gone? As long as the news is blocked, then there's still time for my Su clan to continue developing." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. That's all that's left to do at this point in time. At that moment, a different voice rang out. "Second elder, why don't we invite Su Yuan back and make him the head of the family again? He's a sword cultivator. With him and my Su family will definitely soar." The second elder's eyes lit up as he cast an appreciative glance at the man. Su Yuan, after all, was a member of the Su family. It's hard to believe that the Su family can really be ignored. Thinking of this, the second elder had an idea. The people in the room also seemed to come to life and started talking about how to redeem the father and son. Chapter 4, Father. Withdraw from the marriage. I'm not good enough. Inside the room, Su Xiaofan looked at his somewhat unfamiliar father with a puzzled gaze. Father, what the hell is going on here? This, Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then inadvertently glanced at his own clueless son. He then decided to tell a lie that, in his opinion, was incredibly well-intentioned. In fact, your father and I were indeed seriously injured by a demonic beast and lost my cultivation. Only, Su Xiaofan snaps, it's only that you, father, then got lucky and obtained the sword cultivator's inheritance before you were able to regain your cultivation and become even stronger than before. Su Yuan blinked, his eyes a little dull. This stupid son, too good at brainstorming. Mentally, he spat, but he nodded. Seeing this, the corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth curved up. Father, I also want to cultivate a sword. His idea was actually very simple. He wanted to have more means to save his life. But when Su Yuan heard this, although his face did not move, his heart began to panic a little. The Qingxian sword came with a sword Dao divine ability that couldn't be passed on to others. There was no way for him to teach it, but he couldn't say that, or his image in his son's mind would surely have to be dented. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan then said, "Your strength is too weak to repair now. At the very least, you have to wait until Lingkong." Su Xiaofan didn't force himself to do so, and nodded with some disappointment, then jumped back to the topic. "By the way, father, we've already torn our faces off with the Su family. Why do we still have to stay here?" Su Yuan smiled. "It's too late now. It's not too late to leave tomorrow." Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment before saying, "Then Dad, I'll go to my room to pack my things first. We'll leave first thing in the morning?" Su Yuan revealed a kind smile. "Go." After Su Xiaofan went out, Su Yuan opened the window and felt the slightly cool evening breeze blowing against his face as he stretched comfortably. It's been so long, the water cloud sect should have gotten the news as well, and the people should arrive early tomorrow morning. He stared at the bright moon that hung high above the firmament and muttered. The next day, early morning, Su Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes from his meditation. Feeling the changes brought about by the increase in cultivation, he had a sullen look on his face. Realm advancement was certainly a good thing, but the innate Dao body was gone. Although he didn't understand what kind of physique this was, it was common knowledge that those who dared to carry the word Dao were not simple. With a long sigh, Su Xiaofan packed up and opened the door to his room. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little surprised, only to see that in the compound, it was densely knelt with people. "Please, family master, regain control of the Su family." The second elder led the shout, and then his head hit the ground heavily. Immediately after that, there was a group of clan elders with a group of clan sons and daughters, who began to cry and apologize for their mistakes. Su Yuan, on the other hand, stood in front of the crowd and watched the scene with an expressionless face, without the slightest movement. Su Xiaofan then came to Su Yuan's side and asked in a low voice, "Father, what's going on?" Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. "They want me to regain control of the Su family." Su Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cool air. "The thickness of this cheek, horrible as hell." Su Yuan sneered, looking down on the Su family crowd with disdain in his heart. "Now you know you're wrong? What did you do long ago?" With this in mind, he spoke calmly. "Since I left the ancestral hall yesterday, I am no longer a member of the Su family, and from now on, the affairs of the Su family have nothing to do with me." At these words, the entire room stuttered with cries. They also seemed to have realized that it was no longer possible for the Su clan to keep this powerful family head. At this time, Su Xiaofan spoke. "Father, things are packed. Let's go." Upon hearing this, the people's hearts were as if they were dead. Su Yuan glanced at the sky and thought, "Why hasn't anyone come yet?" Just as he was about to stall for a moment, he heard a female voice from outside. "Shangwan Shouyue of the Water Cloud sect has come to pay her respects." Su Yuan twisted his head and gave his son a smiling look, then instructed the second elder, "Invite someone in." The second elder froze for a moment, then flew away. Su Xiaofan pondered. Water Cloud sect Shangwan Shouyue. Why does this name sound a bit familiar? Su Yuan said with a wry smile, "This is your fiancée." At those words, Su Xiaofan's eyes suddenly widened. What is she doing here? The marriage is said to be a child marriage. His father's cultivation was very strong at that time, and all the powers were flattering him, and so it was that the marriage was finalized with a large sect near Xuancheng, the Water Cloud sect. After all these years, he almost forgot about it. Su Yuan smiled and said, "I think I'm here to marry you." Su Xiaofan was silent. While the two were talking, they saw the second elder leading a group of people this way. Walking at the front of the line were a man and a woman. The man's youthful appearance, dressed in a white coat, long, handsome and upright. And beside the man was a woman with a cool temperament and equally excellent looks. Behind the duo, there was an old crone. The three of them appeared like this, rather like which family's great young man and his wife went out for a trek. Wait for a few people to come forward. The woman was the first to look at Su Yuan, and without saluting, she arrogantly said, "My little daughter Shangwan Shouyue, I've met the Su family master." The man only glanced at Su Yuan, then turned his head. The old crone stood by and didn't say a word. Su Yuan slightly sensed for a moment and realized that he could not see through the old woman, so he knew that the other party's cultivation must not be weak, but he didn't panic, ignoring Shangwan Shouyu's arrogance and smiled. "Autumn Moon Girl, it's been a long time, but I'm no longer the head of any Su family. Just call me Uncle Su to avoid making a scene. Did you come here to consummate the marriage? There are still 3 years left in this marriage, so there's no need to be in such a hurry." Hearing his father say this, Su Xiaofan slightly retreated a few steps and hid behind his father. His heart mixed. Am I really that attractive? How dare he make his fiancée, whom he had never met, miss him like this? But I don't want to get married. I'm just a kid. Besides, if you are dragging your family along with you, I am afraid that you will have to bear another burden in the path of Guichi. Shangwon Shouyu did freeze. She felt like she was a bit unable to keep up with the pace. It didn't matter though. She understood exactly what she had come over for and she didn't want to waste time. Glancing at the handsome man beside her, Shangwon Shouyu's bottom line was suddenly full of energy, and she directly opened her mouth. There's no need to be so polite with me, Master Su. We're not familiar, and I'm here for no other reason than to withdraw from the marriage. When these words came out, the reaction of the many Su family members was not shock or anger, but instead, they looked at Shangwon Shouyu with a look of pity, their faces showing an odd expression. Although Su Yuan had already anticipated how things would turn out today, he still put on a look of bursting anger and put on a show to the end. For a moment, the pressure of the Lingkong realm spread out towards Shangwon Shouyu. Just then, the old crone behind the duo stepped forward, easily blocking the pressure. Then the handsome man spoke aloud. A big old man, still bullying juniors? Su Yuan sneered. Your Excellency? The handsome man said proudly. Dear courtyard, Yang Feiyun. Su Yuan shook his head and raised his eyebrows. I've heard of the dear courtyard, but Yang Feiyun? Don't recognize it. Yang Feiyun snorted coldly. Of course you don't recognize it. And it's only natural that a small family from a small place like yours doesn't deserve to know me. Then he waved his hand. Alright, I don't want to talk any more crap with you guys either. After Yang Feiyun took a deep look at Shangwon Shouyu, he stared straight at Su Xiaofan again and said indifferently, Autumn Moon has already been spotted by one of my senior tutors at the Deer Exploitation Courtyard and taken in as a personal tutor. There is a great future ahead of you, and you, a punk young master of a small clan, should know that you don't deserve her. I advise you to be sensible and agree to withdraw from the marriage, or there will be consequences for you. The moment these words came out, the Su family's father and son didn't have much of a reaction, but the expressions of the Su family's crowd were even more odd. Is Su Xiaofan really a waste? Maybe they thought so before, but since yesterday, they no longer feel so. Hearing from the clan disciples who were present at the time, Su Xiaofan had crippled Su Chen, who was at the 5th level of Qi invocation, with a single punch. It was enough to prove that for so many years, the other party had either been hiding their clumsiness, or they had obtained heaven-defying chances. However, regardless of the former or the latter, Su Xiaofan couldn't be a waste. He at the very least had the power to fight with a 5th level Qi drawing cultivator. The most crucial thing was that Su Yuan was a sword cultivator. Yes, the Watercloud sect is a famous big clan in Qingzhou, while the Deer Courtyard is even more bullish. Calling it the first holy land in Daiyu is not too much, but in front of a sword cultivator, it was nothing. Sword cultivators were simply too rare and too strong when they grew up. With a sword cultivator father, even if Su Xiaofan could not become a sword cultivator in the future, the backer behind him was not something that a Watercloud sect could mess with. Just this sword cultivation inheritance alone, taking it out would have to be knelt down by all the major top powers. You're just a junior disciple of the tutor. How can you compare yourself to her son? When you come out these days, it's all about backing. Thinking of this, the crowd suddenly had a pleasurable feeling of seeing someone else's bad luck after their own. And at the moment, Su Xiaofan, who was the center of attention, did not have his usual discomfort. Instead, he looked intently at the few paragraphs in midair in front of him, shaking with excitement. You have been withdrawn from the marriage by the holy maiden of the Watercloud sect, and you have two choices below. 1. In the most arrogant manner, hit the holy maiden in the face and let her know what a true genius is, rewarded with a power pill and another 3rd grade power pill secret recipe. 2. Lower your voice, accept the withdrawal, and get through this conflict in the safest way possible, rewarded with the celestial grade magic treasure Purgatory Pagoda. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xiaofan directly chose 2. 3rd-ranked pills include the Dan formula and heaven-ranked magic treasures. Cootie, all know how to choose. If he passed this test, Su Xiaofan felt that he would definitely take a big step forward on the path of Godao. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan glanced at the cool woman and his eyes lit up. This was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. But soon, he stabilized his mind. He was well aware of the dangers of this world. Sometimes all that's really missing from being dead is a pretty enough daughter-in-law. Thus, Su Xiaofan spoke with incomparable firmness. Father, I really don't deserve her. I promise to withdraw from the marriage. Chapter 5. You father and son take turns pretending. Right. Su Yuan was astonished. Looking at my son's slightly shivering body, I felt a little bad. Coming up with this extreme humiliation of withdrawing from the marriage, would this dose of medicine be a bit too strong? But, how can you stand it now, son? After a moment of silence, he then said, Xiaofan, don't be afraid. If you don't want to, father will stand up for you. Su Xiaofan shook his head and once again said with incomparable firmness, I really don't deserve her. Su Yuan could only end up letting out a long sigh. After thinking about it, he felt that he had to raise his son one step at a time, and that he couldn't be rushed. Only, in that case, he really didn't know what to scheme next. Su Xiaofan stretched out his hand and said impatiently, Father, give me the marriage certificate. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding, and from his storage ring, he took out the marriage certificate. According to the rules of this world, it is sufficient to withdraw from the marriage and return the marriage certificate to each other. Shangguan Shouyue had a smile on her face as she also took out the marriage certificate, but after hesitating for a moment, she took out another jade porcelain vase and handed it to Su Xiaofan together as she opened her mouth. This is the pulse expansion pill, which can enhance qualifications and expand the meridians as compensation. At those words, the second elder stared straight at the small porcelain vase and gulped. There was even an urge to grab it. A single vein expansion pill was worth all the reserves of his entire Su family. Who wouldn't be impressed with that? Of course, a heartbeat doesn't mean action. Su Xiaofan blinked, somewhat hesitant to accept the elixir. Is there any risk if I take it? Finally, he decided to take it anyway. If you don't take it, you will appear to be too arrogant, which is inconsistent with Go Dao. Might as well take it honestly, instead of doing any harm. Besides, the priority now should be to hurry up and get rid of this group of people, and then see what kind of magic treasure the system elder had given. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan smiled and nodded, reaching out to take it. Thank you. Shangguan Shouyue's hand stopped in midair. Whether the teenager took it or not, she wouldn't actually have half the emotional turmoil. But why would a wasted teenager who was being humiliated by a withdrawal laugh? She could tell that it was from the heart, an incredibly genuine smile. As if, today is not her Shangguan Shouyue taking the initiative to withdraw from the marriage, but the teenager in front of her to repudiate his wife. It made her stay in place for a moment, yet it was such a dumbfounded moment that the teenager and the young girl's hands, inadvertently, touched. This was definitely the first time since Shangguan Shouyue grew up that she had physical contact with someone of the opposite sex other than her father. Not even his sweetheart, Yang Feiyun. Shangguan Shouyue couldn't help but subconsciously take half a step backwards. Behind him, Yang Feiyun took in this scene, and in a flash, a dense killing intent erupted under his eyes. He was already looking at this Su family father and son in a bad light, and now he saw Su Xiaofan molesting his woman in front of him. Besides, this Su family was originally like a mole in his eyes. Now the mole crickets were provoking one after another. How could they be tolerated? Thief, how dare you? Drumming out violently, Yang Feiyun's fist carried a monstrous might and smashed heavily on top of Su Xiaofan's chest. With everyone watching, Su Xiaofan was sent flying backwards by a punch, smashing straight into the courtyard wall. In the face of the sudden change in the situation, everyone was dumbfounded. What's with the sudden strike? Shangguan Shouyue turned around and looked at Yang Feiyun. Brother Feiyun? Yang Feiyun closed his fist and snorted coldly. This son, he doesn't know what's good for him. Damn him. Shangguan Shouyue froze for a moment and suddenly smiled sweetly, like a glacier melting. As for Su Xiaofan, she didn't care about it, and it was none of her business whether she died or not. Not far away, Su Yuan only returned to his senses and looked at the pair as an unprecedented killing intent erupted. A pair of people are so strange sometimes. He was planning to train his son while trying to make him suffer more, but if his son was really hurt, he didn't feel too good in his heart instead. The old crone seemed to have sensed something, her figure suddenly appearing in front of Yang Feiyun, her gaze cold, staring at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was about to raise his sword to kill, even if this old crone was unfathomable. But he still didn't panic, because a sword cultivator is able to slash people across the ranks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just then, by the courtyard wall, came a tirade of abuse. The crowd looked on in unison. It was Su Xiaofan, who slowly stood up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood just as he stood still. This was certainly partly due to the injury, but most of all due to the anger and urgency. Su Xiaofan's teeth gritted as he looked at the second option in midair in front of him, which had turned gray. Almost, just a little bit, the magic treasure would have been there. His gaze was incomparably cold as he looked at Yang Feiyun. The latter had a puzzled expression as he looked Su Xiaofan up and down. That's right, it still causes one weight. But why? After taking a punch from his own anger, did he not die? However, a moment later, Yang Feiyun's expression returned to disdain. So what if you don't die from a punch? Nothing more than another punch. He's a Hotian 9. Hitting a chi drawing is just that. What waves can he make? Snap. Just thinking of this, Yang Feiyun suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his face, and his body flew out uncontrollably. The person was still in midair, and then he only felt his head being stepped on by a foot and stomped hard into the earth. The feeling of suffocation grew stronger as the dirt filled his mouth and nose. Soon the consciousness was plunged into darkness. It happened in a flash. It wasn't until Su Xiaofan removed his foot from young Fei Yun's head that the crowd reacted. Surprised, he looked at Su Xiaofan, who had an ice-cold face and was devoid of his usual timid appearance. At this moment, judging from the aura that erupted from the teenager's body, where was he some kind of chi drawing first-level waste? It was clearly an innate realm cultivator who had already quenched his 5 viscera and 6 bowels to the extreme and had opened up a sea of chi. The old crone who had been staring at Su Yuan was also open-mouthed and somewhat incredulous. She just now, actually completely failed to detect the other party's true cultivation. This guy was a supreme genius and had treasures on him to hide his cultivation. How could such a character appear in a small family? Shangguan Shouyue had also frozen in place, with mixed feelings in her heart. Innate. How is that possible? It took a long time for her to respond. With a cry of alarm, he ran to Yang Feiyun's side and tested his nostrils. It was a relief to find the man alive. Then he looked at Su Xiaofan. His brows furrowed. What are you doing? Su Xiaofan snorted and asked without answering. What am I doing? You mean, only he's allowed to me and I'm not allowed to him? Shangguan Shouyue just wanted to rebuke, but she got stuck in her mouth and couldn't say anything. It's something they really don't have a leg up on if they're being reasonable. Over here, Su Yuan had just recovered from the surprise of his son being an innate realm cultivator, and upon hearing this, he again looked relieved. Sure enough, a tiger's father has no son. Die for me. However, right at this moment, that old crone suddenly struck out in a violent rage. As a guest secretary of the Yang family, if Yang Feiyun was beaten up for any good or bad today, she would probably have to be thwarted by the Yang family. How could that not make her angry? How could such a rage-containing surefire strike be resisted by a teenager? Su Xiaofan felt like he was dying. It was a bad feeling to be locked by a strong person who was several great realms above you, because he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. He had never even felt so close to death. Ding! It is detected that your son has offended a powerful member of the Divine Hidden Realm. The host's cultivation will automatically be raised to the Divine Hidden Realm, and he will be invincible in the same realm. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the sudden spike in his realm. Godzo! If innate was to condense the sea of qi, and Lingkong was to permeate the true essence out of the body, then Shinzan was to transform the true essence in the body from a gaseous state to a liquid state, and to be able to slightly mobilize the power of the heavens and the earth. It was a completely different realm, and likewise an incomparably powerful realm. With a cold snort, Su Yuan's figure instantly disappeared in place. Next moment, the old woman's pale palm stopped an inch from Su Xiaofan's head and could not move an inch further. Su Yuan laughed coldly, the hand holding the crone's wrist exerting a slight force. The old woman's pupils shrunk slightly, and her figure retreated violently. Su Xiaofan let out a long breath. Feeling the wetness behind his back, a sense of life after the robbery bubbled up in his heart. Then he looked at Su Yuan with a face of self-reproach and said, Father, I'm sorry, I've caused trouble again. Su Yuan threw the broken arm in his hand, patted his son's shoulder, and laughed lightly. I'll only be really disappointed if you hold back today. Xiaofan, remember, a man has to be tough. Su Xiaofan. The crone's wrinkled face didn't show any expression, but her body was shaking in small tremors. Even though he had already forged his sea of qi into a divine stash, he was ultimately a mortal body, and the pain that a mortal should have would naturally not be less. Of course, she was, in turn, more appalled than in pain. Who would have thought that a small Xin city would not only have a supreme demon, but also harbor a divine hidden realm powerhouse, and the battle power? It was by no means ordinary divine hidden realm. The old woman inhaled several breaths before she spoke with difficulty. How about calling it quits on this matter? Su Yuan didn't say anything, just sneered. Is that all right? You beat the old man's son to spit up blood and beat him to death. That's all you want to do? Not even the door. The next moment, he moved, as if appearing in front of the crone in an instant. He slapped the wrinkled old face hard. The old woman's figure did not move, but the courtyard wall at the extreme distance on her side collapsed, and when she looked at the old woman again, she was already bleeding from her 7 orifices. This slap, using real energy, injured the 5 organs and 6 bowels. Snap! Another slap to the face. This palm is all flesh, but it was still not something the crone could resist. It couldn't be helped. Who made him invincible at the same rank? Boom! The old body, like a gyroscope, spun and flew out until it was embedded within the courtyard wall. In the flying dust, the crone subconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood with broken teeth. I only felt that my soul was in turmoil. A deep fear couldn't help but well up in his heart. She had already stepped into the divine hidden for decades, but today, she was actually beaten without the ability to fight back. Run! You have to run, or else. will die. The crone was trembling with fear. Without the slightest hesitation, the pale body instantly appeared beside the Shangwanshoyue duo, then crushed a jade slip. In barely a breath of time, the three of them disappeared into this space. The run is amazingly fast. Of course, Su Yuan didn't try to stop them, or else several people would surely die. The reason for not stopping them was also simple. He felt that there were some things that had to be left for his son to work out on his own. Thinking of this, Su Yuan looked towards Su Xiaofan. Only the other man's eyes were dull and his expression mute. I can't help it. I haven't gotten back from last night and today I'm putting on a big show. A succession of violent storms is too much for the flowers that have not yet budded. Su Yuan couldn't help but say with concern. Is everything alright? Su Xiaofan blinked, pointing at the location where a few people had just disappeared and asked, Father, was it the divine hidden realm that you just fought off? Su Yuan nodded. Yeah. Su Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cool air. He suddenly felt that the world was a bit unreal. Father, did you just beat away a divine hidden with 2 slaps? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. What? You think your father I'm weak? Su Xiaofan's expression was blank, and he realized that he was somewhat unable to see through this father. Father, what exactly is your strength? Su Yuan's expression regained its flatness as he raised his head slightly and looked toward the distant sky, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Father's strength? You can't imagine it now. Su Xiaofan was flabbergasted. What he was actually asking was, Father, what kind of inheritance did you obtain? And how did your cultivation increase so quickly? And with this sentence from Su Yuan, wouldn't he be saying that that inheritance was ridiculously strong? Father and son walked away without looking back. The Su clan crowd-eyed the duo, and no one spoke again. It wasn't until the duo's silhouettes had completely disappeared from view that one of the clan elders walked over to the second elder's side and asked, Genealogy, should we remove this father and son? The second elder glared angrily and cursed. If we want to get rid of it, we should also get rid of you. Give them a single page for their genealogy. This clan elder's expression was difficult. I'm afraid this is not proper. According to the clan's rules. Snap. The second elder slammed 2 slaps on the face of this clan elder, hitting the corners of the mouth of this clan elder blood. The crowd was confused. The second elder then growled. This father and son. One is a great sword cultivator of the divine hidden realm, and the other is a 15-year-old great demon. In the future, they will certainly have extraordinary achievements. We can't get into the light right now, but we will always be able to get involved a little bit after 1,000 years, and then we, the Su family, won't be developed. The beaten clan elder suddenly came to a realization and said with a joyful smile, Second elder is wise, and the second elder let out a long sigh, looked up at the sky, and cursed in a low voice. A bunch of fools. Sins. Chapter 6 Splash of Pressure. Father will fight for you. The Void. A small spirit boat carried a group of 3 people, vanishing towards the imperial capital with all their might. Young Feiyin had woken up leisurely long ago. At that moment, he was standing at the bow of the boat, his face twisted and cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to get that kid. Shangwan Shoyue listened silently, with a complex expression and dull eyes, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the party. That Su Xiaofan had actually cultivated to the innate realm, a 15-year-old innate. I'm afraid I can't find one in the whole of Dayu. This kind of talent is as terrifying as it is. Thinking of this, Shangwan Shoyue glanced at Yang Feiyin again and seemed to have less of that thumping heart feeling from before. Yang Feiyin was likewise a genius, 20 years old at the peak of the Hotian. Not bad anywhere, but, compared to Su Xiaofan, yet it seemed to be a huge difference. It left her with mixed feelings and a vague hint of remorse. At this time, the old crone who was driving the spirit boat with all her might detached a sliver of her mind and said with hatred, Don't worry, young master, when we return to the family, the master will naturally send out a supreme powerhouse to break this father and son duo into pieces. Yang Feiyin snorted coldly and didn't give the crone any good looks. The crime of failing to protect the driver will be counted later. The old woman smiled sarcastically and did not open her mouth to say more. At this exact moment, Shangwan Shoyue suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Senior, that Su Yuan is a divine hidden powerhouse. Is he that easy to kill? The crone snorted. A district divine collection is just that. In front of the Yang family, nothing. Coming out with a strong talent doesn't really help at all. It also depends on background and connections. Shangwan Shoyue pondered for a moment and then nodded seriously. Then he took Yang Feiyun's hand. His eyes filled with tears. Brother Feiyun, I didn't know that the Su family's father and son were so insidious. Looking at the young girl's guilty expression, Yang Feiyun's anger subsided a bit, turning the tables and reassuring in turn. It's okay, it's not your fault, and the father and son won't live long. A carriage was galloping along a wide official road. Inside the car, Su Xiaofan looked at his father who was driving with a complicated expression. How should I explain about my cultivation? He neither wanted to tell a lie, nor could he tell the truth. But if he didn't, he couldn't. At this moment, Su Yuan seemed to notice something strange, glancing at his son who had been trying to speak several times, and his gaze inadvertently swept past the ring in his hand. It was immediately clear in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. While the exact plot is a bit different, the trope isn't still the same. Isn't it just Grandpa? Su Yuan felt that he had seen through everything and grasped the whole situation. It's nothing more than the old grandpa asking his stupid son to help keep it a secret. While the stupid son is guilty of lying to himself, the kid is a good kid, just a little silly. Slandering a sentence in his heart, Su Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. Everyone has everyone's secrets. Including for my father, I am also the same. You can neither say, I will not ask. There is no need to get entangled. At those words, Su Xiaofan nodded heavily, his expression finally relaxing. It was only at this moment that he had the leisure to think of other questions. Father, where are we going next? Su Yuan turned his head and looked to the north. Imperial capital. Deer Courtyard. Su Xiaofan was instantly startled. The Deer Courtyard. He also knew something about it. It was the #1 academy in the Dayu Empire, a gathering place for geniuses. The most crucial thing was that young Feiyun, who had been crippled by him a few days ago, was also a disciple of the Deer Courtyard. By the looks of it, the forces behind the other party were definitely not simple. If this happens, won't you get yourself in trouble? Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan hastily shook his head. What's the point of going to that place? Su Yuan had anticipated his foolish son's reaction and asked instead of answering, have you heard of the Young family? Su Xiaofan shook his head again and frowned. The Young family is strong? Although Su Yuan didn't know how strong the Young family was either, he still nodded his head and said, strong, very strong. Su Xiaofan tensed up. Then shouldn't we run away, as far as we can, and then find a place to hide? Su Yuan, however, sighed. We can't run away. If the Young family really wants to find us father and son, we can't run away at all. Su Xiaofan forced himself to calm down, thinking quickly while asking, what then? Su Yuan raised his head, looked in one direction, and faintly said, although the Young family is strong, as long as you can join the Deer Courtyard, even the Young family can't move you. This is the only way for now. Su Xiaofan pondered for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh of resignation. If he could, he really didn't want to go to this place of wrongdoing, but if we don't go, the trouble only seems to get bigger. This time, he didn't even have a choice. In this instant, Su Xiaofan realized his weakness with incomparable clarity. Seeing this, Su Yuan's tone remained flat and don't think about it so much. Just try to cultivate hard. Besides, isn't there still your father me? Su Xiaofan nodded heavily. 3 days later, father and son were on their way as usual. Until evening, Su Yuan suddenly strangled his horse's rope and frowned as he looked at the black-robed old man under the dark curtain not far away. After waiting for a few moments and seeing that the old man did not move at all, he opened his mouth to remind him, old man, please make way. The black-robed old man, however, remained motionless, just staring at the father and son duo with a pair of beady eyes. That gaze was as if he was looking at two dead people. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but his voice took on a bit of chill. You're from the Young family? The black-robed old man nodded slightly, but did not immediately make a move, instead observing vigilantly. There was no hint of carelessness. Father, Su Xiaofan was a little flustered. The visitor was clearly stronger than that old crone. Facing such a strong person, he didn't have the slightest way out right now. Even that teleportation talisman rewarded by the system elder might not come in handy. Fan. It wasn't until his father's voice rang out that Su Xiaofan felt a few moments of peace in his heart. Little Fan, listen to me. Su Yuan's gaze was calm as he patted his son's shoulder. You'll run away later. I think you'll have a way to get away. Once it's safe, you'll go to Qingzhou City, take a spirit boat directly to the imperial capital. If you can't wait for me, you'll take the admission test for the Deer Academy yourself. After becoming a disciple of the Deer Courtyard, the wind will naturally calm down. The more Su Xiaofan listened, the more wrong he felt, and he couldn't help but interrupt. Dad, what about you? Su Yuan didn't bother to look at his son, but slowly got up and said, for father, to help you stall for time. Father, Su Xiaofan's eyes instantly reddened and he blurted out, I'm not leaving. Su Yuan turned back and glanced at his son, his eyes, still flat, even plainly a little proud. Don't worry, my father will be fine. You being here will affect me instead. At this moment, that not-so-strong back seemed to block all the storms ahead. Su Xiaofan, however, continued to shake his head. No, father, we'll carry things together. Off. Su Yuan turned straight back and kicked out. Su Xiaofan's figure flew backwards and then flew into a black hole in midair, instantly disappearing. It was the void teleportation of the divine hidden realm. You father and son are quite affectionate. The black-robed old man suddenly smiled and teased. That's for sure. Su Yuan collected his feet and nodded in approval. Only, today, both of you, father and son, will have to die. No one can escape. Saying that, the black-robed old man sighed again. I don't actually want to kill you guys, because I have a son too. But you guys really offended the Yangs too much. The Yang family has only one precious son. Naturally, we can't let outsiders bully us. Su Yuan expressed his understanding. Understood. The black-robed old man was a bit surprised. You should be able to sense my realm, right? Su Yuan nodded. Naturally. The black-robed old man's expression rose in doubt. Then why are you so calm? The higher the realm, the greater the gap between strengths. You must have just stepped into the divine treasury not long ago. An early hit on a peak. You think you can win? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow as the Qingxian sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The black-robed old man snorted. You don't think that you can scare me off by taking a sword out, do you? What do you think you are? A sword cultivator? Su Yuan smiled and said. Yeah, how did you know? In the next moment, the invincible sword was unleashed. The powerful and solemn sword she instantly filled the entire space. A sword blade, carrying a shocking might, chopped straight across towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was confused. You're, like, really a sword cultivator. By surprise, the black-robed old man could not dodge at all and could only forcefully resist. However, that sword on was like slicing tofu, splitting the black-robed old man's body, evenly, into two halves. Black-robed old man pawn. Su Yuan put away his sword and looked at the mess all over the ground, incomparably smacking his lips. Sword cultivators are so perverted. Only one question sprang up in his mind all the same. Since the sword cultivator was so powerful, what exactly was the reason for the inheritance to be cut off back then? Chapter 7 This wave. For father to pretend for you. I also don't know how things are going on father's side. Heavy rain poured down. Su Xiaofan's figure moved quickly under the rain curtain. His eyes filled with a color of worry so thick that it could not be melted away. He wanted to go back, but he couldn't find his way back. And presumably, going back, it's also a head-scratcher. At this point in time, the only thing to do is to head to Qingzhou City first. 3 hours later, Su Xiaofan, who was raging under the rain curtain, suddenly stopped and fixed his eyes on the cave not far away. Seeing that the heavy rain had no intention of stopping, and the true essence in his Dantian Shi Si was almost depleted, he was ready to go in and rest for a while. But when he reached the cave, he hesitated. There was a fire inside. Obviously someone was there. If it's the Yangs, wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot? At this time, laughter came from the cave. This brother, it's not good to rush outside in the heavy rain. It's better to come in and take shelter for a moment. Su Xiaofan thought twice, but still walked into the cave. He had to find a place to recover his true essence. Otherwise, in the absence of true essence, it would easily turn into a midnight snack for the demonic beasts in the mountains. Besides, he was still holding the teleportation talisman rewarded by the system elder. You can run away immediately if things get bad. Thinking so, Su Xiaofan paced inside. The cave wasn't particularly large, and once inside, one could see a young man in fancy dress and an ink-clothed, white-bearded old man roasting the meat of an unknown demonic beast. Su Xiaofan directly introduced himself. I am Su Chen. The teenager froze for a moment before rising enthusiastically. So it's brother Su Chen. I'm Li Bao. This is my family's teacher. Ran Li, Mr. Ran. Su Xiaofan smiled and said, I'm sorry to bother you too. Li Pa waved his hand. If it's there, it's supposed to be a masterless land. Su Xiaofan returned a smile and didn't want to say much. Turning to find a position furthest away from the duo, he plopped down to recover his true essence. Of course, he still separated part of his mind to observe the duo. It didn't take long. Li Pa carried a skewer of meat and shouted, Brother Su, want to come over and take a whole bite? Su Xiaofan opened his eyes and politely declined. I've already eaten. Thanks to brother Li's kindness. Li Pa smiled awkwardly, obviously wanting to continue the conversation. Where is brother Su going? Su Xiaofan didn't hesitate to speak. North Continent. The corner of Li Pa's mouth twitched. The North Continent is more than 10,000 miles from here. Even if a divine hidden master, regardless of the cost of burning his essence blood to utilize void teleportation, I'm afraid it would take a month to arrive. Despite this, Li Bao still gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Coincidence not. We master and disciple also go to the Northern Continent. Just on the way. Why not together? Su Xiaofan felt more and more out of place. The other parties seemed to be too enthusiastic. He politely declined without hesitation. Kid, I have important matters on my side. I'm afraid. Li Po would understand and didn't continue to force himself. In that case, that's all. Then there was a silence. After that, only less than 2 hours had passed, and when Su Xiaofan felt that he had recovered to the 7th degree, he stood up and arched his hand. Both of you. The brat still has important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Li Po seemed to want to stay, but in the end, he also arched his hand and said, see you later. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan didn't even turn his head back and walked out of the cave in a few steps. Noticed that the rain had stopped and the sky was brightening. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the road and ran wildly. While running, he slandered in his mind, how does it feel like there are all bad people out there these days? Inside the cave, Li Po looked in the direction of the cave entrance and said, the boy's guts are too small. Not a word of truth came out of his mouth. If I hadn't investigated earlier, I would have fooled him. Could the teacher be wrong about the rumors? Renly opened his eyes and mused. The old man can't see through him somewhat either. Li Po was startled. He knew only too well what his teacher was capable of. This kind of character can't actually see a teenager from a small family? He couldn't help but cautiously say, you can't see through it either? Renly nodded as he stroked his beard. There should be some kind of supreme treasure or dharma that hides the breath hidden on the body. But looking at the speed at which he just ran, there's no doubt that he's an innate. Li Po pursued. What about age? Renly smacked his lips. 15. At those words, Li Po suddenly sighed. I heard that the young family's grand elder left the capital yesterday. Figured it was robbing and killing the father and son. The kid's father isn't around. He's probably gone. If only we'd gotten there earlier. Renly was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, that's not necessarily true. Li Po froze a little, with a puzzled look on his face. Right at this moment, a handsome-looking green-shirted man walked in from outside the cave. Li Po was even more confused, but the green-shirted man didn't pay any attention to him and turned to look at Renly. Puzzled, how did you find me? Renly smiled and arched his hand. Although I don't know what method fellow Taoist Su used to estringe his cultivation to this point, but you merely only converged on realm cultivation, but did not collect his breath. At those words, Su Yuan released. The system did have a function to hide cultivation, but there was no way to hide one's breath. It would easily be discovered by a cultivator with a high level of cultivation. Thinking about this, Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed. After all, it's eavesdropping on someone's conversation. Renly seemed to notice something and couldn't help but open his mouth to relieve himself. We don't mean any harm. We just want to draw you in. After all, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Su Yuan laughed. You have a grudge against the Young family? Renly shook his head. Having an enmity doesn't count. It's just a different stance. In more detail, it's a different faction. Su Yuan half squinted his eyes, seemingly thinking, then sized up Li Bao. Slightly surprised. The dynasty's chi is added. Usually only the first bloodline of the royal family would have it. This is a prince? The latter seemed to react as well. Seeing that his own teachers were all courteous to this one, and that his name was Su, there were a few guesses as to the identity of the other party, and so there was no dare to slack off. My name is Li Bao, the 6th Prince of Great Yu. This is my mentor, Mr. Renly Ran. Meet Senior Su. Su Yuan nodded, his attitude not changing much. He really had no feeling for royal power himself. Only, Su Yuan's eyelids lowered, and his mind came alive. Fang said that their positions were different, so I guess it was a battle for royal power. And since ancient times, the battle for royal power has often been characterized by hooks and bloodshed. Wouldn't it be a great refresher if we let our foolish son get involved in this fight? Thinking of this, he then spoke. The 6th prince is young and talented. When he arrives at the imperial capital then, I would like my son to make some good friendships. That's natural. Li Bao was stoned by the sudden surprise, and it was only after a long time that he reacted and hurriedly arched his hand. This senior was unpredictable, and his son Su Xiaofan was a supreme demon. With these two as allies, ascending to the throne is just around the corner. Su Yuan smiled and looked at Renly as he asked, by the way, now that our father and son have made an immortal and deadly feud with that Young family, may I ask what is the origin of that Young family? Renly organized his words before speaking. There are 4 top families in the imperial capital, and the Young family is one of them. And it's from the crown prince's line, so it can be said that it's the strongest one. Su Yuan's heart was clear, and he continued to ask, how is the bottom line? Renly's pale face was very grave. The degree of depth of the foundation is needless to say, just to say that the strength of the Young family's current generation head, Yang Wufei, is unfathomable. Su Yuan frowned. Invincible Yang? What a bossy name. if you want to press the name, you have to at least have the strength to match it. It seems that the Yang family is indeed strong. However, the stronger it was, the more excited Su Yuan became. He then asked, what specific cultivation realm? Renly thought for a moment. It's rumored to have broken through the Purple Mansion realm, which is already considered one of the top-tier powerhouses within Great Yu. A few moments of surprise surfaced on Su Yuan's face, which had always been ancient and unperturbed. A district Purple Mansion dares to take the word invincible? How did he survive until now? Hearing this, the two people present looked at each other, both a bit confused. How come? A mere Zifu realm? Zifu was the topmost powerhouse in Daiyu. How come it seems so worthless in your mouth? That's too arrogant. You're so arrogant. How did you raise such a steady son? After a long period of silence, Ranli spoke tentatively. Could fellow Taoist Su's true cultivation level be? Purple Mansion? Su Yuan said. Your Excellency thinks the Purple Mansion is strong? Ranli felt a bit strange, but still nodded. I've seen the Purple Mansion strike once, and I'll never forget it. Su Yuan said disdainfully. Purple Mansion, nothing more than an ant. With that, he gave a farewell and whisked away, leaving behind two figures, one old and one young, frozen in the cold morning wind. Chapter 8. Discreet and honest people never go out of their way. Before reaching Qingzhou City, although Su Xiaofan prided himself on being a member of the Dog Path, but the bones actually carry a bit of arrogance. After all, he was considered to come from a family. Although he was sneered at from time to time, it still didn't change the fact that he grew up with a brocade coat. But at this moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. At first, he thought that the so-called spirit ship was nothing more than a ship that could fly. But this seems a bit too big. Su Xiaofan stood amongst the dense crowd of people boarding the ship, tilting his head to look at the spirit ship in front of him of unknown length and width. Feeling as small as an ant, it was really hard for him to imagine what kind of power could drive this giant ship to fly over the 10,000-meter dome of the sky. Along with the flow of people, Su Xiaofan was soon to board the ship. However, they were stopped by the guards manning the entrance. 100 gold for boarding the ship. Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, not understanding what the other party meant, and thought for a moment before saying uncertainly, 100 gold coins? The guard's tone was deadpan as he said, that's right, now pay up and get your ID card to get on the ship. Su Xiaofan was silent. What's 100 gold? According to his understanding, the Su family's assets were spread all over Xuancheng, while their total income for the year was only about 500 gold. And here, it's 100 gold just for the boat ride. Is the city so expensive? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xiaofan turned around and left. I forgot to bring money when I went out. I'll come back tomorrow. Guard. Qingzhou City, as a state city, was prosperous without having to say much, and many novelties dazzled the eyes. Even the women here feel a few points whiter and more beautiful than those in Xuancheng. However, walking through the bustling downtown, Su Xiaofan thought about, getting money has to come first. These days, it's hard to get around without money, but how do you get the money? Just then, a middle-aged man dressed as a peddler walked up to Su Xiaofan and whispered while carefully pulling something out of his arms. Fellow Daoist, a good qi-gathering pill. Would you like to take a look? A grade of qi-gathering pill? The most commonly used elixir when cultivating at the qi-drawing realm, possessing the efficacy of accelerating the speed of cultivation. Of course for him now, this thing naturally didn't help at all. Still, he subconsciously asked, how much? The vendor revealed a kind smile and said, not expensive, 10 gold apiece. Su Xiaofan's eyes widened. So expensive? The vendor's face fell and his tone was no longer enthusiastic. This is a good qi-gathering elixir I have here. This quality, if you go to the Wanbao Pavilion, it's at least 12 gold. Don't you know the market? After saying that, he put away the elixir, turned his head and went back to find the next buyer. Su Xiaofan froze in place for a moment, his thoughts clearing up. Selling elixirs. The third-grade elixir power pill that System Elder had rewarded earlier shouldn't be a problem to buy 100 gold. If you can't, you can just sell the formula. This thing, it's definitely worth $10,000. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan ran directly towards the Wanbao Pavilion after disguising himself. A quarter of an hour later, Su Xiaofan walked into the Wanbao Pavilion. Oncoming a man dressed as a small sea, with a cold attitude, opened his mouth to ask, buy or sell? Su Xiaofan froze for a moment, then said, sell. The man asked again, what is for sale? Su Xiaofan said, pills. The man's attitude became a few degrees colder as he nodded. Follow me. Although Su Xiaofan was puzzled, he still followed. Bypassing the counter, the man led him to a hall. There are people in line at the moment. The valuation was done by Elder Qin, the best valuer we have here. After the estimate, you can trade directly. If you're not happy with the price you can just walk away. The court of 10,000 treasures does not accept bargains. After saying this, the man returned the way he came, and Su Xiaofan smacked his lips. This 10,000 treasures pavilion, so overbearing. After waiting for about 2 more quarters of an hour, the team finally took Su Xiaofan's turn. The old man in the valuation should be the so-called elder Qin. The former looked at Su Xiaofan before directly saying, "Take out the stuff." Su Xiaofan then took out the pre-prepared power pill. For a while, the fragrance of the Dan filled the hall. Third-grade elixir. Old Qin's bland gaze suddenly changed. However, he soon regained his composure and picked up the elixir and began to scrutinize it. Ryoko. Elder Qin put down the elixir and pondered for a moment. Third-grade power pill. Taking it can surge 10 times the huge strength. Lasts for half an incense burner. For the time being, the price is 70 gold. As soon as these words came out, before Su Xiaofan could happily agree, he heard a sound of cool air being sucked in from the crowd behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's too dark. The worst quality third-grade elixir on the market would cost 100 gold to start with, and an elixir like the power pill, which can save one's life at critical moments, would cost at least 120 gold. Now cut it almost in half straight away. Qin Lao was furious, slamming the table and getting up to scold. Are you questioning my Wanbao pavilion? The hall was instantly quiet. Some were even startled by the sound and quietly slipped out of the crowd. Wanbao Pavilion, a merchant house that has opened throughout the whole of Dayu, with a strong background that can be imagined. Naturally no one dares to offend. Su Xiaofan had the guts, but as a Go Dao practitioner, he didn't want to cause trouble. A little loss is a little loss. So then he smiled and said, 70 gold then. Upon hearing this, Qin Lao resumed his seat. His hostile face swept away, and a smile emerged instead, saying, the young man is on the right track. Next time you sell something, you can still call on the old man. Su Xiaofan. After the money and goods were cleared, Su Xiaofan didn't leave, but directly took out the power pill Dan formula. This was what the system had rewarded him with the elixir earlier, and he didn't know how to refine elixirs, so he simply sold them together. This Dan formula was worth a lot of money, and he was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat it anywhere else. This manpower pavilion is a bit of a pitfall though, but now, after all, it's a special case. Who knows if the Yang family will suddenly kill them? Elder Qin picked up the Dan formula and looked at it with a shocked expression. What kind of Dan formula is this? Su Xiaofan said. Third-grade power pill. Elder Qin scurried up again, speaking extremely fast. Wait for a while, he said, and darted away. Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, but still waited patiently. This time, it boiled up again behind them. Little brother, I say you are not stupid. This Wanbao Gu is so bullying you. You actually still trade with it. That's right. This Wanbao Pavilion is just a big store. Sooner or later it will go out of business. He, a third-grade elixir slashed to half price. This formula is worth at least 10,000 gold. I wonder what the price will be later. Su Xiaofan turned back and smiled at the few people behind him without opening his mouth. Out there, one wrong word and it could very well be a doom and gloom. He naturally wouldn't make such a cheap mistake. It didn't take long for Elder Qin to go and return. The hall was quiet for a moment. A pin drop, as if nothing had happened. Elder Qin's mind was not on this. He directly said, come with me. Master Su wants to see you. Su Xiaofan wondered who Master Su was, but didn't ask much and followed the old man out. Of course, the life-preserving teleportation talisman. He had been hiding it in his sleeve. Chapter 9. No. What about the promised lack of support? Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a secret room, and Elder Qin knocked on the thick stone slab and said, Master Man has been brought. The next moment, the stone door slowly rose. The duo walked in with them. The first thing Su Xiaofan saw was an extremely large alchemy furnace. It was only at the second glance that he saw a Taoist-robed middle-aged man with two goatees sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace. This would be Master Su, an alchemist. Although he hadn't traveled much, Su Xiaofan had heard about it. Alchemists are extremely rare, and martial artists often rely on pills to aid in their cultivation, so their status naturally rises. So Su Xiaofan also stood in awe. Master Dan Fong has already appraised it. Right. May I ask how much gold it's worth? Master Su stroked his goatee and didn't speak, instead looking Su Xiaofan up and down. His clothes were tattered. His appearance was wretched, and although he had a handsome look, his eyebrows carried a bit of sorrow that was hard to hide. It's done. A little person with little background at first glance. After determining this point, Master Su was delighted in his heart, but on his face, he sneered. How much gold is it worth? It's good that you didn't take your life when you brought a fake Dan formula over to fool around. There was a slight hint of shrillness to his voice that made it extraordinarily uncomfortable. Su Xiaofan was confused. Almost instantly, he figured out what his opponent was up to. White whoring. The dog doesn't want to pay. This time and again. Su Xiaofan was so angry that he almost wanted to roll up his sleeves and start working. Just then, however, a few lines of text floated before his eyes. You have been bullied by the master alchemist, and you have 2 choices below. 1. A snowstorm of shame. Kill all those who have bullied you. Reward random battle skills. 2. Hold back and get through this crisis without bloodshed. Rewarded with 1 purple mansion realm cultivation experience card. 2 choices of mystic battletech and experience cards. Su Xiaofan directly chose the second option, which was pressed without any suspense. The purple mansion realm was the highest known realm for him. A purple mansion realm experience card was approximately equal to a chance to save one's life. The temptation is hard to resist. In that comparison, a third-rate prescription is nothing. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan displayed an incomparably terrified look as he was dismantled for selling fake goods. His voice trembled as he stammered. No way. It doesn't look like a fake. Master Su was puzzled in his mind. This kid is so easy to fool? Still, he glared and said, I'm a second-grade alchemist. How could I cheat you? Su Xiaofan directly admitted his mistake. Fighting for the purple mansion experience card. Master, the kid is wrong. This Dan formula is the kid by chance. Also do not know its authenticity. So specially come to the 10,000 treasures pavilion to assess some. Really do not want to fool. Master Su snorted coldly and said, in that case, get lost. Don't delay me. Su Xiaofan acted relieved and panicked as he tended to walk outside. When he left, Grandmaster Su took out the Dan formula and read it again. After a long time, he laughed out loud and said, when I study this Dan formula thoroughly, I will definitely be able to become a third-grade alchemist. While rejoicing, Grandmaster Su turned his gaze to Old Man Qin on the side. You've performed well this time. When I make a breakthrough, I won't treat you poorly. Qin Lao was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Master Su. However, Master Su's gaze suddenly sank. Did you feel that there was something wrong with that teenager just now? After thinking for a moment, Qin Lao said uncertainly, a bit too submissive? Grandmaster Su nodded his head and voiced the worries in his heart. This kid is too tolerant. This is actually tolerated without showing a trace of dissatisfaction. If it were me, I would never be able to do this. This kind of person is terrifying, and absolutely cannot be offended. Elder Qin carefully said, what Master means is, Master Su directly said, once this kind of person is offended, then he can't be kept. If he doesn't die, I don't feel comfortable in my heart. Qin Lao whispered, I'll find someone to get him killed. He was familiar with this sort of thing. After all, he had done it more than once. Master Su nodded and said, go ahead. Don't let that kid get away. Understood. Elder Qin bowed and retired. The other side. After Su Xiaofan walked out of the Wanbao pavilion, he directly walked into a hutong. After circling around inside for a full half hour, he removed his disguise and walked out of the alley through another exit, blending into the raging crowd. 70 gold from the sale of the potion, plus some previous assets. He's also now a big enough player to afford to make a spirit ship, but he wasn't going to go now. He was prepared to risk waiting until tomorrow. There was actually a hint of expectation in his heart that he would see that green shirt again, so Su Xiaofan found an inn nearby to stay. What puzzled him was that up until this point, the system elder still hadn't reacted in the slightest. He couldn't rest until that experience card was accounted for. But even so, he sat on the soft couch with his knees crossed, forcing himself into a state of cultivation. For him to have the strength he had today, apart from the help of his system seniors, naturally, his own efforts were also indispensable. After all, if you want to survive in this world, you need to have a backer. If you don't have a backer, then you have to rely on yourself. Darkness descends on the earth without realizing it. Within the room, the light was dim and there was silence. Only the sound of breathing so faint that it was barely audible. A cool evening breeze blew the hidden window open, brushing Su Xiaofan's hair. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned out the window. The moon is full and bright today, high in the firmament. But at the moment, what had been the protagonist in the darkness of the night had become a backdrop, because high up in the sky, there stood a black-robed masked man in the air. Lingering realm. Su Xiaofan's frown grew more and more severe. His first thought was that the Yang family had come to his door. Nope. The next moment, the idea was overturned. Inferring from what my father said, the Yang family is incredibly strong. If it's a Yang family member, then there's no way they would dress like this to kill someone, because there's no need for it. Who's that? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, finally settling on the face of the alchemist surnamed Su from the Wanbao pavilion. That's right, it's bound to be the sea that's up to no good. No wonder the system hasn't been handing out rewards, so that's where the problem lies. Su Xiaofan took several deep breaths in a row to suppress his anger, then looked at the masked man in the air once again. revealing a naive smile as he opened his mouth. I know your honor's purpose, how about we talk? The man in black didn't make a move right away, but said with interest, yes, how do you want to talk about it? Su Xiaofan got up and came to stand in front of the window and said, I have backing and it's hard. If you touch me, something will happen. The man in black showed no mercy and directly dismantled it. You can't possibly have a backer. Otherwise you wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart after the third-grade prescription in your hand was robbed. Su Xiaofan coughed dryly, a little embarrassed, but he still wanted to solve the problem properly. I'm still rich. How about I pay you and all you have to do is tell whoever hired you that I'm dead. That way you'll make twice as much money. The masked man was silent, seemingly thinking. Su Xiaofan felt that there was a chance, and hurriedly spoke again. I'll give you twice as much money. The masked man laughed, but as far as I know, you're very poor. Otherwise you wouldn't have sold a third-grade elixir for 70 gold. Su Xiaofan was silent. The masked man continued to chuckle. I'll give you a chance to cut yourself. I'm not too lazy to do it. After all, killing a teenager with my own hands is too much of a sin. Su Xiaofan's face was thoughtful. Of course, he was thinking about whether he wanted to kill the other guy or not. Crossing the line to kill. Although he had never done anything so dangerous in his life, relying on the cultivation of his system's seniors for so many years, he was confident that he could give it a try even if he crossed over. But if he did it, would the system senior judge that he had automatically chosen the first option? After all, what senior said was bloodless. It remains to be seen exactly how the predecessor understood the idiom. A bet? Su Xiaofan didn't dare to bet at all, because a Violet Mansion Realm Cultivation experience card was worth too much. Since you can't fight, you have to run. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan was ready to directly crush the teleportation talisman hidden in his sleeve. At this time the man in black was a bit impatient. Have you thought about it? Su Xiaofan remained silent. The man in black sensed something was wrong and bellowed, go to hell. However, just at the moment when the man in black made his move and Su Xiaofan was ready to run away, a figure suddenly appeared on the roof not far away. It was a man in a green shirt. The man stood on a corner of the flying eaves, his hair on his temples fluttering in the wind, his face bland, his eyes as deep as the abyss. Su Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised and subconsciously shouted, Father! The man in black was confused. Godzo! The man in black was no longer able to maintain his stance, and was pressed by a powerful aura that caused him to fall from the sky. Then his head hit the ground and he fell on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kid, didn't you say you don't have a backer? The man in black cursed sadly. Su Xiaofan lowered his head, looking at the powerful man who had just been towering over him 5 times, blinking, a little aggrieved. I said it, but you don't believe me. The man in black was also aggrieved, and he was cursing in his mind, cursing the employer who had hired him over with a thick bag of money. Said he was just a young man with no background. Now this is what happens. He wanted to continue saying something, but in the next instant, he felt a strong killing intent that locked onto him. There was no doubt that the source of the killing aura was that mysterious powerhouse that had just appeared. He didn't even dare to look up because he was afraid that if he did, he would never see the sun tomorrow. The only thing he could do now was to drop his dignity and kowtow over and over again. Elder, spare me. I'm also just receiving money to do my job. I can provide information about my employer. Yes, I can also surrender all my savings. I just beg Senior to spare my life. Su Yuan looked at him with downcast eyes for a moment, and between the opening and closing of those 2 thin lips he spat out 3 words. Cut yourself. The man in black trembled, and because of his lowered head, no one could see his expression at the moment. It was a face of horror and despair. Go to hell. In the next instant, the man in black suddenly stormed up and killed Su Yuan. Able to. At this moment, the black-clothed man felt his sky spinning and rolled several times, then saw a headless body, and after rushing forward 2 steps, he slowly collapsed. He took one last look at the moon before his consciousness faded completely. Since we can't see the sun tomorrow, let's see the moon tonight. Chapter 10, Su Honest, will not be an honest man today. The masked man in black was dead, and Su Xiaofan's heart was likewise dead. Of course, he wasn't grieving for this stranger with a different surname. Rather, it was because the second option on the panel in front of him suddenly turned dark. But the thing is, he didn't do anything the whole time. He howled in his mind. Seniors, this counts? Senpai was high-strung and ignored him. This made Su Xiaofan's expression frustrated. Su Yuan came to Su Xiaofan's side at some point, and seeing his foolish son dazed, he carefully observed the other party's expression. He had witnessed the entire conflict, and now he seemed to have stepped in a little too late. It led to a knot in the stupid son's heart today. If we don't untie this knot, I'm afraid it will evolve into a heart demon in the future. In the midst of the thought, words appeared before my eyes. Detected your son being treated unfairly. Random mission triggered. Destroy the Qingzhou Wanbao Pavilion sub-pavilion within 1 hour, and the reward will be randomized. An hour? Su Yuan smiled disdainfully. Looking down on who? It won't take that long. Then he looked at the words random reward and fell a little silent. I didn't realize the system was into the blind box thing. Shielding the panel in front of him, Su Yuan patted his son's shoulder and said guiltily, "Father is late." Su Xiaofan reacted, his eyes slightly red as he shook his head. "It's good that you're fine, father." Su Yuan smiled. "These past few days, you've suffered a lot, haven't you?" Su Xiaofan said. "It's nothing." Su Yuan's face, however, turned ice cold as he asked knowingly, "Who tried to kill you?" Su Xiaofan fixed his eyes on the first option again. "A snowball's worth of shame. Kill all those who have bullied you. Reward random battle skill." Then he sighed and said, "It should be one of the alchemists from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion." Su Yuan asked again, "Why did he kill you?" Su Xiaofan told the whole thing about entering into Qingzhou City, and the more he listened, the darker Su Yuan's face became. Of course, it's staged. After all, he's been following his stupid son's ass. Still, he pulled his son toward the door. Su Xiaofan was puzzled. Are we running away? He was actually thinking of sneaking revenge himself in the dark, so if he ran away now, naturally he wouldn't be able to finish. Su Yuan took a look at his son and said in relief, "Run away? Your father doesn't have that word in my vocabulary." Su Xiaofan said uncertainly, "Then are we going?" Su Yuan calmly said, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion." Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment and said, "Father, I don't think we can be impulsive. The Wanbao Pavilion has a lot of power. If we want to move them, at least we can't do it openly." Su Yuan snorted coldly, "It's just a Wanbao Pavilion in the district." Su Xiaofan. Shortly afterward, father and son walked into the Wanbao Pavilion. While walking inside, Su Yuan asked, "Do you know what that alchemist's name is?" Su Xiaofan shook his head. "I don't know. I only know the surname Su." Su Yuan nodded, indicating that he knew. At this time, a man dressed as Xiao Si stepped forward and opened his mouth to ask, "The two of you?" Before he could finish his words, he was shocked by Su Yuan's mighty pressure and died from bleeding from his 7 orifices. Ah! Instead of panicking, the first reaction of the customers around the room was to freeze in place. Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, double-checking the 3 big words Wan Bao Guo on the plaque. A face of incredulity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone dares to kill someone in the Wanbao Pavilion? Su Xiaofan was also a bit confused. "Father, this," Su Yuan said carelessly. "One look at this C is a snob." "Damn it." Su Xiaofan was silent. As the two continued on, guards in short shirts began to appear around them. However, all of these people had just appeared and were shaken to death by Su Yuan's mighty pressure. Su Xiaofan scared. "Father, what means is this?" Su Yuan naturally wouldn't hide it, explaining, "When a person's realm is too much higher, they can use their mighty pressure to directly shock the lower realmers to death." The low realmer Su Xiaofan pursued as if he were a curious baby. "What exactly is the mighty pressure?" Su Yuan said. "The so-called intimidation is the aura brought about by one's own high realm when acting together with spiritual energy. This thing was completely useless against existences of a higher realm. It can kill a large number of people in a single kill against those in lower realms." As soon as his words fell, an old man rushed out from the crowd. The visitor was none other than an old acquaintance, Elder Qin. At this moment, he burst out, "Thieves with good guts, do you know what place this is?" The old man's aura was horrifying as he scanned the circle, but when he saw Su Xiaofan, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. "It's you!" Su Xiaofan also recognized the other party. After all, he had only been pitched by the other party this morning. Without hesitation, Su Xiaofan rushed up. Su Yuan didn't make a move, instead watching with interest. Qin Lao, however, was confused. "What's this about? You're a youngster who just entered the innate. You want to fight against an old innate like Lao Fu?" However, in the next instant, a powerful gust of wind struck, blowing Qin Lao's mouth askew. Qin Lao subconsciously erected his arms to resist. Click! A sound of breaking bones and tendons rang out. Qin Lao's figure retreated violently, his 2 hands swinging feebly at his side. His eyes were streaked with blood, his face unbelievable. Su Xiaofan, however, didn't give him any time to react at all. As the berserk true essence traveled through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, between the friction of the joints, the sound of a tiger whistling and a dragon roaring was emitted. One foot stomped hard into the ground, and in a flash, a small crater appeared underneath his feet, and Su Xiaofan's figure had already shot out. A punch blasted into Qin Lao's terrified face. Qin Lao's head flew out in a smooth manner, smashing into the wall on one side, and in a flash it seemed as if a colorful flower was blooming on the wall. Su Xiaofan quickly retreated behind Su Yuan after taking a look at his masterpiece with an honest look. Su Yuan glanced back, a bit speechless. As for his foolish son possessing the strength to kill his opponents in seconds across levels, he wasn't surprised. While the old grandpa hangout is no match for your own system hangout, it's not a baser to do it. Still, Su Yuan was a bit curious and asked, "Little fan, what kind of technique did you cultivate in this major, that it's so overbearing?" Su Xiaofan hesitated and said with some apprehension, "I picked it up outside earlier and tried to cultivate it. I didn't expect to actually refine it. It's a technique called Divine Demon Qi Refining Technique." Divine Demon Alchemy Technique? Su Yuan smacked his lips and thought, what a domineering name. Then he didn't pursue the question any further, and with an inscrutable look, he went straight to the second floor. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan sighed in relief and followed. In place, the crowd watched the father and son duo's backs dumbfounded. Come to the second floor and have an unobstructed journey. It was because the entire guards of the Wanbao Pavilion had just been disposed of by Su Yuan Quan. The entire second floor was filled with individual rooms that were used to receive distinguished guests. There is a group of people running downstairs in a hurry at the moment. Su Yuan didn't stop them either. At this moment, Su Xiaofan pointed at a goatee-bearded middle-aged man in the crowd and said, "This is Master Su." Master Su, who was mixed up in the crowd, was startled and looked at Su Xiaofan, his face odd. "Why isn't this kid dead? Forget it or not. I just heard that there are strong people causing trouble down there, so it's better to hurry and run." With that in mind, Master Su wanted to continue running downstairs. However, a juvenile figure abruptly blocked in front of him, stopping his path of escape. Grandmaster Su was furious. "What are you doing, kid? I've already let you off once today. Now you're here to seek death." Su Xiaofan sneered, not speaking at all, and punched towards Master Su's face. With the other party's innate cultivation, this punch would have to be half dead. However, in an instant, a true essence shield surfaced around Grandmaster Su's body and recoiled the punch back. Su Xiaofan frowned slightly and retreated tens of steps violently before he managed to drain away the force of this recoil. His gaze was incomparably grave as he stared at Grandmaster Su. A body-protecting magic weapon? Grandmaster Su was furious. "Dog, you're finished. Do you know what happens when you offend an alchemist?" With that, he took out a bottle of elixir from his arms and tilted his head back to eat it. In an instant, Master Su's aura soared. That wasn't all. He took out pills one after another and swallowed them. A skinny Taoist turned into a gnarled man in an instant. Then this big man's figure was extremely fast, striking out extremely hard to kill Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan frowned. Rely on pills, magic weapons, body combat techniques plus palm combat techniques, and not of a low grade. Alchemists are just rich. But he didn't panic. Who went out without a few cards? Chapter 11. The District 10,000 Treasures Pavilion can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Su Xiaofan frantically urged the gong methods within his body. The Divine Demon Refining Technique had a total of 9 layers, each of which had an enhanced form. And this first weight brute bull change, then the physical strength can be greatly enhanced. Soon a black and white arcane rune began to appear around him. The rune seemed to be imprinted on the skin. It also seems to go deep into the skin and flesh, giving a sense of integration. For a moment, Su Xiaofan's speed and strength both skyrocketed by a large margin. Right at this moment, Master Su's palm, which had turned thick, had struck his head. Su Xiaofan then blasted out a punch to meet this palm. The strong force rubbed against the air. A loud air-breaking sound erupted. Grandmaster Su was sent flying backwards. It collapsed several inner pillars in a row before staggering up. He glanced down at his scarred palm with a heartfelt look on his face. If it wasn't for the body protection spell, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep this hand with that punch just now. It's outrageous. But I can still yell at people. With a thought in his mind, Master Su burst out. Quickly go and invite Lord Boss. This sound was wrapped in true essence and sounded like a bell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Xiaofan was shocked, not expecting the other party to have this hand. He hurriedly looked at Su Yuan. Father. On the side, Su Yuan had moved a stool and was sitting on the sidelines watching the battle. Smiling confidently, he said, "You fight well. Everything is with me." Su Xiaofan had no choice but to charge towards Master Su once again. The two then fought again. Not long afterward, but a furious roar was heard from above the firmament, unbridled. Immediately afterward, a strong pressure descended into the sky. Master Su was overjoyed and laughed maniacally. The boss is here. You're finished. In the next instant, on the second floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a purple-robed old man suddenly appeared. His face was as black as a pot. The person who came was none other than the Wanbao Pavilion Qingzhou General Manager, Sun Jioda. Master Su knocked Su Xiaofan back with a punch and took the opportunity to say, "Boss, These two are going to cause trouble. Sun Jiota scanned the circle and ignored Grandmaster Su before turning his gaze to Su Yuan. His brows furrowed. He couldn't even see through the other party, so he didn't immediately make a move, but instead held back his anger and spoke. Who are you? And why did you come to my Wanbao pavilion to cause trouble? Su Yuan continued to look at his son's side of the situation. With the lessons of the last time, this time naturally have to be more careful. Experience to experience. But if you really want to hurt the bones that cannot be. Hearing Sun Jiota's question, he also just said with disdain, you don't deserve to know who I am. And as for making a scene, it was your Wan Baoge that bullied people too much first, and you still have the nerve to come over and ask me? Sun Jiota's frown deepened as Su Yuan's tone made him uncomfortable, but he still suppressed his anger and said, we can talk things over. Su Yuan sneered, negotiate? If you have the strength, you can discuss it, but if you don't, I guess I'm already dead now, right? When had Sun Jiota ever been mocked like this? He broke his defense a bit for a while. I came here to solve a problem and have spoken to you in peace. Your Excellency, don't bully me too much. If you really wanted to solve the problem, you didn't come to ask me in the first place. You looked for him. Su Yuan pointed at Grandmaster Su and continued. Alright, if you don't want to die, shut up old thing and don't disturb me from watching the battle. Sun Jiota couldn't hold back any longer and killed towards Su Yuan. Your Excellency is actually so ungrateful. So go to hell. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in the void a few thousand meters above Qingzhou City. The two figures transformed into two residual shadows, one green and one purple, constantly intersecting in the void, their speeds pushing the speed of sound. A moment later, Sun Jiota flew hundreds of meters backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood with several broken teeth. He covered his face, his eyes full of disbelief, obviously just fought back and forth. How to feel that the other party has become stronger in an instant. He roared angrily at the green shirt in midair. You demon! What kind of demonic magic did you use? Su Yuan was speechless. I was just warming up. Do you really think I can't beat you? Honestly, this guy is a bit of a dish. It was only a little bit better than the young family's kid's protective granny, and more than a star and a half worse than that young family's grand elder. To kill him, Su Yuan didn't even need to use his sword. This made him lose interest all of a sudden as well, and he directly said, you can go to hell. With those words, he killed Sun Jiota. The latter was startled, and after hesitating for a split second, he clenched his teeth fiercely and crushed a jade pendant at his waist. In a flash, the figure disappeared into thin air. Su Yuan smacked his lips as he felt the fading spatial fluctuations. This teleportation distance is a bit outrageous. It's directly transmitted to the imperial capital. Sure enough, the people of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion still have something. In the next instant, Su Yuan's figure reappeared on the second floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, glancing at Master Su, who was already dead beyond death, and then looking at his son, who was in a bit of a mess. He opened his mouth. Not bad. How does it feel? Experiencing this kind of evenly matched battle for the first time. Su Xiaofan was a bit scared and subconsciously said, I feel like it. It's better to keep a low profile from now on. Lately I always feel like I'm dancing on a tightrope. It's irresponsible for my life. Su Yuan was momentarily speechless, silent for a moment before saying, it's completely the opposite. Don't you understand, little fan? Su Xiaofan was puzzled. Understand what? Su Yuan said seriously. Sometimes you can tolerate, but sometimes you can't. Tolerate for a while to become worse. Take a step back and all will be lost. This time you are because you tolerate too much. Over and over again. Only to appear today's situation. Su Xiaofan was silent. That firm heart suddenly a little shaken. Panels popped up in front of your eyes. You have been bullied by a master alchemist. And you have two choices below. 1. A snowstorm of shame. Kill all those who have bullied you. Reward random battle skills. 2. Hold back and get through this crisis without bloodshed. Rewarded with 1 Purple Mansion Realm Cultivation experience card. Looking at the two options, one bright and one dark, his heart was once again firm. That's right, the only way is Gudo. After firming up this idea, Su Xiaofan changed the topic and asked, Father, where is that Wanbao Pavilion shopkeeper? Su Yuan glanced at his son, ran away. Su Xiaofan let out a long sigh. Father, we've provoked another big power. Su Yuan said, that's why you have to work hard and strive to succeed in joining the dear courtyard this time. Or else our father and son will probably be played to death when we arrive at the imperial capital. At those words, Su Xiaofan nodded his head gravely. Not long after, the father and son duo walked out of the Wanbao Pavilion. The night was late at the moment, but there were many prying eyes in the darkness around them. After all, this matter could be considered extremely big. The entire Qingzhou city had just seen the two powerhouses exchanging blows in midair. Su Yuan, however, ignored them and instead glanced at the 10,000 treasures pavilion behind him as he blasted out with a fist. Rumble! The huge building of the Wanbao pavilion collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins in an instant. Su Xiaofan glanced back and was dumbfounded. Father, this is. Su Yuan let out a light laugh. Anyway, he's already offended to death, so naturally he has to do something desperate. Su Xiaofan. Only after the father and son duo had left did a sound of a backward breath of cold air come from some dark corners. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did this fierce man come from to directly destroy the Wanbao pavilion? I just gotten word on my side that this father and son are from the Su family of Xuancheng. What? Xuancheng? How could such a ruthless man emerge from that hole of a place? Almost overnight, the fame of the father and son duo spread in Qingzhou at an extremely fast pace. A moment of fame. The next day, father and son stepped onto a spirit ship and headed straight for the imperial capital. Chapter 12. Boys have to protect themselves when they're out there. Cabin. In a double room, Su Xiaofan glanced at his father who was cultivating and said, Father, I'll go out and take a look. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, this son does not like to go out. Today is a change of temperament. Still, he nodded, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Only after Su Xiaofan left did he reopen his eyes and change to a comfortable position on the bed. Are you kidding me? Su Yuan, the protagonist of the system stream, said, Cultivate? It's impossible to cultivate in this life. Why bother tossing it when you can just lay back and be invincible? With this in mind, he opened the system panel and couldn't wait to say, System, collect the reward. Random reward extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate sword body. Innate sword body, a supreme physique for practicing the way of the sword. Almost instantly, Su Yuan suddenly felt that his comprehension of the Tao of the sword had improved by a large margin. Even the sword Tao divine ability Invincible One Sword had a completely new realization. Before, he wasn't actually considered a true sword cultivator, and without the Qingxian sword, he wouldn't even be able to execute sword techniques. But now, it's completely different. On the other hand, Su Xiaofan wandered around the huge cabin after walking out of the room. It took a while before he finally found a secluded spot. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, opened the system panel, and began to collect the bonus random battle techniques. The translucent panel in front of him began to flicker continuously, and finally a few large words emerged: Treading Fist, rank unknown. In an instant, all sorts of information about the stepping fist drilled into his mind. After reading through the information, Su Xiaofan was ecstatic. This battle technique is simply a bit of an anticlimax. The treading fist, which can instantly move a distance and strike the enemy directly, counts as an odd move, and the instantaneous distance was determined by one's own true essence reserves. In other words, he could possess an ability similar to the divine hidden realm's void teleportation right at the innate realm. Letting out a long breath, Su Xiaofan closed the system panel and prepared to go back. At that exact moment, a few fierce and strong men dressed in red came up to him. As they walked, several people knocked on the doors of the rooms on either side of them, continually hurting people outside. Su Xiaofan frowned and changed directions, heading towards another path, wanting to take the long way back. Unexpectedly, there were still a few vicious redcoats on the path, likewise driving away the crowd. He was just about to turn around and leave again when he was stopped by a red-robed man. Kid, if you don't want to die, cooperate obediently. Su Xiaofan smiled nervously and scratched his head. Okay, big brother. Then he joined the crowd that had been driven and hidden among them, and together they headed for the plywood. Su Xiaofan was puzzled in his mind, and after surveying the few terrified people around him, he locked his gaze on a big-bellied, brocade-clad fat teenager on his side. This teenager was the most composed of the few. Either he's in league with the redcoats, or he's a backer who isn't afraid of things. Usually this is the kind of person that knows the most. So Su Xiaofan opened his mouth in a low voice to get close. I'm Su Laosher. Dare I ask your name? This name is taken. The fat teenager muttered before he then said, My name is Zhang Hualong. Zhang is in Baolong Zhang. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, asked, So it's Brother Zhang. By the way, what's the situation under Brother Zhang's eyes? Zhang Huarong glanced at the red-clothed men behind him before saying, They are from the Red Clothes Society. The Redcoats? Su Xiaofan was a bit confused. Subconsciously, he asked, What is this Red Club? Zhang Huarong said with a look of contempt, You don't even know about this? The Red Clothes Society are bandits that roam around the Yangzhou area, doing jobs like robbing homes. Su Xiaofan was even more puzzled. As far as he knew, he was now on an official ship. Is this bandit so arrogant that the official ship dares to move? Why doesn't the court send troops to eliminate them? Zhang Huarong said, Because they have backers behind them, and they come from a big place. Su Xiaofan pursued, What backer? Zhang Huarong, on the other hand, shook his head and said, I can't tell you this, or I'll be in trouble. Su Xiaofan nodded. Understood, but I still have to thank brother for telling me this. I owe you a favor. Zheng Huarong glanced at the teenager beside him whose clothes were slightly tattered and didn't care much about the favor. While the two were talking, a group of people had already left the cabin and arrived on the large deck. At the moment the place was densely packed with people, and there were no longer any guarding officials and soldiers around, but many more red-clothed people who were maintaining the formation and policing the surrounding area. Su Xiaofan finally realized why there were so many cultivators on the ship, yet no one resisted. It turned out that these people had taken control of the shipguard formation. Under such a massive formation, if one wasn't a divine hidden realm powerhouse, then there was no chance of surviving at all. This left Su Xiaofan rather speechless. He realized that ever since he came out, trouble had started to flow, and it's getting more dangerous by the minute. At this time, at the bow position of the ship, a red shadow rushed up into the sky, and finally stalled in midair where everyone could see it, only to see that it was a demonic woman with a red dress and red hair and extremely fair skin. The woman's demonic red lips closed, but she spat out an icy voice. All of you should also know about my Red Clothes Association. Now all you have to do is to take out all the money you have on you. Don't hide it, or else. At the end of her words, the red-skirted woman smiled coldly. It was this smile that made the scalps of everyone present tingle. At the same time an old man took to the air and stared at the woman. What if my Yun family doesn't agree? The Yun family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, was also a family of merchants. On this ship, a large portion of the cargo was his Yun family's. If we lose it today, I'm afraid the family will lose a lot of money. As soon as the red-skirted woman heard the word Yun family, she looked slightly slower and said, we will only take 30% of your goods. Upon hearing this, that old man from the Yun family frowned slightly. If the other party took 30%, I'm afraid that this trip would be in vain. But after a moment of hesitation, the old man gritted his teeth and nodded. There's no way around it. People have to bow down under the roof. Immediately after that, there were merchants coming forward one after another, wanting to bargain, but without exception, all of them were blown to smithereens by the ship protection array. The 4 great families of the imperial capital, the Red Clothes Society, could not afford to be offended, but the others, how dare you bargain? The woman in the red dress sneered, and at this moment, Su Xiaofan below pointed at the red-skirted woman in midair and said to Zhang Huarong in confusion, Brother Zhang, who is this person? Zhang Huarong glanced at the woman, after which he quickly averted his gaze and said in an extremely quick tone, Red Clothes Society's chief ruler, Hua Wanxian. Hua Wanxian? Su Xiaofan silently memorized the name in his mind. After the red-skirted woman in midair's words fell, soon enough, there began to be red-clothed men searching their bodies one by one, or holding cloth bags for storage rings and the like. After seeing a red-clothed Hulk using those dark, rough hands to touch those white female cultivators all over their bodies, even every inch, Su Xiaofan actually didn't feel much. Even when those female cultivators screamed and were dragged into the cabin, he still didn't feel anything. As for heroes rescuing beauties, Su Xiaofan had always scoffed at such things, but upon seeing some big red man's hand brush over a man's crotch and buttocks, and holding that man up in the cabin as well, Su Xiaofan only felt creeped out. The world seemed to be crazier than he had ever imagined. One by one, people resisted next, but naturally the end result was not very good. However, Su Xiaofan soon realized again that of those who resisted, if they were from what appeared to be an extraordinary background, then at most they would be severely beaten, while those who are mediocre and have no background at all at first glance will have their heads chopped off and thrown off the spirit ship directly. He couldn't help but spit out to his recently befriended brother Zhang beside him. These bandits, why are they also engaging in this whole discrimination thing? Zhang Huarong rubbed his fat white face and mocked. This is natural, and this is precisely the reason why they can exist for so long. With so many people on board, so many sons and daughters of the great families, if they all killed them, and so many families united, the Red Clothes Society would have long since disappeared, Su Xiaofan said. So to speak. Zhang Huarong nodded. Then after taking a look at Su Xiaofan's looks, he suddenly sighed. So brother Su, I advise you not to do anything to resist later on. Even if they do something even more excessive to you, you have to hold it in. As the saying goes, there's no need to worry about the green hills. I may have a hard background, but in the end, I can only save myself. Su Xiaofan was silent. He suddenly felt that being too handsome didn't seem like a good thing. However, he was very grateful to this brother Zhang, whom he had just met, and although the other party could not help him, he had been kind enough to do so. Just then, a few lines of text surfaced in front of Su Xiaofan. You have been robbed and you have 2 choices below. 1. Seeing bravery, bravely resisting these bandits, becoming a warrior, Rewarding cultivation with an increase of 1 minor realm. 2. Honestly be a bitter man who gets robbed. Rewarded with cultivation increased by 1 great realm. This time, Su Xiaofan was not in a hurry to choose. After all, he was still very self-aware of his own face value. This is in case of A. At this point, Su Xiaofan no longer dared to think further. It was too terrifying. Chapter 13. Where did the mysterious strong man come from? Look, brothers, there are 2 superb ones there. A few red-clothed hulks, their eyes spitting flames, walked over to Su Xiaofan. Zhang Hualong sighed. Zhang Hualong's expression stiffened after scanning the circle, and he spoke extremely fast. Brother Su, did he just say 2 extremely good ones? Su Xiaofan nodded his head affirmatively. That's right, brother Zhang. Zhang Hualong continued. This one extreme product is definitely you. Then the other extreme product. Su Xiaofan seriously sized up Zhang Hualong for a few moments, then said, there are many tastes. Everyone has different tastes. For example, some people like women, some people like men, some people like skinny. Naturally, some people like fat. Zhang Huarong's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan said with some doubt, Brother Zhang, don't you have a hard background? Why are you worried about this? Zhang Huarong let out a miserable smile. The background is hard, but there are times when it is inevitable that some people will lose their minds and not care. Su Xiaofan looked at a few red-clothed hulks who were getting closer and nudged his mouth. You mean them? Zhang Huarong just wanted to nod his head, but he suddenly felt his buttocks being slapped, and he was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. But he still had a stiff upper lip and said, asterisk 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 asterisk, who dares to touch my old man? My father, Zhang Erniu. Behind him, a burly red-clothed bearded man hemmed and hawed. Zhang Erniu? You're from the imperial capital's Zhang family? Zhang Huarong looked proud. That's right, the bearded man then said. So what? It's not like we're hurting your life. Do you think your father would come to us, the red-clothes society, to fight for his life over something like this? After saying that, the bearded man said to the other few people around him, this is excellent. Allow me to savor it first. The skinny one is for you guys to play with any way you want. It's okay to die. The remaining few people nodded their heads smilingly, and headed towards Su Xiaofan with lewd smiles. Kid, don't move or I'll kill you. Su Xiaofan only felt a vicious chill run through his body, itching to break a few people into pieces. But for the sake of the system rewards, he held back for the time being and rushed at Zhang Huarong. Run, fatty. Although it was uncomfortable to be called fat, Zhang Hualong still made the instant decision to follow Su Xiaofan and run together. All the duo wanted to do now was rush into the crowd and hide away from these disgusting beasts. The bearded man rubbed his hands together and smiled lewdly. You don't say. It's quite amusing. Then, with a few men under his hand, he gave chase. On the other side, inside the cabin. Ugh. There seems to be someone else in here? Bang! The door of the room was suddenly kicked to pieces, followed by several large men in red rushing into the room. At that exact moment, Su Yuan collected his overpowering sword chi and opened his eyes, frowning at a couple of large red-clad men who had rushed into the room. He didn't say anything. A few of the red-clothed men did curse. Are you boy deaf? I told you to go out on the deck. You didn't hear me? Numbly take out all the good things in your hands, or else later on, a few grandpas will let you know how to write the word death. Robbery? Su Yuan roughly understood the situation, then glanced casually at a few people. A wave of sword intent then burst out from his eyes, strangling the few people in front of him into a pile of mush. With a cold snort, Su Yuan's figure instantly appeared at the bow of the ship. Only the deck was full of people at the moment, as well as a lot of obnoxious redcoats. The line of sight quickly swept across, and it was only then that Su Yuan saw Su Xiaofan, who was being chased by the red-robed men. In the crowd, when he saw that the other man was fine, he let go and let his son make a scene. After all, it's not a bad opportunity to practice. A truly strong person should climb out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Just as he was thinking, a strong wind accompanied by a flowery fragrance came from behind him. Su Yuan's figure instantly disappeared in place, reappearing several meters away in the next instant. He fixed his eyes toward the location where he was standing just now, only to see that there was a woman in a red dress standing playfully on the spot. This was a woman who was a combination of bewitching and icy cold, but Su Yuan was unmoved. What kind of beautiful women haven't you seen on TV in your previous life? The resistance is still there. The red-skirted woman similarly sized up Su Yuan, her frown deepening the more she looked, because she actually couldn't see through the other person at all. Ever since he had broken through the divine hidden, there were very few existences within the Great U territory that he could not see through. Right in front of me is one, and if I'm not mistaken, the other party just used void teleportation. In an area where space had been imprisoned by formations, it was still possible to perform such means. The opponent's strength is not to be described as high. but why hadn't I heard of this kind of expert before? Her mind was puzzled, which made her take the lead and speak up in warning. I don't know who your excellency is, but I'd advise you to keep your mind off of other things. Otherwise, under the ship guard formation, the divine hidden realm wouldn't be too good. Besides, offending my Red Clothes Society will definitely not end well. The Redcoats? Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, but didn't make a move. He was not afraid of the ship protection array. As for pity, it's even less likely. He just didn't feel compelled to do it yet, because essentially, the two don't have any conflicts, and he gets no real benefit from doing it. Just then, an old voice came from his mind. Elder, may come to a gathering in room A of the heavenly character. There is an important matter. Consult with each other. A message? Contemplating for a moment, Su Yuan's figure once again disappeared in place. Hua Wanxian's good-looking eyes narrowed into slits as she attempted to track this aura with the ship protection formation. However, since the figure had disappeared, she could not sense a single trace of it again. This made Hua Wanxian's heart, which was already slightly rippled, even more uneasy. Anyone with such an uncontrollable factor under their nose would not be too calm. With an annoyed wave of her hand, she ran over a couple of red-clad men behind her, and she proceeded to order them. Find, dig 3 feet into the ground and find me that man just now, and tell them to hurry up. If they're late, they'll be late. A few redcoats led the way. Hua Wanxian then once again came to midair and looked down, intimidating the crowd. Su Yuan's silhouette appeared outside room A of the heavenly character. Before he could knock, the door to the room had opened, only to see that there were several people sitting in the room, and all of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had an unassuming temperament. The one who opened the door was an old man dressed in a cloud-patterned brocade robe, and after seeing Su Yuan, he bowed and said, I, the 5th elder of the Yun family, have met senior. Seniors? Su Yuan glanced at the other party's half-whitened hair and didn't comment. Meanwhile, the rest of the people in the room had odd expressions. Although the Yun family's 5th master's cultivation was not strong, his business skills were unrivaled in the world. The status in the Yun family was also extremely high. They have more or less business dealings with this 5th master. When have they ever seen him groveling so much, and to a youth so young? Yes, although Su Yuan's actual age was already in his 30s, his appearance remained in his early 20s due to his cultivation. That's what makes these people a little bit contemptuous. Su Yuan, however, didn't care, but looked at this 5th master of the Yun family with amusement. What's the matter? The Yun family's 5th master once again saluted before saying, My Yun family has too many goods this time and they are of great value. The Red Clothes Society wants to go for 30% without doing anything. Please help my Yun family once more. Senior. Su Yuan just laughed and didn't say anything. Help? Without any benefit. Why should he help? These days, it's hardest to be a good person. The Yun family's 5th master also seemed to understand this and spoke directly. I would like to cede this 30% to senior. If seniors don't want the goods, they can also exchange them for more portable gold coins, and my Yun family owes senior a favor. The moment these words came out, everyone present, including Su Yuan, were somewhat shocked. This amounted to approximately 30% of the Yun family's losses still remaining, and an additional favor to be owed. Why would the Yun family still do this kind of money-losing business? And such words were still coming from the mouth of the 5th master of the Yun family who refused to suffer. It makes no sense, Su Yuan asked with a frown. It doesn't seem like you're doing your Yun family any favors by doing this, does it? The 5th master of the Yun family shook his head and laughed. Behind the Red Clothes Society is the Flower family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and the Flower family has always been at odds with the Yun family. At those words, Su Yuan remained a bit puzzled. If they don't deal with it, why do they only want 30%? And since that Flower family is one of the 4 great families, and how could you be associated with an organization like the Redcoats? The Yun family's 5th master sneered. My Yun family is also one of the 4 great families. If they really dare to do that, they are jeopardizing the fundamental interests of my Yun family. Once that interest is moved, the 2 families will inevitably go to full-scale war. They naturally did not dare to go too far. As for that Flower family making such a maneuver, it is naturally in their nature to do so. The Hua family's old ancestor was originally a bandit before he followed Tai Zu to fight the world back then. At those words, Su Yuan's heart was no longer in doubt. Thinking on the spot, he said, I'll do this favor. Master Yun Wu was overjoyed. Many thanks, senior. In the next moment, Su Yuan's figure disappeared in place once again. Meanwhile, several people in the room were dumbfounded. God's treasure? Chapter 14, the greatest powerful man in the world. Is he your father? It must be, or it couldn't have done this. Did we just miss something? That Red Clothes Society's chief helmsman is also a divine hidden, and they control the ship guard formation. Do you guys think you can win the fight? Hey, guess it didn't work out. At this time, Master Yun Fifth came in coldly. That senior just now was surnamed Su. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the people present changed drastically. It's the father and son who destroyed the Wanbao Pavilion last night? I saw him fight with boss son, and the latter lost in a complete defeat. This S is at least in the middle stage of divine hidden cultivation. I told you we were missing something. What's right now? Why don't I offer 50% so he can help me secure those goods as well? It's too late to estimate. Repent. Master Yunwu took these words into his ears, and for some reason his body felt a sense of relief. What the hell is your excellency up to? Bow. Hua Wanxian's expression was extremely ugly at the moment, because that mysterious powerhouse had just appeared again without a sound. The green shirt had its back to her and seemed to be gazing out at the scenery 10,000 meters below. At those words, he also didn't turn around, but faintly said, I'll protect the Yun family. Hua Wanxian's eyes narrowed. You're from the Yun family? Su Yuan turned around and said, No, I just took their favors. Hua Wanxian's face pulled down. So your excellency wants a fight? Su Yuan shook his head. If you don't move the Yun family, I naturally won't. Hua Wanxian let out a cold laugh. Give you face? With the ship protector formation in her hand, she was not panicking at all. In an instant, a curtain of light lit up around them, followed by a bolt of lightning carrying a monstrous might that slashed down towards Su Yuan's head. Su Yuan, however, only glanced at the lightning, and a wave of sword intent invisibly twisted the lightning into pieces. Hua Wanxian's expression stalled. That lightning bolt would have taken some effort even if she had faced it alone. The other party, however, diffused it so easily. Moreover, what she felt just now was extremely genuine, and the other party did not use true essence. It's something that's even more terrifying than true essence. So much for the legendary intention. This thing, was profound and unfathomable, but once it was comprehended, it could elevate one's battle power. The more powerful the intention, the more pronounced the enhancement would be. Hua Wanxian couldn't distinguish what meaning the other party had comprehended, but there was no doubt about it. It's strong. She suddenly kind of regretted doing it. The other party was more terrifying than she had ever imagined. But, there's no turning back from the bow. Hua Wanxian killed directly towards Su Yuan. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand, with a slender blade and a blood-colored groove running through the entire body of the sword in the middle. Swordsman? Su Yuan was slightly surprised, but the next moment he shook his head. Those who used swords were not necessarily swordsmen because the other party did not cultivate the way of the sword. His figure appeared on the side of Hua Wanxian, a hand slashing towards the other party's neck. So fast. Hua Wanxian's pupils shrank as he quickly mobilized the power of the formation. Yet he was still hit and spat out blood as he flew backwards. Su Yuan let out a light laugh and said, Such a good sword is wasted in your hands. Then, he intended to directly kill this woman. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the distance. Father, help! He subconsciously looked over and saw that Su Xiaofan was currently being chased by a dozen or so red-robed men. Su Yuan's eyes lit up instead of being angry. Although the system didn't trigger the quest this time, it seemed like a good opportunity. Gotta get my son to see more blood. It's too early to step in yourself. Anyway, this time he was sure he was in control of the situation. After thinking about it, he said to the red-skirted woman who had just stood up, Come on, let's continue the battle. This time when he made a move, he deliberately withdrew 3 points of force. The battle situation naturally changed from absolute crushing to Su Yuan having a slight upper hand. Hua Wanxian was a bit puzzled. The other parties seemed to have gotten weaker, but it's good. Her mind gradually began to come alive as she glanced at the fleeing teenager in the crowd. It's a father and son. If I take the lead in capturing my son, then naturally I can use my son to threaten this mysterious strong man. With this in mind, she spared her serious injuries and pointed at Su Xiaofan and said in a cold voice, Capture him alive. In a flash, a group of red-robed men chased towards Su Xiaofan, and Su Yuan gave a symbolic cold snort. Seek death. Below, Su Xiaofan was speechless. Zhang Huarong by his side, on the other hand, glanced at the green shirt in the sky and said in surprise, That's your father? Su Xiaofan nodded helplessly. Zhang Huarong's face was a bit ugly. Your father is an absolute powerhouse? What's it called? Pretending to be a pig in a poke? Brother Su, you've hidden so much from me. Su Xiaofan glanced at the red-robed people who had almost formed a red sea behind him, his footsteps accelerating by a few points, his breath rushing out. Brother Zhang, you didn't ask before either, didn't you? Zhang Huarong then said, Brother Su, quickly ask your father to save us. Su Xiaofan was a bit speechless. I shouted, Can't you see that my father is entangled? He can't get out of his way now. Zhang Huarong's expression was desperate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then we're finished. Su Xiaofan was surprised. Aren't you from the Zhang family in the imperial capital? A young master like you doesn't go out without an escort of old grandparents or something? Zhang Huarong had a constipated look on his face and was silent for a moment before he said, I sneaked out. Just then, an old man in red descended from the sky and stopped in front of the two. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, if you don't want to break your arms and legs, then bind your hands. Seeing this, Zhang Hualong directly laid down on the ground. Su Xiaofan glanced down in confusion. What are you doing? Zhang Hualong's expression was unprecedentedly desperate. The Lingkong realm powerhouses have all made their moves. We've fallen today. When he said that, he shouted, I am a member of the Zhang family. With that, the eyes closed directly. He wouldn't lose his life anyway is all. As for modesty, it's definitely not as important as life. Su Xiaofan was silent. Opening the system panel, he stared dead at the second option. 2. Honestly being a bitter man who was robbed. Rewarded with cultivation increased by one major realm. He couldn't help but mourn in his heart. There was no hope for Lingkong. Then, the divine demon refining chi skill was in full operation, and the savage ox turned open. Boom! The powerful aura shifted Zhang Huarong's burly body across several meters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Huarong opened his eyes, then froze in place, looking at Su Xiaofan, whose body was covered in black and white lines. Pretending to be a pig in a poke? He forced a swallow before he was unsure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Su, you're in the innate realm. Su Xiaofan didn't have the time to pay attention to him at this time, but instead stared vigilantly at the old man not far away. In front of him blocking the road was Lingkong, while behind him was a bunch of red-robed people with varying cultivation levels. Extinction. There is no way to get to the top, no way to get to the bottom of the desperate situation. However, Su Xiaofan's heart was not filled with the slightest bit of despair, but instead was filled with anger. Who did I, Mr. Su, invite? You dogs? You had to come over here to get me in trouble, didn't you? Well, that's good. Chapter 15 This kind of father. Please give me a dozen. A few breaths later, Su Xiaofan spat blood and flew backwards. The old man in red snorted coldly. Kid's got good talent. If I had waited a few more years, I might not have been a match for you, but right now, you're no match for me, he said, glancing down at where his chest had collapsed. You'd better hand over the battle technique you just used, or I'll have to make you see the old man's methods. At the same time, above the sky, Su Yuan, who had noticed the situation on his son's side, had a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Once again, he threw a punch towards Hua Wanxian. The latter laughed coldly and held his sword against it. However, in the next moment, the human swords flew out backwards together. In the air, Hua Wanxian spat out a mouthful of blood, then slammed down hard on the ground, and the sword in his hand also stuck on the floor next to his head. She tried to get up again, but her body was out of control. There was no way to even burn essence blood and forcefully use void teleportation. How is that possible? Why did it suddenly get stronger again? She was full of incredulity. At that moment, Su Yuan had already come to his side. From the side of her head, the sword with blood-colored grooves and an overall airy red glow was held in her hand. Su Yuan's hand brushed over the spirit sword, and a sword sound resounded through the heavens and earth. It was as if it was this sword that was crying out in delight. The innate sword body can make all swords submit. Holding the sword in his hand, Su Yuan looked down at the woman and said, What is this sword called? Blood continued to gush out of Hua Wanxian's mouth as she stared despairingly at the green-shirted Dao. Sword name. Flower Morning. Morning Glory? The moon sets in the flower mornings. Su Yuan pondered over the name for a moment, then shook his head. It's too unpleasant, let's call it Blood Slaughter from now on. The blood-killing sword once again trembled to emit a sword sound, as if it was expressing its satisfaction with the new name. Hua Wanxian stared at the sword incredulously. This sword has a spirit? She had used this sword for several years and killed countless people, but she had never known it. Su Yuan laughed. All swords have a spirit. It's just that you're not worthy of letting him recognize his master yet. With those words, a sword chopped down. Flower Wanxian, the fragrance is gone. It was too late for pity. The next moment Su Yuan's figure had already appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. At this time, the red-clothed old man was ready to make his move, but the sudden appearance of another person next to him still froze him in place. You, Su Yuan frowned. Who did you just say you would make life worse than death? The red-clothed old man felt the aura of the green-shirted man in front of him and shivered in fear. After a quick glance at the bodies in the bow, he was even more vapid. There's no Master Chief. However, before he could kneel down and kowtow, Su Yuan had already struck his sword. One sword chopped the old man into two. There is not even a chance to kneel down in front of a strong man. The old man in red, who was completely missing from the waist down, lay on the ground, twitching. After a few breaths, he stopped moving. He actually bled to death. Looking at the old man's corpse, Su Yuan felt some emotion. Even if it was the Lingkong realm, it would still die so easily. Again, it was nothing more than flesh, mortal flesh. He clearly knew that even the divine hidden realm was actually not that far off. I just don't know if cultivating to the purple mansion will result in a little more vitality? While thinking, Su Xiaofan staggered up and came to Su Yuan's side, similarly glancing at the old man before saying, "Father." Su Yuan then asked in his heart, "How are the injuries?" Su Xiaofan opened his mouth after feeling it for a moment. "It's a bit serious, and you definitely can't do it again for a while, or you'll be left with a dark wound." "That bad?" Su Yuan's face darkened as he slashed his sword with anger towards the already dead old man in red. The body was crushed into a mess of flesh by the sword chi. Dead or alive? Su Xiaofan. On the side, Zhang Hualong saw this scene and envied it a little, wanting to cry. "This kind of dad, please give me a dozen." At this time, Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Follow me." Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, but still followed. Only as he walked away, he picked up a spatial ring in his hand from the puddle of flesh and mud on the ground. Since being out of town, he's really come to understand the importance of money. It's just too much pain to have no money. Su Xiaofan, who had already had enough of being poor, naturally developed the habit of touching corpses. As Hua Wanqian's fragrance died, the cultivators on the ship began to organize a revolt. More and more people are gathering to go head-to-head with the redcoats. For a while, the deck was filled with the sound of shouting and killing. Ignoring the chaos, the father and son duo went straight to room A of the heavenly character. After knocking on the door, Master Yun Wu immediately opened the door. When he saw Su Yuan, his demeanor was no longer just respectful, but instead began to fawn. That battle just now. He watched the whole thing without blinking. The admiration for this one's strength had been overwhelming. Inside the room, the attitudes of the other merchants who had been sheltered by the Yun family directly turned humble. Su Yuan, however, ignored them and instead directly addressed Master Yun Wu. "Let's discount 30% of the Yun family's goods directly to me. And if there's a sacred medicine for healing, bring it to me through and through." Master Yun Fifth nodded. Then after ordering it down, he looked at Su Xiaofan again and asked, "Elder, who is this?" Su Yuan said, "My son." Master Yun Wu's eyes lit up and he smiled. "So it's little friend Su. Don't worry little friend, there are quite a few good things amongst my Yun family's goods, and I'll be sure to let little friend recover quickly." Su Xiaofan just smiled and nodded his head, somewhat unable to understand what the few people were saying. It took a long moment of contemplation to come up with a general, and soon, a wide array of various healing pills and herbs were carried out. Even the aura in the room was elevated a bit. For his part, Master Yun Wu handed a few storage rings to Su Yuan Dao. "Here are the rest of the discounted gold coins, and some of the thank you money raised by some merchants. Thanks to Elder Su for helping them recover their losses." Su Yuan nodded his head and was not polite, collecting it along with the pills and herbs. This caused Su Xiaofan, who was on the side, to look on in awe. Is it so easy for a strong man to make money? However, he appears to have gotten rich straight away. If it's his father's, isn't it his? Before Su Xiaofan even ate the elixir, he felt that this leg didn't hurt anymore and his arm wasn't sore. No one can imagine the thrill of a poor family of two with an instant multi-million-dollar fortune. The key thing is that the money is coming in the right way, so you don't have to worry about it. Soon, father and son were respectfully escorted out of the room, and the Yun family was kind enough to arrange 2 new superior rooms. After returning to his room, Su Xiaofan immediately collected his cultivation. In an instant, his aura was plucked up another layer, from the early innate stage to the middle stage. However, to his disappointment, the injuries didn't recover directly after his cultivation increased. He had no choice but to honestly swallow pills to slowly heal his injuries, and outside the window, there would be shouts of murder from time to time. However, Su Xiaofan was still at ease. Anyone who had a strong person living next to them would be as at ease as he was. I don't know how much time had passed when there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Su Xiaofan frowned and got up to open the door. He saw Zhang Huarong standing outside the door with a wretched face and multiple injuries on his body. Su Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. "Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Hualong then complained. "Su Laoshi, we've experienced life and death together, right?" Su Xiaofan nodded seriously. "That's right." Zhang Huarong continued. "Then are we considered brothers?" Su Xiaofan nodded his head once again. "That's for sure. You and I have met each other through life and death. We are definitely brothers in life and death," Zhang Huarong said with a sad and angry face. Asterisk. "Then how did you manage to run here to enjoy your own happiness, not caring if your brothers die or live?" At those words, Su Xiaofan scratched his head with an embarrassed face and hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, come in quickly. Tonight you and I, brothers, will sleep against each other. Chapter 16, To Pretend. You have to pretend to be a peak undefeated. Imperial capital. Spirit ship docking point. 6th Imperial Prince Li Po's gaze was incomparably apprehensive. Looking at these bigwigs who usually didn't show him any respect, his feet were indisputably trembling a little. There's no way around it. One aura is too strong. If it wasn't for Ranli behind him holding him up, he would probably have been lying on the ground already. At the same time, he was as incredibly puzzled as the rest of the uninformed. All these big shots, why are they all here? Yang Wuxi coming here is still justifiable because that senior surnamed Su killed the Yang family's eldest elder. This blood feud must be accounted for. But what was the reason for the Flower family, the Yun family, the Zhang family, and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to come here? Especially that pavilion of 10,000 Treasures owner, who was also holding a knife. This is clearly not a waiting list. Li Pa couldn't help but look at his teacher, Ranli, and whispered, Teacher, what's the situation? Ranli smiled bitterly and shook his head. We'll have to wait to find out. The people I sent out to spy on the news haven't returned yet. Li Pa only nodded and waited up patiently. Without any effort, 1,000 paper cranes flew over and landed on Ranli's hand. When I opened the 1,000 paper cranes, I saw small letters written densely on them. Soon, Ranli finished reading the message. His face turned incredibly ugly. Seeing this, Li Pa was a bit puzzled. What's wrong, teacher? Ranli handed him the note, his voice shaking a little. Read it yourself. Li Pa took the note and read it as well in passing. The more he looked at it, the darker his face became, until it was as black as ink and charcoal. Taking several deep breaths in a row, he then spoke with difficulty. This is crazy. Ranli nodded approvingly. Yeah, no one else. It's not even enough to offend the Yang family to death. But he also destroyed the Wan Baoji East branch in Qingzhou City. In the back, he even directly killed the Red Clothes Society's chief helmsman. Who doesn't know that little girl is a member of the Flower family? There is indeed no one else. There is no one else in Dayu who dares to do this. Li Pa could only laugh bitterly. The Su family father and son. How is this considered an enemy of the world? At that time, who would have thought that this pair of father and son would be so fierce? Ranli sighed. What? Regret? Li Pa shook his head and said helplessly. Things have come to this, we can only go one way. Ranli said approvingly. Not bad. After all these years, you still learned something. Li Pa continued. Only that Zhang family, the Yun family, what is it for? Ranli shook his head. Depends, it's not revenge seeking anyway. Li Pa rubbed his temples. Teacher, I don't feel like my brain is quite enough anymore. Ranli said. It's fine. Go back and eat a few more pig brains to make up for it. Li Pa was a bit speechless. Teacher, this is not the time for jokes. Ranli, on the other hand, said, the more times like this, the more calm you have to be. Li Pa's force in rubbing his temples increased by a few points. What do you say to this father and son? How do they deal with the next situation? Ranli said. Unsurprisingly, certain death. Li Pa, however, said, I think that Senior Su is very strong. Ren strikes away. Strong indeed, but it depends on who you're facing. The cultivation levels of Yang Wufei and that pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were both unfathomable. The Flower family ancestor was at least a bright card, but he was also a peak divine hidden powerhouse. Even if Su Yuan can handle one, but with 3 people joining forces, it's estimated that he'll be seconded. Li Pa suddenly said, Teacher, what if you make a move? Ranli was silent for a moment before saying, You think too highly of me. Li Pa continued. No, I mean the clan behind you. Ranli said without hesitation. No way. Even if I agree, they won't offend the Yang family's Flower family, or even the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, for the sake of an unrelated person. Upon hearing this, Li Pa said somewhat disheveledly, That's ruined. Ranli, however, said, Not necessarily. Do you think that Su Yuan is a cutie? Li Pa thought about this question for a long time before shaking his head. Not at all. Ranli continued. So, do you think that he doesn't know the consequences of what he did? Li Pa didn't hesitate to say. That goes without saying. Cutie. No at all. When the words left his mouth, Li Pa froze in place, then rejoiced. That's right, little cutie. How could a strong person like Elder Su not understand the consequences of something that they all knew? Moreover, after doing such a thing, he actually had the audacity to strut around and come to the imperial capital on a spirit ship. There are only 2 possibilities. First, Elder Su is a dumbass. Secondly, Elder Su had a backhand. Or rather, he had absolute confidence that he could set it all right. The first point has been ruled out, so only the second is possible. With that thought, Li Pa looked up. only to see that in the distant sky, a huge spirit ship was rapidly coming this way. Su Yuan stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the endless imperial capital buildings in the distance with some emotion in his eyes. This world didn't have the technology of the previous world, but in terms of productivity, there was nothing to say. Within the imperial capital, there are all kinds of tall buildings and countless anti-physical buildings. It's a sight for sore eyes. Su Xiaofan, who was on the side, was even worse, live and let live the look of a countryman in the city. This caused Zhang Hualong, who was on the side, to look contemptuous. Look at you. Don't worry, when we get to the imperial capital, your brother Zhang will take you on a wave. Once Su Xiaofan heard this, he hastily shook his head and said, "It's better for us to keep our distance." Zhang Hualong was a bit puzzled. "Why?" Su Xiaofan said seriously. "I'm an honest man." Zhang Huarong said suspiciously. "Are you sure you're honest?" Su Xiaofan said confidently. "You will never find anyone more honest than me in this world." The corner of Zhang Huarong's mouth twitched. "Let's trust you for once." While the two were talking, the Yun family's fifth master also came to the bow of the boat, his gaze somewhat worried. There was a moment of silence before he said to Su Yuan, "The Red Clothes Society escaped many people yesterday, and the Flower family presumably has gotten the news." Su Yuan was extremely calm as he opened his mouth indifferently and asked, "What is the identity of that Red Clothes Society's chief helmsman?" He felt that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. After all, a divine hidden realm that young was really rare. As expected, Master Yun Wu sighed. "That one is the successor that the Flower family is fully cultivating. If Senior kills her, he is already immortal with the Flower family." Su Yuan was unconcerned. "It's just a Flower family. I don't put it in my eyes yet." Indeed, having already offended the Yang family and the Wanbao Pavilion to death, one more Flower family would do no harm. Master Yun Wu was silent. He looked to the Su family son, trying to see the other man's horrified expression. He was soon disappointed. This father and son, both surprisingly calm, helpless, he could only sigh and leave. Soon only father and son were left in the bow. Su Xiaofan's gaze looked towards the imperial capital in the distance, guilt in his eyes. "Father, it's all my fault." Su Yuan glanced at his son without moving, his heart mixed. He's actually the one who should feel guilty, but there's a lot he can't talk about. There are always secrets that need to be hidden for the rest of your life. Patting his son's shoulder, Su Yuan smiled. "You didn't do it wrong. I know you've never wanted any trouble, but for a change, trouble keeps finding you. If I had to say you were wrong, Fan, the only thing wrong with you is that your fists aren't hard enough." Rumble. With a loud bang, the spirit ship landed steadily on the ground under the control of the formation. The atmosphere in the clearing suddenly turned solemn. Lippo was so nervous that his palms were sweating. "It's coming. What follows is likely to be a 1-2-3 fight for the ages." Although it was expressly stated that the use of force was not allowed within the imperial capital, violators are beheaded. But don't forget, these people in the room are the rule makers. They can completely ignore everything. Ranli was already prepared. As soon as he moved, he would take Li Pa and run straight away. This kind of fight between powerful people, a Yue is not even something that Li Pa can eat. At this moment, the huge spirit ship had completely stopped. Su Yuan stood at the bow of the boat, looking down at the several waves of people in the clearing, and said to his son, "I'll go down first, and you can follow when it's safe." Su Xiaofan frowned. "Father, I'll join you." Su Yuan let out a light laugh. "You're not qualified enough." Then, a kick. Again? Su Xiaofan was dumbfounded as his body flew out backwards, and for a moment, he was kicked so hard that he couldn't stand up. A decent leg kick there by Su Yuan. Of course, at most, there would be some superficial wounds. Definitely not injuries. Then, his figure directly appeared in the open space in the distance. After scanning the circle, Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. "Kid, how are you here?" Li Bao made a bow and smiled. "Naturally, I'm here to pick up the dust of Senior." As the words left his mouth, Li Pa felt a killing intent envelop him. It's young invincible, looking at him, but soon, the killing intent was dispelled by Ranli, who was relieved. Su Yuan glanced at Li Pa and nodded in satisfaction. He knew the other man was standing up to the pressure. At this time, Yang Waoxie, who was dressed in a Confucian robe, asked in a cold voice, "Your Excellency is Su Yuan?" Su Yuan nodded. Yang Wufei then continued, "Where is my Yang family's grand elder?" Su Yuan faintly said, "Dead, dead without a body." Yang Wufei laughed coldly and nodded. "Good, very good." But he didn't do it right away because he knew there were other people seeking revenge today. The next person to open her mouth was a middle-aged woman dressed in red, with a grim gaze and a lingering charm. At the helm of the Flower family, Flower Enchantress, the Red Clothes Society's chief rudder master, Hua Wanxian. "You killed him?" Su Yuan said bluntly. That's right, it was me, and I left her corpse intact. He. Hua Enchantress didn't open her mouth again, only smiling sorrowfully. At the same time next to her, an ink-clothed old man with an icy face said, Qingzhou Wanbao Pavilion, you destroyed it? Master of the Wanbao Pavilion, Chang Tianshui. Su Yuan glanced at the knife in his opponent's hand. It was a superbly honed blade, but he remained unmoved and spoke faintly. It's me, right? Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the other two. A white-clothed, white-haired old man with an aura like an exiled immortal, and a middle-aged man in a short shirt. He roughly guessed the identity of the duo, being able to stand with the Yangs and the Flowers. It was estimated that one was from the Yun family and the other was from the Zhang family. Talking with the Yun family's fifth master these days, he naturally knew roughly some of the things in the imperial capital along with the details of the four great families. The Yun family is a merchant family, and the Zhang family is a loyalist of Daiyu. Still, he smiled and asked, both of you, are you here to seek revenge as well? The white-haired old man smiled and shook his head. I'm just here to pick up the goods of my Yun family. Su Yuan did not believe it since it was unlikely that this kind of vulgarity would be done by the Yun family's family head himself. It was assumed that the other party had come specifically to see the play. However, he didn't care, but instead looked at the big, burly man again and said, And is your excellency here to seek revenge? The big man shook his head. I'm just here to pick up my son. Su Yuan smiled and nodded a little. Then his gaze blazed as he looked toward the Zhang family, the Flower family, and the Wan Bao Gokomers. Faintly, he said, one by one, or all together? In the next moment, the Qingxian sword appeared in Su Yuan's hand. Horrified sword intent erupted in full force, filling the heavens and earth. This time, it was no longer just the sword intent that erupted from the Qingxian sword, but Su Yuan himself. He himself is a sword, the sharpest sword in this world. When it is sheathed, the sharpness is kept in, and when it is sheathed, the sharpness is revealed. Asterisk. A swordsman. The crowd was dumbfounded. The three people who were locked by the sword intent were even more numb. He's a sword cultivator. It was also a sword cultivator who had cultivated sword intent. What's the concept of a sword cultivator? In the whole of Daiyu, there has never been a sword cultivator, because only in the Middle Earth continent, where martial arts were more developed, did sword cultivators exist. It was unlikely that a small, remote place like Daiyu, with its nooks and crannies, would ever come into existence. Moreover, sword cultivators were likewise extremely rare even in the Middle Earth continent, but there is no doubt that they are beyond terrifying, because they are invincible in battle. Crossing the ranks to kill the enemy is like eating and drinking. The Flower family, once upon a time, had searched for a place where a sword cultivator had fallen. The old ancestor of the Flower family back then was killed by a sword intent that had survived for an unknown amount of time. This past event was known to the top echelons of Daiyu, and right in front of him, there stood a sword cultivator alive. They finally realized why this bastard dared to be so arrogant. Yang Invincible signaled the two beside him with his eyes. Which one of you will go first? The Wanbao Pavilion master quietly put away his sword, and the eyes of the Flower family's helmsman began to flutter. Although the opponent's cultivation was weak, he was a sword cultivator, with no clear idea of each other's strengths. It's a matter of who's on first and who's the cutie. For a while, the scene was surprisingly a bit awkward. The most excited person in the arena right now was undoubtedly Li Pa, who felt like he was dreaming. It's like going to a casino and winning tens of millions of gold coins a day. Today was undoubtedly the most correct decision Li Pa, had ever made in his life. There's nothing wrong with standing up to Elder Su. The son is a genius demon and the father is a supreme powerhouse. This wave, win hemp. However, just when Li Pa was excited, a majestic aura suddenly enveloped the entire scene. The crowd looked up in unison, in one direction, only to see four Lingkong Realm Palace maids, carrying a dragon carriage, speeding towards the side. Crowd? Chapter 17. This father and son, both of them are demons. Li Pa had been dumbfounded. There was a bit too much hilarity today. It was just as well that the four great families were at the helm and that the pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was there. How is it that his dear father, His Majesty the Emperor of Daiyu, has come over to join in the fun? Just as the crowd froze, the dragon carriage had steadily stopped on the ground. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Father. The crowd saluted in unison. In front of this Emperor's Majesty, even a haughty person like Yang Wufei had to bend down. In the room, only two people didn't move. One was Chang Tianshui, the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion. He didn't need to salute. Even the Emperor was not qualified to make him salute, because behind him stood the court of 10,000 treasures. The Great Yu Wanbao Pavilion was actually nothing more than a branch of the General Pavilion, and the General Pavilion of 10,000 treasures. Even in the Middle Earth continent, was a giant on one side, so he has a bottom line. The other one is Su Yuan. He himself really wasn't a fan of royal power. Of course, there was no need to expect someone who was a dragon slayer to have any reverence for imperial power. Su Yuan gazed straight ahead, surveying the dragon carriage. Through the gauze tent, a figure could be vaguely seen lying lazily on the soft couch. There were a few other figures around, pounding shoulders and pressing legs and feeding fruit, each doing their own thing. He couldn't help but smack his lips. What an evil feudal society. At that moment, a loud and refreshing laugh rang out, followed by the opening of the gauze tents on the dragon carriage from both sides. A middle-aged man with lazy eyes and wearing a profane shirt and pants was seen walking out. The middle-aged did not have the majesty that an emperor should have, but instead appeared to be somewhat prodigal and frivolous. It doesn't look like an emperor in any way. Instead, it's more like a middle-aged dude who's still accomplishing nothing but having fun. He also didn't have an emperor's frame, and didn't blame Su Yuan for not being respectful. Instead, after glancing at the crowd, he waved his robe and smiled. Today is so lively, there's no need to be so polite when you're done. All get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd thanked them before straightening up. At this moment, everyone's eyes are a little puzzled. I don't understand what the emperor is doing here. To be honest, this is definitely the strangest emperor in the history of Dayu. You won't find any royal majesty in him, but it was such an emperor who ruled over Dayu for a full 60 years, and it has also allowed the country to flourish. Simply bizarre. By this time, this oddball emperor had arrived in front of Su Yuan, looking up and down carefully. After a while, he rubbed his chin and asked, "You're Su Yuan?" Su Yuan was also sizing up the emperor and didn't reply, only nodding. It's no longer a lack of deference. It's a direct statement that tells everyone, the emperor? No different from ordinary people. In fact, Su Yuan really didn't need to care too much. After awakening his innate sword body, his strength skyrocketed by several steps. There was no problem at all with chopping people across a large realm. So don't panic in the slightest. And because from the invincible one sword, he had comprehended the invincible sword intent, he's become more courageous than ever. Even if the person standing in front of him right now was an immortal Buddha, he dared to swing his sword. But surprisingly, His Majesty the Emperor still wasn't angry, but somewhat curious. Do you have another genius son named Su Xiaofan? I've heard that he's only 15 this year and he's already reached the realm of the innate. Can I see it? Let me see what kind of supreme demon has come out of my Dayu. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment. Then his figure disappeared in place. After 3 breaths, it reappeared. Only there was a handsome teenager in his late teens by his side. At the moment, the teenager's expression was a bit confused. Instead, the emperor spoke softly. You are Su Xiaofan? Su Xiaofan glanced at the middle-aged man wearing profane clothes and pants in front of him with a somewhat odd expression. You know, in Dayu, going out in profane clothing and pants is the modern equivalent of going out in just your underwear. Still, Su Xiaofan nodded his head in agreement. While His Majesty the Emperor kept his gaze on Su Xiaofan, the more he looked, the deeper his frown became. He realized that he couldn't even see through the cultivation of a little kid. That's odd. The Emperor then came to Su Xiaofan's side and grabbed his wrist. This action caused Su Yuan to frown slightly, but he quickly stretched, because he could sense that the Emperor did not have a killing intent. The Emperor, on the other hand, was a bit surprised at this time. Mid-innate. At these words, the entire room went silent. The gazes of each and every bigwig were all fixed on Su Xiaofan. 15 years old in the middle of the innate stage? This kind of genius would be considered outstanding even if it was placed in the legendary Middle-earth continent, right? This Su family father and son. How come the big and small ones are all so demonic? It's outrageous. And at this moment, Su Xiaofan had completely lost any good feelings towards this pervert in front of him. I've worked hard to hide my realm, so you've pushed me into the limelight with a single word? This is a pussy. He doesn't want to pretend. He shook off the Emperor's hand and then retreated behind Su Yuan, not even wanting to stick his head out. This action made the crowd even more silent. Sure enough, what goes around, comes around. This father and son both have no deference to the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor smiled awkwardly, then nodded. Worthy of being the future pillars of my Dayu, with character. The moment these words came out, Yang Wufei, Flower Enchantress, and even the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion didn't look too good. It's clear that the Emperor wants to preserve the father and son, and no one who the Emperor wants to protect dares to be unwise enough to move, at least on the surface. No. However, the Emperor's next words caused the hearts of several people to sink straight to the bottom. The Emperor looked at Yang Wufei with a smile and said as if he was chatting about family matters, if it isn't Yang Qing, I heard your family lost a dog the other day? Yang Wuxi nodded with a leathery smile. Indeed, the dog has been in my Jan's family for some years, with great affection, but it has never been found. The emperor sighed. That's an old dog. 2. Guess he knew he was going to die and didn't want his master to see sadness. So it should be hard to find when you've gone off on your own. But I have a lot of dogs on my side, so I can send you a few pups when the time comes. The corners of Yang Wuxi's mouth twitched, but he still said, if you can't find it, forget it. The emperor nodded, then looked at the Wanbao Gu Pavilion master with a curious expression. I heard that old Sir's Wanbao Pavilion in Qingzhou collapsed? Chang Tianshui also said with his face twitching. I think it was torn down by thugs, and I'm looking for those thugs these days. The emperor, on the other hand, shook his head and said with a displeased expression, what does the old gentleman mean by that? Do you think there are still outlaws in Daiyu under my rule? Chang Tianshui was silent. The emperor continued, the guys must have cut corners when they built it. Of course, this is also my responsibility. How about this? I help you rebuild a bigger one? The emperor gave enough face, and Chang Tianshui could not say anything else, so he had to say, Your Majesty has a point, but I still have a small fortune, so I won't trouble your Majesty with your efforts. The emperor smiled and nodded, then didn't bother to look at Hua Enchantress, but looked at Su Yuan. I heard that you killed the chief helmsman of the Red Clothes Society? Su Yuan had been silently watching the show from the sidelines, wondering what kind of drama this emperor was going to pull. I didn't expect to name myself. Still, he said, that's right. The emperor laughed. Good killing, good killing. Ah, I've long looked at that Red Cloth Club as unpleasant. Su Yuan, you deserve credit. I'll have to reward you for that. The flower demon rouge on the side of the room's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when she heard the emperor's words. That's pointing her out. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was a bit speechless. Why did this emperor always like to speak in a roundabout way? The meaning in a sentence. I guess the average bad head would have to ponder it for half a day. At this time, the emperor tapped his brain and said, then I'll reward you with a set of mansion. You don't think I'm stingy. Imperial capital house prices are very expensive. After thinking about it, Su Yuan finally decided to accept the emperor's gesture of goodwill. Then thank you, Your Majesty. He still didn't salute, just verbalized a thank you. At these words, the emperor inexplicably laughed a little more. Laughing, he didn't say any more and got into the dragon carriage and left straight away. Only when the shadow of the dragon carriage could no longer be seen in the sky did Zhang Wuhu's few people leave with a cold snort. There was no way around it. His Majesty was no longer bailing people out, but rather backing up Su Yuan. In that case, they would be even more afraid to act rashly. And it wasn't until then that Su Xiaofan asked with a shocked face, pointing at the sky, Father, that pervert just now, is he the emperor? Su Yuan nodded. Su Xiaofan had a look of hopelessness on his face. Chapter 18, Imperial Capital. The Su family. Queen's bedchamber. The emperor laughed out loud and stepped inside. At this moment the dignified Empress Sun was lazily reclining in a rocking chair reading a book. Empress Sun. Features, skin white and red, eyebrows like a painting, even without powder. It is difficult to hide its beauty. The most honorable man in the world should possess the most beautiful woman in the world. It was the emperor's idea. And he, too, did. At this time, Empress Sun asked with some curiosity, why? What has made you so happy? Empress Sun was his younger sister when he was young and studying under a master. The two are deeply attached and have nothing to say to each other. The emperor didn't hide it and smiled. Today I have found a fine body, but at the age of 15, I have even broken through to the innate realm. Empress Sun was slightly surprised. There is such a genius? The emperor smiled and spoke. Not bad. If you use the sex secret method and occupy this kind of body, you can definitely go further. Saying this, the emperor paused before saying, but it's a bit troublesome. The father of this body is a sword cultivator. Hearing the word sword cultivator, Empress Sun was startled and sat up. Sword cultivators are rare even in the Middle Earth continent. Could it be someone from the sword sect? Speaking of the sword sect, Empress Sun's body began to tremble again. Sword sect, even in the Middle Earth continent, that was the topmost power. The forces behind them were no match for the sword sect. The emperor, however, shook his head. No, I've already investigated. It's just a bumpkin from a small place. As for the sword cultivation inheritance, it should be obtained by chance. There's not much backing behind it. Upon hearing this, Empress Sun sighed in relief. The emperor continued, but the trouble is, we can't make up our identities well, and if we want to take over the body, then we will have to make that body my son and proceed to sit on the throne before we can do so. Such a great piece of the country. The emperor does not want to give up. Empress Sun, on the other hand, comforted. There's no rush. When the time comes, we'll kill that sword cultivator first, then we'll just use some small means to take this son over. The emperor thought for a moment, then nodded. Also, there's no rush, and I have plenty of experience with this sort of thing. Empress Sun blankly glanced at the emperor and said, "This time, I finally found a foreign name, so I don't have to wreak havoc on those sons of mine." The emperor laughed. "This shell of yours is beautiful, but the son you gave birth to is not very talented." Empress Sun pouted. "Then this time, you shall not find me a better one." The emperor laughed out loud while being dishonest in his hands. According to you, according to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's time to go. His Majesty's birthday banquet is in a few days, and you still have a lot of things to be busy with. Hearing Ranli say this, Li Pa could only nod helplessly. Then he came to the father and son and arched his hand and said, "Elder Su, Brother Xiaofan, I have important matters on my side, so I'll leave first." Su Yuan nodded his head to indicate that he knew, while Su Xiaofan looked surprised. "How did you know that my name is Su Xiaofan?" He had since remembered this eccentric teenager who had a brief encounter in the cave. Only it wasn't his real name that he gave at the time. Li Bao smiled. "My name is Li Bao, the sixth prince of Great Yu." Su Xiaofan figured it out in a flash. If the other party was a royal prince, then it was needless to think that the previous encounter was definitely not a coincidence. It's naked pulling in. In other words, he had just entered the imperial capital and had already been marked as the sixth prince. Su Xiaofan kind of couldn't help but gather his sleeves. However, Li Pa had already disappeared like a whirlwind. At the same time, a scream rang out not far away. Hearing that the voice was somewhat familiar, Su Xiaofan turned his head to look. However, he saw a big man, who was lifting up Zhang Huaron's obese body as if he was carrying a chicken. The other hand wasn't idle, but kept agitating and hitting both halves of those thick-ass cheeks. The incitement snapped and beat the fat. Zhang Huaron, on the other hand, kept begging for forgiveness. "Father, I was wrong. I won't dare to run away from home next time." The big man then said, "You don't have a chance. I have to break your legs today." The scene was a bit of a disaster. And when Zhang Huarong saw that begging for mercy didn't work, he directly changed to begging for help. "Su Laoshi, help!" Su Xiaofan twisted his head and turned a deaf ear. The big man, however, threw away the Zhang Hualong in his hand, then came to Su Yuan and patted his chest. "My name is Zhang Erniu. I heard my canine son say thanks for saving my brother's life. In the future, if there's anything you need, just come to me." Su Yuan was a bit surprised. The fact that the other party knew that he had offended so many people, but still dared to say so, was evident of his character, though he probably didn't need any help himself. Su Yuan smiled. "It's just a small matter, but I'm a father and son for the first time. Our two families can take care of each other." Zhang Ernia nodded his head and said seriously, "That's natural." Then after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Ernia dragged Zhang Hualong away like a dead dog. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaofan was a bit thankful. "Have a good father yourself." At this time, the fifth master of the Yun family came to the two of them with the helmsman of the Yun family, Cloud Indistinct Crane. Master Yun Wu was the first to speak. "Senior, this is my big brother." Hearing the word senior, Cloud Indistinct Crane was a little embarrassed. Su Yuan then said, "Fellow Daoist need not think much. You can talk about each. I'll let you, fellow Daoist, laugh at me." Yun Miaohe smiled and handed over the deed to the room in his hand, then said, "This is the residence that His Majesty the Emperor has just rewarded and told me to hand over to you." Su Yuan took it, and after saying a thank you, he took his son and left straight away. Master Yun Wu frowned and said, "Big brother, this kind of good opportunity, shouldn't we pull it together?" This Su Yuan can be a sword cultivator. He felt like his big brother was confused. Yun Miaohe, however, said, "Don't bet so easily, observe again. After all, this father and son duo had offended too many people. And I think that with this Su Yuan's character, I'm afraid he'll cause even more trouble in the future." Xiao Wu, remember, investing is not about how strong he is now and what potential he will have later. The main thing has to be the nature of the person. So for now, we just need to maintain a friendly relationship with him, not hostile. At those words, Master Yun Wu stroked his chin and thought. Imperial capital. Outside a mansion that covered dozens of acres of land, a eunuch was waiting with a group of palace maids. When he saw a youth in a green shirt with a white boy with a clear brow walking over, the eunuch took 2 steps forward, head held high, and asked in a shrill voice, "But Su Yuan, Su Xiaofan's father and son?" Hearing this, Su Yuan said, "Yes." The eunuch, on the other hand, continued, "These palace maids were rewarded by His Majesty, and from now on, they will belong to the house of Su." Su's house? The father and son were a little puzzled. Then he saw the eunuch point to the plaque in front of the vermilion door and said, "This is the plaque given by His Majesty's royal hand." The father and son duo looked over, only to see that a plaque had already been hung at the entrance, and the words Su Mansion were written in big, hot gold letters. Then Su Yuan nodded his head and looked at the one gorgeous-looking courtesan again, saying to the eunuch, "I don't want these courtesans. Send them back." At those words, the eunuch who had been looking calm was incredulous. His eyes widened in anger. "This is His Majesty's reward. It's a dragon's grace for your Su family." Su Yuan, on the other hand, was a bit speechless. "He gave it to me. I don't want it. Is there a problem?" The eunuch burst out, daring. This bold roar came out as if it had started a chain reaction, and one by one, those palace maids knelt down. Su Yuan, on the other hand, directly slapped him with a slap. The slap wasn't very hard, but it wasn't something a eunuch could take yet. The latter screamed miserably and tumbled out sideways, and when he landed on the ground, his mouth was full of teeth that had already fallen out. Su Yuan walked into the Su mansion with his son, and a faint voice came from far away, "Wipe the floor or die." Then, the door to the Su mansion room closed, and the eunuch, frozen in place for a long time, aggrieved, wanted to howl out. Dry eunuch dry for so many years, who saw him shall not bow. When have I ever suffered such aggression? But in the end he held back. Kneeling, he wiped the blood from the floor with his sleeve and carefully picked up his fallen teeth. It couldn't be helped. Su Yuan's last sentence really scared him. He didn't doubt for a second that the other party really dared to kill him, and he had heard of the other party's reputation. So this visit even broke the custom of not asking for money. But I didn't expect it to end up like this. All he could do was to add to what had happened today and tell the emperor about it, then silently looking forward to the day when the Su family would be unlucky. Su house is the entrance to the winding corridors, steps under the stone diffuse into the tunnel, and rockery, can be described as magnificent to the extreme. The father and son, however, did not care much, and went off to clean up the yard and the rooms themselves. Su Xiaofan asked thoughtfully as he cleaned up his room, "Father, not wanting those courtesans was because I was afraid they were the emperor's eyes, but beating that eunuch was because of what?" Beating the eunuch was purely a matter of looking at him. Su Yuan glanced at his foolish son in surprise. Today's son, his IQ seemed to be a little higher. After a long silence, Su Xiaofan decided to skirt around the topic and said, "Father, since we've already received the emperor's patronage, can I not be exempted from joining the Direct Spelling Academy?" "No," Su Yuan said seriously. "You think they'll let us go that easily? Don't think so naive. They just don't dare to do it in the open. But secretly, they have a million ways to get us father and son killed." Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled as to how his father, who had always been arrogant, had become cautious, so asked, "But father, aren't you a sword cultivator? I saw today that they all seem to be quite afraid of you." Su Yuan sneered. "Sword cultivator? What do you think a swordsman is?" A sword cultivator was nothing more than a powerful cultivator. Being powerful doesn't mean being invincible. If we really fight today, I'm not sure I'll win. The only one your father and I can see through is the one from the flower family, and the remaining two, their cultivation level may be higher. One-on-one might have a chance of winning. 3 together, and next year's day will be the anniversary of your father's death. He deliberately exaggerated things. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan also realized the seriousness of the matter and made no further mention of it. He had joined the Deer Academy not just for himself anymore, but also for his father. He knew he was a liability. Only after obtaining the shelter of the Deer Hunting Academy could his father completely let go of his hands, not to look ahead and worry about his well-being. Chapter 19, Goodbye Shangguan Chouyue. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This was the most peaceful few days Su Xiaofan had ever spent in this period of time. No one somehow looked at him the wrong way. Not to mention the Yang family and the Hua family coming over to seek revenge. All he had to do was stay honestly in his room and cultivate, then wait for the day of enrollment in the Deer Academy to arrive. If he could, he wished that such days could last longer. But, on the morning of the 3rd day, there was an unexpected visitor. That's right, it's that damnable 6th prince. If you make a list of people he hates, the name Li Pa, then, must be at the top of this list. That's why when he opened the door, Su Xiaofan's face was unpleasant. He said coldly, "What is it?" Li Ba was unconcerned and said with a smile on his face, "Is Senior Su available? I have something important to discuss." Su Xiaofan skimmed his lips. "Follow me." Walking through the winding corridors and stepping over the small stone paths, it was only before he reached the courtyard that Li Pa continued to speak. "Brother Xiaofan, I didn't mean to deceive. I actually wanted to save you at that time, but I didn't catch up," Su Xiaofan said with a cold snort. "There is no need for more words. I don't really want to get too involved with you. I just want to be an honest person only. The battle of royal power. Don't want to participate," Li Pa said helplessly. "Brother Xiaofan, we're in the same boat after all. We are all enemies with the Yang family. Even though you're not on good terms with me, it doesn't change anything. That's the position. And it doesn't change based on personal likes and dislikes. Su Xiaofan's tone calmed down as he spoke. I naturally know that. I don't need you to remind me of that. I just simply look at you with displeasure. Li Po was silent. It was in this long silence that the two had arrived at the front yard. Su Yuan was seen sitting under a large acacia tree at the moment, meditating with his eyes closed. Li Bao sighed. Is senior's cultivation this hard on a regular basis? Su Xiaofan said. Wasting sleep and food, day and night. Li Po was a little ashamed to think of himself. Surely, there's something to be said for being strong. At this time, Su Yuan had opened his eyes and looked at Li Bao and asked, what is it? Li Po took out an invitation from his arms and respectfully handed it over, saying, Senior, this is the invitation to His Majesty's 80th birthday. If Senior is interested, you can bring Brother Xiaofan along. On one side, Su Xiaofan was a bit surprised. The Emperor is 80 years old? Li Po smiled and said, Resident. Su Xiaofan smacked his lips. Having money is good. At this time, Su Yuan smiled and said, I won't go. Little fan. You go. Su Xiaofan hastily shook his head. Don't. I'm not going. Su Yuan's expression turned serious. Little fan. Do you think that this is just an unimportant banquet? Su Xiaofan was puzzled. Isn't it? Su Yuan shook his head. Naturally not. Su Xiaofan continued. What is that? Su Yuan said seriously. Our father and son have offended too many people and too hard. But there are only two of us after all. We're gonna have to pull some people in to stand with us for that to happen. His Majesty's birthday banquet, at which time all the powerful and noble people of the whole of Dayu are bound to gather. It's a good opportunity. It's your job to pull these people together. Even if they can't be drawn in, then they must still have some goodwill towards my Su family. Su Xiaofan was stunned by what was said and slowed down for a long time before speaking. No, Dad. Wouldn't it be more effective for you to go to something like this? Su Yuan took out his Qingxian sword and stuck it on the ground. An invincible sword intent that would rather bend than bend and be invincible, filling the heavens and earth. Then he pointed to the sword and said, Sword cultivators, they can't do these things. It will affect the Tao. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched, and Su Yuan had already stood up and patted Su Xiaofan's shoulder, solemnly saying, Little fan, my Su clan has to rely on you now. After saying that, Su Yuan put away his sword and returned to his room. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, fell into silence. On the side, Li Bao then cautiously asked, Go, not going? Su Xiaofan sighed and asked, Where will it be held and when will it start? Li Bao rejoiced. Imperial City. Today at the 11th hour. 100 days. Su Xiaofan stood in front of the gates of the Imperial City, and a few lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. You attended the Emperor's birthday banquet. Below you have two choices. 1. Become the center of attention of this birthday banquet and be rewarded with one lingering Sky Realm experience card. 2. Keep a low profile until the end of the birthday banquet. Rewarded with 1 miles of teleportation talisman. Su Xiaofan felt like he had to mete out a wave of ruthlessness even more this time. The 10,000 mile teleportation talisman. This could be another life-saving card. As for the first option, he couldn't care less. The first option is all garbage, and he had a feeling that it wouldn't be hard to live this time. After all, there were so many big names at the banquet. It would be difficult for him, a small person, to become the center of attention. It's a reward for nothing. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan took out his invitation and handed it to the guard at the door. The guards didn't show any slack because Su Xiaofan was plainly dressed. Instead, their faces were piled with smiles. Who doesn't know that these days those real big shots, the real worldly teenagers with backgrounds, all like to play the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Therefore, the more ragged the clothes, the more the guards dared not be slow. Even the body searches were specifically called out to the palace maids. Su Xiaofan opened his arms, feeling the two pairs of small, soft, boneless hands, roaming around his body, his face blushing slightly. Su Xiaofan, you're actually still alive. However, just at this moment, an angry roar came from not far away. Su Xiaofan twisted his head to look, a little speechless for a moment. It was no one else who opened the mouth. It was none other than Yang Feiyun. Su Xiaofan pressed on, not wanting to pay attention to him, twisting his head and walking away. However, at this time there came another chorus. Stop. This time the one who spoke was not Yang Feiyun, but Su Xiaofan's ex-fiancée, Shangguan Qiuyue. Sighing, Su Xiaofan twisted his head impatiently. What the hell are you two up to? At the same time, there were already many people who were attracted by the scene in front of them and stopped to watch. Shangguan Qiuyue didn't care and said with an angry face, Su Xiaofan, I already made it clear to you last time. We're no longer engaged. Why do you even bother to dwell on it? Is this fun? Su Xiaofan was directly confused. Why hadn't he realized before that this woman was so shameless? so he took out the invitation and said, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't follow you. I was invited here by the 6th prince." Shang Guanqiu snorted. "Su Xiaofan, how unnecessary. In order to follow me, you actually forged an invitation?" Su Xiaofan was completely silent. Yang Feiyan erupted his innate realm aura, his eyes showing a fierce light. "Today is His Majesty's birthday banquet, so this young master will let you go today. But boy, after today, you will die." At the same time, a gasp went up from the surrounding crowd. "That Yang Feiyan from the Yang family? How old is he? And he's actually in the innate realm? This is the next invincible Yang. I'm afraid the Yang family will have to be glorious for another generation." At those words Yang Feiyan smiled smugly. Ever since the last time he was defeated, he had closed himself up, and with the help of the Yang family's huge resources, he had been cultivating like crazy, until the breakthrough to innate. Now, what ability do you, Su Xiaofan, have to be arrogant in front of me? In terms of background, you can't compare to my old man. In terms of strength, you're still no match for me. Even your fiancé is mine. Yang Feiyan sneered in his heart. Then like a victorious general, he held Shang Guanqiu's small, soft, boneless hand. Greeting the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, he walked into the gates of the imperial city. Shang Guanqiu turned around at this time and glanced at Su Xiaofan, who was standing in the crowd with a calm face, as if she was watching a joke. At the same time, the trace if any remorse in his heart swept away. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, looked at the backs of the two breathlessly. After waiting for a few moments, he blended in with the crowd and entered the banquet. Chapter 20. The old father's relief that his son is finally making a name for himself. Walking across small bridges, stepping over flowers, Su Xiaofan wandered aimlessly through some of the open and remote areas of the imperial city. He specialized in picking less crowded places to avoid the crowds. As for the mission that Pops had explained, he had long forgotten it to the skies. The rewards of the system are the main thing right now. As far as making friends and pulling strings, that kind of thing is risky. As a qualified member of the Go Dao, Su Xiaofan naturally wanted to make sure that nothing was wrong. Besides, if the Su family is really in any danger, as long as he had a 10,000 mile teleportation talisman in his hand, wasn't it better than anything? These days, if you rely on a mountain, the mountain will fall, and if you rely on a man, he will run away. Help! Help! Suddenly, while passing through a forest, Su Xiaofan heard a cry for help if nothing else. By the sound of the voice, it should be a woman. Su Xiaofan didn't know what danger the woman had met, and he didn't care. Turning a deaf ear, he turned his head and walked away. A hero who saves the day? It doesn't exist. Little cutie. That's what I'm talking about. However, before he could take 2 steps, several burly armored men in iron armor stepped out of the darkness, stopped in front of him. At the head of the group, the man with the most burly figure said in a cold voice, "Boy, what did you just see or hear?" Su Xiaofan pretended to be puzzled. "What are you guys talking about? I can't understand." The stout man was a bit suspicious. Then he said to a man beside him, "You take the path the boy just took and walk it again." The armored man nodded and walked through. The lanky man asked, "What did you hear?" The armorer said truthfully, "I heard a cry for help." Su Xiaofan's expression stiffened. The burly man then sneered, "Kid, how dare you lie to me?" Su Xiaofan smiled sarcastically and continued, "This big brother, I think we can discuss this. Just pretend you've never seen me. I will never tell anyone about this today. What do you think?" The lanky man shook his head. Directly, "No. You have to die today. If you don't, the moment anything happens, we'll die." With those words, he brought his men and directly raised his gun to kill Su Xiaofan. Army formation. Su Xiaofan's expression stared up. As far as he knew, it was scary. The Su family in Xuanqing then had a military formation, and a few Hotian cultivators could hit the air with their military formation. The cultivation level of these few people were all at the peak of Hotian, and the one at the head was even an innate. It's a little tricky. Su Xiaofan didn't dare to take it lightly and directly exploded his entire cultivation. However, after opening the Savage Bull transformation, Su Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. It was because he realized that the increase in power he had received had doubled in strength. It's simply horrible as hell. He directly rushed towards the big man at the head, wanting to harden the military formation. A fist blasted out, and the burly man at the head directly flew out. The military formation instantly collapsed. The remaining few Hotian cultivators were simply not enough to look at. Settling these people in 3 tries, Su Xiaofan clapped his hands and wanted to leave. "Stop right there." Su Xiaofan twisted his head to look, only to see a man with a disheveled head, ragged clothes, and an indifferent expression. He said helplessly, "What is it?" The man said, "If you dare to say anything about today, you will die." Su Xiaofan despised the man and said, "Don't worry." Then he turned to leave. And the man was enraged by the look. Pulling out a knife from his boot, he stabbed towards Su Xiaofan's back waist. Su Xiaofan simply turned around and kicked the man directly with a back kick. For a long time, the man did not move again. Su Xiaofan came to the man in surprise inside his nose. Dead. Su Xiaofan opened his mouth, a little speechless. Based on the sensing just now, the other party was at least a Hotian realm cultivator. That kick Su Xiaofan deliberately collected some force, but I did not expect the other side could not even get a foot. I really don't know if this cultivation is too watery, or the body is too weak, or both. At this time, another disheveled woman came out of the woods. Women are beautiful. Just the traces of undried tears in the corners of my eyes, as well as crying red eyes and 2 slat marks that were extraordinarily visible on her face. Adding to this beauty, a bit of brokenness. Su Xiaofan hastily withdrew his gaze after taking a glance. Because the woman was hanging on to only a few pieces of rags, she could only barely cover some of her private parts. This scene gave Su Xiaofan, who was still a child, a great shock. At that moment, the woman, however, looked at the corpse on the ground with horror and disbelief. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan's heart tightened as he asked, "Who is this person?" The woman's face shifted and finally said, "It's nothing, just a prodigal denizen." Then she made a bow and said, "Daughter Duanmu Ro, thanks for saving your life. May I ask your name?" Hearing this, Su Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief and said, "The line does not change. I am Su Laoshi." Su, honest? Duanmu Ro's expression was a little odd. The teenager in front of her didn't look very honest. However, she was still a bit puzzled and asked, "I remember that there is no big family surnamed Su in the imperial capital?" Su Xiaofan got up and waved his hand. "It's just a small family," he said, turning to leave. After it, Su Xiaofan left. Duanmu Ro didn't leave, but crushed a talisman in her hand and waited quietly in place. A few moments later, a middle-aged man rushed over in a hurry. Zhang Kai then panicked and asked, "Xioro, why are you here? What's going on here? Who did this?" Duanmu Ro directly said, "Failed." At those words, the middle-aged man's concern disappeared and his face turned ugly. He asked, "What's going on?" Duanmu Ro said, "There were some accidents, and at the critical time, a teenager passed by and saved me. Damn it, it's that bastard who sabotaged my Duanmu family's grand plan." The middle-aged man's face was black and purple. After a long time, the middle-aged calmed down a little and said, "Do you still have your virginity?" Duanmu Ro lowered her head and said, "Not anymore." The middle-aged man said with a sigh of relief, "It's good to be gone. Even if you can't catch everyone in the act, there's still room to flow. Don't worry, Zoe, Dad will help you become the crown princess, and even help you get to that queen's seat. At that time, my Duanmu family will be the 5th largest family in the imperial capital." Duanmu Ro didn't say anything, her head lowering even more. The middle-aged man asked when he sensed something was wrong, "Where is the prince?" Tuanjiu moved out of the way. When the middle-aged man saw the body on the ground, he was shocked and sat on his butt, trembling. ********. The prince is gone? Who the hell dares to kill the crown prince? Is he crazy, or am I crazy? I don't know how much time had passed, but the middle-aged man got up again and asked with a trembling voice, "That passing teenager killed it?" Duanmu Zoa nodded. The middle-aged man gasped, "What's his name?" Duanmu Ro oddly said, "Su honestly." The middle-aged man sneered. Duanmu Ro, however, said, "Father, what next?" The middle-aged man glanced at his daughter with some pity. If it wasn't a daughter's body, with this determination alone, the position of helmsman of the Duanmu family in the future would definitely be hers. But there was no way around it. She was a woman. A woman would be ineligible to inherit the Duanmu family. It's customary. Sighing, the middle-aged man said, "This whole thing is a pain in the ass. The prince is dead and can't be hidden. His Majesty will inevitably investigate then. And once the investigation reaches our family, then my family, the Duanmu family, will be the end of an extinct family. Even if we didn't kill the crown prince, we escaped involvement with his death. Even if His Majesty spares us, the young family that supports the crown prince will definitely not let us go. Therefore, this matter must never be allowed to involve my Duanmu family. We'll just have to find a backstabber." Duanmu Ro said thoughtfully, "Father, you mean that teenager?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right, we can only use him to take the blame. And, we have to kill him right away and never let him spill any details." The two conspired in low voices in the woods, and at this moment, on a big tree in the sky, Su Yuan listened with interest. He had actually been following Su Xiaofan. With his current strength, naturally no one could discover him. "Originally, I was afraid that my son was swinging for the fences and wanted to take advantage of the situation. but I didn't realize that my son had made a big deal out of it himself instead. The prince is all ate up. It doesn't take much thought to realize the consequences of killing a prince of a dynasty. It must be surrounded by the entire Dayu dynasty. However, Su Yuan didn't panic in the slightest. That's exactly what he wants. Both feet on the leaves. Su Yuan looked up at the extraordinarily full moon and was satisfied in his heart. The son is finally making a name for himself. Chapter 21. You all bully honest people, don't you? Su Xiaofan came directly to the vicinity of the palace where the birthday banquet was held. The place is crowded at the moment, but there was no way around it. He didn't want to have to deal with what had just happened again. In fact, he still had a few apprehensions in his heart at the moment. The man he killed must have had a background. And with a background comes an investigation. And once that's done, the beautiful woman named Duanmu Ro appeared in Su Xiaofan's mind. Then shook his head. The other side figured they wouldn't expose him. After all, he was the one who saved her. Even if you don't return the favor, you should at least keep it a secret, right? Thinking so, Su Xiaofan soon met an acquaintance. Of course, meeting in this manner, Su Xiaofan felt a bit awkward, only to see that at the corner of the palace, a fat man was being beaten by a group of worldly children of about the same age. At this moment, Su Xiaofan was actually a bit thankful. It's a good thing I didn't agree to hang out with this guy before, or else I would have gotten my share of this beating. Hesitating for a moment, without affecting the system mission, Su Xiaofan still decided to step in and help. After all, it's also a lifelong friendship. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan directly walked up and shouted, "Big brothers, don't be impulsive." A few richly dressed teenagers looked over. The beaten fat man also looked over and burst into tears. A teenager wondered, "Who the are you?" Su Xiaofan pointed at Zhang Hualong and said, "I'm his friend. Maybe give face? Saving face?" A couple of teenagers' expressions playfully rose, and one asked, "What family are you from?" Su Xiaofan arched his hand and said, "Su clan." The teenagers looked at each other in disbelief. "Have you heard of the Su family?" The crowd shook their heads. A man sneered, "Who the hell is the Su family? Want this young master to give face?" Su Xiaofan said seriously, "Our Su family just came to the imperial capital not long ago." The crowd laughed at the words. Only Zhang Huarong, looking at these people, couldn't help but feel pity. The Su family, can he not know if others don't? These days, whoever offends the Su family is out of luck. The Su family, father and son, are ruthless. At this time, a few sons of the world's families stopped laughing and directly rushed towards Su Xiaofan. But the next moment, they flew back at a faster speed. Zhang Hualong stood up with a carp. First, he hemmed and hawed towards Su Xiaofan. Then with a pair of big feet, he ruthlessly stepped on the face of each of the worldly sons. He stomped the heads of these people into the hard mud before he stopped. Then he said with a choked voice as he hugged Su Xiaofan, "Luckily you came in time, brother Su, or else I would have been beaten to death." Su Xiaofan forced open his embrace and proceeded to walk as he did so. "Brother Zhang, you're mixing it up too badly, aren't you? Aren't you a member of the Zhang family, the young master of one of the four great families of the imperial capital, and you're being beaten up on the street and no one cares?" Zhang Huarong followed inside. "My Zhang family is thin, and I for one have few friends, so naturally no one cares. As for my father, he thinks that young people are bloodthirsty, and that such things are normal, and all he knows is to let me work hard on my cultivation." Su Xiaofan had some sympathy and couldn't help but say, "It's okay brother Zhang, there's a brother me when something happens in the future." Upon hearing this, Zheng Huarong was a bit touched, but he didn't say anything more. There are times when what's in your heart doesn't have to be said. It has to be proven by your actions. Anyway, this brother, he recognized. The two of them wandered along, and after about half an hour had passed, the banquet officially began. For a while, the sound of mellifluous music resounded. Of course, people with the status of Su Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong were not qualified to walk into the hall. They could only take their seats at the banquet table outside the temple and then watch the theatergoers dancing on the open-air stage synchronized with the temple. Not much more time passed before the dedication session began. This is a tradition of the royal family of the Kingdom of Dayu. Whether it's a birthday party or a wedding party, there's such a thing. Let some noble and powerful families offer gifts on this day, to show their submissive hearts and to manifest the royal dignity. Among the royal family, the nobler the status, the more families that came to offer gifts, the more powerful ministers there naturally were. And the emperor speaks for himself. According to the previous order, the first to offer gifts were the major royal princes and princesses, followed by the four great families, and then the powerful ministers and the slightly weaker families. This session is long, but it's also generally the most interesting, because what these people took out, every single thing, was a treasure of great value. Today, however, the session got stuck at the beginning. The eunuchs kept shouting loudly, please present the crown prince." After shouting several times in a row, his voice was dry, but he was late in seeing the prince. At this moment, the crowd, both inside and outside the temple, began to stir. On such a formal occasion, and being the crown prince, if anything goes wrong, he will definitely be severely punished. The crowd of princelings were now starting to have sweaty palms, and at this moment, Zhang Huarong was knocking on a melon seed while saying to Su Xiaofan beside him, "This prince, guess what? Later on, will be beaten up." Su Xiaofan was also getting high on melon seeds, but did look like he had little interest in eating melons. He didn't even want to say anything about the royal family. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Just stay honest today and finish your meal. At this time, Zhang Huarong suddenly pointed in a direction excitedly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at this. Su Laoshi. Su Xiaofan subconsciously looked over. In the next instant, stay where you are. It was a familiar figure. It was the woman named Duanmu Ro that he had saved not long ago. The woman didn't change into brand new clothes into her original form. Instead, they became more wretched, and the fabric on their bodies more sparse. Springtime between actions. This is perhaps the most crucial reason why she is notable. Duanmu Ro walked on the red carpet at the center of the banquet. She didn't wear shoes on her feet, revealing her slender toes and white insteps. She took one step up the cold steps, toward the brightly lit, ancient and solemn hall. The crowd's eyes greedily swept over every inch of her exposed skin. Like a hungry wolf, teardrops continued to roll down Duanmu Ro's face, but her footsteps remained unceasing. And among the crowd, there was much talk. Isn't this the jewel of the Duanmu family? What's wrong with her? It's not obvious that someone molested her. This is going to be a royal complaint. Which one of them is not afraid of death and dares to touch the Duanmu family's girl? Or on an occasion like this? There's 100 heads here, and they're not enough for him to chop. The old lifer eats arsenic. Looking for death this is. Along with the murmurs, Duanmu Ro had already arrived at the entrance of the main hall. She was stopped by the armorer. Instead of continuing forward, she knelt down. Her voice was incomparably cold as she said, "Duanmu Ro, there is an important matter, requesting to see His Majesty the Emperor." In the next instant, the lilting and cheerful music in the hall stopped. Then after a commotion, His Majesty, the Emperor of Dayu, appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. Today's birthday, this emperor still did not wear a dragon robe. Instead, he was wearing a loose Confucian robe, which showed a scholarly elegance, but the half-open garment was a little wild. At the moment, this emperor narrowed his eyes and looked down at Duanmu Ro, who was kneeling in front of him, and did not blame him. Instead, he asked lightly, "What's the matter?" Duanmu Ro bowed her head and made a long obeisance. Then his voice trembled and he began to tell. And as she told the story, the buzz in the room continued to drop until it was too low to drop. In the end, there were even countless people who began to suck in cool air. Some cried out in pain. Some sat paralyzed. Some were dumbfounded. Even those big shots who were usually high up in the hierarchy, all of them had a drastic change in color one by one. At the end of the day, even the reigning minister of state, Yang Wufei, couldn't help but break out in curses. "Are you demon girl crazy? How dare you talk nonsense here? Damn it!" Alas! Yang Qing calmed down. The emperor smiled and waved his hand, not changing his face to Duanmu Ro. "You are saying that someone is trying to do something untoward to you at my birthday banquet. And then my good son, the crown prince of the day, happened to be passing by, and so he pulled out his sword to help? And then the strength wasn't there and the outlaw killed him?" Duanmu Ro trembled. Her forehead pressed tightly to the ground, and she spat out two words with difficulty. Exactly. That said, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, deceiving such an emperor was terrifying. Duanmu Ro realized that even when she said that the crown prince was dead, the emperor remained calm. It's as if the one who died wasn't his son. This could be well analyzed from the emperor's tone just now, and that's when the emperor asked the most crucial question of all. "So, according to you, who was the man who killed my good old son?" Duanmu Ro took a deep breath and once again gathered her courage and said, "He said his name was Su Laoshi, but I suspect it was a fake name, but I knew him. I remember his face clearly. Even if he turned to dust, I would recognize him." "Oh," the emperor pointed to the crowd at the bottom, and the group of ministers behind him. "Then you will help me to find the murderer. And I would like to see what kind of person has eaten this bear's heart and leopard's gall." Duanmu Ro got up and swept her gaze across the group of ministers. All the ministers were afraid, but her gaze didn't linger. Instead she turned to look at the crowd at Her Highness. Soon, her eyes lit up, pointing in one direction. He said directly, it's him, Su Laoshi." The crowd, all of them, looked over. In the crowd, Su Xiaofan's gaze had lost focus. The corners of his mouth twitched furiously as he stared at the second option that went out in midair. How could this go wrong? Chapter 22. I'd like to see who dares to touch my son. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Su, what the hell did you do? Zhang Huarong was dumbfounded. According to the woman's words just now, this brother of his not only molested someone else's girl, but also ed the crown prince in the process. That's the prince, the future Chu ruler of Daiyu. Is it just a matter of killing? At this point, Su Xiaofan was also confused. Did I kill the prince? How, I don't know. After a long time, he forced himself to calm down and said, Brother Zhang, if I say that things are not like this, do you believe me? Zhang Huarong's gaze flickered. Then he nodded and said, Brother Su, I believe you. Then he thought for a moment and said, but you'll have to hang in there for a while. I'm going to go get my dad to come over and help. He's got important business at the barracks outside the city today. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Su Xiaofan looked at his back and was a bit touched in his heart. However, at this moment, he was already surrounded by a group of armored soldiers wearing golden armor. The Prince of Heaven's own army, the Feathered Forest Guards. This was definitely one of the most elite troops in Daiyu, as each and every one of them was in the Lingkong realm. As long as it was coupled with a battle formation, that strength was exaggerated to the point of being outrageous. Facing such an army, Su Xiaofan had no resistance at all. Once they resisted, it was nothing more than a death. So Su Xiaofan directly tied his hands. Soon enough, he was carried by a group of people and brought before the emperor. Su Xiaofan then suddenly felt that there was a very strong sense of fait accompli coming over him. He first glanced at the emperor. The emperor asked somewhat oddly, Your nickname is Su Laoshi? Su Xiaofan nodded. Having said this, the emperor fell silent and did not speak again, but waited in silence. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, looked at Duanmu Rou on the side and asked suspiciously, I saved your life. Why did you accuse me falsely? Duanmu Rou said spitefully. Shameless. Su Xiaofan's breathing unconsciously increased by a few points. Miss Duanmu, we shouldn't have had any previous problems, right? Duanmu Rou let out a miserable laugh and said, There's no overstaying? Bastard. You defiled me and you say you have no quarrel? I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. At those words, Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. He felt that this person in front of him was not at all the same person as the girl he had just met. The difference is too great. Is this a woman? And he really couldn't figure out why the other side would do that, even if he did kill the prince. But why would the other side want to label themselves as another lecher again? This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. To protect your honor? But showing up dressed like this is clearly self-destructive. To save yourself? But it was clear that she herself was the victim. Or was it all arranged by the emperor to preserve the majesty of the royal family? Thinking on a personal level. Thinking on a conspiracy level. The more I think about it, the more confused my thoughts become. Su Xiaofan felt like his brain was a bit underutilized. At that moment, several armored soldiers carrying a corpse hurriedly came to the emperor. The body of the first person trembled and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. His throat felt like it was blocked and he couldn't speak. But many people, at this moment, had already gotten a good look at the bodies on the ground. Prince! The whole room was in an uproar. The emperor glanced lightly at Su Xiaofan and said, You did this? Su Xiaofan felt that his back was already wet. No matter what, there is no revenge for the killing of a son, even if it happened for a reason, even if it wasn't intentional. But that's the truth. So he honestly admitted, It's me. He knew that there was no use in sophistry, others could check. So might as well just admit it. What was going through his mind at the moment was whether or not his 100-mile teleportation talisman was enough. Can Pops escape? Killing the crown prince is such a big crime that you don't need to think about it to know that you have to be decapitated. And at this moment, Yang Wufei, who was beside the emperor, was already trembling. It's not fear, it's anger. The Yang family is ruined. With the loss of the crown prince who had spent countless resources to cultivate for so many years, the Yang family would have to support a new prince. This would have to cost countless more. Su Xiaofan this time, whereas to kill the prince, is to cut the Yang family half-life off. Yang Wufei stared at Su Xiaofan, his eyes incomparably cold. Kid, even the king of heaven can't save you when he comes today. On the side, the helmsman of the flower family in cloud, smiled without saying a word. With the crown prince gone, it was only natural that the emperor, whom their family had supported, would have a chance. This Su Xiaofan had a good death. The emperor took in the expressions of several people and waved his hand to Yang Wufei. How is it that you are more upset than I am when my son dies instead? Yang Wufei hurriedly took a few steps back and stopped talking. At times like this, it was better not to be a wallflower. Anyway, Su Xiaofan would surely die, and the Su family would surely be destroyed. The emperor, on the other hand, remained flat in his tone and said to Su Xiaofan, Do you know the consequences of killing the emperor? Su Xiaofan licked the corners of his dry mouth and said, a full house. The emperor asked with interest, you're not afraid? Su Xiaofan said, I'm naturally afraid. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Then why do I get the feeling that you look emboldened? Is it because you have a good father? Su Xiaofan said, naturally not. I'm here because I know I'm going to die and it's useless to resist, so that's why I'm honestly waiting to die. The corners of the emperor's mouth curled up slightly and said, then you're really honest. At this time, the sixth Prince Li Bao rushed out and knelt down towards the emperor. Father, I think there is something wrong with this matter. Please let my son investigate before making a decision. 3 days? I only need 3 days. Li Pa had 10,000 regrets in his heart at the moment. He hadn't expected things to go this far. I should have known better than to ask Su Xiaofan to come. Originally, he had a few moments of joy when he heard that the crown prince had died, but I didn't expect the murderer to be Su Xiaofan. The emperor finally revealed an impatient expression and said, you're going to plead for a man who killed his own handlers? Li Pa said with a deep bow. Not really. My son just thinks that this matter should be investigated clearly. We can't let our royal brother die in vain. The emperor grunted and said, with all the human and material evidence, what else is there to investigate? Li Pa said, the so-called testimony is nothing more than one-sided. And how can we believe this one-sided statement? The emperor laughed coldly 2 times. You have managed to teach me. Line, I do not want to talk to you more. Roll it. Lippo was racked straight out. The emperor then looked at Su Xiaofan and said, in that case, you give me a good explanation of what happened in this matter. Su Xiaofan nodded. The crown prince was indeed killed by him, but he wanted to prove that he was not a lecher. If we have done something, we can admit it. If we haven't done it, no one can accuse us falsely. Go to hell. Right at this moment, Duan Muro on the side suddenly drew out the hairpin at the back of her head and stabbed it directly towards Su Xiaofan's chest. There were all experts present, and if someone wanted to stop them, Duan Muro couldn't actually move a single step, but no one stopped. Thus, the crowd just watched as the silver hairpin in Duan Muro's hand stabbed into Su Xiaofan's chest. However, the silver hairpin stopped after it pierced the clothes. Duan Muro's expression stagnated, and even though her hands exerted effort, she still couldn't move an inch. Su Xiaofan was being held up by the 2 featherwood guards, unable to move at all, and his own face was pale with fear. But after realizing that the silver hairpin couldn't pierce his skin at all, this put his heart down. At the same time, his heart lamented the power of the divine demon chi refining technique. Of course, the main reason was because Duan Muro wasn't too strong. It's just a Hotian 3rd layer. Su Xiaofan was somewhat speechless when he saw that the other party was still poking his chest vigorously there. It's a little old, but it's still expensive, so don't ruin it for me. Before his words fell, another person rushed out from the group of ministers behind the emperor. The crowd was shocked. Duan Mushan, minister of the household. Duan Mushan did not hold a weapon, so he just straightened his palm and struck Su Xiaofan's face. The power of this palm was self-evident as a peak Lingkong realm powerhouse struck out with all his might. Even with the strong wind, it blew Su Xiaofan's face to hurt. At this point, still no one made a move to stop it. Su Xiaofan gritted his teeth and was about to crush the teleportation talisman in his sleeve, but at that very moment, a familiar voice came from the sky. Who dares to touch my son? Before the words fell, a blood-red long sword, grazing Su Xiaofan's face, instantly penetrated Duan Mushan's body. Duan Mushan fell straight down, his breath gone. Then, the sword was fixed straight on the ground half a step away from the emperor's body. The whole room was shocked. The featherwood guards instantly arched in front of the emperor, condensing a military formation. For her part, Flower Enchantress' eyes lit up as she appeared in front of the bloody sword, wanting to seize it. However, no matter how you pull it out, it won't budge. Hua Enchantress had an angry look on her face. This sword was her Flower family's oldest ancestor, who had used his life to obtain it, and it was a treasure that the Flower family was preparing to pass on to their family. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, you guys!" The crowd looked toward the sky in unison. It was at the extreme distance in the sky that a man in a green shirt arrived in an instant with his sword in the air. The very majority of the people present had shocked faces. Sword cultivator. What's with this guy? Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, also twisted his head to look, some concern in his gaze. This is a palace. There are countless masters. Father, you're rushing over here in such a big way. Do you think you'll be able to do it? Chapter 23, Su the thief plotted rebellion. Deserves to be executed. Swordsmanship. Who is this man? Is it from Middle-earth? The crowd was extremely puzzled. So far, no one in the imperial capital had recognized the father and son other than those who had had contact with the Su family. At this moment, Yang Wuxi rushed up to the sky and sneered, "Thief Su, your son killed the crown prince. You just killed the head of the court again. The great crime of treason. Today you father and son will surely die. If you are sensible, you'd better tie your hands and surrender. Su Yuan, however, sneered. My son has his own reasons for killing. Naturally, I kill people. Naturally, because that old thing just now doesn't know what's good for him. Haven't you ever heard the saying? Yang Wufei frowned. What words? Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is as guilty as the common people. Boom! The crowd suddenly clamored at these words. The Son of Heaven commits the same offense as the common people. This is just treasonous. The Son of Heaven is supreme, and this world is the Son of Heaven's. So how could the Son of Heaven be wrong? And will it be the same as the common people? The corners of the Emperor's mouth also twitched as he looked at Su Yuan in mid-air. A flash of playfulness flashing across the bottom of his eyes. How dare you, thief Su! At the same time, Flower Demon Enchantress also rose up into the sky, staring at Su Yuan with a cold smile. Su Yuan glanced at the duo and subconsciously asked, "Where's the other one?" Yang Wufei's robe danced as he said with a cold snort, "The old pavilion master had something to do today and didn't come. But there are countless experts within the Imperial City. Even if the old pavilion master didn't come, you still have to die." With those words, he looked down. A frown ensued. Aside from the Young family's experts and the Flower family's experts, none of the rest of them, whether they were the great inner experts, the feathered forest guards, or those of the families, had any intention of making a move, because anyone could see that this Young family Flower family had a grudge against this mysterious sword cultivator. If that's the case, why should they help? Killing this sword cultivator would not benefit them one bit, but rather harm their own interests for nothing. The bottom line is that the Emperor didn't order it. Yang Wufei's face was a bit ugly, and he glanced at the Emperor without moving. He had been following this one for so many years, but he still couldn't figure out the other's mind. It's really scary as hell. In that case, only their two families could join forces. However, at that moment, he heard Flower Enchantress turn her words around and said, "Return my Flower family's greatest treasure, and I can retreat today." You. Yang Wuxi pointed at this woman beside him and said angrily, "Stupid woman, let's join hands to kill this son, and then the most precious treasure will still be yours." Flower Enchantress, however, said, "I don't want to fight a sword cultivator without absolute certainty." Then, she asked Su Yuan, "How was it?" Su Yuan smiled and said, "You guys go together." Hua Enchantress' face went cold. Give face. In the next moment, the Bloodslayer sword and the Qingxian sword flew to both sides of Su Yuan. Swordsmanship. This was a sword art that Su Yuan had comprehended in the past 2 days. You can use your sword to cut people and free your hands. Flower Enchantress stopped talking nonsense, and after exchanging glances with Yang Wuxi, she killed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan swept a glance at the duo. One was at the peak of the divine hidden realm, and the other had indeed cultivated to the Violet Mansion realm. Just as the legends said, Purple Mansion, the liquid Yuan Qi in the divine reserve within his body condensed once again, manifesting into a mansion condensed from Yuan Qi. This mansion possessed the power to communicate with heaven and earth. That is to say, after breaking through the Purple Mansion, one would no longer need to worry about the amount of Yuan Qi reserves. Every move and every stance was drawing on the power of heaven and earth. This was the most essential gap between great realms, and the further one went, the greater this gap became. But in this world, there are always exceptions. That's the sword cultivator. The two swords attached to the invincible sword intent transformed into two sword shadows, one red and one green, and killed towards the duo. Yang Wufei visualized his purple mansion and barely resisted, while Flower Demon Enchantress was already injured in a split second. The aftermath of the confrontation even shook the two powerhouses to the point of spitting blood and flying backwards. For a while, the highs and lows were there. The two of them glanced at each other once again in mid-air, and both could detect the horror in the other's eyes. Sword cultivators, simply ridiculously strong. It's not even a matter of crossing the ranks. It's also a 1-2 punch, and it's being pressed, holding back. It was a thought shared in the minds of both men, and at this moment, Su Yuan was defending the enemy while keeping an eye on his son's situation underneath. He couldn't help but worry. There were so many experts within the Imperial City that any one of them could pull out and kill Su Xiaofan in seconds. Even with old grandpa protecting his body, Su Yuan was still a bit uneasy. It's mainly that unfathomable smiling emperor that really makes people feel insecure. However, since the system hadn't been elevated, it meant that the emperor didn't have the will to kill Su Xiaofan yet. And at this moment, Yang Wufei and Hua Enchantress were already furious. The other guy was actually distracted. It's looking down on them. For a moment, the duo attacked even more fiercely. The entrance to the great hall below. Duan Muro looked at Su Xiaofan with a frantic expression. "Kill him? Why don't you kill him?" and yet no one paid any attention to her at all, because the emperor did not order it. No one moved. And the emperor hates people who trespass, so they just have to follow orders. The emperor, however, was not in Su Xiaofan's mind at the moment, but raised his eyes and looked at the battle in midair with interest. Seeing this, Duanmuro snatched the longsword in the hands of an armorer and directly hacked towards Su Xiaofan's neck. Yet the longsword slashed at the neck and made an extra notch. As for Su Xiaofan's neck, there was nothing more than an additional white mark. Even so, Su Xiaofan shivered in fear. It's outrageous. I'm a man of the world, and I'm actually sticking my neck out to be chopped by someone? It's also out of the way. Su Xiaofan no longer wanted to waste time with this crazy woman and directly unleashed the stepping fist. In the next instant, his body disappeared into place. The two Lingkong realm featherwood guards were at a loss. Where are the people? The emperor also looked down, his eyes narrowing into slits. No one knows what he's thinking. Only those close enough would notice that the emperor was rubbing his fingers. Only those eunuchs who were familiar enough with the emperor understood that this was a subconscious action that would only occur when the emperor was surprised. A few featherwood guards were about to go and recapture Su Xiaofan when they heard the emperor say, "Let him be." Without a moment's hesitation, several people rejoined the military formation. Then the emperor thought for a moment and transmitted, "Older generation. Nobody move." This sound transmission was directly and precisely transmitted into the ears of every cultivator above the sky realm within the imperial city. The crowd was horrified. The crowd of princelings who hated Su Xiaofan with a gnashing of teeth had no choice but to stay honestly where they were, not daring to move. Don't look at the emperor, usually amiable, no imperial frame, and usually do not order people. But once you get serious, anyone who dares to disobey an order will die. This is a lesson in blood. And by the time Su Xiaofan reappeared, he had already arrived at the bottom of the steps of the Great Hall hundreds of meters away. He panted heavily, feeling his body was incredibly tired. Sensing his yuan qi reserves a little more, it was discovered that the vast sea-like dantian was already a large portion empty. In other words, his limit instantaneous distance was 200 meters. This amount of aura consumption was horrifying as hell. With this in mind, Su Xiaofan withdrew his thoughts and prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing first. Now in this situation, by going first himself, he was instead taking the pressure off his father. Little Su thief, where are you running to? However, heaven forbid. Soon Su Xiaofan's path was blocked by a group of people. One could tell by looking at the dress of these people that they were all young sons of the world, and the one who led the way was still an old acquaintance. Yang Feiyun. Su Xiaofan's killing heart had risen as he stared at the other party. Now get out of the way and you can still live. Chapter 24, This Su Xiaofan. Is he a bastard? Su Xiaofan's thoughts were those of an outlaw right now. Killing a prince is killing anyway. Killing a young master of the Yang family is also killing. There's not much difference. Yang Feiyun, however, pointed at himself and laughed. What? Kill me? Little Su thief. You're crazy. What gives you the right to kill me? And the crowd behind him erupted in fits of laughter. Yang Feiyun was the pride of the Yang family, and he had also broken through the innate a few days ago. This matter could be said to have shaken the imperial capital. Such a young innate realm was rare. However, the next moment Su Xiaofan appeared in front of Yang Feiyun. Then, a kick was delivered to Yang Feiyun's chest. Just listen to the click. Yang Feiyun collapsed on the ground, his chest shattered, and he was already dying of gas, dead beyond death. Spike? The expressions of the crowd of worldly sons suddenly froze on their faces. Then the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Someone was on the spot, peeing their pants. That's the Yang family's son, the first family of the imperial capital, the future heir, Yang Wufei's only son. Just die? The crowd looked incredulous, and some even felt like they were truly dreaming. The most crucial thing was that Yang Feiyun was in the innate realm. I can't believe I got second guessed like that. Su Xiaofan didn't care what they thought, and directly charged towards the crowd. He's not stupid. It is natural to understand that now is a race against time. If you lose, you die. What he didn't realize was that he rushed into the crowd and hadn't even made a move to kill anyone yet. A group of children from the worldly families had then scattered in fear. But that's a saving grace. Su Xiaofan directly ignored Shangguan Shouyue, who was roaring in place, and ran wildly towards the entrance of the imperial city. However, within a few steps, he was stopped again. Lipo? Su Xiaofan's brows furrowed as he asked, "You want to stop me?" Lipa shook his head and continued, "Brother Su, even if I don't stop you, you won't be able to get out." Seeing that the other party was not hostile, Su Xiaofan's brows eased and he said with some doubt, "Why?" Li Bao sighed. The entire imperial city has been surrounded by the featherwood guards. Su Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "How many featherwood guards are there?" Lipa knew what Su Xiaofan was thinking and said, "Brother Su, Every one of the Featherwood Guards has the cultivation of the Lingkong realm, and they also know military formations. And the most crucial thing is that there are 3,000 Featherwood Guards outside the Imperial City, so whoever goes out will die. 3,000. Su Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cool air. In other words, there were now 3,000 trained in military formation knowledgeable Lingkong realm powerhouses outside the city. Wouldn't it be hard to escape? And it wasn't known if the teleportation talisman in his hand could break through the limitations of the military formation. With this level of blockade, I'm afraid that even the Purple Mansion wouldn't be able to escape. Su Xiaofan subconsciously glanced at his old man in midair. With a breezy face and hands behind his back, the mind settled down a little, followed by, "Can anything be done?" Leap aside again and said, "There is only one way now. Otherwise, if we keep on spending so much time, something is bound to happen." Su Xiaofan spoke extremely fast. "Don't sell out," Lippo said. "I know that Brother Su wouldn't kill someone for no reason, so the only way is to go and explain it to my father." At those words, Su Xiaofan's face was a bit ugly. "Explain? He killed someone's own son. How could any sane person listen to his explanation?" Su Xiaofan directly said, "You're afraid you're not punking me. How could your father listen to my explanation? He must hate me to the bone right now." Li Pa, however, suddenly smiled to himself. Brother Su, however, is preoccupied. Hasn't Brother Su ever heard of a saying? Puzzled, Su Xiaofan subconsciously asked, "What's the word?" Li Bao said if he had a deep meaning. The most ruthless is the emperor's family. An emperor's family never talks about love, only the word interest. Su Xiaofan was silent. Lippo continued, "My father's strength is unfathomable, and he is surrounded by countless experts. If he wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have had a chance to get this far. Of course, I don't really know why he didn't kill you. Maybe it's because of your father, or maybe it's because of something else. Anyway, as his son, I can vaguely peek into his mind a little. My father is waiting for you." Su Xiaofan sounded a bit confused. "Waiting for me? Waiting for an explanation? Why is he waiting for me? It's quite unreasonable." Lipo looked in the direction of the Great Hall and said, "Brother Su, go ahead and try. It might be the only way to survive." After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaofan finally turned around and ran wildly in the direction of the emperor. He was soon stopped by a couple of feathered guards. After the emperor glanced at Su Xiaofan, he said, "Have him come over." Su Xiaofan was a little apprehensive as he stood in front of the emperor. The emperor had a smile on his face. Su Xiaofan felt even more creeped out. He killed the emperor's son only an hour ago. After a long time, seeing that Su Xiaofan hadn't opened his mouth, the emperor said, "Explain." Su Xiaofan let out a long breath and began to narrate. At the same time, Duan Mu Rou, who was on one side, then wanted to rush up and block Su Xiaofan's mouth. But this time, he was mercilessly stopped by a few feathered guards. All she could do was watch and listen with a look of despair. As expected, the emperor's face grew darker and darker, and when he heard the end, he even glared at Duan Mu Rou. Just then I heard the emperor say, "You, the Duan Mu family, are ambitious, aren't you, Crown Princess?" Duan Mu Rou's face changed several times in a moment, and she knelt on the ground, sobbing in a low voice. With the emperor's acumen, naturally, once he heard it, he saw through all of the Duan Mu family's petty thoughts, and this sentence directly woke Su Xiaofan up as well. He thought back on everything before he finally straightened out some of the irrationalities. Duan Mu Rou had started out on purpose, deliberately being abused by the crown prince. The ultimate goal is to become the crown princess. When the emperor died, the crown prince took the throne, and naturally the crown princess became the empress. The Duan Mu family has been soaring ever since. The depth of the calculations inside even has calculated to the emperor, but also want to use the Yang family as a stepping stone, because the crown prince was supported by the Yang family in the beginning. The Duane family is trying to whore themselves out. Himself, a passerby who blundered into it and accidentally tipped the board over. Of course, this idea of the Duan Mu family was actually quite naive, and the consequence of naivety is that the Duan Mu family is bound to collapse. It is only a matter of time. After thinking about these things, Su Xiaofan didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Whether or not this is an unmitigated disaster, the end result is that the prince is dead. He killed it. A commoner without any identity background killed the crown prince. For whatever reason, he's all bound to die. Even if this emperor in front of him, no matter how much he disregarded his feelings, the crown prince was always his bloodline. However, he heard the emperor say angrily, "This Duan Mu family deserves to die. Planning to hit my son. Humph. This rebellious son deserves to die as well. Simply stupid." The emperor said that Duan Mu deserved to die. The crown prince deserved to die. Only he didn't say that Su the thief deserved to die. The group of ministers behind him then spoke up. "Your Majesty's very words. This Duanmu family deserves to die. But the crown prince is caught in a scheme. The emperor, however, sneered. He's been tricked? If that rebellious son really didn't have that mind, how could he have fallen for the scheme? Since the Son of Heaven is guilty of the same crime as the common people, even I am guilty of the same crime as the common people. So wouldn't the crown prince deserve to die for doing such a nasty thing? The group of ministers said, Your Majesty, don't listen to that Su thief's nonsense. The majesty of the heavenly family must not be offended. That's right, in my opinion. If the Su traitors kill an imperial official, they should be split into 5 pieces. As for this little Su thief, who risked universal condemnation and killed the crown prince of my dynasty, he should be lynched to death. The emperor once again sneered. A strong might that enveloped the entire field. The emperor spoke slowly. Royal honor? I will represent the royal majesty. With me, the royal majesty will be there. If I say this father and son are not guilty, then they are not guilty. Pass on my word. Su Yuan killed the treacherous Duanmu Shan. Meritorious. Rewarded 10,000 gold. Su Xiaofan killed the crown prince for a reason. No fault, no responsibility. The whole room was shocked by these words. This favor is unprecedented. This Su family, what in the world? Is it any wonder that? The crowd's hearts suddenly stirred as they looked at Su Xiaofan and then at the emperor. Having a guess. Bastard. This Su Xiaofan. Could it be His Majesty's illegitimate son? If he were not a bastard, he could not have been so favored. At the thought of this, the group of ministers were dumbfounded. And right at this moment, 2 figures suddenly crashed down in midair, smashing 2 large craters on the ground. The crowd fixed their eyes on it and stepped back in shock. Yang Wufei and Flower Enchantress actually fell at the same time. Before the crowd could react, 2 sword shadows, one green and one red, went towards these 2 people to kill them respectively. The harsh sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 25 Manifestation Before Men. The emperor's eye twitched. He really didn't expect that these 2 would lose. Sword cultivators are truly as terrifying as they are. Although he was shocked, he was not ambiguous in his hands, and his hands came out in unison to block the 2 swords. Good tactics. In the next moment, Su Yuan appeared not far in front of the emperor. The 2 swords, Qing Xian and Bloodslayer, guarded Su Xiaofan's side. Su Yuan frowned at the emperor, still unable to see through the other party's strength, so that too was abandoned. However, he had a premonition that his opponent was exceedingly strong. At this point the emperor said, Did you hear my decree just now? Su Yuan nodded and said, Thanks a lot. The emperor smiled. You're welcome, you've gotten credit again. Chuan Xian. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, wondering what exactly this emperor meant. His father and son made a big fuss about the birthday banquet today. The son killed the crown prince, and the father killed the minister of revenue in front of the emperor. It was logical that the father and son were bound to be hunted down with all their might. But this emperor's attitude, it's very wrong. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Su Yuan vaguely smelled a hint of conspiracy, but exactly what the emperor wanted to do, he couldn't see through it right now. Yet he wasn't too worried. Soldiers can just come and go. Water can just come and go. Little Su thief, you killed my son, so today you will bury him with you. At that moment, an angry roar came. Without saying a word, Su Xiaofan quickly retreated behind Su Yuan. The crowd followed the sound and the one who opened his mouth was Yang Wuxi, who was in a state of distress and eyes wide open. Then, the crowd looked at Su Xiaofan again. A look of incredulity. Killing a crown prince is already treasonous. And this bastard actually dared to kill the young master of the Yang family? This little Su thief is crazy. As for Yang Wuxi, he directly killed Su Xiaofan regardless. At the same time, Su Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. For before him, a line of text emerged. Ding! It is detected that your son has offended a strong person at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The host's cultivation is automatically raised to the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and he is invincible in the same realm. Su Yuan looked at Yang Wuxi, who was desperately burning his violet mansion and killing towards himself, and smiled disdainfully, a slap that landed on Yang Wufei's face at the same time. In the next moment, Yang Wuxi directly flew backwards and smashed into the hall. Moments later, the temple directly collapsed, and Yang Wufei was buried in the rubble and disappeared. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. What's going on here? Instantaneous seconds? Didn't we just have a back-and-forth fight? Not far away, Hua Enchantress, who had just stood up, once again collapsed. No way. Weak legs. The emperor glanced back at the ruins, the corners of his eyes twitching wildly as his fingers continued to mosey. Purple Mansion Realm. This bastard is actually a Purple Mansion Realm sword cultivator. No wonder the act dares to be so arrogant and dare to disregard me. Turns out it was playing pig in a poke. Su Yuan took in the expressions of the crowd under his eyes and was secretly pleased in his heart. but on his face, he still said flatly, "Sorry, how much? I'll pay for it." The emperor changed his amiable face and laughed. Taoist Su's words there. The district is just a palace. Not so much. Talking about money hurts feelings. Fellow Taoist Su. The group of ministers were astonished. Although the emperor was usually amiable, he had never spoken to anyone in such a tone. Is this how the strong are treated? At this time, Su Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. Talking about money does hurt feelings. The emperor smiled a bit hard. That's right, that's right. Su Yuan then continued. By the way, that Duanmu family. The emperor's face was cold as he said, after today, there will be no more Duanmu family in Dayu. It's so obvious that the emperor wants a full house. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, this side should be fine, right? If it's fine, my father and son will leave. It's getting late. The emperor smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Daoist in go. It's fine over here. Su Yuan nodded and led his son towards the entrance of the imperial city. The courtiers watched the father and the son drift away, looking at each other without words. They all felt that they were dreaming today. At this time, the emperor was heard to say with some annoyance, you bunch of fools, what are you waiting for? Quickly go and dig out my prime minister. Give me The ministers then realized. On the other side, Su Xiaofan followed behind Su Yuan, somewhat puzzled. Dad, don't you know how to use a sword? Why do we have to walk? Su Yuan naturally wouldn't say that he was trying to fake another wave. So he said, the sword is quite consuming. Do you really think your father's energy is endless? Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment. After a few moments, he asked, Father, when you beat up Yang Wufei before, didn't I see that you were quite overwhelmed? Why did you just slap someone away instead? He always felt that his own father was hiding his strength, because he realized that it was as if his father had turned on invincibility. Every time you meet a strong enemy, you can easily solve it. Su Yuan, however, laughed. That was a clinical breakthrough for me. Your father, Su Xiaofan blinked. Every time, you can make a breakthrough on the spot? Su Yuan said, the sword Dao I cultivate is the sword Dao of invincibility, and it is meant to get stronger the more I fight. Su Xiaofan sniffed and said with some excitement, that strong? Su Yuan directly poured a pot of cold water. Strong is strong, but if you lose, you may instantly have your Dao heart crumble and your cultivation wasted. Su Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cool air and thought before saying, then we can run away if we can't beat them. Su Yuan shook his head. Sword cultivators, who are unrelenting, if they run away when they encounter a strong enemy or don't dare to use their swords, their Dao will likewise break down. Su Xiaofan muttered, if I cultivate swords in the future, I will definitely not cultivate the sword of invincibility. Between the father and son's conversation, they had already arrived at the entrance of the imperial city. Death to those who come near. At the entrance, 3,000 feather guards formed a military formation, surrounding the entire imperial city. Su Xiaofan said with a slight frown, the emperor has already told us to leave, so why don't you let the line go? Someone responded, we have not received any orders to approach and die. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. Get out of my way, all of you. At that exact moment, two figures rushed over from the extreme distance, charging directly up the military formation. Boom! The military formation trembled for a moment, but quickly regained its composure, and those two figures stopped outside the imperial city. The people who came were none other than Zhang Hualong as well as Zhang Erniu. At this moment, Zhang Erniu was wearing a black dragon Xian armor, which was extremely imposing, and when Zhang Hualong saw Su Xiaofan, his eyes lit up and he waved his hand. Don't worry, brother Su. I called out to my father to save you. Alas, Elder Su is also here. At that moment, the military formation coalesced into a huge golden armored giant holding a long sword. The giant's voice was thick. Great General, what are you doing? Zhang Erniu craned his neck and said, help. Then, he said to Su Yuan, who was a while away, brother Su, how about you and I combine our efforts to break the formation? Su Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, with one hand behind his back and one hand formed into a sword finger shape, he actually swung it towards the huge golden armor. The blood-killing sword flew out. A sword directly cut the golden armored giant horizontally into two. In the next instant, the military formation collapsed. Then, the 3,000 feathered guards spat blood and fell to the ground, all of them seriously injured. The crowd was silent. Zhang Ernia suddenly looked at Zhang Hualong and slapped him on the head, cursing, if you're sure it's necessary for me to make a move, just call out the old man. Zhang Huarong looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to talk back. At that moment, the Su clan father and son duo had arrived in front of them, and Su Yuan opened his mouth. Many thanks to brother Zhang. Zhang Ernia bitterly smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, it's really the same whether I come or not. Su Yuan, however, said, in any case this favor, I do remember it. Zhang Erniu could only nod with a bitter smile. Su Yuan, on the other hand, took his son's sword into the air after saying his farewells. The father and son duo's figures quickly disappeared into the dark night. In the air, Su Xiaofan stepped on the blood slaughter sword and said with some concern, Father, this matter, is it really over? There was always a few uneasy moments in his mind. After all, today, he had killed two of the most important figures in the entire younger generation of Dayu. How could this trigger an earthquake with only this amount of destruction on the surface? It would be a lie to say I don't regret it. He is a self-proclaimed man of the Godao. And he, a man of the Godao, actually did something by mistake that only a madman would do? It's outrageous. Su Yuan glanced at his son and smiled. Naturally no. This is far from over today. The Yang family, the Flower family, is already my Su family's mortal enemy. Immortal. I'll hold you off for the older generation for now, but you'll have to work things out on your own with the younger generation. Su Xiaofan licked his dry lips with a disheveled expression. Father, I just want to be an honest man. Honest? Su Yuan was smiling, not laughing. Honest people are the easiest to bully. Chapter 26, Individual Calculations. Su Family Crisis? The name of the small and large Su thieves resounded through the imperial capital on the following day, and almost at the same time, the Yang family and the Flower family jointly issued a bounty for those who killed the great and small Su thieves, rewarding them with a volume of heavenly rank techniques. Heavenly steps. There are 4 levels of Kung Fu: Heaven, Earth, Xin Huang. Even for the 4 great families of the imperial capital, I'm afraid that there are only a few volumes of heavenly rank techniques in their hands, or they are still used for family heirlooms. This heavenly rank, not to mention precious, the 2 families have also put in a lot of work. For a while, there were countless responders. Even some assassination organizations have rushed to the imperial capital. Late at night, inside the Empress chambers, Empress Sun looked at the Emperor's hands, which were covered in sword marks, and said angrily, Who did this? The Emperor withdrew his hand and smiled bitterly. Senior sister, we're afraid that we've made a mistake. This Su Yuan isn't as simple as we thought. Su Yuan. A smear of killing intent surfaced in Empress Sun's beautiful eyes as she said, Can a sword cultivator, even if he is strong, still be invincible? The Emperor sighed. It's a sword cultivator no less, but it's a sword cultivator of the Zifu realm. Empress Sun's eyes narrowed as she said, Even if it's the Purple Mansion realm. Senior brother, you have the blessing of national fortune. You may not be unable to execute this thief. The Emperor then said, Fighting can indeed be a fight, but things have gone out of the window. Originally thought that young Wufei would be enough to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. It seems that wanting to get Su Xiaofan's husk, it's not easy. Empress Sun asked, In that case, should we contact the top? The Emperor shook his head. This kind of small matter is not necessary at the moment. Things are still within control. Besides, if there is no threat to this position, the upper side will not make a move. And I think, with that Su family's father and son's style of behavior, sooner or later, they will have to make themselves dead. Empress Sun said, You have a plan in mind? The Emperor nodded and smiled. The Su family, father and son, will not be able to escape me. The other side, inside the vast imperial capital, in a dark alley, Qiu Yu, Yang Xiao is dead. You'll follow me from now on. Don't worry, I'll be good to you. Song Qingshan, give it up. We don't have any possibility. Why Qiu Yu? Could it be that you still can't forget young Feiyun? Or do you think that I'm inferior to him? Or that the power behind me can't compare to the Yang family? No, I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. It's just that Qingshan, there's a Su Xiaofan you know? Su Xiaofan? That little Su thief who killed the crown prince and young Feiyun? That's right, it's him. He's my ex-fiancé. I didn't love him so I went to withdraw from the marriage, but he never forgot about me and chased me all the way to the imperial capital, and even killed the crown prince and young Feiyun who had a crush on me. It's, what? Scared? I knew it was so. You men, not a word of it is true. No, Autumn Moon. Listen to me explain. I really love you. For you, I'm willing to give everything. Then are you willing to kill Su Xiaofan for me? Naturally willing. Qingshan, I knew you loved me. When you kill Su Xiaofan, I'll marry you. It's just that, Autumn Moon, I don't have a chance, and I can't even kill the little Su thief if he stays at home all the time. With the old Su thief's blessing. Qingshan, don't worry about this. Su Xiaofan is bound to participate in this examination of the Deer Courtyard. You are the eldest senior brother of the Deer Courtyard. You are bound to have a chance. Since that's the case, then don't worry Qiu Yu. I will definitely kill Su Xiaofan, and at that time, no one will stop us from being together. Aoyoma. I'm waiting for you to marry me. The man called Song Qingshan walked out of the alleyway with gusto, and a moment later, his face went cold again. A couple of teenagers came through the neighborhood. One man asked, "Senior brother Song, are you really going to kill Su Xiaofan for this woman?" Song Qingshan sneered. "Of course it's not for her. This kind of woman is nothing more than sleeping around and throwing it away." The man continued to speak. "Then why are we moving Su Xiaofan? This is a ruthless man." Song Qingshan said disdainfully. "It's because it's unpleasant to look at him. This little Su thief. This period of time. Can be the old man win to steal all the headlines? I'd like to see exactly how it is a thing." A few more days passed. Su Mansion. After instructing his son not to disturb himself, Su Yuan then sat cross-legged under the big banyan tree. Feeling the violet mansion within his body, he sunk his mind into it and realized that it was just a vacant lot that hadn't been erected yet. The materials and masonry, however, were already on one side. Generally speaking, the stage at which the divine collection breaks through to the violet mansion is to open up a foundation, subsequently condensed masonry, until the purple mansion was completely built and resonated with heaven and earth. It was considered a complete breakthrough to the purple mansion realm, and of these, opening up the ground is the hardest. It's a watershed moment. The deeper the foundation of the earth was opened up, that also meant that the more solid the realm was. After opening the foundation of the earth, one could be called a half-step of the purple mansion realm. Next, it's all about the waterworks. Cultivators had to use yuan qi, condense a brick, tile, and wood, and subsequently build the purple mansion. This, then, involves the Tao, because this process is actually the process of perfecting the Tao, and the bigger the violet mansion is built, the stronger the Tao is. Of course, Su Yuan didn't have to worry about that much at all, as his breakthroughs were as easy as eating and drinking. Not a metaphor, but an adjective. Because the foundation was ready-made and the bricks and tiles were delivered, he didn't even have to do it himself to build the purple mansion. Just command it. If all the cultivators in the world are self-employed farmers who work for themselves, then Su Yuan is a landlord, an evil capitalist, a contractor, and a black-hearted boss without conscience. When Su Yuan himself was a homesteader, he hated landlords, but when he became a landlord, he hated it no more, but enjoyed it. Is this perhaps what they call a dragon-slaying teenager who eventually becomes a dragon? After having some secret pleasure in his heart, Su Yuan didn't hesitate and began to work on building the violet mansion, only to see bricks, tiles, and wood constantly flying above the open space. They shifted with Su Yuan's mind. The process flowed smoothly, without a single pause. Anyone else might barely be able to build a small wall in a month, because their Tao is not yet perfect. Su Yuan's Tao, however, was already very perfect and went straight to the other side. That is the way of invincibility. Therefore, in a quarter of an hour's work, a courtyard had already appeared above the open space. Su Yuan purposely dug a spring in the courtyard. The mind sank into the spring condensed by the yuan qi, only to feel a wave of relief. Starting today, he is also a homeowner. At that moment, he suddenly heard a knock on the door, which he didn't want to ignore and continued to soak in the spring. The knocking on the door, however, was incessant and growing more and more urgent. Su Yuan then got up and opened the door. He saw Zhang Erniu and Zhang Hualong, father and son, standing outside. Su Yuan asked with some curiosity, "What is it?" Zhang Erniu said with a joyful face, "Elder brother Su hasn't forgotten that today is the day that the deer exploitation courtyard opens its gates." At those words, Su Yuan then remembered this. Nodding, he called out towards the house, "Fan, come out." After a moment, Su Xiaofan walked out. When the crowd saw this, their faces looked a bit odd. Only Su Xiaofan was seen wearing a hemp garment, and it had a bit of a patch on it. Zhang Erniu instantly recalled a recent rumor and asked in a low voice, "Elder brother Su, give me some insight. Is little Fan His Majesty's illegitimate son? You're actually His Majesty's chosen protector." Su Yuan looked confused. "What's all this?" Frozen for a moment, he was serious. "Little Fan is naturally my own son. Memory plus system double authentication. How can this be fake?" Zhang Erniu was still a bit half-hearted, and after taking a look at Su Xiaofan, who was dressed in poor clothes, he said with some reluctance, Okay, Su old brother. This kind of thing I can't ask more. Only Su old brother if you don't have money, just talk to old brother me. You this again bitter. Also can't be bitter child Su Yuan glared at Su Xiaofan before he then said, "It's okay, I'm not really short of money. It's just that this kid, I guess, just likes it all, and I can't help it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu also stopped talking about this aspect and instead smiled nervously at Su Xiaofan. "Little Fan you and my son have also been friends for life. When you enter the deer expelling institution, you have to take care of it haha. Su Xiaofan said seriously. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Ernio nodded in relief. Then the two families walked in the direction of the deer courtyard. Chapter 27 I'll fight the old one. You take care of the young one. The streets were crowded with people, mostly young teenagers, and these people are all gathering in one direction. Looking up, it was a mountain. A high mountain located at the very center of the imperial capital, as tall as a pine. To be exact, the entire imperial capital was built around this mountain. Even though the distance was still far, Su Yuan could still feel that the closer he got to this mountain, the more powerful the fluctuations of Yuan Qi between heaven and earth became. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked Zhang Ernia next to him, shouldn't a place like this be occupied by the royal family? But why has it become the location of the mountain gate of the deer courtyard? Zhang Ernia smiled. This deer courtyard, it's not as simple as one might think. Su Yuan was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Ernia continued. The deer courtyard and the 10,000 treasures pavilion are on the same order of magnitude. Su Yuan nodded and forced himself to be calm. He actually wasn't even very clear about what magnitude the manpower pavilion was. After all, in a place like Xuancheng, information was too scarce. No access to these things at all. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, could it be that this deer courtyard is not only found in Great Yu? Zhang Ernio nodded. That's right, all over the countries, and it seems to be far more than that. It is said that they all come from the Middle Earth continent. As for more, I'm not sure. Middle Earth. Su Yuan suddenly had some interest in this place. As he said, when the time comes, I shall visit the Middle Earth continent. Zhang Ernia said. Elder brother Su is so ambitious. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was puzzled. Brother Zhang doesn't want to go? Zhang Ernia shook his head. I'll forget about it. It's said that the Middle Earth continent is even more vast, but the competition is even fiercer. I won't be able to eat if I go there. Might as well stay here and be my great general. Su Yuan thought about it and nodded. Also, after all, everyone's ambitions are different, and being comfortable isn't necessarily wrong. Su Yuan actually wants to lie down comfortably, but after thinking about the fact that he had a scrappy start, a son who liked to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers, who was honest on the surface, but in reality, he was dark, he gave up. Son standard protagonist template, and generally nothing good happens to characters like him in general, so he has to be invincible. It's only safe after you're invincible. The two of them then chatted like this while leading their own juniors in the direction of the deer courtyard. Suddenly, Su Yuan frowned. There's killing. His gaze subconsciously swept a circle around him. The customers on the second floor of the tavern with open windows looking at the scenery. The street vendors selling sugar gourds. The beggars under the eaves with broken bowls begging for money. Su Yuan swept his gaze over them one by one, the corner of his mouth curving out. However, he did not warn and did not show any breaks. Su Xiaofan, who was behind him, seemed to have sensed something as well and looked around vigilantly. Finally, his eyes settled on the woman selling ice candy gourds, but then quickly averted his gaze. At this time, Zhang Hualong was heartless and said, No, Su, honestly, is it hard for you to like that? Zhang Huarong said with a look of disgust. That's a little too old to be on 40. Su Xiaofan was silent. Zhang Huarong continued. Well, it's not really a big deal. It's human to have fetishes, isn't it? I like the ones that are smaller than me. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched as he said, Brother Zhang, I feel something is wrong. Zhang Huarong was a bit curious. What's wrong? Su Xiaofan said. I feel that a lot of people are peeking at me. Zhang Huarong's face instantly darkened as he said, It's not that I'm saying you're honest, Su. Why are you such a person? How come you're even more shameless than I am? What are people looking at you for? See how handsome you are? Can you be half as handsome as me? Anyone else who wants to see it is going to see me. Before the words left his mouth, Zhang Hualong suddenly flew out backwards, and in his original position, there was an additional woman. The woman looked at Su Xiaofan and smiled cruelly, holding a short knife and directly stabbing over. At the same time, the inn jumped down a few big men, the beggars on the roadside, cursed, threw the broken bowl in their hands, and rushed over together. The crowd is breaking up, and one of the teenagers in the crowd killed Su Xiaofan from the back. Su Xiaofan first kicked over the woman who had killed him in front of him. This was followed by another elbow strike, smashing the skull of the teenager in the back before he quickly swept around. Seeing people killing in all directions, the corners of his eyes jumped wildly for a moment. Without any hesitation, he directly charged towards Su Yuan's direction. As long as you stay by your father's side, you are naturally absolutely safe. However, just as he rushed over, Su Yuan pulled Zhang Ernio and instantly moved tens of meters away. Su Xiaofan was confused. Then, Su Yuan's voice, faintly came, This kind of minion, you carry it yourself. Su Xiaofan sighed and could only charge forward while fending off the assault. Su Yuan didn't even bother to make a move. Zhang Erniu, on the other hand, protected his son behind him and then frowned. Elder brother Su, what is this? Su Yuan faintly said, it has to be honed. I can fight for him on the older ones, but the younger ones? No, it's his own business. Zhang Erniu somewhat disagreed and said, wouldn't that be a little too cruel? He's still a child. Su Yuan said seriously, Brother Zhang, I can't stay by his side forever. There are many things that he has to carry on his own. Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu sighed and didn't say anything else. Cruel? It's brutal. But, wrong? That's right. It's even very true. No one can shelter you all the time. Not even a father. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhang Huarong. Zhang Hualong was trembling in fear. At that moment, Su Yuan frowned and his figure disappeared in place, reappearing in the next instant. Only this time, a divine hidden realm black-robed man appeared in his hands. The man in black was lifted into midair by the neck, his hands struggling constantly and his feet kicking around, but he still couldn't break free from that big hand that was like an iron clamp. Su Yuan asked indifferently, who are you? The man in black had no choice but to answer honestly. Senior, spare my life. I am the Bloodshed Pavilion Master. When Zhang Erniu on one side heard this, he instantly gave a sideways glance. That day one assassin organization? The man in black nodded. Su Yuan, however, did not care and asked again. Who sent you? The man in black said with difficulty. The Yang family's flower family has issued a bounty for killing your father and son to receive a heavenly ranked technique. After the black-clothed man's words, Su Yuan casually threw his hand. The man in black was overjoyed to be free and tried to run away. However, before he even hit the ground, he had already turned into a mist of blood. Zhang Erniu on one side watched this scene, his burly body trembling. It was so easy to kill a divine hidden peak, as expected. As rumor had it, this old brother Su was in the Purple Mansion realm. That's a lot of killing though. He himself thought he was an old killing genius, but he didn't realize that the one next to him was even more ruthless than him. After calming down a bit, he then said, these people are really desperate too. How dare you come over here and make a move? But their two families have also put in some blood money. They've taken out all the heavenly ranked techniques. Su Yuan sneered and didn't say anything. Then, after he turned back and glanced at his son, the blood-killing sword flew out from the violet mansion within his body. In an instant, all of the assassins above the Lingkong realm in the field were pierced through their eyebrows, and the rest, all scared less. Like birds of prey, they scattered in all directions. Su Xiaofan panted and came to Su Yuan's side, and at this moment, the clothes he was wearing were already or as a bloody garment. Su Yuan opened his mouth and asked, how does it feel? Su Xiaofan said with some grudges, I feel like I'm still too weak. Zhang Hualong, who was trembling in fear at the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. 15 years old, innate realm? Never even heard of it. That's weak? What do you mean? What's an old man then? Of course, he only dared to hold these words in his heart. Su Yuan faintly said, compared to your peers, you're not bad, but it's not enough, and you have to realize that your father can't be by your side all the time. At those words, even Zhang Erniu fell silent. Not enough? This cultivation is not enough. What is enough? But to his surprise, Su Xiaofan nodded seriously and said, Father, I understand. Chapter 28 finished. Accidentally broke a record. That's the Su thief. Why is he covered in blood? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't you keep your voice down? Do you want to die? After stepping into the boundaries of the deer courtyard, the last thing Su Xiaofan wanted to see happened, because he was pretty much the center of attention in the room, and almost simultaneously, a few new lines of text floated before him. You are about to participate in the Deer House admission test, and you have two choices below. 1. With the first place score, join the Deer Courtyard, rewarded with raising one level of the minor realm. 2. With the penultimate score, he will join the Deer Courtyard and be rewarded with the Chaos Divine Body. Su Xiaofan's gaze was thoroughly attracted by the second option, this chaotic god body. It's extraordinary at first listen. It appeared to be much stronger than the innate Dao body that he had missed earlier. After the previous few failures, Su Xiaofan's confidence as a member of the Go Dao was actually gone, but this time, his confidence was back. If the system seniors were to do another task like, not being able to be the center of attention or something like that, there would definitely be no drama. But this stipulates the rankings, and there's a lot of room for maneuvering on the inside. Taking first place might be difficult. After all, those who came today were the most talented group of teenagers in the whole of Dayu. But isn't this penultimate? With hands? Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan's heart, once again, throbbed. On one side, Su Yuan was a little puzzled as he watched his son's sudden excitement. The previous Su Xiaofan had always resisted this test, The entrance examination is about to begin. Idle people retreat. While he was thinking, he heard a voice from mid-air that the examination was about to begin. So he didn't think much about it, but said to Su Xiaofan, "Little Fan, my father is waiting on the side." Su Xiaofan didn't say much and nodded. "Don't worry, father, I will not let you down." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled gratefully, then instantly moved to the side. Soon, the old man in mid-air spoke again. "I don't care who you are, what your status is, what your background is, but today, you have only one identity, and that is the test trainee. Put away your arrogance. Here, talent, endeavor, chance, strength determines everything. You see the long steps up the hill in front of you? Limit to 1 hour. Within 1 hour, climb to the top of the mountain. Then you will be considered to have passed the first round of examination." At those words, the group of teenagers were somewhat contemptuous. "Isn't it just a climb?" Su Xiaofan was the only one who frowned as he looked at the ladder that led straight to the clouds. How could the examination of the deer courtyard be so simple? As expected, after a quarter of an hour of hiking, Su Xiaofan felt a subtle pressure. And the source of the pressure should be the big formation around it. The higher you go, the more pressure you feel. He subconsciously glanced back. The teenagers behind them seemed to be working very hard at the moment with each step up. Some people continue to be fit as a fiddle. More people, however, are starting to stop. And these are the people who are doomed. Su Xiaofan was somewhat emotional, but he continued to climb at a steady pace. The pace is not too fast or too slow. He's going to jam. The bottom one. It has to be him. And so it was. As time passed by, Su Xiaofan deliberately controlled his speed, and finally, as he wished, he got stuck at the last second and stepped onto the last step. He let out a long breath at that. First round. Steady. At this moment, there were only about 100 people left who had successfully passed the first round of examinations. The deer yard test is really strict, and these people who had passed the examination were landing their gazes on Su Xiaofan. Is this the little Su thief? It's not as perverted as the legend says, is it? Last one up. Almost didn't pass. Isn't that a waste? It seems the rumors can't be trusted. Look at him. Do he look like His Majesty? Hey, not to mention, there are a few similarities. Why is he covered in blood though? What a heavy fishy smell. Hardly. Some kind of murderous fetish? Taking these whispers into his ears, Su Xiaofan was rather speechless. In silence, he came before the examination elder and registered his name. This first round of tests is only a screening. Only after this first round will you be eligible to have your name registered and your identity recorded. Of course, if one fails in a later test, those names will likewise be crossed out. At that moment, before Su Xiaofan could open his mouth to give his name, he was asked by the elder in return. Su Xiaofan? Su Xiaofan froze for a moment, then nodded. The elder continued. 15? Su Xiaofan's expression was surprised as he continued to nod. The elder continued. You were just at the jam? This time, Su Xiaofan hurriedly shook his head and said, "Never." The elder, however, frowned and chided. "Don't pretend. Everyone else comes up here sweating, but you don't sweat at all. This is an examination, the purpose of which is to test out a student's true accomplishments, not for you to make false claims." Su Xiaofan. The crowd was not far away and took in these words. For a moment, there was silence. A snag? It's outrageous. Every step they take the hard way, and you can still jam points? Su Xiaofan was so chided that he was speechless for a moment. What people say seems to make sense. Zhang Hualong, who was in the crowd, saw the opportunity and said, "My brother Su is a good person, and the card point is that he doesn't want to put so much pressure on you guys." The crowd's mouths twitched. The examining elder then pointed down and said, "Go down and retake the test again. Don't hide your strength this time." The crowd was once again shocked. Retake the test? The Deer Academy has never said that before. This is an exception. The examination elder, glaring at the crowd, said, "What? Got a problem with that? If you're not happy with your grades, you can join him too." The crowd dared not talk back. One more time? Who's got it? This hiking path is also called the Path of Ascending to Heaven, and the gate of this deer courtyard is also called the Dragon Gate. It has the meaning of ascending to heaven and transforming into a dragon. Is it that simple to come up here? There were a total of 1008 steps in this long staircase, and with each step up, there would be a hint of additional pressure. The test is of talent, potential, heart, endurance, and even physical fitness. Those of them who can come up once are by no means guaranteed to come up again. What's more, they were now exhausted. Seeing that the crowd was silent, the examination elder felt bored and then looked at Su Xiaofan, urging, "Don't waste my time yet." Su Xiaofan's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes and sighed, only to run downward. Going down was easy and not the least bit stressful. Su Xiaofan soon arrived at the bottom of the mountain, and immediately began to climb once again. This time he thought about it and decided to go slightly faster, but without using his full strength. Half an hour later, he was sweating as he stepped through the dragon transformation gate once again. The examination elder glanced at the hourglass in front of the table and slammed the table and stood up. The crowd was once again taken aback, but they heard that examination elder say with a shocked face, asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid broke the record. The crowd was dumbfounded. That's a record? Are records that easy to break? Su Xiaofan was also confused. Broken record? How did he break the record when he hadn't even given it his all? The next moment, his heart went cold. Is the mission getting cold? He hurriedly opened the system panel and was relieved to see the still shining second option. It seems that the system seniors didn't play word games this time. By first place, I should mean first place overall. After all, to enter the dear expelling institution, this is only the first test. It seems that if you only medal in the back, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. With this thought, Su Xiaofan asked carefully, Elder, what record did I break? The elder calmed down and said, My dear courtyard, a record for centuries of opening. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, and people were already numb from the shock. How many Heaven's Pride characters has the dear courtyard cultivated over the years? Which one of them, when taken out, is not a supreme powerhouse that overwhelms a party? This bastard is equal to directly crushing this group of Heavenly Pride in terms of talent. At the same time, a quarrel suddenly came from a forest not far behind the crowd. Old dog, I'll take this disciple. Don't grab it from me. You want it? Do you deserve it? Can you cultivate this kind of genius? All shut up. This man, he's mine. Meanwhile, down the hill, Su Yuan looked up at the location of the deer courtyard, his gaze somewhat worried. Zhang Erniu on one side was puzzled. Worried about what? Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and stared. My senses, being isolated by the deer courtyard's formation. I can't even see what's going on inside. Zhang Erniu said. That's natural. Are you worried about Fan? Su Yuan laughed bitterly. Young has to be worried. My Su family has enemies all over the world. Zhang Erniu smiled and said, Are you afraid that the Yang family and the Flower family will make a move in the deer courtyard? Su Yuan nodded. Zhang Erniu, however, said, There's no need to worry. The Yang family and the Flower family, even if they're more capable, they won't be able to extend their hands into this deer courtyard. Su Yuan then continued, What about the Wanbao Pavilion? My Su clan and the Wanbao Pavilion may also have an enmity. Zhang Erniu waved his hand and said, There's even less need to worry about this. The Wanpa Pavilion doesn't have the time to deal with you guys lately. Su Yuan said with some doubt. What does that mean? Zhang Erniu laughed. Wanbao Pavilion Sub-Pavilion. Each year need to pay a fixed income to the general pavilion. Layer by layer. The more it rolls up. Chang Tianshui at the moment is burnt out. At those words, Su Yuan's heart felt slightly more at ease. Chapter 29 Not good. My son is in danger. The examination elder brought the crowd to a bamboo forest. At this moment, a youth was standing in front of the bamboo forest. The youth was dressed in a moonlight white robe, with his hands behind his back to the crowd, as if his back was turned to the living world. Some of the women were blushing when they saw this scene. Zhang Hualong skimmed his mouth and cursed in a low voice. What a damn good pretender. Su Xiaofan was silent on the side. Then he heard the examination elder point at the youth. This is the contemporary master brother of the deer exploitation courtyard, Song Qingshan, who will preside over this round of examinations. Contemporary master brother Song Qingshan. The crowd stirred for a moment at the name. The position of Grand Master of the deer courtyard, without looking at the age or the time of entry, was never reserved for those who had the ability to do so. In other words, the strongest person in the deer exploitation courtyard would be able to obtain this title, and Song Qingshan's name could be said to be the absolute tip of the pyramid among the younger generation of Great Yu, and it's still completely crushing. Su Xiaofan, however, looked confused and asked Zhang Huarong beside him, This Song Qingshan, what is he? Zhang Huarong said with a disdainful face, the number one person in the younger generation of Great Yu, just a 21-year-old at the Lingkong realm. At those words, Su Xiaofan was a bit surprised. 21 years old at the Lingkong realm. This talent is terrifying as hell. At that moment, he saw that Song Qingshan turn around and faintly said to the crowd, This round of examination is very simple. You only need to pass through this bamboo forest, then the examination will be considered complete. The crowd's expressions stared up. After the first climb, they could naturally realize that this round was not as easy as it was said to be. I'm afraid. Next, the names are read out and one by one. They take turns entering the bamboo forest. Some just went in and flew out upside down, while others, after going in and holding on for a while, also flew out. Only a very few did not come out. Those who didn't come out should have already passed the test. Listening to those who didn't pass the test. There seems to be a formation inside and those bamboos will attack people. They are the ones who were beaten out by the bamboo. Soon, it was Zhang Hualong's turn. Su Xiaofan patted the other party's shoulder and said, I trust you, brother Zhang. Zhang Huarong nodded and rushed into the bamboo forest. Seeing that the other party never came out, Su Xiaofan was relieved. After waiting a few more moments, he heard Song Qingshan read his name. Last one. Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan arrived in front of the bamboo forest and nodded towards Song Qingshan. Indicate that you are ready. Song Qingshan, however, smiled and asked, You're the little sure thief? Su Xiaofan's heart was unhappy. Which person shouts at a thief to his face? Despite this, he continued to scratch his head nervously. Senior brother, my name is Su Xiaofan. He didn't really want to cause trouble or offend anyone. Song Qingshan, however, suddenly sneered and said, Not bad. To be able to break the record. The name of a demon lives up to its name. Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, feeling that the other party's tone was strange, a bit of a yin and yang flavor. There were also a few moments of intense hostility. After a moment of silence, he didn't want to have too much contact with the other party, so he pointed to the bamboo forest and asked, Can I go in now? Song Qingshan glanced behind him and said, Go on. Su Xiaofan nodded and walked into the bamboo forest. After he entered, Song Qingshan walked towards the back. When he came to an old man in purple, he opened his mouth. He just said that he wants to break into the 9 heavenly Xianxian formation. Upon hearing this, the purple-clothed old man was astonished and said, Are you sure? Song Qingshan said with a displeased face, Naturally, why would I lie to you? The purple-clothed old man smiled sarcastically and shook his head. No, the old man is just amazed that it has been many years since anyone dared to break into this formation. Song Qingshan said with a show of hands, It can't be helped. This little Su thief is rampant. I can't even persuade him. The purple-clothed old man was still a bit hesitant. I heard that the old Su thief is very protective of his calf. If something happens to this, Song Qingshan, however, said, the little Su thief himself wants to break in, and naturally bears the burden himself when things go wrong. And he, the old Su thief, surely has nothing to say about it. Upon hearing this, the purple-clothed old man then nodded his head. In the next moment, he only saw a formation pattern appear in his hand and strike into a special black bamboo. In a flash, a white light shot up into the sky. Countless bigwigs within the imperial capital have looked sideways. The 9 heavenly Xianxi formation. They haven't dared to break into it for many years. Meanwhile, Su Yuan at the bottom of the mountain pointed at the white light and asked suspiciously, What is it? Zhang Ernia said with a grave expression, That's the 9 heavenly arcane fury formation. Su Yuan asked with a frown, What is this formation used for? Zhang Ernia said, This formation was left behind by one of the deans of the Deer Courtyard back then for the purpose of recruiting talent. As long as a person under the age of 20 can break this formation, no matter what kind of talent or status, he or she will be able to join the Deer Courtyard, and he was sheltered and fully nurtured by the Deer Hunting Academy. Of course, there are many who want to make a name for themselves and come here. Su Yuan was always a bit uneasy in his heart, so he asked, Is this formation difficult? Zhang Ernio nodded. It's huge. And so far, no one has broken it. Back then, there was a downtrodden prince who was hostile to Great Yu and had extremely amazing talent. He then wanted to break this formation and join the Deer Exploitation Courtyard to be sheltered. Yet in the end it never came out again. Su Yuan pursued, What's your age and what's your cultivation level? Zhang Ernia took a deep breath and said, 20, Lingkong Realm. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger as he said, Do you think it's possible that it was my son who broke into the formation? Zhang Ernia directly shook his head. Impossible. That kid is honest. And he's only 15. Innate realm, even if his talent is even more heaven-defying, he dares to break into the formation? Brother Zhang. Su Yuan frowned, but I have a strong intuition at the moment. Zhang Ernia was silent for a moment and said, So you're going to? Su Yuan directly said, Go inside. Zhang Ernia frowned and said, The Deer Courtyard never allows outsiders to enter. And even if you want to enter, you have to get an invitation from the Vice Dean or above. Su Yuan asked, Does Brother Zhang have a doorway? Zhang Ernia laughed bitterly. Although I am a great general, I am from a humble family and have no doorway. Su Yuan nodded and rushed up into the sky. Zhang Ernia was startled and hurriedly chased after him. I think we can observe the situation first, just in case it's not that boy Xiaofan. Su Yuan shook his head. Fear not. Fear not. Zhang Ernia was a bit shocked. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. Brother Su, I'll accompany you. Su Yuan, however, shook his head once again. There's no need for that. And old brother Zhang, You might not be strong enough. That's a bit of a solid statement, but it seems to be the truth. With the strength of the deer courtyard, it was completely useless to have one more divine hidden realm for him. Zhang Ernia rubbed his big brain and thought before saying, since that's the case, I'll stay out of the way for now. Old brother Su, take care of yourself. Su Yuan nodded his head and said good as he flew directly towards the deer courtyard. Before they could get close, they were blocked by a layer of invisible power. The Mountain Protector Formation. Without hesitation, Su Yuan blasted down with a punch. The big formation didn't move at all. So strong. Instead, Su Yuan's hands were slightly numb from the shock of the recoil. At the same time, a majestic voice rang out. Who is your excellency and why did you break into my dear courtyard? Su Yuan arched his hand. May I ask which one is the one who broke into the 9 heavenly mystic formation? The voice sneered. What's it to you? Get lost if you don't want to die. Su Yuan frowned. It was an attitude he resented. In the next instant, the Bloodslayer and the Qing Xian sword, one after the other, flew out from the Violet Mansion. A powerful sword intent enveloped the entire mountain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swordsman. The voice spoke extremely fast and said, wait a moment, I'll go check. After waiting a little, the voice sounded again. The person who broke into the formation. His name is Su Xiaofan. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said, why did he break into the formation? The voice said, voluntary. At those words, Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. Voluntary? How can his son, whom he doesn't know well enough, be willing? Unless something happens. Thinking of what Zhang Ernio had just said, Su Yuan spoke extremely fast. Let me in. The voice asked. Who are you? Su Yuan said with a hint of impatience in his voice. I'm his father. The voice hesitated for a moment and refused. No, the deer courtyard is not for everyone. Su Yuan nodded. And in the next moment, the two swords directly killed towards the mountain protection formation. In that case, don't blame him for being polite first. Boom! Under the attack of the two spirit swords, the grand formation shook continuously. In the deer courtyard, in a room, an old man violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Mumbles, where's the changeling? Pervert. Chapter 30, bullying honest people again, right? After entering the bamboo forest, Su Xiaofan felt that something was wrong, because there were 9 people who looked exactly like him, staring at him coldly. Moreover, the aura from their bodies made Su Xiaofan feel a sense of suffocation. Lingering realm. These 9 selves, all of them were in the Lingkong realm. Su Xiaofan man was numb. Is the difficulty set so high for an entrance examination of the deer courtyard? Wait. He suddenly thought of the descriptions of those who had broken into the formation before, and the situation in front of him, which appeared to be completely different. Where's the promised bamboo that can hit people? There must be a problem. Formations are dead things. They certainly don't target themselves. Only people target people. In this instant, Su Xiaofan thought a lot. Finally, he locked his attention on the examiner of the second round of examination, Song Qingshan. He just couldn't figure it out. He shouldn't have a problem with the other guy? And the other side. That's putting themselves in a dead end. Too much bullying of honest people. Su Xiaofan was a bit annoyed. Just then, 9 figures had already killed in unison. Su Xiaofan took out the treasured teleportation talisman and injected Yuan Qi, but there was no response at all. This means that this space has been closed. He attempted to use the stepping fist, but his Yuan Qi reserves were limited and the distance was too short to get out. He had no choice but to turn on the Savage Bull transformation and run wildly with his legs drawn, crossing a major order. A dozen or 9. This is clearly unrealistic. However, this is entirely expedient, because this space is too small. So small that he would be surrounded in less than a quarter of an hour's work. Su Xiaofan put his heart on the line and gritted his teeth to directly use the Lingkong Realm experience card that the system had rewarded him with earlier. Instantly, a strong force erupted within his body. Immediately afterward, Su Xiaofan was delighted. Not only his own realm, but even the divine demon Qi refining technique had broken through to the second layer. He immediately felt his body's strength surge once again. Without hesitation, he turned back and threw a punch at the face of a Lingkong realm detachment. The latter flew out directly backwards. His mouth bent and eyes slanted by the blow. Su Xiaofan was a bit excited and proceeded to open the second layer of the divine demon Qi refining skill's divine ability. Fierce Tiger Transformation. The runes on his body turned a faint yellow color, and they coalesced into the word king on his head. In the next instant, the mighty tiger transformation came with its own divine ability. The tiger's whistle was unleashed. Roar! A sound of a tiger whistle erupted from Su Xiaofan's mouth. The invisible sound wave shook the 9 doppelgangers directly into the air. Su Xiaofan lowered his head and clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented strength that was building up within his body. Then, the stepping fist was unleashed. the figure instantly moved several meters and appeared in front of a bilocation, and a punch directly blasted the bilocation's body, which was condensed by Yuan Qi, into pieces. His figure lunged out violently, a whip kick that blasted a doppelganger on his side. The other side, unopposed. The situation shifted instantly, from a pack of wolves surrounding the hunter to a one-sided slaughter by the hunter. Even Su Xiaofan was a bit confused. After the mighty tiger transformation was opened, whether it was strength, perception, speed, or even every single place of the body, it was enhanced by more than 10 times. Soon, several Lingkong realm bilocations were slaughtered cleanly. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest, a path appeared. Su Xiaofan followed the path for a few moments before walking out of the bamboo forest. In front of them was an open space, where several trainees who had already passed the examination were resting in place. They were stunned when they saw Su Xiaofan's appearance at the moment. What a heavy kill! Su Xiaofan asked with a murderous rage. Where's Song Qingshan? He has a score to settle. Anyway, for once, it doesn't affect the mission. Maybe Pops was right about that one. If you hold back for a while, you get worse. If you take a step back, you will never be able to get back. This time, he wasn't going to hold back. There's no such thing as bullying an honest man. At that moment, Song Qingshan walked out from a bunch of female trainees. He looked at Su Xiaofan in disbelief. You're looking for me? Su Xiaofan asked in a cold voice. You did this? A flash of panic flashed under Song Qingshan's eyes and he directly denied it. No. Su Xiaofan sneered and cursed. You dog, I haven't even said what I did. And you're saying it's not. Song Qingshan's face turned cold. What did you just scold me for? A group of female trainees also looked at Su Xiaofan with indignation. Not the little Su thief. You dare to scold our senior brother Song. You're not tired of living. That's right, little Su thief. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to senior brother Song? Su Xiaofan, are you sick? Did our senior brother Song invite you to mess with you? Su Xiaofan ignored them and instead stared at Song Qingshan. I scold you? Aren't you a dog? Song Qingshan was furious. A murderous intent flashed under his eyes. You seek death. However, before he could react, the next moment Su Xiaofan had already appeared in front of him. Snap! With one slap, Song Qingshan's body turned into a whirlwind and smashed into a group of female trainees. It directly smashed the few screaming female trainees just now, breaking their bones and letting out a miserable scream. The disciples on the side who had yet to be initiated were dumbstruck. The dear courtyard senior brother, whom they had just honored as a god, was powerless to fight back? What's going on here? At this time, Song Qingshan staggered up, also looking incredulous. Lingering realm. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth and stared at Su Xiaofan. You used a secret method to raise your realm. Su Xiaofan didn't even bother to talk to him, and with the soles of his feet, he rushed over like an arrow off the string. He struck out with his fist, his arm's veins rippling, and the sound of the wind breaking through the air blew people's scalps. Song Qingshan was startled, but for the sake of face also refused to retreat, and even used his fist against his fist. Boom! Click! The loud crashing sound was followed by broken bones, torn meridians, and miserable screams. Song Qingshan flew out again. When he stood up again, one arm was as limp and drooping at his side as if it had no bones. Song Qingshan's face showed pain as he looked at Su Xiaofan with hatred. Little Su thief, today you will die. Su Xiaofan charged forward once again. This time, a punch went straight towards the head. Just at this moment, a low drink came from midair. Little you dare. Su Xiaofan's figure paused in place for a moment, and then he flew backwards at a speed faster than he had come. It slammed into the ground, skidding several meters in a row before coming to a halt. And in place, a brocade-clad middle-aged man appeared. Waste. The middle-aged man glanced back at Song Qingshan, his gaze fixed on the severed hand, and his tone rose in displeasure then. A hallowed senior brother of the dear courtyard can't even defeat an uninitiated disciple? Song Qingshan lowered his head and said weakly, Father. At this time, Su Xiaofan slowly climbed up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the middle-aged man and asked, Who are you? The middle-aged faded. Vice Dean. Song Yuntai. Song? Su Xiaofan instantly realized that this was a case of hitting the little one and the old one coming. Su Xiaofan stared at Song Yuntai. Is your excellency trying to bully the small with the big? Song Yuntai smiled disdainfully. Bullying the small with the big? Little you want to reason with me? You, one who has not yet been initiated, want to reason with me? Su Xiaofan laughed in anger for a moment. I've seen shameless ones, but I haven't seen such shameless ones. Song Yuntai's expression instantly darkened. Little looking for death. Only to see Song Yuntai flick his finger, a Yuan Qi condensed finger, and it killed directly over. Su Xiaofan unleashed his treading fist and instantly shifted, which allowed him to dodge over. What kind of battle technique is this? Song Yuntai let out a cry of surprise. his face showing greed. Little me, I want your battle skill. Then, a large hand of Yuan Qi grabbed towards Su Xiaofan with extreme speed. Su Xiaofan unleashed the stepping fist again, but he realized that the Yuan Qi in his body had dried up. In the nick of time, a figure stood in front of him. It was a middle-aged man in cloth. Just by blasting out his fist, he shattered this Yuan Qi hand. Su Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, and then, somewhat puzzled, asked, "This senior, why did you strike?" The cloth-clad middle-aged man turned around and laughed. "Would the boy like to be under my tutelage?" Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "This is a big deal. I have to ask my father." The middle-aged man in cloth smiled and nodded. "Not in a hurry." At this time, Song Yuntai frowned. "Zhao Fengnian, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man in cloth who was called Zhao Fengnian said. "Guess." Song Yuntai frowned slightly, and in the next instant the two of them instantly disappeared in place. Su Xiaofan's eyes were wide open, and he could only see two remnants of shadows continuously intersecting in front of him, followed by debris flying about. Is this the battle between divine hidden realms? Su Xiaofan watched in awe. He hadn't seen such a powerful person fight. Of course, Su Yuan was the exception. This guy fights are almost always instant kills, or crushes. Press is not even close to being exciting. Inside the field, as soon as the duo started fighting, several powerful auras flew over. Su Xiaofan swept a glance and guessed that these people should be the elders as well as mentors of the Deer Courtyard. As soon as these people arrived, they were in a daze, not knowing what was going on now. After another moment passed, the two figures suddenly separated. Zhao Fengnian covered his chest, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and once again appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. Defeated, Su Xiaofan quickly swept a glance at the duo's state, and knew that this senior Zhao, who wanted to take him as his disciple, was miserable. This was because Song Yuntai, standing in place, did not have the slightest intention of being injured, except for his clothes being a bit messy. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaofan said, "Senior, this matter is better for you to stay out of it." Zhao Fengnian spat out a mouthful of blood and water and said, "Kid, I'm really in charge of this matter." Su Xiaofan. At this time, Song Yuntai from the opposite side said, "Zhao Fengnian, if you don't back off, you're a dead man." Zhao Fengnian said with a cold smile, "So what if I don't back off?" The elders on one side wanted to persuade them to fight, but they were directly glared back by a look from Song Yuntai. "Vice President, no one dares to offend." Song Yuntai also stopped talking nonsense and killed again. Just then, however, the ground shuddered. Immediately afterward, the crowd suddenly stared at the midair with wide eyes in disbelief. The mountain protection formation of the Deer Courtyard. Broken. Chapter 31. Who hit my son? Step forward. In the next moment, a white-robed old man appeared, and it was the dean, Xiang Hua. He spoke extremely fast. "The grand formation has been broken. All of you prepare to defend the enemy." At those words, the crowd was shocked. The Deer Courtyard grand formation was so strong that someone was able to break through it? What kind of strong person does this have to be? Xiang Hua swept a glance at these people and finally locked his eyes on Song Yuntai and asked, "What just happened?" Song Yuntai said perfunctorily, "It's nothing, just a little conflict between students." Crowd. Song Yuntai then asked, "Who is the visitor?" With such boldness, the corner of Xiang Hua's eye twitched, and he spat out a name between the opening and closing of his mouth. Su Yuan. It dawned on the crowd that I'm afraid this is the only one who dares to be so unscrupulous. These days, who in the entire imperial capital hadn't heard the name of this Su thief? However, Song Yuntai's face changed. Su thief. How dare he come? It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid of this Su thief. The reason why he dared to move the little Su thief before was also because he felt that the Su thief didn't dare to come to the Deer Courtyard to cause trouble. But now, Song Yuntai regretted it. Xiang Hua, however, did not notice this as he asked, "How is Su Xiaofan doing?" This is a little ancestor. If something really happens, it is estimated that the Deer Courtyard will really have to fight a big battle. Even the destruction of the Dayu Deer Courtyard in one fell swoop was possible. A purple mansion realm sword cultivator. Unless the Middle-earth continent's Deer Courtyard General Court sent someone over to suppress it. Who could suppress it? But it takes time, I guess. During this time, the Dayu Deer Courtyard was long gone. At that moment, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards the blood-clothed teenager. Xiang Hua also looked over and asked, "You are Su Xiaofan?" Su Xiaofan subconsciously nodded. Then, Xiang Hua appeared at his side, and after carefully surveying him, he was relieved to see that the person was fine. As long as the person isn't dead, then there's still room for maneuver. Immediately afterward, as if reacting, he looked towards the bamboo forest and his eyes widened violently. You, Xiang Hua said with an incredulous face, "You broke the 9 heavenly arcane fury formation?" Su Xiaofan also glanced at the bamboo forest, wondering why the other party was so shocked, but after thinking about keeping this under wraps, he simply nodded. Xianghua sucked in a breath of cool air and stammered a bit, unable to speak. The 9 Heavenly Mysteries formation. This formation has never been broken by anyone in all these years. Those who enter the formation don't even have the strength to return the same way sometimes. Xianghua instantly rose up with a love of money and said, "Would you like to be under my tutelage?" The corner of Zhao Fengnian's mouth on the side twitched. At the same time, a palpitating pressure came from the sky. The crowd raised their eyes to look, but they saw a sword light falling from the sky. The tip of the sword was thrust into the ground, while a man in a green shirt stood at the hilt. Su Thief. This was the first time that the crowd had seen this absolute sword cultivator who had been in the limelight lately. For a moment, he was shocked by the invincible sword intent that filled the heaven and earth. Many of the young trainees even directly vomited blood and fainted. It wasn't that Su Yuan had done this deliberately, but the little bit of sword intent he had accidentally revealed wasn't something these teenagers could resist. Su Yuan, however, didn't care about any of this, and the first time he appeared, he looked at his son. Seeing his face in a sorry state and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he frowned. Then he locked his gaze on Xianghua. Feeling that the other party's aura was the strongest in the room, he had guessed the identity of the other party. He had inquired about the name of Xianghua, the dean of Deer Courtyard. Before he could say anything, Xianghua was the first to speak. "Your Excellency, your son is fine. Can we call it a day?" Su Yuan was a bit taken aback. This attitude of the other party was something he hadn't expected at all. Xianghua actually mainly wanted to keep Su Xiaofan, so he didn't want to make too much of a mess with this one. Of course, he also knew that if he had a tough attitude, he might be able to get no deer yard. This Su Thief is notorious for not being afraid of anything. Su Yuan was also of a soft but not hard nature. However, he did not immediately agree to Xianghua's request, but looked at his son and said, "Tell me what happened. Tell me all about it." Su Xiaofan then told the story as it was, without adding fuel to the fire. But even so, Su Yuan's face darkened. Meanwhile, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. He looked at Xianghua and questioned, "My son is the victim in this case, and you want to let it go?" Xianghua glared at the father and son duo of Song Yuntai and said in silence for a moment, "After Su Xiaofan joins the Deer Courtyard, we'll do our best to cultivate him." Su Yuan sneered once again. "You're saying that my son joining your Deer Exploitation Courtyard is instead my son getting the benefit of the doubt? My son Su Xiaofan, who has the stature of a great emperor, joining you in the Deer Courtyard is a great advantage you have taken. Full training? Isn't that the way it should be?" At those words, Su Xiaofan's eyes widened. "Dad, you stabbed me in the back." The expressions on the faces of the crowd were also a match for each other. "My son, Su Xiaofan, has the appearance of a great emperor? Listen, how arrogant does one have to be to say something like that?" As expected of a Su Thief, Xianghua was also silent for a long time and finally said, "And what does your excellency think should be done about it?" The corner of Su Yuan's mouth sketched out a bizarre arc as he swept his eyes over the crowd. "The wound on my son's body. Who hit him? Step forward." The crowd all turned their gazes towards Song Yuntai and his father and son, while the father and son duo lowered their heads and didn't move. Su Yuan glanced at the duo and spoke indifferently to the crowd. "Since no one dares to admit it, then you will all go together." Upon hearing this, a group of people hurriedly retreated, leaving only Song Yuntai's father and son in the same spot. When the father and son duo saw this, their bodies unconsciously trembled, and there was no more of their previous pomp and circumstance. However, Song Yuntai still had an angry face and a stiff upper lip. "Thief Su, what do you want?" Su Yuan smiled faintly and ignored Song Yuntai, instead looking at Song Qingshan. "You go down. I never bully the big guys." Song Qingshan suppressed his anger and took several steps back after glancing at his father. "Ungrateful son," Song Yuntai said angrily. Song Qingshan lowered his head in shame. At the same time, a powerful sword intent directly enveloped Song Yuntai. The latter only felt an aura of death coming over him. However, Su Yuan did not strike his sword, as his figure disappeared into place and he slapped Song Yuntai across the face. The latter was knocked off his feet by the tremendous force and fell to the ground, an incisor flying out in the process. Song Yuntai was furious. As the vice president of the Deer Courtyard, when had he ever been humiliated like this? He just wanted to resist, yet he realized that the divine stash inside his body was blocked by the sword chi. Couldn't mobilize any yuan chi at all. Su Yuan kicked him in the stomach again. His entire body flew out horizontally, his face rubbing against the ground in a bloody mess. The crowd watched in horror. "Stop." Xianghua was a bit unable to look at it. No matter what, that is also the vice president of the Deer Hunting Academy. To be humiliated like this in front of so many people. Where was the face of the Deer Hunting Academy? However, A blood-red sword had been pressed against his brow the moment he opened his mouth. Su Yuan didn't give any face at all. Feeling the sword's strong killing intent, Xianghua then also sighed hopelessly. At that moment, Song Yuntai finally had a chance to speak. So he roared, "Thief Su, you bully the weak with the strong. What kind of hero are you?" Su Yuan's powerful kick directly stepped on Song Yuntai's abdomen. There was a clicking sound as if something had broken. No! Song Yuntai's entire body was confused, and then his entire body convulsed. Godzo! His sacred stash is wasted. Dad! Song Qingshan watched with eyes wide open. The crowd was also silenced. For cultivators, having their cultivation wasted was worse than death. This Su thief, too ruthless. It was only at this moment that Su Yuan finally stopped and laughed coldly. And what qualifications do you have to say that I bully the weak with the strong? This time, Su Yuan was truly enraged. So close, he lost his son. Su Yuan looked at Xianghua and said, "Matter of fact, make arrangements for enrollment, and by the way I'm staying to chaperone." Xianghua was a bit annoyed, but then he glanced at the sword against his brow and lapsed into silence. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he then nodded in agreement. "No problem. Shame on you? Disgraceful indeed." This time, the face of the deer courtyard was lost. But, it's done. Song Yuntai is already an invalid. To seek justice for such a person? To politely refuse a sword cultivator powerhouse? And a supreme genius for such a person? What a joke! Chapter 32, Never Offend the Su Family. Imperial Capital. Yang Family. Yang Wufei was lying on his bed, surrounded by the core members of the Yang family. I don't know how much time had passed, but Yang Wuxi woke up leisurely. After sweeping the crowd, he once again closed his eyes and felt the injuries within his body. After his divine sense sank into his violet mansion and saw the violet mansion that had been chopped down by a large portion of the sword chi, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. A slap went down and knocked out half of his cultivation. If one is not careful and the realm is not stable and the violet mansion collapses, one will end up with a dead body. Now that he thought about it, it still made him feel palpitations. A purple mansion realm sword cultivator was simply outrageous. After a long time, he opened his eyes again and said, "What's the situation with the Su family now?" A clan elder flicked his beard and said with a somewhat odd expression, "The Su family's father and son made a scene at the deer courtyard yesterday. The young Su thief broke the 9 heavenly Shinxian Fury formation, and the old Su thief not only destroyed the deer courtyard's mountain protector formation, but also wasted the vice president." At those words, the corners of Yang Wufei's mouth twitched. How many geniuses have been buried there since the beginning of time? It was actually broken by the little Su thief. There was also that legendary mountain protection formation that could withstand peak purple mansion realm cultivators, but it was actually broken by the old Su thief. This father and son duo, when they really don't behave. Calming himself, he then asked, "And after that?" The father and son duo were considered to have completely offended the deer courtyard, and even if they were sword cultivators, they certainly didn't have a good ending. Yang Wuxi sneered in his heart. That clan elder was silent for a long time before he said, "After that, little Su thief became a key disciple of the deer courtyard, and Su thief moved to the deer courtyard to accompany him." Yang Wufei's body trembled with anger. "Deer courtyard? Humph. A vain name," clan elder said. "The vice dean is ruined anyway. The deer courtyard got a demonic disciple this time, and it also comes with a purple mansion realm sword cultivator, directly winning the hemp. I know it naturally." Yang Wufei glared at the clan elder, then sighed and slowly sat up, continuing to ask, "On the emperor's side, what's the reaction?" Su the thief made a scene at the banquet, and with the emperor's past nature, he was bound to be furious. Clan elder said, after the banquet that day, the emperor had secretly sent a gift to the Su thieves, saying that the hospitality was not good enough. Yang Wuxi felt completely numb. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the crowd and said, "Pass the order down, lift the pursuit of the Su family father and son, and then prepare a thick gift to send to the deer courtyard to the Su thieves. In the future, my young family, see the Su family, all retreat, if they are offended, the consequences of their own." At these words, many of the slightly older clan elders nodded slightly. It's the right thing to do. As for hatred, it's nothing in front of the survival of the family. But there are still many people who express opposition and do not understand. The one with the most resolute attitude was young Wufei's wife. Ding! At this moment, this woman's pretty face was occupied by hatred, and her face was twisted. "By what right? Won't you take revenge for your son's blood?" Yang Wufei sighed and said, "It's not unreported. The time has not yet come." "Yeah, well, the time isn't right. If you really continue to offend Su, people do not care directly to kill. Who can block? The young family will be exterminated in an instant. These days, the fist is the truth." At the same time, The flower family on the other side also made a unanimous decision with the Yang family. There's no way around it. The situation calls for it. Previously, when Su Yuan hadn't revealed his Purple Mansion realm cultivation, they could still have a fight. But for now, they could only be careful to lower their presence. 3 days later, in the Deer Courtyard, in a small independent courtyard at the top of the mountain, Su Xiaofan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After feeling the restored as-is injuries in his body, he then revealed a hint of a smile. After breaking into the formation a few days ago, coupled with being beaten by a divine hidden realm cultivator, even if his physique was strong, he was still a bit overwhelmed. But fortunately, the injury wasn't too heavy, plus the divine demon Qi refining skill possessed a powerful repairing ability, which allowed him to recover as good as new so quickly. At this moment, Su Xiaofan rubbed his hands together and prepared to open the system panel to receive the chaotic body. How about this time are considered to be met? After all, he did not even participate in the examination finished. How about that? It's definitely all down to the wire. However, when he saw the extinguished second option, the man went completely numb. Su Xiaofan rubbed his eyes and looked again, and the image remained unchanged. What's going on? He inwardly called out to his seniors, who ignored him. This caused Su Xiaofan's heart to hit rock bottom. After a long period of silence, Su Xiaofan sighed and claimed the first option reward of raising a minor realm. In an instant, his realm was raised to the peak of an 8. However, this did not make up for Su Xiaofan's traumatized heart. After thinking about it, Su Xiaofan decided to go out and ask. He's not convinced. The chaos body is gone. How can this be tolerated? Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, Su Xiaofan saw a familiar figure. It was Zhao Fengnian who had saved and wanted to take him as his disciple that day. Su Xiaofan went up and asked, "Why are you here, Mr. Zhou?" For this mentor, Su Xiaofan was still extremely favorable, because this mentor was the only one who helped him when he was isolated. Zhao Fengnian turned around without speaking, his hand directly resting on Su Xiaofan's shoulder. A moment later nodded. "Not bad. The method you used to raise your cultivation level seems to have very few side effects. The injuries have returned as good as new. But it's also thanks to your father's willingness to put down money. The finest elixir herbs don't cost anything to stuff into your mouth." Su Xiaofan nodded with a smile. "That's natural. I'm the only son he has, and he'll rely on me to retire in the future." Zhao Fengnian smiled and said, "There was a rumor I almost believed before, but now it seems the rumor was wrong." Su Xiaofan wondered. "What rumors?" Zhao Fengnian said. "Rumor has it that you are the emperor's illegitimate son." Su Xiaofan said with some displeasure. "How could I be the emperor's bastard? Who likes to talk nonsense so much?" Zhao Fengnian smiled without saying anything, but the next moment his hand on Su Xiaofan suddenly trembled. He exclaimed, "You broke through?" Su Xiaofan's face changed slightly. It was not good that he was exposed again, but the matter has come to a head, and it is no good to argue, so I can only say, occasional realization. Zhao Fengnian took a deep breath before he then said, "How old are you? Be specific." Su Xiaofan blinked and said, 15. Zhao Fengnian sighed in admiration. "You're simply a demon." Su Xiaofan said with some displeasure. "Teacher, why are you cursing? I'm a human, not a demon." Zhao Fengnian was somewhat silent. Su Xiaofan then took the opportunity to ask, "Director Zhao, what place did I come in on the entrance exam?" Zhao Fengnian looked deeply at Su Xiaofan and said, Number 1. Number 1 in the entrance examination. Or rather, number 1 in the history of the Deer Academy." Su Xiaofan's eyes glazed over for a moment, feeling his scalp go numb as he said, "How did I become number 1? It's impossible." Zhao Fengnian explained, "The 9 heavenly Xianxian formation that you broke. No one has ever walked out of it in hundreds of years. If you say you're not number 1, who's number 1? Su Xiaofan was completely silent. Zhao Fengnian then asked, "How's the thinking about what I told you earlier?" Su Xiaofan said woodenly, "I'll have to ask my father about that. It's a big deal." In regards to worshipping this as a teacher, Su Xiaofan was actually not resistant. As soon as his words fell, Su Yuan suddenly appeared beside the duo. This startled the duo. Chapter 33 Magnificent Father, Clueless Son, Dad, Elder Su. Su Yuan nodded and said, "If you have no opinion, just recognize this teacher." He actually wanted to teach his son himself if he could. However, his own cultivation was completely half-baked, relying on the system to improve. So naturally he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Su Xiaofan nodded his head and made a disciple salute straight towards Zhao Fengnian. "Teacher." Zhao Fengnian smiled and answered, "The greatest wish of being a teacher is naturally to produce a strong person. Right now, the good seeds are here. It's up to him, Zhao Fengnian, to polish it." Su Yuan looked at this scene and was quite pleased. Though suspecting his own silly son, He may have an old grandpa to point him in the right direction. But the significance of recognizing this teacher is that apart from instructing cultivation, the foolish son is also considered to have completely become a person of the Deer Exploitation Institute. In the future, if there was another accident, even if he wasn't there, he would still have the Deer Courtyard as his backing. In fact, before Xianghua, that dean, also proposed with him to accept his foolish son under his door, but Su Yuan politely declined. Xianghua, that person, was too weighing the pros and cons, but this teacher at the moment, Su Yuan could see that he was definitely a heavy-hearted one. Thinking of this, Su Yuan took out a fully loaded burlap bag from within his storage ring and handed it to Zhao Fengnian, then said, "This counts as a worship gift." There was a metallic clash as the bag shook. Anyone can immediately realize what's inside. Su Xiaofan on one side was somewhat surprised. "Dad, when did we get so rich? Look at the size of this sack. At least 10,000 gold inside." Su Yuan said, "The emperor sent some a few days ago. The Flower and Yang families also sent some today, and the Yun family also pulled a cart of elixirs over." Su Xiaofan sounded a bit confused. "Father, you're joking with me." It was understandable for the Yun family to send money. It was nothing more than climbing friendship. But the Emperor Yang family and the Flower family also sent money. That's a bit of a stretch. They're all blood feuds. The immortal kind. Su Yuan then said, "That's the benefit of strength. If I possess the strength to exterminate several of his families with a single slap, then even if you go overboard, they can never resent you. In this world, fists can solve 99% of things. And the fact that 1% can't be solved means your fists aren't hard enough." Su Xiaofan nodded his head repeatedly as he listened on the side. Definitely very right. So he wants Go Dao to be invincible. Zhao Fengnian, who was on the sidelines, was listening in a daze. What's this all about? Is this the Su style of education? At this time, Su Yuan had already handed the money to Zhao Fengnian. Instead of picking it up, he said, "No need for that. Duty calls." Su Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense. A handful of them were directly stuffed into Zhao Fengnian's arms, and then his figure disappeared in place. "Zhao Fengnian," Su Xiaofan said, "Take it, teacher. It's about time you got a new one on you." Zhao Fengnian smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said, "With this money, I'll buy you something that you can use in your cultivation." Su Xiaofan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need, but Zhao Fengnian put away the money and straightened up. "Let's go. Let me see how strong you are." For the next month, Su Xiaofan spent it in grueling cultivation, because the Flower family's young family's side had already softened, and there were many things going on in the Wanbao Pavilion side as well. He was no longer living such a depressing life during this period of time. He also discovered that Zhao Fengnian's understanding on the path of cultivation was very penetrating and rich, so it was like a sponge, frantically absorbing this knowledge and turning it into its own use. Although there were system seniors to enhance his cultivation, what resulted was that his knowledge of cultivation was shallow. This is not conducive to maximizing a realm, and it was impossible for him to rely on the system elder every time and randomly raise his cultivation level. If you rely on a mountain, the mountain will fall, but if you rely on a man, he will run away. There are a lot of things that you still have to be a little more solid in your own mind. Of course, these days aren't all that annoying. That Song Qingshan, for example, came over every now and then to pick a fight, saying something about going to the life and death stage with himself. When you get on the life and death stage, there is no victory or defeat, only life and death. It's an old tradition at the Deer House. Su Xiaofan could only avoid it for the time being. Can't help it, can't beat it. Strength, age on the line. And then there's that woman called Shangguan Shouyue, who's been coming to him every day lately. Something about forgiving him and marrying him later. Su Xiaofan only felt that this woman was really sick in the head. That day, at the gate of his yard, there was another knock at the door. Probably the woman again, he guessed. Su Xiaofan could only helplessly go forward to open the door, because if he didn't open it, soon that woman would go around saying that she had been molested by Su Xiaofan. This will cause public outrage. Su Xiaofan didn't like it, but this time, what stood outside the door was a fat man. Su Xiaofan then said with some surprise, "Brother Zhang. Ah, I haven't seen you since that day's examination. What have you been doing all this time?" Zhang Huaron let out a bitter smile. "I was beaten by my father." When he finished, he revealed his ass, which was even bigger than usual. "Look, the swelling hasn't gone down yet." Su Xiaofan was puzzled as he covered his eyes. "Why did Uncle Zhang hit you for nothing?" Zhang Huarong gave Su Xiaofan a blank look and said, "It's not because of you." Su Xiaofan pointed at himself, even more puzzled. "Because of me?" Zhang Huarong nodded his head. "You bastard's reputation has been huge lately. The 9 heavenly Xianxian Fury formation of the Deer Courtyard was broken by you. They then compare you to me. Say I'm a loser. Then my father was taunted at court, got mad, and hit me. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan was a bit speechless, and his mood was suddenly not wonderful. A big reputation is not a good thing. At this time, Zhang Huarong continued, "You're the reason I got this beating. You have to make it up to me." Su Xiaofan wondered, "How can I make it up to you?" Zhang Huarong said, "Accompany me on a walk to the Blood Sword Ruins." Su Xiaofan directly shook his head. "I have to practice." "You're on your own." Zhang Huarong sighed. "I'll probably die if I go alone." "We're brothers." Su Xiaofan continued to shake his head. "No go no go," Zhang Huarong said angrily. "Still not a brother." At the same time, a few lines of text suddenly appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. Traveling to the ruins of the bloody sword. You have two choices below. 1. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Strongly seizing the opportunity. Rewarded with a life-preserving talisman. 2. Without seizing any chance, and with the main purpose of preserving oneself. Participate in the Blood Sword Ruins, and be rewarded with one matchless talisman. Regarding these two talismans, information was synchronized into Su Xiaofan's mind. He was instantly delighted. A life-preserving talisman to protect your last shred of life. For this kind of thing that could save his life, Su Xiaofan usually came to the rescue. The most amazing thing about this is that it's a matchless charm. For a quarter of an hour, he'll be in a state where he can't be beaten. It's sick to the point of being outrageous. After letting out a long breath, Su Xiaofan then opened his mouth. "Brother Zhang, I'll accompany you," Zhang Huarong said with great joy. True to form. Brothers. Soon, the two of them left the courtyard and made their way towards the mountain. Meanwhile, on the roof of the courtyard, two figures stood. One was burly and lanky. The other had a green shirt. It was Zhang Erniu and Su Yuan. At this time, Zhang Ernia said, "Brother Su, that's a good method." Su Yuan laughed. "It can't be helped. The boy doesn't like to go out, and I'm afraid it's not good for him to stay home all the time behind closed doors." Zhang Ernia said, "Brother Su has put his heart and soul into raising his son." Su Yuan then asked, "By the way, Brother Zhang, how much do you know about this Blood Sword Ruins?" Zhang Erniu pondered for a moment and said, "I've heard that this relic was the cave of a supreme sword cultivator 10,000 years ago, which was accidentally found by the Flower family's oldest ancestor and taken for himself. By relying on the chances inside, the Flower family was then able to grow from a bandit force to one of the current 4 great families. It's just that this relic is treasured by the Flower family, so how could it suddenly be declared public? You should know that back then, the founding emperor of Dayu used countless tactics to fail to get the Flower family to hand over the exact location of this relic. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Brother Su, I always feel that something is not right. This Flower family might be planning something. I'm afraid that the two of them have gone." Su Yuan smiled. Looking up at the setting sun in the distance, there was an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. "Brother Zhang, a flower in a greenhouse will never be able to withstand the elements." Chapter 34. Who gave you the guts to touch the Su family? Great Yu Dynasty. Tian Yuan Mountain Range. Above the Blood Sword Ruins, there were countless powerful auras hovering above the sky at the moment. Su Yuan and Zhang Erniu both wore black robes and were hidden amongst the crowd. Zhang Erniu was somewhat speechless. "Didn't you say, Brother Su, that flowers in a greenhouse can't withstand the elements?" Su Yuan nodded. "That's right." Zhang Erniu was puzzled. "So you called me here to?" "Naturally, it's the protector of the way." Su Yuan strangely glanced at Zhang Erniu. "Brother Zhang, in such a dangerous place, are you really comfortable leaving the two of them right here? You're quite the pro-daddy." Zhang Erniu whispered in a low voice. "I'm sure I'm the real dad." "It's not certain if you are." Between the two conversations, a strong aura swept in. It was none other than Su Yuan's old acquaintance, Flower Enchantress. Below the crowd, Su Xiaofan looked up and subconsciously shrank toward the crowd. Zhang Huarong looked at Su Xiaofan, who had already disguised himself to look like a boy, with a look of contempt. He despised such people the most. Trying to play the pig in a poke thing again. "Are you?" Su Xiaofan was aggravated to death. He didn't pretend to be a pig in a poke. He just wanted to be a man in the street. At this moment, Flower Enchantress's clear and cold voice rang out. "Greetings to all of you Taoists. I'm sure you shouldn't know much about this Blood Sword Ruin. This is the cave of a supreme sword cultivator 10,000 years ago, and the entire cave consists of a small world. Although my Flower family has occupied this place for a long time, the degree of development is actually extremely low, and there are still countless opportunities inside. It's just that this world is about to collapse after 10,000 years. I, the Flower family, know that my abilities are insufficient, and this is why I have made it widely known that I would like to do a favor and share this relic with all of you." The crowd nodded in satisfaction, and then someone asked, "Does Family Master Hua know what level of sword cultivator the owner of this cave is?" Flower Enchantress smiled charmingly. Her red lips slightly opened, and spat out 3 words. Great Sword Fairy. The entire room was horrified at these words. What is the Great Sword Immortal? Cultivating the sword to the extreme. Without relying on cultivation, the sword intent alone could do the job of destroying cities and breaking seas, even 10,000 years ago. That era when the sword Tao was extremely bright and sword cultivators were invincible. The Great Sword Immortals were all among the topmost powerhouses. Only the Sword Emperor could stabilize a head. And this, after all, is a Great Sword Immortal's cave. Only, Flower Enchantress said with a turn of phrase, this cave has a prohibition. Anyone over the age of 20 is not allowed to enter. At those words, a group of powerful people frowned slightly. There was a purple-robed divine hidden realm powerhouse with a disdainful face, rushing towards the entrance of the relics, wanting to forcefully break the prohibition. What about the Great Sword Immortal? 10,000 years old. How much sword intent is left? However, in the next moment, a terrifying blood-colored sword intent chopped straight towards the purple-robed powerhouse, cutting his body to pieces. The crowd of powerhouses were horrified and hastily retreated. Su Yuan, who was in the crowd, frowned as he felt the powerful sword intent, as well as the blood-killing sword that was emitting gusts of sword sounds within his violet mansion, worthy of the Great Sword Immortal. Even after 10,000 years, the sword intent was still as terrifying as ever. I'm afraid that the purity of this sword intent is a few points stronger than my invincible sword intent. It's just that if I can't get in, I can't keep my son safe. Su Yuan began to get a little worried inside. The chances are limited. Those who have no background or strength and want to fish in troubled waters, get lost yourself. In the meantime, the younger generation of Dayu was preparing to enter the blood sword ruins through the spatial cracks on the ground, but he was stopped by a group of strong men. Even if the treasures within the relics were more plentiful, it couldn't be helped by the number of people. So now one less person goes in, and their own offspring may bring back one more chance. Bullying? Oh, you have no strength and no background. If not to bully you, who to bully? Some of the young people from humble backgrounds changed their faces in an instant, but instead, they can only hold their breath and leave in disgrace. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaofan was quite touched. My father was right. In this world fists make sense. With that in mind, he was about to follow Zhang Huarong into the blood sword mysterious realm. Wait! A middle-aged man with a big belly and brocade clothes suddenly reached out and stopped him. Su Xiaofan put on an extremely deferential appearance and asked, "What are you doing, elder?" The brocade-clothed middle-aged man frowned and said in a cold voice, "What family are you from?" "It's..." Su Xiaofan stammered, a bit unable to speak. Zhang Hualong, who was in front of him, stood to the side with an expression of watching the show. With the previous lesson, he really didn't want to say a word now, and even felt a bit sour in his heart. This father and son of the Su family are all alike. Goes everywhere, loads everywhere. He'd like to pretend, but he doesn't have the money. At that moment, he heard the brocade-clothed middle-aged man chortle. "How dare you? Where is the wild boy from that dares to fish in these muddy waters? Get the hell out of here!" Su Xiaofan's face instantly became a bit unsightly. "Elder, I'm friends with the young master of the Zhang family." The brocade-clothed middle-aged man remained unmoved. "Who knows what you're saying? If it's a lie?" Zhang Hualong said on the side. "This senior, this is indeed my friend." The brocade-clad middle-aged man said. "So what if I am? Even if your Zhang family is powerful, you still have to abide by the rules. Have you ever seen another family's son bring a friend?" Nearby, a group of powerful people nodded their heads. Everyone is not a cutie pie. One less person going in is good for them all. And who would object? Zhang Hualong. Su Xiaofan only had to expose himself. "Elder, I'm from the Su family." There was no way around it. He had to enter the blood sword ruins. Otherwise you won't get a single hair. As soon as he said this, many people recognized Su Xiaofan in disguise. And for a moment, many hostile gazes were cast over. Especially Song Qingshan at the front of the crowd. That look in his eyes, like he wanted to eat someone. The little Su thief has many enemies, but no one dared to touch him. His father, a purple mansion realm sword cultivator. A lord the emperor wouldn't dare to neglect when he sees him. It's just that this big-bellied, brocade-clothed middle-aged man in front of him belonged to the clan's power. The name of Su the thief had not yet spread amongst the sect forces. He obviously didn't know how terrifying the Su family really was. So the brocade-clothed middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and after making sure he hadn't heard of this family, he opened his mouth. What kind of a cat or dog is the Su family? And they deserve to enter the blood sword ruins? There are seeds. For a moment, the entire room turned pin-sharp, and some people even sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The brocade-clothed middle-aged man didn't even notice the difference in the surroundings, and with a wave of pressure, he pressed towards Su Xiaofan overwhelmingly. Su Xiaofan didn't change his face and coped with it extremely easily. The brocade-clothed middle-aged man felt that he had lost face, and bursting into a rage, he directly slashed at Su Xiaofan. This blade, without the slightest bit of retention, was completely a killing move. Those present who knew Su Xiaofan's bottom line, whether they had a grudge or not, were confused. You really have the guts to do it. Do you know who his father is? This punch, if the person's son, really hit the problem. To Su Thief's style of action, your family clan is estimated to have no. Just as Su Xiaofan was about to run away with his stepping fist, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was only the person who struck out that slightly surprised him. Chapter 35. If living isn't about pretending, it's better to die. This person Su Xiaofan still had some impression. It was none other than the head of the Yun family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. Yun Miaha. Just why did he step in and help me? As Su Xiaofan pondered, the brocade-clothed middle-aged man who had been stopped was puzzled. Yun family master, why did you save this wild boy? Yun Miaha didn't want to speak to this kind of little person at all, and only spat out the word "get lost" in a salty manner. The brocade-clothed middle-aged man was trembling with anger. Yun family master, this is a matter for my spirit-gathering sect. It's not your turn to intervene. Yes? Yun Miacha sneered and struck down with a palm. The strong force directly slapped the brocade-clothed middle-aged man into a mess. Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation of powerhouses present, all of them had horrified faces. The spirit-gathering sect is the #1 sect in Great Yu. The strength is on par with the Yang family. Is this Yun Miaha crazy? How dare he kill someone from the spirit-gathering sect? Su Xiaofan was also quite surprised. It was good that this senior stood up for himself. He was quite grateful. It was just that it was a bit too much. Elder, this. Yun Miaha turned his head and revealed a kind smile. No matter. I just don't like the look of him. Su Xiaofan, old dog Yun, you've bullied people too much. From the crowd, another strong man rushed out. If it wasn't Chi Mu, the head of the spirit-gathering sect, who else could it be? Yun Miaha protected Su Xiaofan's body and said with a cold snort, "Humph, you don't know what's good for you. If I didn't make a move, I'm afraid that your spirit-gathering sect would have to sever its Tao tomorrow." Sect Master Chi was a bit confused when he heard this. You killed the elders in my sect, and instead I have to owe you a favor? Yun Miaha said seriously. You do owe me a big favor. Did you know he was a son of the Su family? The Su family? Seiki taunted. I've never heard of any Su family. Don't scare me with these cats and dogs. Yun Miaha was a bit different. How dare you not know about the Su family? I advise you to ask around before deciding whether or not to make a move. Zimmer snorted and opened his mouth. I don't care what you, the Su family, are, we'll destroy them together today. With those words, the purple mansion realm aura fully erupted. With a snap of his fingers, a huge finger shadow crushed towards Yun Miacha. Several Yun family powerhouses also struck out at that instant. Several people combined their efforts, which barely stopped this finger shadow. This, however, was just a casual strike by Zimmer. The gap between the two realms could be imagined. Zhang Erniu in the crowd saw this scene and said, Brother Su, this Yun family, in order to climb into friendship with you, they really don't even want to die. It's just that the spirit-gathering sect, it's not something to be messed with. Su Yuan faintly said, there's no harm in it, just a mere spirit-gathering sect. I can suppress it with a snap of my fingers. At those words, even Zhang Erniu, an honest man, said without thinking, Brother Su, you'll die if you don't pretend. Su Yuan said seriously, if living isn't about pretending, it's better to die. Zhang Erniu, Senior, can this matter be put to rest? It's actually all a misunderstanding. Su Xiaofan frowned. In mid-air, Zimmer smiled disdainfully. Shut up, you're nothing. In his eyes, Su Xiaofan was nothing more than an ant. Talking to a mole is a bit of a fall from grace. He raised his hand and wanted to obliterate Su Xiaofan in the process. The weak are not even qualified to speak in front of the strong. Su Xiaofan clenched his fists. I'd like to see who dares to touch someone from my Su family. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from nowhere, followed by a blood-colored long sword that came from the sky. In a flash, it locked onto Zimmer. Saki was startled. Swordsmanship. How could a sword cultivator appear in this place? Feeling the monstrous sword intent, his face changed wildly and a tingle ran through his scalp. The crowd exploded even more. It's the Su thief. Hua Enchantress' eyes turned sinister. The corners of Yang Wuxi's mouth twitched. How come everywhere you go, there's this? Chimu had already sacrificed his violet mansion, trying to resist this monstrous sword intent. However, the blood-killing sword was not blocked in the slightest and directly penetrated through the violet mansion. Boom! The purple mansion collapsed for the most part. Blood flowed from the corner of Chimu's mouth. His face was bloodless, and his eyes were even more terrified. Sword cultivators, too damn scary. If this sword goes down, I'm afraid that the purple mansion is in danger of collapsing. The most frightening thing was still that the other party had only made one sword strike. If I get another sword, my life is over. Shimu didn't care about face anymore, and bowed towards the void, directly begging for forgiveness. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. Face? Lives are gone. Face is nothing. In the void, a man in a green shirt appeared. He stood tall, glanced at Shimu, and spoke faintly. You just said, what is my Su family? Seiki looked embarrassed. I was just kidding around. The green shirt man added. You still want to destroy my Su family? Zemo looked like a reprimanded grandson, his head itching to lower into his pants. I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me for offending you. Fellow Daoist, the green-shirt man pointed at Su Xiaofan and said, apologize to him. Shimu's face was ugly, and his heart was incomparably ashamed. He was the head of a clan, but to ask him to apologize to a junior in front of so many people? It's just a strange shame. But looking at the sword that was only half an inch away from his brow, he could only arch his hand towards Su Xiaofan. Little friend, it was indeed my eyes that failed to recognize MT. Tai in the past. Su Xiaofan ignored him. Instead, he looked at the green-shirt man and called out father. At this moment, many of the younger generation were looking at Su Xiaofan with some envy. They want to shout along. Su Yuan put away his sword and first nodded towards Yun Miaocha. Yun Miaocha was overjoyed. It's not a bad beating. In the next moment, Su Yuan appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. It was a relief to see that the other person was fine. Then the blood slaughter sword was handed over. Su Xiaofan said with some doubt, Father, I don't know how to use a sword. Su Yuan said, this sword has a deep connection with this blood sword ruin, so it might be useful. Here, I've also sealed a sword intent that you can use to save your life at critical moments. Su Xiaofan was curious. Father, this sword, what level? Su Yuan said, you can cut down the purple mansion great circle. The moment these words came out, the people present were practically going crazy with envy and jealousy. So strong? Su Xiaofan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and held the blood-killing sword in a death grip. Su Yuan continued. Little fan, Yuan, remember that chance and all that is not important. Self-preservation is fundamental. At those words, Su Xiaofan was somewhat moved. A father's love is like a mountain. Although his father always said something about having to rely on himself, he was still very uneasy in the end. Father, don't worry. Looking at this scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety, Zhang Hualong smashed his mouth and looked at Zhang Erniu, who had just appeared in front of him, and stretched out his hand. Old dang. You pop out some good stuff too. Zhang Erniu laughingly raised his big slap. In mid-air, Yang Wufei and Hua Enchantress exchanged glances. Flower Enchantress said, the little Su thief has even come, so let him die without a burial place. Young Invincible said, aren't you afraid that Thief Su will go crazy? You just saw him strike. We couldn't even carry one of his swords. Flower Enchantress said, I have my own way to deal with him. This time, the Su thief will die. Yang Wufei's face was thoughtful. You, the Flower family, what exactly is your plan? Flower Enchantress had deep eyes and did not reply. Chapter 36, The Su family is nothing. A group of young men appeared above a blood-colored earth. The smell of blood, so thick that it stung the nostrils, came over one's face, making one want to vomit. The trees around them grew extraordinarily lush, and there were piles of bones everywhere. In the center of the crowd, Su Xiaofan was surrounded. All around were eyes that wanted to eat people. Song Qingshan stood in the front row and sneered. Little Su thief, your father couldn't enter this blood sword ruins. Today you will die. The crowd chimed in. Su the thief, everyone must be executed. Zhang Hualong was standing right next to Su Xiaofan, and was now shivering. It's not a good idea to make friends. Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched, but he didn't panic. Lightly taking out the blood-killing sword, Fade said, this sword, it can cut down the purple mansion great perfection. Su Xiaofan really didn't want to pretend, but sometimes it was impossible not to. There was a silence in the room. Looking at the blood-red long sword, it fell into silence. These days, no one lives too long. After all, they're all still young. To put it bluntly, whoever is on now is dead. Zhang Huarong immediately changed into a doggy look and pointed at himself. Come on, if you've got the guts, come and beat up the little master. Crowd. At that moment, a disciple of the Flower family, seeing that the fight was not going to end, stepped forward and said, everyone, these corpses were left behind 10,000 years ago. According to what we've learned, 10,000 years ago, this blood sword immortal, killing people and practicing with his sword, offended the world's righteousness, so he was besieged by the combined efforts of many forces. Later, although he wiped out all the enemies, he himself died of exhaustion. At those words, the crowd's expressions were grave. This kind of battle record is horrifying. The sword cultivator was really strong. Then, that flower family disciple pointed to the mountains in the distance. That's the Bloody Sword Valley, the place where the bloody sword immortal fell, and the burial place of countless powerful people with countless opportunities. The crowd looked toward the canyon in the distance that looked like it had been cut open by a sword, and their faces were thirsty. In the Blood Sword Valley, not only were there the legacies of those powerful people after their deaths, but there was probably even a sword cultivation inheritance. Who wouldn't want to become an invincible sword cultivator? Look at how arrogant that Su Thief is. Everyone loathes Su the Thief, yet they all want to be Su the Thief. For a moment, several auras erupted, charging towards the Bloody Sword Valley. As for Su Xiaofan, no one bothered. Su Xiaofan, when I get the sword cultivator inheritance, I will behead your father and son. Before Song Qingshan left, he didn't forget to put in a harsh word. Su Xiaofan almost didn't chop over with his sword. Song Qingshan was so scared that he hurriedly shut up and fled. A bunch of dogs. Zhang Hualong cursed and was about to pull Su Xiaofan to charge with him. Su Xiaofan, however, looked nonchalant. Brother Zhang, be at ease. Where could Zhang Huarong not be in a hurry and continue to urge? Hurry up. The chance is fleeting. Su Xiaofan said with a look of lying flat. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The chance is yours. It's always yours. And if it's not yours, you can't force it. Zhang Huarong had no choice but to walk slowly with Su Xiaofan. He had just provoked the crowd. If he didn't stay by Su Xiaofan's side, he was afraid he would be killed. By the time the two of them entered the Blood Sword Valley, there was already a fight on this side. Su Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong headed directly into the depths of the canyon. A moment later, Zhang Huarong pointed at a corpse bone and said, Brother Su, look, that's the corpse of a divine hidden realm powerhouse, and the 100 treasure pouch around his waist. It hasn't been snatched away yet. Quick, where's the chance? Before Zhang Hualong could make a move, a group of people directly rushed over. Zhang Huarong wanted to make a move to grab it, but Su Xiaofan pulled him back. Brother Zhang, take it easy. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the 100 treasure bag had already fallen into someone else's hands. Zhang Hualong watched the duck in his mouth fly away, his face full of puzzlement. Su Laoshi, what are you doing? Su Xiaofan said seriously. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. I have my own plans. Really? Zhang Huarong was half convinced. Su Xiaofan forced himself to hold back his guilt and nodded. He's got a hairy reckoning. He just wanted to finish the second option given by the system seniors peacefully. The duo moved on. A quarter of an hour later, Su Xiaofan met an acquaintance in the middle of the valley. Shangguan Qiuyue. She was being surrounded by a group of people with a broken magic treasure in her hand. It was obvious that this was someone trying to rob her of her chance. Zhang Huarong had an excited look on his face. He's familiar with the plot. A hero saves the day. He wanted to be that hero. Brother Su, let's strike together later. Zhang Huarong turned his head, only to find Su Xiaofan twisting his head and walking away. He was flabbergasted. At this time, a white-robed man at the head over there said, Be sensible, hand over the stuff and we won't give you a hard time. Shangguan Qiuyue said angrily. Qi Haocheng, as the holy son of the spirit gathering sect, you are so shameless. At those words, Su Xiaofan froze. The spirit gathering sect? The clan that came after him just now? At this time, that Qi Haocheng sneered. The treasures of opportunity are for those who can do it. Besides, what can you, a mere water cloud sect, take to compete with this saint's son? Shangguan Qiuyue suddenly smiled wryly and said, I don't just have the water cloud sect behind me. I'm also the daughter-in-law of the Su family. You really dare to touch me? At those words, Su Xiaofan's footsteps lurched. Zhang Huarong had an incredulous look on his face. Ah, Brother Su, when did you have such a good-looking fiancé? Before Su Xiaofan could explain, Qi Haocheng over there laughed. The Su family is nothing. You really think I'm afraid of the Su family? If I meet that Su clan brat in this secret realm, I will kill him. At this moment, Shangguan Qiuyue suddenly saw a familiar figure and her eyes suddenly lit up. Su Xiaofan. Qi Haocheng smiled disdainfully. Trying to trick me? Still, he cooperated and turned his head a little. Then the person went numb. Su Xiaofan sighed and turned around just as he wanted to open his mouth to explain. Qi Haocheng, however, was the first to speak. Brother Su, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Qi Haocheng's heart was already beating a drum. He has seen that Su thief with his own eyes. A sword will be his father's purple house chopped down most of the way. His father was like an ant in front of Su the thief. Even more so, before he entered the ruins, he purposely transmitted his voice. Tell him not to mess with the Su family. Otherwise, the spirit gathering sect may be in danger of collapsing. Those words he just said were nothing more than an attempt to put on a show. I didn't expect to be so unlucky as to meet the rightful owner. At this time, Chi Haoqing asked cautiously. This girl is your. Su Xiaofan nodded and then shook his head afterward. She is indeed my fiancée, but my engagement with her was broken long ago, so I don't know her well. Uncooked. Shangguan Qiuyue's face changed dramatically. She stepped forward and hugged Su Xiaofan's hand, tears in her eyes. Su Xiaofan, are you really this desperate? Hearing this, Su Xiaofan became furious. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time exploded in this instant. You're calling me desperate? When you brought the Yang family's son to force my Su family to withdraw from the marriage, did you ever feel desperate? You even tempted Song Qingshan to secretly harm me. You think I can't find out? At those words, Shangguan Qiuyu panicked for a moment, and the people present looked at Shangguan Qiuyu with their mouths hanging open. Forcing the Su family to withdraw? How dare you? Chapter 37, The Blood Sword Immortal is numb. Su Xiaofan, you've gone too far. Those things are in the past. Why are you still holding on to them? Are you still a man? Shangguan Qiuyue was drumming in her heart, but her face was high and mighty. Su Xiaofan was silent. He's touched very few women, but he dared to be certain that even if he came into contact with more women in the future, this Shangguan Qiuyue was definitely the one that left him the most speechless. He growled low, "Get out!" Then he kicked Shangguan Qiuyu directly in the stomach. The latter's delicate body flew out like a cannonball. Su Xiaofan is a man of principle. He never hit a woman. Unless, tolerant. Not bothering to look at the woman more than once, he turned and walked away. Zheng Hualong reacted, trotting a few steps to Shangguan Qiuyu. Shangguan Qiuyue thought that Zheng Huarong was taking pity on her and said, "Can you give me a hand?" Unexpectedly, Zheng Huarong snatched the crippled magic treasure in his hand. Then in a cold voice, "The Su Xiaofan of the past you disliked 100 times, but the one now, you can't reach him. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself." Then, it also spat at Shangguan Qiuyu. After doing this, he then turned to leave. When I walked, I only felt that my feet were floating and my body was as light as a swallow. Even though this pussy was playing for someone else, somehow he just kind of got a kick out of it. Shangguan Qiuyu looked at the departing back of the two of them. Her face was pale and tears fell like rain. And I don't know what the mood is. The valley of the bloody sword got narrower and narrower the further in you went. That lurid sword intent also grew more and more intense. After an unknown amount of time passed, the two of them finally arrived at the end of the Blood Sword Valley. At this moment, Song Qingshan was wrestling with several heavenly prides of his generation, and on a huge rock, there was a jade-like crystalline skeleton sitting on its knees. Zheng Huarong pointed a finger at the man and said, "This can't be that Blood Sword Immortal, can it?" Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said, looking at the sword aura emanating from his body, "It should be." Zheng Huarong sighed. "I don't know what realm this senior was in his lifetime, and it's amazing that his bones haven't decayed after 10,000 years. Su Xiaofan said, "Brother Zhang, I feel a bit strange." Zheng Huarong was puzzled. "What's strange?" Su Xiaofan frowned. "There's nothing dangerous about this place, but why hasn't the flower family scavenged this relic after mastering it for so many years? It's like..." Upon hearing this, Zheng Huarong also felt that something was a bit off and hurriedly asked after him. "Like what?" Su Xiaofan stared. "It's like we were waiting for us on purpose." Zheng Huarong listened with a chill running through his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "We shouldn't stay here for long." Meanwhile, Song Qingshan had already suppressed several other heavenly prides. He looked at Su Xiaofan and asked in a cold voice, "You want to fight me too?" Su Xiaofan directly shook his head. "I'm not interested." Song Qingshan's white clothes fluttered as he let out a wild laugh. "You're still a bit self-aware." Su Xiaofan was silent. In the next moment, Song Qingshan appeared in front of the Blood Sword Immortal corpse and looked around. Needless to think, he was seeking the Sword Immortal inheritance. But just as his hand had touched the corpse, a sudden change occurred. A powerful sword intent directly shook Song Qingshan and sent him flying backwards. Two blood-red flames burned in the corpse's originally empty eye bones, accompanied by a crunching sound. The Blood Sword Immortal corpse actually slowly stood up. The crowd of celestial pride were confused. "What's the situation?" "The wind is tight and tugging and whirring." Su Xiaofan sensed that something was wrong and pulled Zheng Hualong to run away. The two flames in the corpse's eye sockets flickered, and countless blood-red sword shadows surrounded the perimeter. Su Xiaofan directly unleashed the stepping fist, taking Zheng Hualong across sword web. The corpse eeped and said softly, "Kind of interesting." Then the two knuckles formed a sword finger shape, and pointed in Su Xiaofan's direction. The countless sword shadows formed a large invisible hand, sending the two of them flying back. Late Song Qingshan, meet Senior Blood Sword Immortal. At this time, the incomparably wretched Song Qingshan knelt and kowtowed toward the corpse in midair. In a flattering manner, the Blood Sword Immortal didn't even look at him, instead locking his gaze on Su Xiaofan. Song Qingshan's heart was burning with rage. The Blood Sword Immortal's gaze went to the blood sword in Su Xiaofan's arms. I remember lending this sword to that little girl from the flower family. How could it be in your hands? It's just that it doesn't matter. Kid, are you interested in worshipping this seed as your teacher? The people present were already going crazy with envy. What an honor to be seen by the Great Sword Immortal. Su Xiaofan was a bit confused, and after reacting, he said, Elder, for something like worshipping a master, I have to go back and ask my father for instructions. He dared to refuse a Great Sword Immortal. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even the Blood Sword Immortal was a bit surprised. Kid, do you know who this seed is? Su Xiaofan said. Elder is a Great Sword Immortal. The Blood Sword Immortal said. Then how dare you refuse this seat? And why would you ask your father for permission to worship a master? Su Xiaofan said seriously. Because I'm not an adult. Crowd. The Blood Sword Immortal was silent for a moment and said, this kind of chance. Since you don't want it, it's just that. Lest it be rumored outside in the future that this seed is begging you to worship it. With a turn of his head, he looked at Song Qingshan and said, although your talent and bones are not as good as that kid's, they are still good. Are you willing to worship this seed as your teacher? At those words, Song Qingshan's face changed uncertainly. No. One heavenly pride of great you, had been degraded in such a manner. A moment of anger and joy. Still, he subconsciously kowtowed with a thud and worshipped his master. Apprentice Song Qingshan, meet master. The Blood Sword Immortal nodded in satisfaction and laughed. The rest of you need not be disappointed. You will be the sustenance for this seat's resurrection. The crowd was a bit puzzled by this statement. Someone spoke up and asked, Elder, what does this mean? The Blood Sword Immortal flicked his finger, and a sword shadow was shot towards the person who had just spoken. In an instant, the man turned into a mist of blood. The Blood Sword Immortal opened his mouth and swallowed it. Since then, the crowd has finally realized what the so-called sustenance largely means. Zhang Huarong had already turned pale with fear. The flower family's calculations. So it's here. Su Xiaofan said remorsefully. I should have known just now. I should have worshipped the master. The Blood Sword Immortal suddenly smiled and said, Kid, you don't have a chance. Well, return this seat's matching sword. Return it. Hua Chen. In the next moment, the blood sword was still motionless in Su Xiaofan's arms. The Blood Sword Immortal was a bit confused. What's the situation? A sword that has followed you in battle for centuries that you can't use yourself? The Blood Sword Immortal didn't believe it and called out again. Hua Chen. Still no response. Su Xiaofan scratched and said softly, Elder, it's called blood slaughter. As soon as the words blood killing came out, the blood sword lightly trembled. The Blood Sword Immortal went numb. Who changed the name? Su Xiaofan said honestly. My dad. A powerful killing intent erupted from the Blood Sword Immortal. What's your father's name? Su Yuan. Su Yuan I will kill. Su Xiaofan felt that he appeared to be in trouble. In the next moment, the Blood Sword Immortal reached out and forcefully seized the sword. The blood-killing sword chirped more than once, as if it was incomparably disliked, and after a few moments it actually broke free again. With that, he directly slashed his sword at the Blood Sword Immortal. The Blood Sword Immortal was completely dumbfounded, and the fire in his eyes swayed, seemingly with a few shocks. What a terrifying sword intent. Chapter 38, The Great Sword Immortal? You can carry me a few times. Tianyuan Mountain Range. Outside the Blood Sword Ruins, Su Yuan seemed to feel something in his brows furrowed into a frown. Zhang Erniu, who was at the side, hurriedly asked, What's wrong, brother Su? Su Yuan said in a deep voice. The sword I gave to Xiaofan is energized. Zhang Erniu asked sharply. They're in danger in there? Su Yuan said. 99%. Or else with Xiaofan's nature, there's no way he would have moved that sword. Zhang Erniu scratched his ears anxiously. What then? Su Yuan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Help! Zhang Erniu said without tears. I know I have to save people. The question is how? Su Yuan gazed towards the entrance of the Blood Sword Ruins and said seriously. Go in. Naturally. Zhang Erniu stomped his foot anxiously. Isn't this nonsense? The problem is that we can't even get in. This is a prohibition set by the Great Sword Immortal. Su Yuan's gaze was firm and full of confidence. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with a sword. What if there is? 2 swords then? Zhang Erniu froze. In the next moment, the green shirt appeared before the relic prohibition. His green shirt fluttered in the wind, oohing and awing like a battle flag, and he carried his sword in one hand and held it in the other. What does he want? The crowd of powerhouses froze when they saw the scene. Someone speculated. He's afraid he's going to break the formation. The crowd exploded at this statement. Impossible. He'll never be able to break the formation. A formation set up by the Great Sword Immortal and empowered by sword intent. Whoever goes will die. Who the hell is he? Su Yuan, To want to break the formation? That's right. It's not like he's a great sword immortal. Don't look at Thief Su as strong. He's nothing in front of the great sword immortal. The crowd was all mocking. Everyone had long looked at Su Thief with displeasure. This bastard was too arrogant. Anyone would want to see Su the Thief suffer now. Flower Enchantress also opened her mouth with a snort. Self-destructive. Su Yuan was eager to save his son at the moment, and was in the process of condensing his sword power, so he had no time to care. Otherwise put on weekdays. It would have been a sword chop over long ago. A moment later, the sword momentum coalesced and took shape. Su Yuan raised his sword and slashed down. The sword chi grew as it met the wind and chopped towards the relic Prohibition. Boom! Two invisible sword intent, colliding in mid-air. Even the aftermath caused some people's hearts to jump. It was just that this sword didn't manage to break the Prohibition open. The crowd's expressions grew more and more teasing. Oh, you really think you're invincible and can do anything? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad for the great sword fairy. A little something. But Su Yuan wasn't the least bit timid. He originally had an innate sword body and cultivated the sword of invincibility. If you lose the sword, you are bound to have a damaged Taoist heart. It's hard to last long in the sword path all the way. It's the same old story. If one sword doesn't work, then two. Su Yuan immediately struck out another sword. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. Boom! After a loud bang, cracks actually appeared in the relic Prohibition. The crowd's expression suddenly froze. Su Yuan followed up with a third sword. The Prohibition shattered with a bang. The crowd was dumbfounded. What's the situation? That's a ban set by the Great Sword Immortal. He broke it with 3 swords? How could Su be so tough? Su Yuan didn't have the time to pay attention to this group of brainwashed people and directly rushed into the Blood Sword ruins. It's important to save your son. A group of strong people reacted and also hurriedly followed behind. The other side. Su Xiaofan was a bit confused as he looked at the Blood Sword Immortal who was chopped down by a sword. What the hell? Didn't you say the Great Sword Immortal is strong? How come he can't resist my dad's sword? Is my father stronger than the Great Sword Immortal? Wouldn't that be? Sword. Emperor. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan kind of didn't want to struggle. Song Qingshan on the side also saw the scene, and he was also confused. This is the Great Sword Immortal? It's a little too weak. Isn't it a bit too hasty to worship your own teacher? By this time, the Blood Sword Immortal had staggered and climbed up. He was seething with rage. I was so careless that I got caught up in the moment. If he really fought with the sword, he would have won. He could clearly detect that the other party's sword Dao cultivation was 1 level lower than his own. At best, the sword immortal level. But the invincible sword intent contained in this sword was quite terrifying. Even 10,000 years ago, in that era when the sword Dao was on top, there were only a handful of people who dared to cultivate this invincible sword Dao. But as long as they didn't die, their ultimate achievement, starting out, was all sword emperors. No wonder the matching sword that had followed him for so many years now disowned him. While angry, the Blood Sword Immortal couldn't help but become curious about this person. He looked toward Su Xiaofan and said, "This sword, too, was hidden in it by your father?" Su Xiaofan said weakly, "Yes." The fire in the Blood Sword Immortal's eyes burned violently. "Good. I have another reason to kill your father." Su Xiaofan. After he spoke, the Blood Sword Immortal's upper and lower frontal bones opened wide, and one of the young heavenly figures turned into a cloud of blood mist, which he inhaled into his mouth. And on top of the white bones, it actually began to slowly grow flesh and blood. In less than a moment's effort, the white bone of the party had already turned into a handsome man with red clothes and red hair. This made Su Xiaofan's scalp tingle as he watched. What a bizarre tactic. However, at this moment, a blood-colored sword shadow directly chopped towards Su Xiaofan. The might carried by this sword almost caused Su Xiaofan to lose his breath. Targeted. Su Xiaofan gritted his teeth. A senior, actually targeting a junior. So shameless. He directly unleashed his treading fist and instantly dodged the sword. Seeing this, the Blood Sword Immortal stroked his chin and said, "Kid, your battle technique is somewhat interesting. But what if my sword was faster?" A sword once again chopped towards Su Xiaofan. And this time, it was so fast that Su Xiaofan couldn't even see it a bit. It was too late to unleash the treading fist, so he could only turn on the Savage Bull transformation to fight hard. Boom! Su Xiaofan spat out blood and flew backwards. The strong sword intent directly impacted the flesh, and the runes on his body burst apart inch by inch. The Great Sword Immortal's sword was as terrifying as it was. Su Xiaofan is still alive. The Blood Sword Immortal was astonished. Although the party was just a casual sword strike from him, the other party was just a mole in the innate realm. "Kid, it seems like you have quite a few secrets on you. I'm a bit reluctant to kill you." Su Xiaofan staggered up and wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Elder changed his mind?" Su Xiaofan was panicking at the moment. He couldn't carry a bit of this old monster. Fong's sword almost decapitated him. Now he didn't have a single card in his hand. In a real fight, he will die. There is only one stalling technique that can be used now. Maybe there's a silver lining. Just as he thought of this, Song Changshan spoke up. Master, don't bowl asterisk with him. He's stalling for reinforcements. Su Xiaofan's face went white. The blood sword immortal suddenly twisted his head and glared at Song Changshan. Speaking sternly, why do I need you to tell me what to do? Being rebuked in this manner, Song Changshan lowered his head and stopped speaking, his face ugly to the extreme. The blood sword immortal then looked at Su Xiaofan and said to himself, are you waiting for your father? Don't be delusional. With your father's sword immortal's cultivation, I'm afraid that he can't even break the restriction that I've set up, let alone come to save you. As soon as his words fell, a green shirt, stepping on a sword, came. Chapter 39, Su Yuan defeated? Dad. At this time, Su Xiaofan shouted with an excited face. The blood sword immortal was a bit confused. How could it be possible that the restriction he had set up had been broken by a sword immortal? Before he could speak, Su Yuan glanced at his own son, his face suddenly gloomy as he asked in a cold voice, you hit it? The blood sword immortal didn't look too good either. A mere sword immortal. How dare you talk to me like this? Who gave him the nerve? He said instantly. It was this very seat that struck. Su Yuan sneered. You're the first one who dared to beat my son like this. The blood sword immortal also said. You're also the first to dare talk to me like that. Su Yuan stopped talking nonsense and pointed forward with his fingers together. The two swords of bloodshed in Qingxian came out in unison. The blood sword immortal was furious and used his sword intent against the enemy. But even so, Su Yuan was still at a disadvantage. In a few moments, several wounds were inflicted on his body. After all, in terms of sword cultivation, there was a big realm difference with the other party. The blood sword immortal taunted. Do you really think that you're invincible as a sword immortal in a district? Su Yuan snorted coldly and returned with a sword. At a time when the two shares of the sword intention in the sky and earth continue to collide, the space began to appear. Cracks in this small world seems to have collapsed. As he fought, the blood sword immortal suddenly felt something was wrong. He said in shock, innate sword body. Yes, he can't be wrong. It must be the innate sword body. This physique, even 10,000 years ago, when the sword Tao had not yet declined, was a physique that was sufficient to suppress a party. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, there would be another one. No wonder you can have such a sword Tao cultivation at such a young age. So it's the innate sword body. But so what? Today you will die. Su Yuan laughed coldly twice. You can't take me yet. The two were once again in a battle. At this time, a group of powerful people had also arrived. The two sword cultivators watched in fear as they exchanged blows. Sword cultivators are truly as terrifying as they are. At this time, Flower Enchantress suddenly said aloud, Gentlemen, with senior blood sword immortal striking, this is the perfect time to get rid of the Su clan. The eyes of the crowd of powerhouses who had a grudge against the Su clan lit up and leapt into action. Su is so hated. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaofan hurriedly said, Seniors don't fall for it. This is all a plot by the Flower family. The Flower family purposely announced the news for all of you to send the younger generation of your family into the relics. But in reality, it was to allow the blood sword immortal to devour the essence blood of these people and come back to life with a secret method. Only then did the crowd realize that the younger generation of their own families had all perished. A moment of grief and anger. Indignantly, he looked at Hua Demon Lily. Those can be the pride of the family, the future hope of the family. Ah, everyone, don't listen to this little Su thief. Hua Enchantress opened her mouth without changing her color. He said that it was all a conspiracy of my Flower family, but the younger generation of my Flower family also died in full. And how could a hallowed great sword immortal use that kind of evil method? If you ask me, it's this little Su thief who killed the man himself and wants to plant evidence to frame my Flower family, father and son, so they can sit back and reap the benefits. Otherwise, how come everyone else is dead and you, Su Xiaofan, are still here alive and kicking? And this Zhang family's kid, who is a close friend of your Su family, he's even alive. Zhang Hualong, that's okay? Su Xiaofan was given to the other party's shamelessness. He said angrily, don't you dare spit blood here. I'm still alive naturally because my father came by coincidence. The crowd was a little confused for a moment as to who was real and who was not. At this time, Song Qingshan stood out with a sad face. All of you must not be fooled by the little Su thief. All of this is the scheming of the Su family. Who is Song Qingshan? Great Yu's #1 heavenly pride. He stood up and spoke, and the weight was since extremely heavy, and both of them were disciples of the dear courtyard. Since he said this, it seems that this little Su thief is indeed cheating. Humph, there's not a single good thing in the surname Su. Good old Su family, how dare you try to hoodwink us? Everyone should be executed for Su's traitors. The group was furious, and the crowd of powerhouses directly killed towards Su Yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Ernie sighed and stopped in front of the crowd. Gentlemen, let's have a few moves with me first. The crowd laughed coldly. There's no need for the Zhang family and the Su family to exist when they're working in tandem. Yun Miaha, who was prepared to fish in troubled waters, clenched his teeth and brought the Yun family members to appear beside Zhang Ernie as well. There's no way around it. Since we've already taken a stand, we have to stand to the end. But these people, apparently, are not enough. Flower Demon Rouge's face showed mockery. Right at this moment, several strong auras sped from the distance. The leaders were none other than the Dean of the Deer Courtyard, Xiang Hua and Zhao Fangnian. Hua Enchantress' face changed. The Deer Courtyard is a behemoth, with branch courtyards all over the world, and the main courtyards are even more of a behemoth in the Middle Earth continent. If the Deer Courtyard had the intention to intervene in this matter, it would really be a bit difficult to deal with. Hua Enchantress colorfully said, the Deer Courtyard is not allowed to participate in fights between other forces. Could it be that Dean Xiang has forgotten? Xiang Hua said with a wave of his sleeve robe. Su Xiaofan is a disciple of the Deer Courtyard, and Su Yuan is the honorary dean of my Deer Courtyard. If you want to move them, my Deer Courtyard, naturally, can't just sit back and wait for them to die. Su Yuan froze. When did he become the honorary dean? Flower Enchantress sneered. In that case, there is no need for further words. The Su traitors plotted to pit and kill so many sons and daughters of my flower family. This hatred is not to be shared. With those words, she made the first charge to kill. A crowd of strong men, too, swarmed up. With so many powerful people mingling, this small world was close to the brink of collapse. Everywhere was filled with spatial turbulence. Below, Song Qingshan revealed a cruel smile as he looked at Su Xiaofan. Little Su thief, you will die today. Su Xiaofan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with an angry expression. Oh, I don't know if I'll die or not, but you, for sure. Forcibly suppressing his injuries, the divine demon Qi refining technique revolved once again. Su Xiaofan stepped on his feet, debris flew about, and his entire body rushed out like an arrow off a string. Good coming! Song Qingshan bellowed and met him with a punch. In the meantime, a hidden cliff. Li Po observed the battle with incomparable anxiety. Beside him, there was another person. However, it was not the old man Ranli who usually followed him all the time, but the emperor in plain clothes. After looking at it for a few more moments, Li Po carefully said to the emperor, Father, when do we strike? The current situation is one that, as an outsider, he sees through. The Flower family had laid out a plan to sacrifice the heavenly prides of the various clans to resurrect the Bloodsword Immortal, and as for the purpose, it was still unknown. The emperor said faintly, there's no rush. This battle will not only test Su Yuan's bottom line, but it will also weaken the strength of various family clans. So why not? Families and clans, which have been developing more and more powerfully in recent years, will sooner or later be a great danger to the heart of the royal family. Upon hearing this, Li Po was greatly shocked. Just then, the emperor's brow suddenly furrowed as he cursed. This Song Qingshan, when really deserved to die. Li Bao then looked over and realized that Su Xiaofan had fallen into a disadvantage. Being beaten by Song Qingshan and spitting out blood, he couldn't help but blush slightly. A moment later, however, he suddenly froze, feeling that something was wrong. His father, why was he so concerned about Su Xiaofan? It's hard to believe that the rumors are true. Li Bao weakly asked. Father, brother Xiaofan, could it be that it is really as rumored? The emperor only glanced lightly at Li Po and did not reply. This made an idea more certain in Li Po's mind. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. In the line of sight, the green shirt was chopped down from midair by a huge blood sword shadow. Chapter 40, System Trigger. Cultivation rises to Great Sword Immortal. It only seems logical that the Su thieves lost, but the crowd remained dumbfounded. It was a bit overwhelming for a moment. Dad! Su Xiaofan watched as that green shirt fell from midair. His eyes wide with rage, he erupted with his full strength and opened up Song Qingshan, who was blocking his body, with a punch, running wildly towards the place where the green shirt fell. Where to go? Song Qingshan appeared in front of him once again. Asterisk 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 Q. Su Xiaofan was furious, and the divine demon Qi refining technique worked frantically. The tendons and veins in his body were torn out by the raging power with a tiny crack. An intense pain almost caused Su Xiaofan to faint on the spot, but he didn't care, and he clenched his teeth. Song Qingshan sneered, seeking your own death. How dare you overload your gongfu? The words were just coming out of his mouth, but he suddenly froze. A loud noise was heard erupting from Su Xiaofan's body, like thunder rising from the flat earth. A group of powerful people noticed the movement below and looked over, and for a moment, he froze, breaking the boundaries. And it's still a clinical breakthrough. This son's talent is so terrifying. The killing intent in the eyes of the crowd of powerhouses rose. If this son doesn't die today, I'm afraid he'll be a big problem in the future. It wasn't impossible to become the second Su Yuan. Su Xiaofan, however, didn't care about the gazes of those powerhouses as he coldly looked at Song Qingshan, who had stopped in front of him. Get out of the way or die. Where would Song Qingshan be intimidated by him? He laughed maniacally. Even if you break through the realm of the sky, so what? Song Qingshan, one heavenly pride of great you, would not be afraid of you. In mid-air, Xiang Hua, the dean of the deer courtyard, was speechless. He didn't bother. The two were bound to fight to the death. Below, Su Xiaofan directly opened the mighty tiger transformation. Song Qingshan's face changed. This horrible aura, why is it a bit familiar? Before he could react, Su Xiaofan had already unleashed the stepping fist. A powerful punch smashed above Song Qingshan's chest. Click! The sound of bones breaking resounded at the same time. Song Qingshan furiously sprayed a mouthful of blood, clenched his teeth, and struck a palm towards Su Xiaofan's heavenly soul cover. This palm seems to have 10,000 pounds of force, breaking the sound of the air ceaselessly. Su Xiaofan lands a jab to the body. Fists and palms clashed, and a spray of blood sprayed out. Song Qingshan looked at his disappearing palm and let out a scream in horror. Without hesitation, Su Xiaofan's knee went forward, sending Song Qingshan flying backwards on top of him. He bent up again, clasping his opponent's head with one hand and pressing downward that way. There was a moment of smoke and dust, and a long gully in the ground. At this time, Song Qingshan no longer had the appearance of a heavenly pride in the past, but instead had a bloody face and was in a sorry state. Without hesitation, Su Xiaofan tilted his left hand up high, about to slam his fist down. Seek death. When the blood sword immortal saw this, he frowned, and with a single finger in the air, there was an infinite amount of sword intent that killed towards Su Xiaofan. Having no choice but to unleash the stepping fist, Su Xiaofan instantly dodged the sword. Before he could catch his breath, this overwhelming sword intent came after him. At this point, Su Xiaofan no longer had the strength left to unleash a third treading fist. In the distance, Lipa was incomparably anxious. Father, not out yet. He twisted his head to look at his own father, but his side was empty. Lippo? At the same time, in front of Su Xiaofan, a figure suddenly appeared. If it's not the Emperor of Daiyu, who else could it be? With just a wave of his robe sleeve, he dispersed all of that appalling sword intent. Su Xiaofan? The Emperor turned back and smiled. With me here, no one can hurt you. Su Xiaofan was completely confused. When the crowd saw this scene, their faces just changed. There were rumors earlier that Su Xiaofan was His Majesty's illegitimate son, and now that His Majesty has come to the rescue of this son, I'm afraid that the rumors are not false. But if that was the case, Su Xiaofan would be somewhat difficult to kill. Meanwhile, on the flat ground, within a huge deep pit, Su Yuan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, let out a sigh of relief. His party could barely hold back. Now is not the time to strike. The Great Sword Immortal's battle power is terrifying. Even if he carries an innate sword body, I'm afraid that in the end, the fight will only be a 4-6 split. He claimed a direct ocean defeat and waited for his son to play a wave first. I hope my son will not let my father down. At that moment, the Blood Sword Immortal in midair said with a displeased face, You've got a lot of backers, kid. He looked at the Emperor again and said, Old thing, if you don't want to die, don't mind your own business, or else I'll kill you even if you're the head of a country. The Emperor took a half step back and arched his hand. Please teach me, Elder. Strange, you still don't want it even though it's given to you. The Blood Sword Immortal cursed in a conspiratorial manner and chopped towards the Emperor with a sword. The Emperor waved his hand and offered the Jade Seal of Jingguo. A dragon's chi shot up into the sky, directly killing the Blood Sword Immortal in midair. The Blood Sword Immortal slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi collided with the dragon chi in midair, and the powerful aftermath directly shook Su Xiaofan and sent him flying backwards. The Emperor saw that he had stopped a sword and had a look of intent. Great Sword Immortal. Nothing more. The Blood Sword Immortal frowned slightly and said, If that sword cultivator had said that just now, I would have been able to tolerate it. After all, they really do have that strength. But you. The Blood Sword Immortal chopped another sword. Boom! Cracks suddenly appeared on the Zhengui Jade Seal and gradually spread out. The Emperor's blood began to leak out from the corners of his mouth, while a look of horror came over his face. The Jade Seal of the state, which had gathered 500 years of great use fortune, was unable to resist the two swords of the Great Sword Immortal. The terror of the sword cultivator had exceeded his expectations. The Emperor hastily withdrew the Jade Seal with a look of flesh pain. When the Jade Seal of Jingguo was damaged, I'm afraid that it would have to consume countless amounts of qi to mend it up. If it breaks, I'm afraid all of Dayu will be lost. Only after cutting out these two swords, the blood sword immortal did not strike again. The emperor, who was already preparing to shake the man, was a bit puzzled. At this time, Flower Enchantress stood out and arched her hand at Blood Sword Immortal. Elder, how come you stopped? Don't forget the conditions you promised me. The Blood Sword Immortal slapped out, sending Flower Enchantress flying backwards. Then with a cold grunt he said, this seat only promised to be your flower family's backer for the time being, but it didn't promise you to kill the emperor and help your flower family overthrow a dynasty. Do you take this seat for a cutie? Killing an emperor will be countered by the human race's chi. Just those crooked people sent by your flower family are not worthy of this seat to that point. The moment these words came out, Flower Demon Rouge's face changed drastically. The crowd exploded at once as well. What does that mean? It's hard to believe that what Su Xiaofan said just now is true. Everything is a plot by the flower family, to pit and kill my clan's children, all for the purpose of resurrecting the Blood Sword Immortal. For a while, the crowd had pointed their spearheads at the flower family. Hua Enchantress was already at a loss for words. Zhang Hualong, who had been cowering in the corner, came to his senses and immediately mocked. You fools, you've been tricked and you don't even realize it. The faces of the crowd were beyond ugly. Zhang Ernia's face darkened as he instantly appeared in front of his foolish son, starting with a big slap. The Blood Sword Immortal wasn't interested in any of this. He had his own arrogance. As for those mole haters, I'm sorry, he didn't care at all. It was just a sword. At this moment, his gaze was locked onto Su Xiaofan's body. This kid's talent is also not ordinary. It is necessary to pay attention to it, lest it grows up in the future and becomes a big problem. With that thought, the Blood Sword Immortal casually chopped over with his sword. Su Xiaofan viciously spat out a mouthful of blood and a hideous smile appeared on his face. He crushed the teleportation talisman rewarded to him by the system elder in his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared. The Blood Sword Immortal froze. Where are the people? In the past, that kid's battle skills couldn't instantly move that far. Just in the moment he froze, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning. Snap! A slap. A powerful slap directly on the Blood Sword Immortal's face. The fight was snappy, crisp, and sound. Su Xiaofan felt exhilarated. Turns out it feels so good to smoke people. No wonder his dad likes to smoke people so much. Just for this moment, the whole place was horribly quiet. The crowd was dumbfounded. Zhang Huarong's scalp went numb for a moment. This guy was holding back a lot of money. Again, he's loaded to the hilt. Meanwhile, the corners of Su Yuan's mouth, who was still lying on his back, sketched out a smile. Just now, in his ears, an electronic synthesized tone rang out. Ding! It is detected that your son has offended the Great Sword Immortal. The host Sword Dao Cultivation is automatically elevated to Great Sword Immortal and Invincible in the same realm. Chapter 41. I'm only going to make one sword. Between heaven and earth. Berserk Sword Intent surged, chopping out pieces of spatial turbulence. Some people with lower cultivation levels would have to be seriously injured even if they were slightly scratched by this sword intent. The crowd's faces darkened. The gaze that was directed at Su Xiaofan was unkind. Surname Su. No one is good. Treadmill. X got you loaded all by yourself. Bitterness, however, is shared by all. At this moment, the Blood Sword Immortal's face was also a shade of green and white. When had he, the Great Sword Immortal, ever suffered such a strange humiliation? As he grabbed Su Xiaofan's neck, he stared coldly at the other party, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, Kid, this seat has never wanted to kill someone so badly, and you're the first one to open the heaven-splitting body. Glory to you. Su Xiaofan was already broken. It's just a death anyway. When a man is not even afraid of death, there is nothing in this world that he fears. The angrier the Blood Sword Immortal became, the more composed he became instead. With a wave of his hand, densely packed, tens of millions of blood needles appeared around Su Xiaofan. He said quietly, Kid, it's not that easy to die. The most painful thing in this world should be a life worse than death. Later, I'll use Yuan Qi to hold your breath, and then insert these blood needles, one by one, into your body. Let you experience what it means to be pierced by 10,000 arrows. Su Xiaofan's face turned white, feeling as though he appeared to be a bit unable to carry on, and he's isolated at this point. There is neither a base nor a backer. No one could save him because the one who was going to kill him was a Great Sword Immortal. At this moment, he finally had a deeper sense of the phrase everything is up to you that his old dad always talked about. Tramp, leaning on the mountain will fall, leaning on the man will run. Someone else's. After all, relying on anyone is not as reliable as relying on yourself. Just, what's the point of understanding? He's dying. No one will give him time to develop anymore. Su Xiaofan looked at a huge deep pit on the ground and let out a bitter smile. Father, my son is unfilial. There's no way to help you take revenge. so I can only come down earlier to accompany you. Father, when you're in the Yellow Springs, wait for my son. Adverse son, do you so wish for my death? Just then, Su Xiaofan suddenly heard a familiar voice. Su Xiaofan blinked, thinking he had hallucinated. He raised his eyes and looked around, noticing that the crowd seemed to have some strange expressions on their faces. Even the Blood Sword Immortal was surprised. Wait, is it possible that my father? Just when he thought of this, at the large pit below, a sword suddenly rose up to the sky. In mid-air, a green shirt, standing with his hands in the air, did not have a trace of woe. Dad! Su Xiaofan was ecstatic. Crowd? This scourge? Still alive? The Blood Sword Immortal let out a cold laugh. Resisting my full-strength sword. And you're still alive. You have a big life. At this time, the Emperor suddenly roared. Su Yuan, you and I may have the power to fight if we join forces. Then, a group of powerful people who didn't have much of a grudge against the Su clan also stepped forward. The Emperor said confidently, no matter how strong the Great Sword Immortal is, there are limits. I don't believe that you are truly invincible. The Blood Sword Immortal said disdainfully. A bunch of mole crickets. So what if there are more? This seat will only make 3 swords. If you can survive, I will let you live. Su Yuan was a bit speechless. Who are you? Bloody Sword Immortal? When is it your turn to act like a pussy? He immediately stepped forward and said with a wave of his hand. All back off. The crowd was a little confused. The Emperor frowned. What do you mean? Su Yuan? Now is not the time to show off. You alone are by no means a match for him. Immediately, someone chimed in. That's right. You're a mere sword immortal. What are you going to fight a great sword immortal with? It's not like we haven't fought before. Just now we were chopped down by a sword and were in a sorry state. And now we're pretending here. Simply arrogant to the extreme. With you alone, it's impossible to be a match for the great sword immortal. I bet that within 10 swords, the Su thief will be defeated. Su Yuan, holding Qing Xian, glanced faintly at the crowd behind him and let out a light laugh. Don't measure my strength by your cultivation. The crowd was silent. Su Yuan took a few more steps forward, and his words, once again, came. Because you are not good enough. The crowd was so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Cocky, this one is just too cocky. Even Su Xiaofan felt that this wave of pops was a bit overdone. We can pretend, but the problem is, we have to have the strength. Otherwise it's not pretending to be X. It's getting punched in the face. At that moment, Su Yuan had arrived in front of the Blood Sword Immortal as he frowned. Let my son go first. The Blood Sword Immortal nodded and actually released it. As a great sword immortal, he had scoffed at the kind of tactics that took his family as hostages. He, the Blood Sword Immortal, still had a bit of pride. Su Yuan added, before we start the fight, I have one thing to ask you. The Blood Sword Immortal had a playful look on his face. Oh, last question before you die? Speak, and I'll fulfill you. Su Yuan ignored his mockery and asked directly, why did the sword Dao decline? What happened 10,000 years ago? This was a doubt that had always existed ever since he had come into contact with the Dao of the sword. So, I'm going to take the opportunity today to ask about it. The Blood Sword Immortal thought for a moment. Because of a man. Su Yuan's curiosity grew even greater as he pursued the question. What man? The Blood Sword Immortal said. I don't know the specific information about that person. After all, in those days, my kind are small people. All I know is, that man is strong. Su Yuan said. How strong is it? But a sword emperor? Sword emperor? Sword emperor is nothing. The Blood Sword Immortal sneered and returned 4 words. Peak of the sword Dao. Su Yuan was silent for a moment and said, understood. The Blood Sword Immortal continued. That person wants to use the way of the sword to cut through the great Dao, completely transcending heaven and earth and traveling through the worlds of the heavens. Only he lost. Since then, the way of the sword has been suppressed by the great Dao, and it's incredibly difficult to make a breakthrough. And for those who cultivate the way of the sword, the limit of their lifespan is only 100 years. After exceeding 100 years of age, the great Dao will send down heavenly punishment. If you can't break through to above the Sword Emperor before the age of 100, you will surely die. I also use trickery to avoid the heavenly punishment. After listening, Su Yuan nodded, satisfied. As for the so-called heavenly punishment? Oh, isn't it just above the Sword Emperor? What's so hard about it? Thinking of this, Su Yuan opened his mouth. A sword. The Blood Sword Immortal's face showed mockery. What? Trying to say that if you resist my sword, you'll make me let you go? Su Yuan shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I mean, I'll only make 1 sword strike, and if you don't die, I'll cut myself on the spot. His tone was flat, but when he said the words, they were really a bit of a shocking flavor. Everyone thought Su Yuan was crazy. Is that something a normal person could say? Come on, big brother. Before you say that, you have to look at the power gap, boss. Even the blood sword immortal was amused. He said, that's what I hate most about you. Stepping on a horse that's crazy as hell. Su Yuan no longer spoke anymore, and with a light touch, he chopped out with a sword. For a moment the sky and the earth changed color and the wind rose. Crowd, Chapter 42, from now on, in the imperial capital, the Su family will be honored. Wherever this sword passed, space collapsed by inches. The entire small world shook violently and had begun to collapse. The mocking expressions of the crowd suddenly froze. They didn't know Sword Dao, but they just felt that this sword was very strong. The blood sword immortal, however, understood just how terrifying this sword was. A look of horror had appeared on his face. In a flash of lightning, he swung his strongest sword with all his might. However, the blood-colored sword chi instantly collapsed when it touched that light green sword chi. The blood sword immortal was dumbstruck. Invincible sword intent. It was actually as terrifying as this. Before he could react, the green-colored sword chi had already swept across the bloody sword immortal's body, inch by inch, turned into pieces and was blown away by a breeze. In place, only a storage bag was left behind. At the same time, a humanoid blood-colored shadow fled towards the distance. However, in a short while, the blood sword immortal's voice rang out from afar. Great sword immortal! You actually broke through to the great sword immortal. Asterisk 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 ah. Throughout the ages, I've never heard of that innate sword body being so perverted. At that moment, the emperor exclaimed, this guy is actually at the Yuanshan realm. Su Yuan gazed into the distance, his eyebrows slightly raised. Yuanshan realm? This was a realm he had never heard of before. I think it should be above the purple mansion. The emperor spoke anxiously. Su Yuan hasn't made a move yet. If we let him escape, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles. A Yuanshan realm big brother, or a sword cultivator. If he had the intention to retaliate, he couldn't resist. Su Yuan, however, didn't move and faintly said, I told you, I'm only going to put out one sword. Of course, that's just an excuse. The real purpose of letting the blood sword immortal go was still for his son. How can you grow up without stumbling blocks? This blood sword immortal was a stumbling block that he had left for Su Xiaofan. The emperor said angrily, think about it. If this guy recovers his Yuanshan cultivation, you won't be able to suppress him either. Su Yuan smiled contemptuously. If he dares to come, he will die. After saying that, he didn't bother to pay attention to the furious emperor. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the bloody sword immortal storage bag. Grabbing it in his hand, the crowd suddenly fell silent, their eyes greedily staring at the storage bag. This is something left behind by a great sword immortal. People die for money, birds die for food. Finally, someone still couldn't help but speak up. Su Yuan, we also contributed our efforts in the party. What's here should be shared by all. Su Yuan's face was expressionless, his eyes as deep as an abyss as he mocked. Out of force? Out to sneak up on me? Someone said forcefully, that was all a misunderstanding, and we didn't mean it. Su Yuan flexed his fingers, and the person who had just spoken was chopped into pieces by a powerful sword intent. At the same time Su Yuan opened his mouth. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The crowd was shocked and retreated several feet in fear. The strength of this Su thief was becoming more and more terrifying. Anyone else want to share the storage bag with my Su plan? Su Yuan gently propped up the storage bag and scanned the surroundings. The crowd was silent, bowing their heads and not daring to meet their eyes. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt that there was nothing interesting, and threw the storage bag directly to Su Xiaofan. Open it up. Su Xiaofan was first delighted, then his face changed drastically. Only the second option suddenly went out in midair. Su Xiaofan was overcome with grief and anger. Dad, you're punking me. After a long time, Su Xiaofan calmed down and said, Father, that's not good, is it? The piker is not guilty, but he is guilty. Su Yuan smiled faintly and said, with my father here, I'm still afraid that someone will dare to rob your treasure? Su Xiaofan could only reluctantly open the storage bag. A sword technique called the bloodshed sword technique was taken out by Su Xiaofan with a disgusted look on his face. Father, this blood sword immortal is too shabby. Just a broken sword technique. The people in the audience heard this and couldn't wait to whip this kid into shape. Treadmill, you got a bargain. This is a sword cultivation inheritance. A good thing to be found. You call this a broken sword technique? Su Yuan said. You have already reached the overwhelming sky realm, so you should cultivate this sword skill first. Su Xiaofan wondered. Father, aren't you a sword cultivator? Can't you teach me your sword technique? Su Yuan said. The sword of invincibility that I cultivate is not suitable for you, and teaching you would instead harm you. Su Xiaofan thought for a moment and said. Also, at this point, the crowd saw that there was no benefit to be gained, so they wanted to leave. Suddenly a blood-colored longsword stopped the crowd in their tracks. Su Yuan, what are you doing? Someone questioned loudly. Su Yuan only spat out 2 words. Settle the score. The hearts of a portion of those who had struck out earlier sank to the bottom. Seeing the situation, Hua Enchantress directly knelt towards the ground. It was definitely impossible to run. And even if you did, you would have to be surrounded by all the great clans. The end of the flower family was already doomed. But she might have a chance of survival. She knelt on the ground with a winking face and opened her mouth. Fellow Daoist Su, if you let my concubine live, for the rest of my life, I will be willing to work as an ox and serve you for the rest of your life. Sex, seduction, a woman, wanting to deal with a man, that beauty in body, is definitely the sharpest and most effective weapon. Su Xiaofan's face darkened when he saw this, and there were a few moments of nervousness in his heart. He was really afraid his dad wouldn't be able to carry it. However, he didn't want to, but Su Yuan simply didn't even look at him, and only faintly said, "You're not worthy yet." Immediately afterward, with a big swing of his hand, the blood-killing sword swept out, directly decapitated the head of Flower Enchantress. It made the people in the room look at their scalps. Strong, and hot, and ruthless. Su Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief with it. At this time, Su Yuan looked at Yang Wufei again. A layer of cold sweat had already broken out on Yang Wuxi's back. He swallowed and suppressed a shaky voice. Fellow Daoist Su, how about we call it quits? Don't worry, my Yang family will never mess with the Su family again. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. I gave you a chance. Young Invincible was silent for a moment. The Emperor pleaded on the side. Want to give it another chance? Su Yuan ignored him. In the next moment, a flying sword chopped down, and Yang Wu's enemy's head rolled down. The Emperor's face darkened with anger, but did not dare to say a word more. I'm afraid that this Su thief and the others will kill madly, regardless of the fact that he will also cut him under the sword. After beheading another Purple Mansion cultivator, Su Yuan did not make another move. It made many people breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Yun Miacha in the crowd was laughing his ass off. The bet is right. Standing up to the Su family was really right. The Flower family and the Yang family had already played out. Without a strong person to sit in on them, the two families would soon be annexed. At that time, the imperial capital will be his cloud. No. Yun Miacha raised his head and carefully glanced at Su Yuan. From now on, the imperial capital would be dominated by the Su family, with the Yun family coming in second. This wave, win hemp. Meanwhile, Su Yuan said to his son, this is over, let's go. As soon as his words fell, Su Xiaofan violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Su Yuan hurriedly held him up, inputting Yuan Qi and probing his injuries. A moment later, his face was incredibly gloomy. Su Xiaofan's entire body's meridians, covered in cracks, could rupture at any time. Once it ruptures, it will surely die. This kind of injury was no longer something that could be recovered by just taking some elixir. Chapter 43, You call this a Yakuza? Zhao Fengnian instantly appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. After a quick look at the injuries, he said, there is a spiritual spring in the deer courtyard that has a miraculous effect on healing wounds, and it can stabilize little Fan's injuries for the time being. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan grabbed Su Xiaofan and Zhao Fengnian and transformed into a stream of light, heading towards the deer courtyard. In less than a cup of tea, several people had arrived near the spirit spring. Zhao Fengnian hesitated. We still have to wait for the dean. This spirit spring has a prohibition. Su Yuan wasn't willing to waste a single breath of time right now. With a casual swipe of his sword, he broke the prohibition. Zhao Fengnian. Only after placing Su Xiaofan into the spirit spring did Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief and said, is there a way to repair little Fan's meridians? Zhao Fengnian nodded and said, yes, but it's hard. Su Yuan said, talk. Zhao Fengnian organized his words and said, as far as I know, there is an elixir called the Heaven Mending Elixir, which can produce white bones from the dead. It's just that this elixir is extremely precious. Su Yuan asked directly, where can I get it? Zhao Fengnian pondered for a moment and spoke. The court of 10,000 treasures might have it. It's just that fellow Daoist's relationship with the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Su Yuan sneered. If he doesn't give it, fight until he does. He looked again at Su Xiaofan, who was in a semi-conscious state, and said, wait, father will fetch medicine for you. After saying that, he turned into a swordlight and rushed up to the sky. Imperial Capital, Great Yuanbao Pavilion Headquarters. Inside a guest room, Chang Tianxue had an embarrassed look on his face as he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress across from him and said, Seventh Elder, I wonder if I can be more lenient for a few more days. This year's benefits are not so good on my side. The white-skirted woman's good-looking eyebrows frowned slightly as she said, it's a phrase you've said many times. At that moment, someone outside the door reported, Pavilion Master. Someone wants to see you, Chang Tianshui said with an ugly face. No. The man at the door hesitated. That man said that if the Pavilion Master doesn't see it, he'll tear down our Wanbao Pavilion. Chang Tianshui slammed the table fiercely. Tramp! Who is it? Dare to be so arrogant? Really think that my Wanbao Pavilion is good at bullying? Even the woman in the white dress frowned slightly. The man at the door. Elder. It's Su Yuan. Chang Tianshui was even more furious. Damn him. I haven't even gone to look for trouble with him yet. But he came to the door first. At that moment, the woman in the white dress asked, who is this Su Yuan? Chang Tianshui Dao. A little yakuza who got lucky and got the inheritance of a sword cultivator is just a little yakuza. Mainly arrogant as hell. Swordsman? The white-skirted woman came to a few moments of interest and said, then let's meet. I'd like to see how arrogant he is. Chang Tianshui wanted to speak, but finally nodded. Soon Su Yuan paced the entrance and directly opened the door. The heaven mending pill is available at any price. A tonic? Chang Tianshui didn't have the good sense to say. You really dare to open your mouth. How precious is this heaven mending pill? And you still mention the price casually? Couldn't even afford to sell you. Su Yuan said. So there is? Chang Tianshui returned dryly. No. Su Yuan frowned slightly. At this time, the woman in the white dress said, it's not there, but it can be refined. Su Yuan's brows soothed as he looked toward the white-skirted woman and said, as long as you have the heaven mending pill, the conditions are as open as you like. The white-skirted woman said with a slight smile, I want your sword Dao inheritance. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Where did he have any sword Dao inheritance? He relied on the system to instill it. Okay. He shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid that won't work. The woman in the white dress said. Then can you still take out a treasure that can be exchanged with the heaven mending pill's equivalent? Su Yuan froze for a moment. He was so penniless that he didn't even have a storage bag on his body other than the two swords. Where to take any treasures? After thinking about it he said, one favor. Is that enough? A favor? The white-skirted woman froze for a moment. And only after a long time did she say, what kind of favor? Su Yuan blurted out, naturally, I owe you a favor from the 10,000 treasures pavilion. The white-skirted woman's brain was a little confused. In her entire life, she had never seen such an arrogant person. Chang Tianshui immediately mocked. Your favor? How much do you think a favor is worth? Still really think a sword cultivator is so great? Let me tell you. Middle Earth continent. There are sword cultivators too. Su Yuan was curious. Many great sword immortals in Middle Earth? Chang Tianshui stayed for a moment and then said, what do you mean by that? You're the great sword immortal? No way. Just you? A great sword immortal? I'm afraid even a sword immortal is bad enough. Do you really think the great sword immortal is some kind of cat or dog that walks around everywhere? Su Yuan said. Is it or isn't it? Won't we know if we fight? Chang Tianshui disdainfully said. Oh, I'll let you have one hand. Su Yuan didn't look at him at all, but instead looked at the woman in the white dress. Not you. I mean her. You're not good enough. He could sense that the woman in the white dress was stronger than Chang Tianshui. If you want to show off your strength, it's natural to pick the strongest fight. The woman in the white dress was slightly surprised and pointed at herself. Are you sure? Su Yuan nodded. Okay. The white-skirted woman's expression was playful. Don't say I'm bullying the weak with the strong later. As soon as the words fell, the duo's figures instantly appeared above the clouds. The white-skirted woman waved towards Su Yuan and said, I'll let you have 3 moves. Su Yuan held his sword in one hand with an odd expression as he shook his head. No need. You can't catch one of my swords. The white-skirted woman's face darkened. That's what you said. With those words, a long whip appeared in his hand and directly lashed out at Su Yuan. This whip. Will space hit the ripples? Visible power, how horrible. Su Yuan guessed that this white-skirted woman, I'm afraid, was a Yuan Shen realm. After thinking about it, he slashed out with his sword, and this time, he put out 7 points of strength. Boom! The green-colored sword she instantly sent the long whip in the white-skirted woman's hand flying. Immediately afterward, his momentum did not decrease and he killed the woman in the white dress. The latter was shocked, knowing that he could no longer avoid the sword, and utilized his Yuan Qi to block it with all his might. However, this sword, in a moment, destroyed her defense. Just as the sword Qi was about to land on the white-skirted woman, it suddenly dissipated into nothingness. The white-skirted woman's face was pale. This sword, it was too terrifying. She was completely defenseless. If the other party hadn't stopped in time, he was afraid that he really wouldn't have been able to carry even one sword. This person was definitely a greatsword immortal without a doubt. And not just any old greatsword immortal. She had also fought against the greatsword immortal, but it was definitely not as terrifying as this. The woman in the white dress calmed down and smiled. Fellow Daoist is truly a greatsword immortal. I'll take this deal. I'll take it at the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Su Yuan arched his hand and said, thanks a lot. The next moment, the two re-entered the guest room. Chang Tianshui mocked. Still a great sword immortal? Can't even catch a single move from our elder. The white-skirted woman's face flushed red for a while as she cursed. Chang Tianshui? Shut up. Chang Tianshui was a bit confused by the scolding. The woman in the white dress continued. This fellow Daoist is indeed a great sword immortal. I can't even catch one of his swords. Chang Tianshui's face was horrified. The white-skirted woman stopped paying attention to him and turned her head to Su Yuan. I can indeed refine the heaven-mending pill, but it's missing a main medicine. Su Yuan immediately said, where is it? I'll find it. The woman in the white dress stared. Blackhorn Domain. Chapter 44 Pre-Departure Deterrence. Su Yuan returned to the deer courtyard. The first thing I did was check on my son's status. Seeing that although it is still sleeping, but the body injuries have improved, which is a little relieved. At this moment, Zhao Fengnian looked at Su Yuan expectantly. Well, is there a heaven-mending pill? Su Yuan shook his head. Zhao Fengnian looked disappointed. Su Yuan continued, but they promised to help me refine it. Zhao Fengnian's expression peaked. Su Yuan spoke again, but I have to go to the Blackhorn Domain to find a main medicine for refining the heaven-mending pill. Do you know the bottom of this Blackhorn Domain? Blackhorn? Zhao Fengnian frowned for a long time before he said, the Blackhorn Domain is located in the northeast of the continent, and it has another name, the Dark Forbidden Zone. Rumor has it that it was established by an extremely powerful clan. There are no rules or morals there. It's truly a place where strength reigns supreme, and a place where many outlaws hide. As for more, I'm not really sure, but the main medicine for refining the heaven-mending pill seems to be something that only the Blackhorn Domain has the chance to find. Is the strongest the strongest? The corner of Su Yuan's mouth slightly hooked. Zhao Fengnian asked, when do we leave? Su Yuan glanced at his son and asked, how long will it last? Fanny? Zhao Fengnian thought for a moment. Up to 3 months. After 3 months, if we can't find the heaven-mending pill, even if we don't die, then Xiao Fan's cultivation path in the future, that will be difficult to move forward by an inch. Su Yuan nodded and said, then we will leave in half a month. Zhao Fengnian sniffed and said with some dissatisfaction, isn't it a little late? Su Yuan said, half a month from now, it will be Xiao Fan's 16th birthday, and I will invite all of the clans and families of Daiyu. Zhao Fengnian froze. You're thinking, Su Yuan said, if I leave, there's no guarantee that some miscreants will strike at Xiao Fan. So naturally, I have to let them weigh their options. Zhao Fengnian said with some hesitation, isn't this a bit too? Su Yuan turned around, his back to Zhao Fengnian, his eyes looking toward the setting sun in the distant sky, and said, too cocky? Xiao Zhao, you're not me. You don't understand. I have my own wild capital. Zhao Fengnian. On the following day, the topmost clans and families in the entire Daiyu dynasty received an invitation from the Su family. At this moment, the Yun family hall. Yun Miaha sat on top of the main seat with a face of ecstasy. He looked at the elders and said, I heard that the Su family's son was seriously injured, and I would like to spend millions of gold to collect the world's most valuable medicinal herbs to send then. Do you all have any comments? Millions of gold. The elders sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Their Yun family is rich, but I'm afraid that $1 million would take out half of his family's fortune. That's no way to give a gift. After a long time, an elder hesitated. Family master, I'm afraid this million gold is a bit much. I think that 100,000 gold would be enough. Yun Miao's old eyes glared. In a hushed voice, with my Yun family's relationship with the Su family, how can we show our sincerity if we don't put down some blood money? The crowd was completely silent. The eyes that looked at Yun Miacha were a bit odd. Their Yun family has a gross relationship with the Su family. A relationship you're dead set on rubbing up against? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Yun Miacha said with a wave of his hand, since you're all okay with it, then this matter is settled. Old 5. Go open our family storehouse. Crowd. In the meantime, the court of 10,000 treasures. Chang Tianshui looked toward the white-skirted woman and carefully said, 7th elder, this invitation is for me. The white-skirted woman stood by the window, her gaze looking into the distance, and faintly said, on the invitation, it doesn't say your name, Chang Tianshui, but, the white-skirted woman's tone suddenly turned cold, but what can be? Has the money all come together? Still have the leisure to go to what banquet? Chang Tianshui was silent for a moment and asked weakly, 7th elder is interested in Su. Yuqi is interested? The white-skirted woman glanced at Chang Tianshui. When did you dare to speculate on my mind? Chang Tianshui shivered in fear and hurriedly said, elder forgive me. The white-skirted woman ignored him and just continued to look into the distant skies. The imperial palace. The emperor looked at the invitation and frowned slightly. Empress Sun in his arms wondered, What's wrong with His Majesty? The Emperor Atmosphere said. This Su thief is simply treacherous. What is the point of inviting so many worldly clans over? Can't wait to declare the status of his Su family? Empress Sun said. There's no harm in it. Anyway, there are only 2 people in his Su family. He can't make any waves. The Emperor, however, was worried. 2, just these 2 people have turned the imperial capital upside down in just a short period of time. My Minister of State is dead, and the Yang family is doomed to decline. The Flower family's head is also gone, and from now on, no one will be able to suppress the Su family. A great sword immortal and a little demon. Together, we're not enough to beat them with one hand. Empress Sun said with a flirtatious smile. It's just a mere great sword immortal. We have people behind us, and I heard that Su Yuan is about to head to the Blackhorn domain, which is the perfect time for you to lay your hands on Su Xiaofan. The Emperor froze and said. You mean? Empress Sun's smile turned grim. If he, Su Yuan, goes to the Blackhorn domain, he won't want to come back. The Emperor's eyes lit up, and then he let out a loud laugh. Half a month later, on the eve of the banquet, the back of the deer yard, Su Xiaofan held Bloodslayer and slashed out with a sword. A blood-colored sword intent swept out, cutting through several sky-high trees in a row. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fengnian on the side was dumbstruck. How long has it been? This kid has actually comprehended sword intent. This is sword intent. It's not some sword chi saber aura. The only way to be a true sword cultivator was to comprehend sword intent. As for the sword chi sword awnings, any random person who knows 2 sword techniques can chop them out. This is the essential difference. Otherwise the world would have been filled with sword cultivators long ago. What is a swordsman? Even without the most basic cultivation, purely by virtue of sword intent, one could kill. Just like Su Yuan, relying on his sword intent alone, killing the Purple Mansion realm was still like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. It was no joke that the sword cultivator was number 1 in killing. At this moment, Zhao Fengnian's mind kept coming up with a sentence. My son, Su Xiaofan, has the stature of a great emperor. Maybe it's not pretending to be X. At this time, Su Xiaofan put away his sword and said smugly. How was that sword of the teacher's just now? Zhao Fengnian said with a scowl on his face. You think you're gifted? The fact that you were able to comprehend sword intent so quickly is all because you have the complete sword cultivation inheritance, as well as the great sword immortal's allotment of swords for you to comprehend sword intent is just that. Little fan the path of cultivation is a long way to go. Guard against arrogance and impatience. Su Xiaofan's smug look was gone. Zhao Fengnian continued. Also your injuries have not healed. I'm only temporarily helping you suppress them. Just use your sword intent. Don't use your Yuan Qi. Otherwise the gods won't be able to save you. Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly. Many thanks for teacher's teachings. Xiaofan understands. At that moment, a green shirt came stepping on a sword from afar. Seeing this, the corner of Zhao Fengnian's mouth twitched. Su Yuan said as he landed on the ground. Let's go. Follow me to meet the guests. P.S. Su has no emotional line. Xiao Su is TBD. Thanks for the support. Chapter 45, The Elegance of That Sword. Imperial Capital. Su Mansion. Groups of carriages came from the main street and stopped at the Su family's front gate. The crowd looked puzzled. However, he saw Yun Miaocha walking down on top of the leading carriage, taking a thick roll of gift lists. He handed them to the boy at the door to welcome the guests. Immediately afterward, some people began to carry out gifts from the carriage and send them towards the Su Mansion. That's a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. Purple cloud grass. That's actually purple cloud grass. It's rumored to be a main medicine for refining 5th grade pills. The crowd looked at an expensive gift and were confused. Someone even whispered a curse. This old dog Yun. He really doesn't want to have a face. Humph. Just a dog that flatters the Su family. Yun Miaohan naturally heard these words, but he was not angry and only sneered in his heart. No skin in the game? Oh, what do you guys know? Whether my Yun family can prosper for another 100 years depends on today. At this time, Su Yuan came to the entrance of the Su Mansion, looked at the gifts, and said to Yun Miaoha, Family Master Yun has a heart. Upon hearing this, Yun Miaocha's old face almost burst out in laughter. He felt that it was all worth the effort of stepping on the horse. Crowd. At this time, Ranli in the crowd said with a complicated face, It really isn't what it used to be. Beside him Lipa said, Yes, who would have thought that a pair of father and son who were kicked out of the family would be able to come this far? Then the Su family of Xuancheng. I guess their intestines are all green with remorse. Ranli said. The old man felt it was inevitable. Li Po wondered, why does the teacher say this? Ranli said, do you think that a random person, who has gained a few chances, can reach this point? Can grow so fast? Li Po was even more puzzled. Ranli continued, hide. This father and son. They're both hiding. Think back carefully to this Su Yuan's battle record. Isn't it a whole lot stronger every time? It's impossible for even the topmost demons to ascend so quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Po's face revealed shock. Teacher is suspecting that Elder Su is still in hiding? Ren nodded his head away. At first, I thought he was only at the Divine Hidden Realm. Later, I think he's in the Purple Mansion Realm. And then later, he even became the Great Sword Immortal. He is, perhaps, stronger than we thought. Li Po's fists were clenched and his heart was pounding. Stronger than the Great Sword Immortal? It was beyond the scope of his imagination. Teacher, it looks like we bet on the right one. At noon, the guests were seated. The emperor took large strides and headed for the main seat. It has become almost instinctive. No other reason than he is the emperor. This dynasty, the most honored figure. If he doesn't sit in the main seat, who else has the guts to do so? At that moment, Yun Miaohe stopped the emperor and smiled. Your Majesty, please sit this way. The emperor glanced at the position next to the main seat, his face ugly to the extreme. Instantly, he wanted to be angry. He's the head of a country. Let him sit in the vice seat and be someone else's sidekick? It's just treasonous. Some of the ministers who had come to the banquet were also ready to open their mouths. At this time, however, he heard Su Yuan say to Su Xiaofan, "You're the birthday girl today. You take the main seat." The emperor immediately changed his smiling face and happily sat down on the vice seat. The loyal ministers, too, swallowed their words. Behind their backs, they could curse Su the thief to the nth degree. But in front of the Su thief, they are truly afraid to speak. If you dare to curse, they really dare to cut you with their swords. I'm afraid that a few of their heads wouldn't be able to carry a single sword of Su the thief. Just like this, Su Xiaofan sat in the main seat, and the emperor in a dragon robe became the green leaf. The Su family's strength, its dominance, was highlighted to the fullest at this moment. Soon after, the banquet opened. On top of the main table, Su Yuan smiled and gave Su Xiaofan a dish of his own. Some of the younger generation who had followed their elders were envious when they saw this scene. The great swordsman himself pinched the food. They want the treatment too. At this moment, Su Yuan pointed to the crowd below and spoke to Su Xiaofan. Do you know that many of them clearly have a grudge against me? But why did they still come to your birth feast? Su Yuan's words clearly carried the flavor of a koan. Su Xiaofan thought for a moment. Because you're strong, father. Su Yuan was quite satisfied and proceeded to educate. Now do you intuitively feel the importance of strength? Su Xiaofan nodded seriously. The duo's conversation didn't avoid the bystanders, so the people above the main table heard them clearly. For a moment a few people were a little confused. Zhang Ernia tugged at Zhao Fengnian's sleeve on one side and whispered, "Is this how Brother Su usually educates his son? Is this how demons are raised?" Zhao Fengnian had a breezy face. Fellow Taoist Su said that it's called something like Su-style education. There's no need to make a fuss. What kind of person is Tao Lord Su? Don't you understand? Zhang Ernia froze. Then the words Su Yuan had said that day came to mind. If living isn't about pretending, it's better to die. At once, it will be a relief. An hour later, the crowd was full of wine and food, and the banquet was nearing its end. The Su family's father and son went out to see off the guests. Some of the people who had some grudges with the Su clan didn't finally breathe a sigh of relief until they stepped out of the Su clan's door. At this time, Su Yuan looked up into the sky with a displeased expression. At this moment, dark clouds were pressing down on the sky above the dome of the sky, and there was a constant stream of shocking thunder. A downpour seems to be brewing. Zhang Ernia was puzzled. What's wrong, Brother Su? Su Yuan said, "Today, on my son's birthday, it should be clear skies." Zhang Ernia said, "With this weather, who's to say?" Su Yuan turned his head to look at Su Xiaofan and said, "Would you like to see how strong the Great Sword Immortal really is?" Su Xiaofan was a bit confused. What does that mean? Pops? Addicted to pretending? But that's no condition to pretend. He hesitated. Think, Su Yuan said with a faint smile. Then watch. With those words, a green shirt holding a 3-foot green blade appeared in midair. Guests who were ready to leave stopped and looked at the scene with a bit of confusion. What does Mr. Su want? In midair, Su Yuan let out a long breath. Spinning around, he slashed out with a sword with all his might. Boom! A sword chi grew in response to the wind, heading straight up into the sky. In the next moment, the dark clouds were torn apart and a ray of sunlight came through the crack. Seeing this scene, the crowd nearly fell to their knees. To overcome heavenly power with human power. Is this still a human being? Damn! Great Sword Immortal. Is that scary? In the crowd, the woman in the white dress raised her head to look at the sky, and there was also a strange color in her eyes. The elegance of this sword is something that I'm afraid few men in the world can match. At this time, Su Yuan smiled faintly and came back to Su Xiaofan's side and said, "Can you see it clearly?" Su Xiaofan clenched his fists and nodded. Su Xiaofan, Also want to be a sword immortal. Su Yuan swept another glance at the crowd's Dao expressions. Then he knew that the purpose of this time had been achieved. He cut out this sword. If there was still that ungrateful one who dared to touch his son, then he was really tired of living. Su Yuan looked at his son again and said, "Follow me." Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, but followed it anyway. Su Yuan walked directly towards the white-skirted woman in the crowd. This sword could only serve as a deterrent. Everything naturally has to be ensured in 2 layers. The father and son came to the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress was a bit puzzled. Su Yuan said, "Dare I ask the name of the girl?" The white-skirted woman froze for a moment before speaking. "Suman." Su Yuan continued, "Can I ask the girl for a favor?" Su Monk said, "Go ahead." Su Yuan said, "Could you look after my son while I'm away?" A flash of cunning flashed under Su Meng's eyes. "Can there be a reward?" Su Yuan said, "How about a favor?" Suman frowned. "Another favor?" Su Yuan laughed. "Last time it was owed to the Wanbao Pavilion. This, to you." Su Meng's brows stretched as she immediately said, "No problem." Su Yuan nodded and patted Su Xiaofan's shoulder again. "For father to go and return." Su Xiaofan said seriously, "Dad, be safe." Su Yuan smiled, and in the next moment, stepped on his sword and rushed up into the sky, heading towards the Blackhorn domain in the northeast. Chapter 46, Su Laosher. "You're going to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger again, aren't you?" After Su Yuan left, for the rest of the time, Su Xiaofan stayed honestly in the back mountain of the deer courtyard to cultivate unlimited resources, plus the guidance of a master teacher. Su Xiaofan's sword Dao cultivation could be said to have skyrocketed. Nowadays, with his sword Dao cultivation alone, he could about fight Lincoln. Although his teacher always said that he had mediocre qualifications, Su Xiaofan still had a few moments of complacency in his heart. That day, Zhao Fengnian instructed him in sword practice as usual. Although Zhao Fengnian was not a sword cultivator, he had a lot of experience in teaching power generation techniques. Su Xiaofan benefited greatly. At this time, having just finished practicing with his sword, Su Xiaofan was called over by Zhao Fengnian. Zhao Fengnian opened his mouth and asked, "Little Fan, do you know about the 7 Kingdoms Genius Banquet?" "The Genius Banquet?" Su Xiaofan shook, then looked at Zhao Fengnian warily. "He's got a shadow over the party now." At that moment, Zhao Fengnian continued to speak and explained. The so-called 7 Kingdoms Genius Banquet is a banquet organized together by several dynasties in the vicinity of Dayu. It's held once every 3 years, and this year's venue happens to be in our great Yu imperial capital. Little Fan, would you be interested in participating? Su Xiaofan's head shook like a rattle. No go. No go. Zhao Fengnian stroked his beard and said seriously, "Little Fan, it's not good to keep your mind closed. You've got to get out there and see it. Look at those truly heavenly demons." Su Xiaofan said with an ugly face. "But every time I go to one of these occasions, I'm prone to getting ed." Zhao Fengnian's motion of stroking his beard suddenly paused. A dry cough escaped him before he continued. "This genius banquet is actually just a bunch of geniuses eating and drinking together. It certainly won't be the same as it was before. Besides, Fan, you're already 16. It's time to look for someone. Don't you want to find someone you love? With your father's nature, I don't even think he'll worry about it, and you're the only one who's going to have to work at it. This genius banquet is the perfect good opportunity." However, at that moment, a few lines of text surfaced in front of Su Xiaofan. "Again? You have received an offer. Below you have 2 choices. 1. Go to the banquet and suppress the 7 kingdoms' heavenly pride, letting them know what it means to be a demon, and rewarding them with 1 Yuanshan realm experience card. 2. Go to the banquet and participate in this genius banquet in a low-key manner, rewarded with 1 cave ruin realm experience card. The system's seniors are as strong as ever. This time it looks like we have to go again. But since the teacher said so, there shouldn't be any surprises this time, right?" As for how strong this cave ruin realm was, after thinking about it, Su Xiaofan then nodded. "Okay, I'll go then." Zhao Fengnian smiled slightly. He then said that what teenager at that age doesn't yearn for love? At this moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly jumped on the topic. "Teacher, I have a question for you." Zhao Fengnian froze for a moment before saying, "What's the problem?" Su Xiaofan said, "How strong is this cave ruin realm? You even know about the cave ruin realm?" Zhao Fengnian was a bit surprised, but he still spoke. "This cave ruin realm is still above the Yuanshan realm. I've only heard about it. I'm not sure exactly how strong it is." Su Xiaofan asked again, "Is it possible then to walk across the territory of the 7 kingdoms? Zhao Fengnian said, "Even the Yuanshan realm can walk sideways in the 7 kingdoms, let alone this cave ruin realm. It's just that perhaps it's only in the Middle Earth continent that there are such strong people." Su Xiaofan's eyes showed a strange color. The stronger the cave ruins were, the more excited he was. The next day, Su Xiaofan found Zhang Hualong and went to Drunken Immortal House together. It's also where the genius banquet is held. At this time, Zhang Huarong said with a somewhat odd expression on his face, "I say, Brother Su, even if you want to keep a low profile, there's no need for you to dress up like this, right? I'm under a lot of pressure when you're like this." He only saw that at this moment, Su Xiaofan was wearing clothes worn by an underling, always keeping his head lowered and lagging behind Zhang Huarong by half a body length. And the face also went through some simple disguise. The skin from the original white turned dark and yellowish, like a little follower. Shaosu Thief has become a follower. Can this pressure not be big? But to be honest, besides being a bit stressed, Zhang Huarong actually had a few dark feelings in his heart. This wave, he can blow for 20 years. At this moment, Su Xiaofan sighed. Brother Zhang, this can't be helped. In such a large imperial capital, it's actually impossible to find someone who can disguise himself. Zhang Huarong took a hand and touched his face, saying, Brother Su, there's really no need. It's just a banquet. Su Xiaofan said. You don't understand. Zhang Huarong's face sank as he suddenly said, Su Laoshi, you're not going to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger again. Don't you ever get tired of playing this routine? Su Xiaofan's face was aggravated, and his voice took on a bit of a sobbing tone. Am I like that? I Su honestly, never pretend. Zhang Huarong laughed twice and didn't want to speak. You're not the one who never pretends to be something you're not. What a lie. Soon the duo arrived at the Drunken Immortal House. This is the #1 restaurant in the imperial capital. The meals are expensive. The poor may exhaust their families and not even be able to afford a grain of rice here. But today the place is wrapped up in a building. These top demons from various countries didn't care about the money. The duo entered the Drunken Immortal House with the invitation. Zhang Huarong came to the second floor hall and found the seat at the very end to sit down. Su Xiaofan sat on the side with his head bowed. He just wanted to be transparent today. But he's just too famous. Even in disguise, he was still recognized by the younger generation of Dayu. At that moment, a group of youngsters came over to respectfully toast. In front of Su Xiaofan, they acted honestly. Where was there any trace of the usual arrogance of a genius? On the other side, a red-haired young man sitting at the head of the hall just glanced lightly at this side, and then paid no more attention to it. Nor was he curious, because he was the one who was the most shining and demonic character in this genius banquet. The others? It's all just green leaves to compliment his excellence. The red-haired youth twisted his head and looked with a smile at a young girl sitting next to him in a pale yellow dress with a goose-egg face. Laughing. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. Have we? And Lone has really missed you. The googly-eyed girl said with a disgusted look on her face. Tangdust, are you wicked or not? In public. How dare you say such filthy words? The youth called Tangduan said with a faint smile. Lone likes your character as a rose with thorns. Lone is already looking forward to our wedding day. The googly-eyed woman's face turned white and her shell teeth clenched. Don't worry. I won't marry you even if I die. Tangdust said. It's your honor. Any woman who wants to marry Lone can be lined up from my Tang kingdom to your Yu kingdom. I yuck. The googly-eyed woman spat and cursed. Shameless. After cursing, the googly-eyed woman suddenly glanced at Su Xiaofan. Little she thief? She froze for a moment, her soulful eyes rolling. Immediately afterward, a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth as he got up and walked towards Su Xiaofan's direction. Tangdust looked at this scene suspiciously. A few moments later, a burst of intense killing intent suddenly erupted in Tang Chen's eyes. Who is this son? Looking for death. Chapter 47, Kneel, or Die. The googly-eyed girl walked in Su Xiaofan's direction. It drew a lot of attention. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan looked at Zhao Huarong and asked curiously, Who is this man? Zhang Huarong took a look and couldn't take his eyes off of it for a moment. Brother Su, you didn't listen when I told you to go out more, and you don't even recognize this man? This is our 9th princess of Dayu, known as the #1 beauty of the 7 kingdoms. At those words, Su Xiaofan carefully sized up the other party for a few moments. Not by the way. This is the first beauty of the 7 kingdoms? At least the senior Su he had met before was not comparable to this one. Zhang Hualong then said, Brother Su, it seems you can't appreciate beauty. Su Xiaofan. At this moment, the goose-egg-faced young girl walked up to Su Xiaofan. She smiled and raised her glass. I've heard of Mr. Su's great name. If I get to see you today, Mr. Su's elegance is indeed as rumored. The crowd froze at the sight. The 9th princess was usually known for her high spirits. When did she take such initiative? At this moment, Su Xiaofan was already a little drunk. The clean, boyish face was a little red. Seeing this 9th princess come over to toast with a face of adoration, it was a bit speechless. How many times today? Being too good-looking is also an affliction. Easily hated. Su Xiaofan had no choice but to raise his glass and drink with the woman. He actually didn't want to drink it. but he was not one to fall flat on his face. See this scene. Zhang Huarong immediately felt that the world-famous wine-drunken immortal brew in his hand didn't smell good anymore. The surrounding younger generation of Dayu felt that this was too normal. Now the little Su thief is the meat and potatoes. Many women from famous families dream of marrying little Su thieves. With the way the Su family protects their calves, marrying in is a blessing. It seems that the ninth princess is no exception. As for the other country's celestial pride, at this moment, they looked at this scene with astonished faces. Since the ninth princess was known as the #1 beauty of the 7 countries, she was naturally quite famous in the 7 countries. Most of all, this ninth princess's fiancé was not to be messed with. At that moment, the ninth princess spoke. I've heard that Mr. Su has a heavenly son. Can you allow this palace to sit on the side of Mr. Su and ask for some advice? Su Xiaofan seriously refused. Princess, I'm afraid that won't work. Princess Nine was a bit confused as she said, why not? Could it be that this palace is not worthy to sit with your son? When Zhang Huarong sniffed, he seemed to have smelled something, and his wine suddenly woke up a few points. His eyes flickered and he quickly retreated to the corner. In his experience, Su Laosher was about to start again. He could be said to be the person who knew the Su family best. This Su family, father and son, are all the same. It's just that father and son have different styles of pretending to be X. A good man manifested himself before. A good pig in a poke. This is something that Zhang Hualong is clear about, so he immediately walked away so he wouldn't accidentally hurt himself later. Fruity. At this time, a few young celestial pride suddenly stood out and angrily rebuked. Who the hell are you to sit with the ninth princess? It wasn't until they saw this that the other Dayu younger generation also suddenly came back to their senses. Exit the crowd in a hurry. Then, all of them had a look on their faces as they watched the show. It was time to let the other heavenly prides of the 6 kingdoms feel the fear of being dominated by the little Su thief. At this time, Su Xiaofan frowned. He looked at the 9 princesses and said seriously, it's not a matter of being worthy or not. It's just that men and women don't get along. Princess 9 froze for a moment, her eyes a little guilty. It was only a moment of guilt, though, and soon she nodded, then laughed. It is I who have been abrupt. Your Excellency, forgive me, he said, and drifted away. Su Xiaofan suddenly reacted. He's being punked. This is the 3rd time he's been punked by a woman. It's just that there was no grudge in the past. So why is this 9th princess trying to trap me? Before he could think about it. Meanwhile, several young celestial pride stared intently at Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? A few young celestials looked at each other and said, what for? Naturally, I will fight you. Su Xiaofan frowned. I have no grudge against you. So why should I fight? You guys bully honest people? Several young suddenly burst out laughing. We just don't like you. That's why. Bullying honest people? I'll bully an honest man. What do you want? With those words, he was about to make his move. Su Xiaofan sighed and was just about to draw his sword, but at that moment, a voice suddenly said, stop. The crowd froze and looked at the person who spoke. Only the red-haired youth on the first seat slowly stood up. It was Tang Duan. Su Xiaofan arched his hand. Many thanks to this gentleman for relieving me. Before he could finish his words, he heard Tang Duan sneer and say, kid, I'll give you 2 choices. First, kneel down and apologize to me and kowtow 10 times. Second, I'll take your corpse and throw it out of this drunken immortal building. At those words, Su Xiaofan frowned. This gentleman, I haven't offended you either, have I? Tang Dust said. The person who was going to ask you for advice is my fiancé. Su Xiaofan felt puzzled. I didn't agree to her request. Tang Dust sneered. But this behavior of hers makes me think that you're better than me. So I'm offended. Su Xiaofan, Tang Dust said impatiently. You have 3 seconds. Take your pick. Su Xiaofan directly said. I'll take 3. Tang Dust froze. Since when is there a 3? Su Xiaofan, however, said, if I choose the first one, I'm doomed to be unable to raise my head as a human being in this life. As much as I want to keep a low profile, there is gold in a man's knees. The only person in this world who can make me kneel is my father. As for the second one, I'm sorry, but I'm scared to death. Tang Dust, on the other hand, was puzzled. So what's 3? Su Xiaofan said. A fair fight with you. Since the first option given by the system elder was for him to suppress the heavenly pride of various countries, so he only suppressed one. Nothing wrong with that, right? At this time, the heavenly pride of the 6 nations heard these words. Actually, he couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for Su Xiaofan. That's Tang Dust, the crown prince of Tang, the #1 heavenly pride of the 7 kingdoms. At only 25 years of age, he was already at the peak cultivation level of the Lingkong realm. In the future, he was bound to be a powerful person of the Purple Mansion realm. This kind of genius, this kid dares to invite a battle. One can only say that he has a lot of courage. Tang Dust, too, was stunned, and then he mockingly laughed. Even your great Yu's #1 heavenly pride, Song Chang Shan, doesn't dare to fight me? You, a nameless person, have some balls. When the younger generation of Dayu heard this, their expressions suddenly turned odd, but no one opened their mouths to explain anything. Just watch quietly. Soon, a crowd of people made way in the center of the hall. Tang Dust said with one hand behind his back, "Loan today, I'll let you have one hand, lest people say I'm bullying you later." Su Xiaofan didn't get annoyed when he heard this, and took out the blood-killing sword from his storage bag. Just like that, he was holding Blood Slayer and looking at Tang Dust indifferently. At this moment, that green shirt suddenly appeared in the hearts of the younger generation of Dayu, as well as the shocking scene of that sword opening the sky to come. The rest of them, however, laughed in shame. "Who are you scaring? You think you are a sword cultivator if you hold a sword?" Tang Dust said at this time. "Even if you are a sword cultivator, so what? To kill you, I only need one move." Su Xiaofan remained silent, only the sword in his hand, but suddenly chopped out. A sword intent with a strong bloodthirsty aura suddenly swept out. Six Nations Heavenly Pride? Chapter 48. Shake people. You shake them. Swordsmanship. Damn. He's really a sword cultivator. Tang Dust's face suddenly froze at this moment. He felt a palpitation like he had never felt before. He had a hunch. If he took this sword head-on, he would most likely die. Thinking about this, that extremely fast sword had already appeared in front of him. Tang Dust subconsciously erupted with all of his instincts. The body dodged to the side. The blood-colored sword chi with sword intent attached to it continued to chop forward. Boom! A whole sky shaking. Half of the drunken immortal building collapsed with it. Su Xiaofan's face suddenly turned white. How much money is this going to cost? At this moment, Tang Dust, who had just escaped death, looked back with a shocked expression. Is this the sword cultivator? That's a little too scary. But, Tang Dust once again put pride on his face and said, "Sword cultivator? So much for that. You can lose a fight, but you can't lose face." Crowd. At that moment, but suddenly someone exclaimed, "Tang, young Tang, your hand." Tang Dust frowned slightly and looked down. In the next moment, his eyes widened in anger, only to see that his right hand was already empty, and at the wound of his arm, blood was still spewing out. "Ah, my hand." Tang Dust no longer had his usual overbearing demeanor. Instead, they were hissing and screaming in disregard of their image. Su Xiaofan blinked and said somewhat innocently, "Wasn't it you who said, 'Let me have one hand'?" Tang Dust stared at Su Xiaofan dead on, his gaze icy cold to the extreme. He asked slowly, "What's your name, kid?" Su Xiaofan directly said, "My name is Su Laoshi." Crowd. Tang Dust cracked his mouth. "What the do I care if you're old or not? Your last name is Su, isn't it?" Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled as to how he had to ask him what his last name was when he was fighting. Still, he nodded. "Great." Tang Dust suddenly laughed out loud, openly crazy to the extreme. The Su family? He's never even heard of it. Hell knows what little family popped out of that nook and cranny. As long as the other party was not one of the four top clans of Dayu, then this would be fine. Tang Dust suddenly said in a cold voice, "Kid, Lone has changed his mind. Not only will I let you die today, I'm going to execute all 10 clans of your Su family." Sword cultivator? So what if you're a sword cultivator? Without background, without backing, you're nothing. But if you hand over the sword cultivation inheritance, I may be able to keep your Su clan's entire family. The Yu Kingdom's celestial pride were momentarily dumbfounded at these words. Destroy the Su family? The little thief has no background and no backing? You want to take over the sword cultivator's legacy? Talent? Quite the contrary. The remaining heaven's pride of the Six Nations were all looking at Su Xiaofan with a look of pity. Too bad. He messed with no one but Tang Duan. Hearing these words, Su Xiaofan froze slightly. Ryoga spoke up. Our Su family, just me and my father two people. Where did the 10 clans come from? Crowd. Tang Dust sniffed with contempt. As he expected, this is a little yakuza with no background and no backing. Tang Dust then opened his mouth with a cold smile. I don't care how many people you have in the Su family. I won't leave a single one alive. If you don't hand over the sword cultivation inheritance, your father will have to accompany you. Su Xiaofan was silent. Tang Dust was furious. Su Xiaofan also stopped talking nonsense and directly chopped towards Tang Chen with a full-strength sword. Tang Dust stood still and didn't move, only sneering. In the next moment, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-robed old man only casually waved his robe and blocked Su Xiaofan's sword. God's hidden powerful man, Su Xiaofan said with a frown. Where's the promised fair fight? You actually shook people. Tang Dust revealed a grim smile and said, what happened to shaking people? You didn't say you couldn't shake people. Shake someone if you can. Su Xiaofan. Tang Dust said to the black-robed old man. Elder Tai, help me capture this son alive. The black-robed elder nodded slightly. Don't worry. In the next moment, the black-robed old man instantly appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. A palm strike. At the same time, a hunched-back figure stopped in front of Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan was a bit surprised. Senior Yun? The person who came was none other than Yun Miaoha. Yun Miaoha turned his head and nodded with a smile. It's only natural for me to take care of you in your father's absence. At this time, Tang Duan frowned. Good old Su Laoshi. It seems I've underestimated you. The imperial capital Yun family is actually willing to give you a head start. Su Xiaofan was a bit offended by hearing him talk now. Go to hell. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in place. No good. The black-robed old man was shocked and turned back in a hurry. At the same time, Su Xiaofan suddenly appeared in front of Tang Chen. He directly chopped down with his sword. However, Tang Dust suddenly revealed a wry smile. Su Xiaofan's pupils shrunk. And people. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan's figure disappeared into thin air. And where he was just now, a middle-aged man wearing armor and holding a long spear suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man frowned as he looked toward the reappearing Su Xiaofan. What kind of battle technique is this? It's so bizarre. Su Xiaofan stared straight at the middle-aged man, detecting an aura that was stronger than the black-robed old man from just now. Zifu realm. This was definitely a Violet Mansion realm powerhouse without a doubt. Su Xiaofan frowned. Your Excellency is so shameless to take a shot at a junior of mine. The middle-aged man said. Kid, you don't have to provoke me with those words. I'm a vassal of the Tang Kingdom, so naturally I have to follow the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince. Tang Dust coldly said. Su Laoshi, you can't compete with me for backing. General Su, cut the crap. Hurry up and capture this son alive. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and directly rushed towards Su Xiaofan. However, at this very moment, a burly figure appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. The lanky figure threw a punch, knocking the middle-aged man backwards. Su Xiaofan froze for a moment, then shouted, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Ernio nodded in response and continued. Don't worry, with Uncle Zhang here, no one can touch you today. After saying that, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, We haven't seen each other in years. Have we, General Su? The middle-aged man said. There's been no war between Tang and you these past few years, so naturally I can't see it. Zhang Ernia said. Today is just the day to fight you. The middle-aged man said. You're no match for me. Zhang Ernia sneered, and in the next moment, the two of them appeared in mid-air. At this time, Tang Dust said. I didn't expect the imperial capital Zhang family to intervene, but so what? Today, the Heavenly King can't save you even if he comes. With that, Tang Dust crushed a jade pendant. In the next moment, a powerful aura enveloped the entire field. Yun Miaoha's face changed drastically. Not good. That jade pendant has a teleportation array engraved on it. He's going to shake people. Tang Dust laughed out loud. Surname Su. Compared to background, you can't compare to me at all. As soon as his words fell, a purple-robed old man suddenly appeared. Yun Miaoha seemed to recognize the person with an incredulous face. Su Xiaofan frowned. Elder, who is this person? Yun Miaoha said. Master Tang. Su Xiaofan asked. Strong? Yun Miaoha said. If your father doesn't come back, we'll probably have to be accounted for here. Su Xiaofan calmly said. Elder Yun, don't panic. Yun Miaoha said. Fan, we can't beat it. Su Xiaofan said. Can he shake people and I can't? Yun Mio, huh? At this time, Tang Duan sneered. Shake all you want, I'll wait. I'd like to see what kind of people you can shake up, you little Yakuza. Su Xiaofan stared at Tang Duan and said. You made me do it. He really didn't want to shake people, but this one, it's just too yawn-inducing. Chapter 49, Are you crazy? You dare to compete with him for backing? That Su Xiaofan kid seems to have caused trouble again. Queen's bedchamber. Empress Sun said. The emperor looked out the window, in the direction of the drunken immortal house, and said with a sigh. What do you say to this little Su thief? How come he can't go anywhere without peace? Empress Sun said. Isn't your majesty going to go and guard some? When the body is broken, you'll be the one who loses out then. The emperor said. There's no need to worry. Let them have some fun first. Su Xiaofan has someone behind him. Empress Sun said with some confusion. Who else is behind him besides Su Yuan? The emperor said. The seventh elder of the court of 10,000 treasures. Empress Sun was a bit surprised. That's a big man. Will this have any effect on our plans? The emperor said. No need to worry. It's just a Yuan Shen realm. This time, I have invited several powerful people from the sect. There are no accidents today. This shell of Su Xiaofan's is bound to arrive. Empress Sun said with some confusion. Those old bastards? How did you invite them? The emperor said. I reported the fact that this father and son duo have a sword Dao inheritance on them. Empress Sun had a look of flesh on her face. The emperor then said, it's a no-brainer. That Su thief is too strong. It's no longer something we can eat. Drunken immortal house. Young Miaoha said doubtfully. Where is the man you shook? Virtuous nephew? Su Xiaofan raised his eyes and looked around. He also looked down at the summoning jade cylinder in his hand that Elder Su had given him, and was also a bit confused. After thinking about it, he said, guess it's still on the way. We'll have to wait. Yun Miaoha. At this point, Tang Dust had already lost his patience and directly said, State Master, please do it. The purple-robed old man faintly swept the surrounding area. Then he let out a cold snort with an angry expression on his face. He stared at Tang Duan and said, the old man gave you that jade pendant for self-protection. Do you know that that jade pendant was obtained from an ancient relic and is precious beyond measure? You can't even handle such a small scene? How can I ascend to the throne in the future? Waste. If he was scolded in normal times, Tang Dust would naturally turn pale and not dare to talk back. Because the state master was the most powerful backer of his ascension to the throne, naturally he did not dare to offend. Today, Tang Dust pointed a finger at Su Xiaofan and said, Master of the state, I didn't call you here just for this little matter of mine. The point is, this kid is a sword cultivator. The purple-robed old man froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he looked at Su Xiaofan. When he saw the sword in Su Xiaofan's hand, his eyes revealed ecstasy. Su Xiaofan's face turned pale for a moment. He kind of regretted it. If I had known, I wouldn't have used the sword. This thing, it's just a big fat piece of meat. Anyone who saw it would want to take a couple bites. At this time, the purple-robed old man looked at Su Xiaofan and said, Kid, the old man is unwilling to make things difficult for you. Hand over the sword cultivation inheritance, and the old man definitely won't hurt you one bit. If you won't, then the old man will have to take it himself. At those words, Su Xiaofan tightened his grip on the blood slayer in his hand. Delivery is definitely not an option. If he couldn't, he would have to use up that sword intent that Pops had left in the blood-killing sword. I just don't know if I can. The other guy. Su Xiaofan looked toward Yun Miaocha and asked in a low voice, how strong is this what's-his-name state master? Yun Miaocha said, years ago this one was a peak Zifu powerhouse. After so many years have passed, I wonder if I've broken through to the Yuanshan realm. Yuanshan realm. Su Xiaofan was a bit unsure. I don't know if this sort of old dads can cut down the Yuanshan realm. Kid, old man's patience is limited. The purple-robed old man urged. Just then, Zhang Huarong's voice suddenly came. Su Laoshi, hurry up. It was only then that the crowd noticed a small fat man, holding a sharp blade, against Tang Duan's neck. Zhang Huarong continued. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't any of you move. I'll kill this guy if anyone moves. The purple-robed old man turned back, swept Zhang Huarong a glance, and did not speak. Su Xiaofan stayed where he was, not moving a step. Seeing this, Zhang Huarong anxiously said, what are you waiting for? Run. Su Xiaofan, however, shook his head. Brother Zhang, we are brothers. Since we're brothers, there's no way I'm leaving you to run. Zhang Huarong sniffed, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Just then, Zhang Huarong suddenly felt a huge force coming from his chest. Immediately afterward, the entire person directly flew out backwards. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaofan was startled. With a flash of his body, he caught Zhang Huarong. After the latter spat out a mouthful of blood, he directly fainted, looking like he was not lightly injured. Su Xiaofan's heart was on fire. This Tang Dust, from the beginning when he inexplicably wanted to himself, to the latter when he played the trick of shaking people, and now he wanted to take away his sword cultivation inheritance. It's too much of a bully. You can't bully honest people like this. Su Xiaofan turned around and stared deathly at Tang Chen. An intense bloodshed sword intent filled the space. At this point, the purple-robed old man had completely lost his patience. Kid, old man's patience has been exhausted by you. I'll give you two choices. 1. You hand over the sword cultivation inheritance and die. 2. I'll take you alive and beat you until you want to hand it over. The purple-robed old man's words just fell. A cold female voice came from downstairs. Old thing, I'll give you two choices too. 1. You kowtow and apologize to my junior. 2. I will throw your corpse out of this drunken immortal building. At the sound, the crowd looked toward the stairway. Instead, he saw a woman in a white dress, slowly walking up to the second floor. Seeing this person, Su Xiaofan was overjoyed. The backer has finally arrived. At this time, the purple-robed old man stared at Su Meng. The little girl is young and speaks quite wildly. Su Monk said, not half as much as you, old man. Ah, a big old man. And still come out to grab things with the juniors. The purple-robed old man blew his beard and eyes out at this dislike. Fine. Since you're a little girl who doesn't know any better, don't blame the old man for not knowing how to show mercy. In the next instant, the two of them disappeared and turned to appear in mid-air. At this time, Tang Duan mocked. This is who you shook up, that's it? Su Xiaofan chose to remain silent. In mid-air, the purple-robed old man no longer suppressed his breath and his cultivation fully exploded. Yuan Shan realm. A terrifyingly powerful pressure swept through the heavens and earth. Su Meng said disdainfully. A cultivation level that is forcefully piled up by consuming resources. And you dare to show off in front of me. The purple-robed old man was furious. Seek death. He pressed down gently with a palm. A huge palm shadow that covered the sky suddenly appeared above Su Meng's head. The shadow pressed down. It seems to have the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Su Meng, however, bristled with disdain. Followed by a whip, the silhouette instantly collapsed. Su Meng was another whip, directly on an old face of the purple-robed old man. The old man was unsteady on his feet from the whip. Before letting him react, the white-skirted woman's second whip had already arrived. The purple-robed old man was directly knocked down from mid-air. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even Su Xiaofan was a bit surprised. He knew the woman in the white dress was strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. After being surprised, Su Xiaofan looked at Tang Chen and coldly said, "Now, you can have a fair fight with me." Tang Dust's clamor was completely gone, and with a face of horror, he directly pulled out his legs and ran wildly. Su Xiaofan sneered and slashed out with a sword. Tang Dust hissed, "I am the crown prince of Tang. If you kill me, the Tang kingdom will not spare you." Su Xiaofan didn't take it personally and sneered as he chopped out with a sword. Tang Dust's body was directly churned by the sword intent. The heavens pride of the 6 nations were completely confused. This guy really dared to kill the crown prince of Tang. At the same time, Su Xiaofan suddenly detected several auras with hostile intent, speeding towards Drunken Immortal Tower. Su Xiaofan's brows suddenly furrowed into a ball. Chapter 50, Catch an honest man and bully him to death. Right? At the same time, 3 black-robed figures stepped into the air. Su Meng's face suddenly turned incomparably grave. She looked toward the Tang State Master, who was in a sorry state at the moment, and said in a cold voice, "1 cave ruin, 2 Yuan Shen realm. When did you Tang Kingdom have so many more powerful people like this?" At those words, Su Xiaofan's face was grave, and the rest of the others' faces changed wildly. Yun Miaoha's body shivered continuously in fear. An aging body can barely handle the shock. 1 cave ruin, 2 Yuan Shen. He had never seen such a scene in his life. How can this be fought? Yun Miaoha said anxiously. "Little Fan, when is your father coming back?" Su Xiaofan's face was grave as he shook his head. "I'm not sure. I don't think I'll be able to come back now." "Can't come back." Yun Miaoha sat paralyzed on the ground, his face ashen. Su Xiaofan, however, was calm and collected. "He's been out for so long. What hasn't he seen before? I'm used to it." At that moment, the Tang Kingdom Master struggled to get up from the ground with a dumbfounded look on his face. When was my Tang dynasty so strong? Is His Majesty hiding something else? Forget it. Whatever. On one side. Anyway, the Tang Kingdom Master revealed a hideous smile and pointed a finger at Su Meng. "Quick, kill the woman." In mid-air, a black-robed man at the head slowly removed his cloak. A thin, hostile face was revealed. He coldly looked at the State Master of the Tang Kingdom and said, "Who are you that you dare to tell this seat what to do?" The Tang State Master was furious and cursed. "Do you want to die? Don't even recognize this State Master. This State Master now orders you to kill this woman for me." The thin man's brows suddenly furrowed. "Seek death." In the next moment, a black-robed man behind him appeared in front of the Tang Kingdom Master. Before the latter could react, the black-robed man had already thrown a punch. The National Master's body instantly exploded. In the original location, a trace of Yuan Shen showed horror on its face and immediately fled towards the north. However, only the black-robed man casually grabbed it and took the Yuan Shen into his hands. Immediately afterward, it went to his mouth. Chew twice and then swallow. What a bizarre tactic. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaofan was horrified in his heart, and at the same time a little puzzled. Since these people aren't from Tang, where did they come from? At that moment, Su Meng appeared in front of him and, she looked up and stared unkindly at the black-robed man in midair and said, "The soul-swallowing method? You guys are from the Xianin sect?" The thin man laughed. "Exactly." Su Monk said, "Why don't you guys stay well in the Middle-earth continent and come to such a small place?" Instead of answering that question, the thin man asked, "Who is Su Xiaofan?" At those words, Su Xiaofan froze. "Looking for your own?" But he didn't know anyone from the Xianin sect. Su Xiaofan didn't say anything and quietly took a few steps back. Damn. This is a situation where whoever admits it is a cutie. However, the thin man saw that no one was talking. He then took out a portrait and looked at it for a few moments before directly locking his eyes on Su Xiaofan. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. And the portrait? Off the charts. Unable to do anything else, Su Xiaofan could only stand out and said, "This senior, what is it that you are looking for me for?" The thin man said, "Hand over the sword Dao inheritance." Su Xiaofan came to a sudden realization. It turned out to be for the sword Dao inheritance. He said archly, "This senior, I have to ask my father about this first. He's out and about right now and hasn't returned yet, so he may have to wait a few days." The thin man said, "You're not qualified to bargain with me. If you don't pay, you have to." Su Xiaofan's face sank. Can't drag it out a bit. At that moment, Su Mengdao, who was in front of him, said, "The Xianin sect is really getting shameless now. How dare you come all the way across and rob a little kid?" The thin man said, "Seventh elder, there's no need to provoke me. Although I don't dare to kill you, you can't stop me today," Su Meng said in a cold voice. "Then try." In the next moment, she appeared in front of the thin man and lashed down with a whip. The thin man did not make a move, and a black-robed man behind him greeted him. The two stood at once. Su Xiaofan's heart sank as he scanned the situation. There was still a Yuanshan realm and a cave ruin realm on the other side that hadn't made a move. There were no more Yuanshan realm powerhouses on his side. Couldn't stop it at all. Just then, two more figures came speeding in. It was Zhao Fengnian and Din Xiang. The duo shot Su Xiaofan a glance and realized that the other party was fine. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. Then the duo looked at the thin man. Xianghua said, "Your Excellency is here to find Su Xiaofan?" The thin man nodded. Xianghua continued, "He is a member of my dear courtyard. Can you please give me face and not make things difficult for the juniors?" The thin man sneered, "If it was someone from your general court, I might be able to give a few points of face, but you are not qualified enough." Xianghua's face sank. Zhao Fengnian said angrily, "Su Xiaofan is the top genius demon of my dear hunting academy. If you touch him, you've made a deadly enemy of the dear courtyard." The thin man said, "Doesn't matter. You." Xianghua just wanted to angrily rebuke, but before he could finish his words, the thin man suddenly faintly said, "Get out." The two of them, Xianghua and Zhao Fengnian, instantly flew out backwards. Su Xiaofan's face turned pale when he saw the scene. However, they were relieved to find that the two were only sent flying and their lives were not in danger. He even wanted to hand over the sword cultivation inheritance at this instant, but that thought, too, was only fleeting. "So what if I hand it over? You have no value yourself and you still have to die." Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Su Xiaofan was in a hurry. He looked at the first option before him that suppressed the 7 countries' heavenly pride with a pained expression. "Surely we can't wait for the genius banquet to be over now." So only. Su Xiaofan held Blood Slayer in his hand as he turned around and swept a glance at the heavenly pride of the 7 kingdoms, who were already scared silly. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, "Which one of you dares to fight me?" The crowd froze. Then the heart said, "Is the little thief scared out of his wits? In this situation now, who would dare to fight you?" For a long time, no one made a sound. Thus, under Su Xiaofan's pained gaze, the second option slowly dimmed. The first option explodes with eye-catching brilliance. Su Xiaofan felt his heart dripping blood. This wave, blood loss. At this time, the thin man faintly said, "Get the boy alive." The other black-robed man revealed a sardonic smile and came towards Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan saw this, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "Bunch of dogs. 1, 2, 3. You've got a lot of honest people to pick on, don't you?" Su Xiaofan murmured in his mind. "Senior, use the Yuanshan Realm experience card. Successful use. Translucent panel text floats in front of you." In the next moment, Su Xiaofan's aura continued to climb. Boom! Divine Hidden Realm. The black-robed man smiled disdainfully. "A secret method to elevate your realm? So what? It's still just an ant." In the next instant, Su Xiaofan's aura changed qualitatively. Zifu Realm. And it's still climbing. The black-robed man's face was astonished. What a terrifying secret method. The rest of the crowd also looked incredulous. This little Su thief actually still has the bottom card. But what he was facing was a Yuanshan Realm big shot. Boom! Su Xiaofan's aura once again underwent a qualitative transformation. An incomparably terrifying pressure shook the entire arena. The crowd, including the thin man who was watching the battle from mid-air, was dumbstruck at this moment. Yuanshan Realm? Chapter 51, Cave Ruins? It's just an ant. The black-robed man forcibly stabilized his mind, then let out a cold smile. "How can a forcefully elevated cultivation level be a match for me?" The black-robed man pointed out a finger. A powerful force that distorted space. Su Xiaofan held Blood Slayer in his hand, his gaze full of killing intent staring at the man. He stabbed out with his sword. Boom! The berserk force caused the entire drunken immortal building to collapse into ruins in an instant. The two of them touched each other. The hand of the black-robed man in midair trembled slightly. He stared at Su Xiaofan incredulously. Kid, what exactly is the secret technique you're using? Meanwhile, among the ruins, the unconscious Zhang Hualong woke up leisurely. He raised his eyes with difficulty and saw Su Xiaofan confronting the black-robed man. At this moment, Su Xiaofan faintly said, "Is this all you've got? I'm not even firing yet." Hearing this, Zhang Huarong revealed an expression as I expected. Sure enough, this one's playing pagan again. This beating was for nothing. At this moment, Su Xiaofan's aura once again soared crazily. Divine Demon Qi Refining Technique 5th Change, Green Dragon Change. On top of Su Xiaofan's skin, a green-colored rune like dragon scales emerged. There were a total of 9 variations of this Divine Demon Qi Refining Technique rewarded by the System Elder. With each change, the increase in strength increases exponentially. This 5th variation of the Green Dragon transformation was even more terrifying. The black-robed man's expression had turned horrified at this moment. This kid is toxic, isn't he? How did it get stronger again? There's no limit to it. At this moment, Su Xiaofan stared coldly at the black-robed man and said seriously, "Unlike my father, I don't like to pretend, but you guys had to make me pretend. Then I'll pretend to show you today." Crowd. At this moment, when Zhao Fengnian saw this scene, he suddenly had a sense of familiarity. The back of that green shirt came to his mind. He sighed. This son resembles his father. Zhang Ernia was speeding over and was also envious when he saw this. Give birth to a son like Su Xiaofan. At this time, the palace. The emperor and empress' son had arrived atop the tallest building in the palace. The two looked in the direction of the drunken immortal building, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. The emperor said, "This son is truly heaven-defying." Emperor's son said with some uneasiness, "Those guys, can they handle it?" The emperor said confidently, "You think those are the only ones?" Empress' son said with her small mouth slightly open, "Anyone else?" The emperor said, "Naturally, with so many secrets on this father and son, do you think the clan would only send these people?" Empress' son said, "Then that body of Su Xiaofan, can the clan give it to you?" The emperor said, "Don't worry, I've made a great achievement for the clan this time. Those old guys up there, they promised me long ago. And Su Xiaofan isn't a special physique. That Su Yuan's body is what the sect is in need of. Innate sword body, a supreme physique for practicing the way of the sword, together with the sword Dao inheritance. As long as the seizing of the body is done, the sect will have another top battle force before long." At the same time, Su Xiaofan moved on the battlefield. In a flash, he appeared in front of the black-robed man. Raising his hand was a sword. Sword cultivator's battle power plus amplitude. With the power boost of feats, the power of this sword could be imagined. With just one sword, the black-robed man's body instantly exploded. Only the Yuanshin was left to flee out. Instantaneous seconds with one sword. Su Meng, who was currently battling another black-robed man, suddenly turned his head back. She took in the scene, a face of horror. She couldn't help but recall the scene where the green shirt asked her to help take care of her son before she stepped on the sword. She was suddenly a little speechless. Where to go? At that moment, Su Xiaofan roared angrily and chased straight after that Yuanshin. Suddenly, the skinny man in the lead stopped in front of him. Su Xiaofan said, "In such a hurry to die?" The thin man frowned. "Kid, you're wild." With that, the thin man kicked out. A flat, uninteresting kick, yet it seemed to darken the way of heaven. What is the cave market? Cultivators of this realm can see through the void, better understand the nature of heaven and earth. It is even capable of creating its own void based on this understanding. This realm's utilization of the power of the heavens and earth had already reached the point of pure perfection. At this moment, seeing this kick coming, Su Xiaofan didn't use his sword, but instead grabbed it with his big hand. After grabbing his opponent's ankle, he brought it forward. Then the right-hand sword slapped out horizontally. Snap! The thin man was directly slapped and flew backwards. A moment later, the skinny man barely stabilized his body, and there was an additional red mark on his face. The thin man was a bit confused. What the hell? He was in the cave market realm. He had clearly utilized the power of space to cancel out all of Su Xiaofan's force. Unless, the thin man thought of a possibility and was horrified. Unless this sun's power is so strong that it can break the void. It's also known as the one force that breaks all laws. But how is that possible? What the hell is this kid's deal? The intel was wrong. At this time, Su Xiaofan skimmed his mouth. The cave market is nothing more than that. The thin man's face twisted. This kid is so sick. A moment later he frowned at Su Xiaofan and said, "Kid, I don't know how you got so strong, but I'm sure you're bound to not last long in this state. Even, you are likely to suffer a huge backlash. Why don't you hand over the sword cultivation inheritance to me, and let's each be at peace?" Su Xiaofan glanced at the countdown on the translucent virtual panel in front of him. Half an hour remained. He breathed a small sigh of relief. That should be enough. He frowned. You're making a deal with me? The thin man said. That's right. Su Xiaofan sneered. I hate people like you the most. You didn't even look me in the eye when I couldn't beat you. I'm pressing you for a fight and then stepping on me to make a deal? Your kind deserve the worst. The thin man was at least a cave ruin powerhouse. So how could he endure being humiliated like this? Asterisk. Together, the remaining two black-robed men sniffed and instantly appeared beside the thin man. Go! Seeing that the two of them were not moving, the thin man urged. The black-robed man with only his yuanshin remaining said, You guys go first, I'll press on. The thin man looked to another. The man. Senior. I'll hit the side. You hit the front. Skinny man. Su Xiaofan was a bit impatient. Grind. We're all going to die anyway. It doesn't matter who dies first. With those words, he directly killed the three. The three of them instantly battled to a standstill. Seeing this, Su Meng coldly grunted and was about to step forward to help. Who knows? Su Xiaofan turned back. Elder Su. You rest first. Su Meng. Su Xiaofan was having a good time fighting at the moment. Feeling the power that could shatter space with a casual punch or kick, his heart surged. Is this what it feels like to be strong? Time passes by. Su Xiaofan pressed down on the trio and pounded them. But for a moment it was impossible to kill the three directly. The cave ruin realm is still a bit of a thing. Su Xiaofan was a bit anxious. It can't be delayed any longer. He desperately exchanged injuries for injuries and directly extinguished the physical bodies of the three. Just as he was about to exert his power and kill all three of them, the countdown of the virtual panel in front of him suddenly jumped to 0. Su Xiaofan's face changed drastically. His mixed aura instantly fell. The thin man was ecstatic. It was just as he suspected. There is a time limit on boosting. The thin man stared at Su Xiaofan. Kid, you're done. With that, the thin man made a grab. In mid-air, Su Xiaofan only felt a large, invisible hand grabbing him in a death grip, his body unable to move. The faces of the people changed drastically. Right at this moment, Su Xiaofan roared angrily. Look at the sword. He directly stimulated the blood-killing sword, the one sword intent left behind by his old dad. Boom! A green-colored sword sheet directly chopped apart the spatial bindings. Immediately after that, it killed the thin man. The thin man snorted coldly. A sword from the great sword immortal? So what? He directly confined the nearby space. However, wherever the green-colored sword sheet passed through, the space actually shattered inch by inch. The thin man's face changed dramatically. The great sword immortal is so strong? Seeing that the sword chi was about to chop, the thin man directly grabbed the yuanshin of the two black-robed men around him and blocked them in front of his body. Boom! Sword chi chopped through. The two yuanshin realm powerhouses directly flew out of their souls. The thin man's yuanshin, after all, also turned a little more transparent. The thin man's face was hideous, and his heart was incomparably horrified. The strength of the great sword immortal was beyond his imagination. According to the intelligence, the other party also seemed to only be at the purple mansion realm. If he was really up against it, he might not be able to carry the other party's three swords. Fortunately, the other side is not here today. Thinking of this, the thin man arrogantly said, Great sword immortal? Nothing more than that. Su Xiaofan's face turned white as he looked towards the end of the sky, suddenly saying quietly to Su Meng beside him, Elder Su, I kind of miss my father. Blackhorn Domain. In mid-air, a green shirt stepped on the sword and sped. A moment later he turned toward the map, frowning slightly. This map, it's so undetailed. He searched and froze for a place. At that moment, a giant airship swept by from the distance. Su Yuan was overjoyed. He was ready to find someone to ask for directions. He had to find medicine fast. His son was waiting. He stepped on his sword to catch up with the airship and landed directly on top of the bow deck. At the moment the deck was densely packed with people standing above it. Su Yuan felt that the atmosphere on the ship was a bit odd, but he didn't care that much. Su Yuan asked to a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face standing on the bow. Let me ask, how do I get to Tianxian City? Tianxian City, said to be the #1 city in the Blackhorn Domain? The locals should know that. At this moment, the scar-faced man froze and turned his head, looking at Su Yuan suspiciously as he asked, Who are you? Su Yuan said, Roadrunner. The scar-faced man asked, You're going to pull out your sword when you see the road? Su Yuan frowned slightly and glanced behind him. That's what makes sense. The man's identity is that of a robber. But he didn't care. There are so many bandits in Dayu, let alone the Blackhorn Domain. He shook his head. I just came to ask for directions. The scarred man said, Now that you're here, don't leave. Su Yuan said with a slight frown, You're going to rob me? The scarred man said, So what if it is? I'm not just going to rob you, I'm going to pack you up and sell you. Make 2 waves of money. Su Yuan summoned Chung Xian Dao. You can try. The scar-faced man glanced at the sword in Su Yuan's hand and suddenly laughed. What? Are you a sword cultivator? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said. Yes. The scarred man laughed out loud. Kid, do you think I'm stupid? Trying to trick me? And even if you are in the Purple Mansion realm, you are by no means my opponent. An aura at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm suddenly erupted from the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man said faintly. Among the Purple Mansion realm, I am invincible. The crowd of people in the crowd were looking at the little cutie's gaze at Su Yuan. Where's the funny man from? At that moment, however, a woman suddenly said, Senior, I am a member of the Sun family. If Senior can save me, I will be grateful. Beside the woman, an old servant hurriedly pulled the woman back. The old servant said, Miss, if we expose our identities, we'll end up even worse, and we'll even involve the family. The woman, however, spoke coldly. Family. Everything is family. If the family really treated me like a lady, I wouldn't be here today. And if I don't reveal my identity, how much better do you think I'll end up? The old servant was silent for a moment. Women in this world, in this Blackhorn domain, if no one sheltered, can only fall into the plaything of others. At this time, the scar-faced man laughed out loud. Yes, good for you. It actually blew up someone from the Sun family. The Sun family is a rich one. Boy, you're good. Su Yuan glanced at the woman who had spoken earlier and didn't say anything. He looked at the scar-faced man again and said, You say you're invincible in the Purple Mansion realm? The scar-faced man said confidently. So what if it is? Su Yuan nodded. If you can take one of my swords, I will recognize you as invincible in the same realm. At this, the other bandits erupted into a fit of laughter. Who do you think you are? Dare to call out to our boss? Isn't this looking for death? However, in the next moment, Su Yuan launched his sword. He raised his hand and chopped out with a random sword. The sword intent swept through like a breeze. The scar-faced man only felt a gust of wind blowing through him, and he couldn't help but look himself up and down warily, realizing that nothing had happened to him at all. He couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. This is a sword cultivator? Kid, I'm afraid you're not here to be funny. The woman in the crowd was ashen. The servant beside her complained at this point. Miss, what did I say? In that case, it's better not to reveal your identity. Miss, you just say it's too easy to trust people. However, right at this moment, the entire spirit ship began to tremble violently. Boom! The spirit ship's head position suddenly collapsed. Looking at the scarred man again, his body suddenly disconnected from both sides. Dead silence. There was a deathly silence in the room. At this moment, Su Yuan paced in front of the woman who had spoken earlier. The woman hurriedly bowed and saluted. Many thanks to Senior. Senior's kindness in saving her life. My daughter Sun Shallow will be as good as her word, and she will be heavily thanked. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Heavy thanks are not necessary. Where is Tianxian City? Sun Shallow said in a hurry. Tianxian City is still thousands of miles away from here, and it's difficult to arrive at a moment's notice. And my Sun family is also from Tianxian City. If Senior doesn't mind, we can travel together. Su Yuan shook his head. I'm in a hurry. Lead the way. Sun Shallow froze. In the next moment, Su Yuan directly brought Sun Shallow into a sword light. The sword light was extremely fast, constantly tearing through space. So fast. Sun Shallow's small mouth slightly opened in surprise. At this speed, I'm afraid that in a few hours, I'll be able to cross thousands of miles, right? Only after a long time did Sun Shallow calm down and ask, Senior, what is the reason for your visit to Tianxian City? Su Yuan said, Go to the Tianxian auction to buy medicine. Sun Shallow said, My Sun family has many precious medicinal herbs. If Senior needs them you can go and pick them out. Su Yuan said, Your Sun family certainly didn't. Sun Shallow was unconvinced and said, What is the medicine? Su Yuan said, Mending grass. Mendicant herb. Sun Shallow was shocked. The preciousness of this medicine. His entire Sun family could not afford to buy it even if he exhausted his family's wealth probably. Sun Shallow said, The price of this medicine can be a bit ridiculously high. Can Senior have enough money? Su Yuan said, I'm broke. He was indeed penniless. Except for a sword. That should be enough, he thought. Only after a long time did Sun Shallow clench her teeth. If Senior doesn't have enough money, my Sun family is willing to offer some. Su Yuan but arrived. It's not necessary, and I don't intend to spend any money. Sun Shallow said with some confusion. If you don't spend money, how do you buy it? Su Yuan faintly spat out a word. Rob. Sun Shallow's brain was a bit confused. Rob? The Tianxian auction in Tianxian City was behind the #1 sect in the Blackhorn domain. Sun Shallow felt the need to explain. After all, This senior was not bad, so she said, "Senior, behind the Tianxian auction. It's the Tianxian sect." Su Yuan said, "Tianxian sect? Strong?" Sun Shallow said truthfully, "Terribly strong. The Tianxian sect has the cave market ancestor in attendance, even if senior is a sword cultivator. I'm afraid." At those words, Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Cave market? It's just an ant. Sun Shallow? P.S. This chapter is 2 in 1. Chapter 52, A Sword on the List. Senior, the Tianxian auction is about to begin. Blackhorn Domain, Tianxian City. Sun Shallow said, pointing to an attic building. Su Yuan nodded and paced over. Sun Shallow hurriedly called out to him and said, "Elder." Su Yuan turned back and asked, "What is it?" Sun Shallow said, "To participate in the Tianxian auction, one needs an invitation. Does senior have one?" Su Yuan shook his head. "No." Sun Shallow said, "Then senior can wait for a moment. I can get one for senior." Sun Shallow was a little embarrassed. People saved their lives, but they couldn't do anything to help even though they claimed to be grateful. Su Yuan, however, shook his head and said, "No, I'm in a hurry." After saying that, he once again headed towards the Tianxian auction. Sun Shallow opened her mouth again to call out to Su Yuan. "Elder." Su Yuan frowned. "What is it again?" Sun Shallow asked timidly. "Dare I ask the name of senior? I can't even know the name of the person who saved my life, right?" Su Yuan faintly said, "My last name is Su." A single word. Yuchi. After saying that, Su Yuan didn't linger any longer. Sun Shallow watched that green shirt leave with complicated eyes. If this senior Su really went to rob the Tianxian auction, he would surely die himself even if he can't collect his body for it. Then there should always be a burial mound. At that moment, Su Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Xian Tian auction. The boy stopped it, asked in a tone that could not be described as nice, "Where's the invitation?" Su Yuan shook his head and faintly said, "No." The boy froze for a moment, then waved his hand to repel. "Go go go. Our Tianxian auction is not something that any cat or dog can get into." Su Yuan frowned slightly, but it didn't make a move. He's a gentleman. A gentleman should be courteous before he fights. Su Yuan whirled around and asked, "What are the conditions for getting in?" The little man said, "Naturally, you have to have a background and a backer, or our Blackhorn Domain's 3 lists." Su Yuan said, "I don't have any background or backing, so what are these 3 lists?" The boy was obviously starting to get a little impatient. "Where do you get off with all the questions? No invitation. Get lost, eh?" Su Yuan faintly exuded a hint of intimidation. The boy was immediately honest. He's just a boy. If he offended the cultivators, they really wanted to kill him. The Xian Tian auction would not protect him at all. The boy explained. The so-called 3 lists are the Wind and Cloud list, the Heaven's Pride, and the Black list, which are collected and tallied by the Tianxian sect. This Wind and Cloud ranking, it contains strong people, and this Heaven's Pride ranking, it contains the geniuses and demons of our Blackhorn Domain. As for this Black list, it's actually a wanted list. Those on the Black list will be hunted down by the Tianxian sect. We have this auction. The Black list is forbidden to enter, haha. Su Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Then he asked, "How fast does it take to get on the list?" The little man said, "The Tianxian sect's intelligence network and its development. As long as you make some big noise and reflect your own strength, you'll be able to get on the list immediately." Su Yuan nodded. Spinning around, he pulled out the Qingxian sword. The boy was startled. Su Yuan, however, ignored him. Instead, he raised his eyes to the sky. The sky is dark and cloudy at the moment. Su Yuan slightly condensed his sword momentum, immediately followed by a sword chop. Sword chi tore through the dark clouds. A warm sunlight poured down. At the moment, the guests coming in and out were frozen in their tracks. Time seemed to stand still for an instant. Su Yuan stood with his sword in his back, his face calm, waiting quietly as if nothing had happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swordsman. In the next instant, the crowd suddenly exploded. At the same time there were suddenly several powerful auras coming this way from all around. Who dares to make trouble here? A large man in golden armor suddenly appeared in midair. The golden-armored big man swept around, his eyes finally resting on Su Yuan. Looking at the sword in the other party's hand, the golden-armored man's heart suddenly panicked a little. Su Yuan faintly said, "Not making a scene, just trying to get on the list." On the list? The golden-armored man first breathed a sigh of relief, and then reacted with a slight shock. He turned his head to look at the dark clouds that had been split apart by a sword, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. "First time I've seen it on a list like that." The golden-armored man calmed down a bit and then asked in a whirlwind, "What is your name?" Su Yuan said, "Surname Su, single name a Yuan." The golden-armored man nodded. after which he summoned a soldier to say something. After the pawns left, Su Yuan asked, "How long will it take to get on the list?" The big man in golden armor said, "1 moment. It's being graded for you." Su Yuan nodded and waited up once more. From time to time, there were people passing by, casting shocked gazes towards him. A few moments later, the pawns come back. The golden-armored man said aloud, "Su Yuan, 5th on the wind and cloud ranking." The whole room was shocked at this statement. 5th? There were countless strong people in the Blackhorn domain, and this guy is 5th on the list with 1 sword. It's simply unprecedented. I'm afraid that Su Yuan's name would soon spread throughout the Blackhorn domain. At that moment, Su Yuan frowned slightly. Only 5th? He looked at the golden-armored man and said, "The top of the wind and cloud list, isn't it the old ancestor of the Tianqian sect?" At the mention of the old ancestor, the golden-armored man said with a respectful face, "Exactly." Su Yuan said, "That's it. It seems that this list has shady practices, just that my strength is not something that can be measured by a mere list." Shady. The moment these words came out, the entire room was once again shocked. This person dares to question the Heavenly Shen sect about having dark secrets. This is so arrogant. The entire Blackhorn domain is the territory of the Tianqian sect. The golden-armored man's face darkened. Rage said, "How dare you question the old ancestor? Questioning our Tianqian sect?" Su Yuan faintly said, "Not questioning it. It would have been true. If you don't believe me, you can call out your Tianqian sect's old ancestor to receive my sword. If he can resist this sword, I will admit that there is no water in your list." This statement was made. The people present sucked in a breath of cold air. Shout out directly to the old man. "In my life, I've never seen such a crazy person." At this time, the golden-armored man said angrily, "Kid, talk big, be careful of flashing your tongue. Take your sword? Are you worthy? Take this shot from me and try. I'd like to see where the hell you get the capital to blabber on here." The golden-armored big man's anger got the better of him, and he killed towards Su Yuan with a single shot regardless. Su Yuan smiled disdainfully. "Feel free to hold out a finger." In the next instant, the fingers were pressed against the tip of the gun. A powerful aura spread outward from the center of the duo. The golden-armored man frowned slightly. "Why don't you come out with your sword?" Su Yuan shook his head. "You're not worthy." The golden-armored big man felt extremely humiliated. He put out his gun, and the other guy actually put out only 1 finger. This is not taking him seriously at all. The golden-armored man roared, "Is Yuan Qi stirring?" Su Yuan looked at him and snapped his fingers. Boom! The golden-armored man flew directly backwards, collapsing several buildings. Su Yuan waved his sleeve, sweeping away the dust from his body, and then said to the previous boy, "Now, may I go in?" The boy almost cried in fear, his head nodding like a rattle. Su Yuan let out a light laugh as he walked into the Tianqian auction. In the meantime, the crowd, looking at the back of that green shirt slowly leaving, Sun Shallow's small mouth opened wide. His mind suddenly recalled the words that this senior Su had said before. Cave ruins? It's just an ant. Perhaps in front of this elder Su, the cave ruins were really like ants. P.S. Immediately to the first volume of the big climax. If you think the small author of good writing, ask for a 5-star praise, thank you. And thank you to all the readers for the small gifts and the real money rewards. Kowtow. Chapter 53, Tianqian Sect? I can destroy it with my own hands. Tianqian Auction. Su Yuan casually found a seat and sat down. Soon, a flirtatious-looking woman took the stage. 1 item was auctioned off. Su Yuan closed his eyes and waited quietly. Next up for auction is the grand finale of this auction, the heaven-mending grass. Only after hearing this did Su Yuan slowly open his eyes. The woman on the stage opened the jade box in her hand, and an ethereal fragrance emanated out. Among them lay a small red plant somewhat similar to a 4-leaf clover. The woman said with a slight smile, "The heaven-mending grass, an unearthly treasure. It's even refining a 7th-grade elixir, the main medicine of the heaven-mending elixir. You all should know about the heaven-mending pill. It's a 7th-grade elixir that can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. Who wouldn't want to carry a heaven-mending pill on their person when they go out?" Someone shouted from the stage. "Cut the crap. We still don't know about the heaven-mending herb? Hurry up and start shooting." There was no anger on the woman's face. After all, those who can sit here either have backgrounds in backing, either that or a person of extraordinary strength. She can't afford to be offended. The woman shouted, "Heaven-mending grass, starting at 1,000 yuan stones. Each increase in price shall not be less than 500. Metastone. It is said that this item only appears in places where the aura of heaven and earth is extremely dense. Each and every one of them is worth a fortune." The starting price of 1,000 yuan stones was already terrifying. However, there were still countless callers. The heaven-mending elixir is equivalent to a second life on one's body. Who wouldn't be impressed? the price climbed all the way up. And soon, it had shouted to 3,000 yuan stones. Su Yuan waited quietly. It was only when the price soared to 5,000 yuan stones and the number of people calling for the price became fewer and fewer that he faintly opened his mouth. $10,000 in stones. The noisy auction house suddenly quieted down. All eyes were focused on Su Yuan. The next moment, the crowd exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10,000 yen stones. Who is this man? Of which family? With such a strong fortune. Ever since Su Yuan shouted out 10,000 yuan stones, no one had spoken for a long time. The woman on the stage saw this and shouted, 10,000 yuan stones. Can anyone else raise the price? In the crowd, a middle-aged man clenched his teeth fiercely and opened his mouth. 10,500 yuan stones. Su Yuan continued indifferently. $20,000 in stones. The crowd was dumbfounded. $20,000 stone. An increase of 9,500 yuan stones in one breath. What? Did you get your yuan sure from the wind? The middle-aged man who had opened his mouth to call for a price just now nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. For a moment, he gritted his teeth. 25,000 yuan stones. The crowd was once again shocked. 25,000 yuan stones. This was not a small amount. After that middle-aged man finished shouting the price, he looked at Su Yuan and said, "Can your excellency give my Fong family face and let this heaven mending grass with my Fong family? And my Fong family will be grateful." Although the words were polite, there was no lack of threatening intent in the middle-aged man's words. The crowd sniffed. The realization dawned on me. Fong's house, one of Tianxian City's top great families. It was only recently that news had spread that the Fong clan's oldest ancestor, that Yuanshan realm powerhouse, had suffered a serious injury when he impacted the cave ruins. It seems that the rumors are true. Otherwise, this Fong family would not have spent such a large price to auction off this heaven-mending grass. At that moment, Su Yuan glanced at that middle-aged man from the Fong clan and let out a light laugh. "Your Fong family is not worthy of my face." This statement was made. The middle-aged man was first stunned, then subconsciously asked politely, "Which house is your honor from?" Su Yuan said, "The Su family." The Su family? The middle-aged man carefully searched the Su family in his mind, and yet it was all unmemorable. This is a sigh of relief. Just to see the other party talking so hard. Thought I ran into what background monstrous generation. Since it's not. The middle-aged man's tone was arrogant all of a sudden. "Your Excellency, if you insist on auctioning off this heaven-mending grass, my Fong family will not stop." Su Yuan calmly said, "If your Fong family is not afraid of extermination, just come." The middle-aged man trembled with anger for a moment. At that moment, Su Yuan spoke once again. $50,000 in stones. This statement was made. The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. Even the woman on the stage looked surprised. It was the first time she'd seen someone who raised the price so much. No one spoke again. After a long time, the woman said this. "Then congratulations, fellow Daoist Su, for auctioning off this heaven-mending grass." Soon, an old man brought a jade box to Su Yuan. When the middle-aged man from the Fong clan saw the scene, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Beside him, a young man said anxiously, "What's to be done about this?" The middle-aged man stared viciously at Su Yuan and said, "Since we can't buy it, we'll rob it." The young man said, "But the auction has a rule that once a buyer auctions an item, there is a 7-day protection period." The middle-aged man sneered, "This Su must not be from Tianxian City. Just wait for him to leave the city and then you can do it." At this moment, Su Yuan put away the jade box and got up to head outside. Behind him, the old man hurriedly called out to him and said, "This fellow Daoist, you haven't paid yet." Su Yuan continued to pace outside, his mouth saying faintly, "Since the Blackhorn domain is a place with no rules, why do you have to give money when you buy something? Didn't your Tianxian sect also say that here? As long as your fist is big enough, then everything is yours. As it happens, I'm the one with the biggest fist. It's not so bad that you made your own rules and forgot them yourselves." Upon hearing this, the crowd froze. What does this man mean by that? Robbery? The problem was, this robbery was of the Tianxian sect. That old man was momentarily speechless with shock. He had lived so long. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. After a long time, the old man frowned. "Your Excellency is not afraid of offending the Tianxian sect?" Su Yuan faintly said, "Xian Tian sect? I can destroy it with my hand." Crowd? At that moment, the middle-aged man from the Fong clan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Good chance. If you can kill this son, then spend some money to buy this heaven-mending grass. Not only would the old ancestor be saved, but he would also be able to sell the Xian Tian sect a favor. Two birds with one stone." Thinking of this, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped in front of Su Yuan. He sneered, "Kid, I don't know if you're crazy or stupid to rob the Tianxian sect. You will die today." Saying that, the middle-aged man exploded his cultivation at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. The crowd of onlookers had a look of amusement on their faces. No matter what, after offending the Tianxian sect, this son will die today. Su Yuan looked indifferently at the middle-aged man who stopped in front of him and summoned his Qingxian sword. The middle-aged man mocked. Yo, kid, you still know how to juggle swords? Su Yuan was in a hurry and didn't talk nonsense, casually chopping out with a sword. The sword was dry and sharp. The middle-aged man from the Fong clan, unable to react in time, had his head cut off. Crowd? At the same time, the entire Tianxian auction collapsed between the sword chi. Su Yuan transformed into a swordlight and rushed up into the sky. Just then, he suddenly felt several strong auras that instantly locked onto him. Chapter 54, System Trigger. Crazy Reward. In the next moment, 3 hunched figures stopped in front of Su Yuan. 3 Yuan Shen realms. A white-haired old man at the head said, Su Yuan, right? 5th on the wind and cloud ranking. Su Yuan was slightly surprised. This Tianxian sect's intelligence system, it's doing really well. Spinning around, he faintly swept a glance at a few people and shook his head, saying, your wind and cloud ranking is shady. I should be number 1. The white-haired old man frowned slightly. So young, but so wild. Su Yuan said, it's not madness, it's just the way it is. The corners of the mouths of the 3 Yuan Shen realm elders twitched. The white-haired old man spoke. I'm not talented. I'm ranked 2nd in the wind and cloud ranking. The 2 beside me, one is 3rd and one is 4th. Since you think there are shady practices, how about you just pick any one and battle through? Su Yuan, however, shook his head. The white-haired old man mocked. What? Don't dare? The old man still thought that sword cultivators, how marvelous they are. Even my Tianxian sect dared to rob me. And now you're wimpy? Su Yuan stared at the white-haired old man and faintly spat out a few words. You are not worthy. The trio froze. Spinning around, he was furious. A human being. Even if you are a sword cultivator, so what? There's a big realm difference. I can crush you with one hand. Su Yuan was non-committal. A moment later he said, I'll only put out one sword. If the 3 of you can take it, I'll be at the mercy of your Tianxian sect. It's wildly out of control. The 3 Yuan Shen realm powerhouses cursed in their hearts. The white-haired old man at the head stood out. Confidently, he said, there is no need to come together. I alone am sufficient. If you can injure the old man, I will let you go. Su Yuan reminded. With this sword of mine, you will die. The white-haired old man said with a disdainful smile. Big talk. Su Yuan nodded. Then it is as you wish. With those words, a sword slashed out. Invincible sword. The white-haired old man was at first bashful, but it wasn't until Su Yuan chopped out the sword that his face couldn't help but change dramatically. He felt a strong omen of death. However, before he could run away, his body had already been crushed by the sword intent. Even his original spirit was extinguished together. Instant seconds. The other 2 old men froze for a moment. A sword cultivator this strong? Crossing ranks and still killing in seconds? At that moment, Su Yuan looked at them and said, would you 2 like to go together? The 2 of them reacted instantly and hurriedly laughed. We'll keep our hands to ourselves. Old arms and legs. No match for you youngsters. Su Yuan nodded and asked. Nothing else then? The 2 said in a rush. It's okay. Su Yuan asked. So I can go? The 2 nodded like garlic. Take care, little friend. Only after seeing that green shirt go away did the 2 of them let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the void where the white-haired old man had perished, he had a palpitating look on his face. A moment later, a powerful aura ripped through space and appeared in front of the duo. The visitor was dressed in a war robe, with a stout figure and fat cheeks and eyes. Sovereign. Seeing the visitor, the 2 old men hurriedly saluted. The burly man nodded slightly, then frowned and asked, where is the Grand Elder? The 2 looked at each other and shuddered. Great Elder has perished. Fall. The lanky man's tiger eyes widened. That Su Yuan killed? The 2 nodded. The burly man said, then what are you waiting for? In a battle with the Grand Elder, that brat is bound to be seriously injured. If you don't go after them now, when will you wait? The 2 old men hesitated slightly, and then one of them opened his mouth. A sword. The lanky man frowned. What sword? The old man said. That Su Yuan only made 1 sword strike. Grand Elder. It was instantly secured. The lanky man froze for a moment. Instantaneous seconds? Didn't you say you're only at the Zifu realm? Luckily, it was a little late. Failing that, it was a long time before the lanky man spoke. Remove that brat's ranking from the wind and cloud ranking and add it to the black ranking. An old man asked. Patriarch, where should the Su Yuan be ranked on the blacklist? The burly man glared at the old man and cursed. That goes without asking. Since the top of the list. The old man was a little surprised. How many years has it been since the blacklist was at the top of the list? Those who are at the top of the blacklist are immortalized with the Tianxian sect. The Tianxian sect will raise the entire force of the sect to hunt him down. On the other side, Su Yuan, who had left, estimated the time and frowned slightly. With his current speed, if he rushed back now, I'm afraid it would be a bit late. After thinking about it, he landed and asked for directions before speeding off in one direction. Tianxian City, Outer City, the Sun family. Su Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Sun family and directly said, I'm looking for Sun Shallow. The guard frowned. Idle people, leave quickly. Su Yuan's face was expressionless as he slightly released a little bit of his intimidating pressure. The two guards fell unconscious to the ground. After circling around, Su Yuan quickly arrived at one of the Sun family's halls. He saw Sun Shallow's figure at a glance. He paced. A moment later, however, his brows furrowed slightly, only to see Sun Shallow kneeling in the center of the hall. An old woman is using a ruler, ruthlessly beating Sun Shallow's palm. Around them, the elders all looked on with cold eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting on top of the first place chided, Sun Shallow, do you know your offense? Sun Shallow said with a defiant face. What's my crime? The middle-aged man at the head of the table spat. What is the offense? Just because you lost a large shipment of goods from our Sun family. Do you know how much money my Sun family has lost? At those words, Sun Shallow's small face turned white with anger. I bought all these goods with the money I earned from my own business. When did they become the Sun family's again? Even if it's a loss to me. Sun Shallow, not your Sun family. You didn't even pay a dime for these goods. The middle-aged man above the head of the table threw the teacup in his hand fiercely onto the ground. With that, he sneered. What about yours and mine? As long as you still have the surname Sun, then all of these belong to my Sun family. The money you say you earned on your own, didn't you also earn it by relying on my Sun family? Without my Sun family's fame to back you up, do you think your business could be viable? Sun Shallow suddenly raised her head and stared dead at the middle-aged man above the first place. When has the Sun family ever contributed a penny to my business? A man, a force. Even so, you're still taking 70% of my profits. On what grounds? The middle-aged man said with a cold smile. On what grounds? Just because your name is Sun. At those words, Sun Shallow's eyes reddened with anger. Just then, a green shirt paced in like nobody's business. The crowd froze. Sun Shallow subconsciously looked back, her small mouth slightly open. Elder? You're not. Su Yuan nodded at her and said, I got what I wanted. Sun Shallow froze. She noted that the senior was talking about getting it, instead of buying it. This senior wouldn't really have robbed the Tianxian sect, would he? At that moment, Su Yuan opened the door. I'm looking for you for something. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man above the first place frowned. Who is your excellency? How dare you trespass on my Sun family? Su Yuan didn't even look at him, but asked, do you know if there is a teleportation array to the southern continent in this Blackhorn domain? There is no teleportation array in Dayu. However, it was possible to teleport to the southern continent, which would save time. Sun Shallow thought for a moment and said, there is. Although the Blackhorn domain is chaotic, it is also the most prosperous place for commerce in the northeast continent. Teleportation arrays have been established quite a bit. I've used it when I was out on business. Only the price and it's expensive. Su Yuan pursued. Where? Sun Shallow said. Tianxian sect. Su Yuan nodded slightly. It seemed like he would have to make a trip to the Tianxian sect later. He whirled around and surveyed the situation at hand and asked, may I help you? People answered their questions, and it didn't bother him to do a favor. It's just by the way anyway. Help? Sun Shallow froze slightly. Su Yuan said, if you want, Tianxian City can be free of the Sun family from now on. The Sun family, including Sun Shallow, were all a bit confused. Tianxian City will never have the Sun family again? What does this guy mean? Sun Shallow, who had been in contact with Su Yuan, reacted and then shook her head. Thank you senior for your kind words. It's just that the Sun family is after all. Su Yuan nodded, knowing what the other party was concerned about. Still, he said, being of the same bloodline doesn't necessarily mean your family, and treating you well, that's what you call family. If anyone bullies and makes things difficult for me on the grounds that they are my blood relatives, I will cut them off with one sword. That's all there is to say. After saying that, Su Yuan turned around and was about to leave. Sun Shallow sniffed and her eyes showed a thoughtful look. Just then, the middle-aged man above the first place coldly said, does your excellency really think that my Sun family is a place where you can come and go as you please? At the same time, several silhouettes blocked Su Yuan's path. Su Yuan faintly reminded, if your Sun family still wants to continue to survive, it would be best if you don't stop me. The middle-aged man sneered and slowly stood up. Although my Sun family is not the topmost great family in the Blackhorn domain, but it's not like just any cat or dog can come in and out at will. Suddenly, a Yuanshan realm pressure erupted from the middle-aged man. He said coldly, "You dare to trespass into my Sun family. I know you might have a few skills, but boy, you are too arrogant. You probably don't know much about my Sun family. This family head is the 10th on the wind and cloud ranking." Su Yuan glanced at the Sun family head and whirled around. "It's true I don't know you, but you probably know me even less. I cannot put you in my eyes because you are just an ant. And you, daring to be like this in front of me, that belongs to arrogance." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Who's this guy? Why so loaded? In his mouth, the Yuanshan realm had become a mole cricket? Sun Shallow, on the other hand, had gotten used to it. After all, the cave market was nothing more than a mole cricket in this senior's mouth. At that moment, the Sun family head gritted his teeth in anger. "I've seen such arrogance for the first time in my life. Kid, you seek death." With a furious roar, the Sun family head roared and headed towards Su Yuan to kill him. Seeing this, Su Yuan summoned his Qingxian sword and casually slashed out with it. Boom! A sword chi that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared. Wherever the sword chi passed, everything, in fact, was chopped into pieces. Swordsmanship. The pupils of the Sun family's crowd shrunk. The sword chi passed right by the ear of the Sun family's head. The sword scared him to the point where his legs and feet went weak. By now, he had already rushed to Su Yuan. In a flash of lightning, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. The Sun family head directly knelt. He knelt in front of Su Yuan in a respectful manner. "I have offended you much. Please forgive me, senior." Su Yuan looked down at the Sun family head with slight surprise in his eyes, then said, "For the Sun family to have existed for this long, you, the family head, still seems to have something. Say it and take a step across the threshold." Boom! At the same time, the entire building of the Sun Mansion began to collapse. In the midst of the ruins, Sun Shallow stared unblinkingly at the direction that the green shirt had left. The eyes are getting brighter. At this moment, she suddenly figured out a lot. Leave the Sun family. Su Yuan transformed into a swordlight and headed directly towards the Tianxian sect's mountain gate. It had just arrived over the Tianxian sect. Then a disciple guarding the gate angrily rebuked from below. "Who dares to fly over the Tianxian sect? Don't you know that the Tianxian sect is not allowed to fly in the air for 100 miles around?" Su Yuan held the Qingxian sword as he looked down at the Tianxian sect below. He thought about it. It costs money to ride the teleportation spell, and he has no money. By then it's going to be a fight anyway. Might as well just do it to save time. So without hesitation, he directly slashed out with his sword. Invincible sword. As the sword intent swept across, the Tianxian sect's mountain protection formation shook violently. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Is this Tianxian sect's mountain protection formation so hard? In the meantime, Qin Shan, who had just returned to the sect with the two elders, suddenly felt the ground shake a little. He flinched slightly. An earthquake? The second elder behind him was puzzled. It shouldn't be. With the mountain protector formation, an earthquake could never occur here. Just then, a disciple hurriedly ran over to report. "It's no good, sect master. There's a green-clothed sword cultivator." Hitting the door, Qin Shan was slightly stunned. Spinning around, he was furious. Is their Tianxian sect also rowdy now? "It's a man who dares to come and bully a little," he said angrily. "The two elders and although the future. I would like to see who is so arrogant. Since the establishment of my Tianxian sect, no one has ever dared to fight their way to the mountain gate." Behind Qin Shan, the faces of the two elders suddenly turned incomparably pale. A green-clad swordsman? Patriarch. Patriarch. It's Su Yuan. Qin Shan was on his feet. His face also changed slightly, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, "Just in time. Saves me the trouble of going to him." Though, at the same time, he thought to himself, my Tianxian sect has a mountain protection formation. If there is no cave ruin cultivation, the other party will never be able to break it. In the next moment, the three of them arrived outside the Tianxian sect's mountain gate. Then he saw that above the mid-air, the green shirt chopped out three swords one after another. The Tianxian sect's mountain protection formation shook violently. Boom! A moment later, the Tianxian sect's grand formation suddenly shattered. Crowd? The corners of Qin Shan's mouth twitched. There was a blush. This sea actually had cave market battle power. Qin Shan hurriedly said to the second elder behind him, Quickly go and invite the old ancestor to come out. Old ancestor is a veteran cave ruin powerhouse. If he makes a move, he will tell this Su Yuan to have no return." Meanwhile, in mid-air, Su Yuan froze slightly. A series of long-lost system beeps rang in his ears. Ding! It is detected that your son has offended a strong person at the early stage of the cave ruin realm. The host's cultivation is automatically raised to the early stage of the cave ruin realm. and he is invincible in the same realm. Ding! It has been detected that your son has offended 2 Yuanshan realm powerhouses. Slay 2 Yuanshan realms and receive an outer body of a random occupation. Ding! The host has killed 2 Yuanshan realm powerhouses. The rewards have been issued. Please take the reward instantly. In midair, Su Yuan's aura began to climb crazily. Peak of the Purple Mansion realm. The peak of the Yuanshan realm. Cave Market realm. Qin Shan? P.S. This chapter is 2-in-1. Ask for free power for love. 1,000 gifts. Author stays up all night to add more, thanks. Also, is this one too fast-paced? Normally you'd have to write 3. Also, the father and son have largely overlapped in the current timeline. Chapter 55, Old Ancestor. I want to live a few more years. Listening to a burst of system beeps, Su Yuan was slightly surprised. With that, it was quite emotional. My son is really getting ahead of himself. Just, when did he decapitate 2 Yuanshan realms? Slight thought. Only then did he think of a sword intent he had left for Su Xiaofan. But the son seems to be in trouble now. If a cave market realm cultivator made a move, I'm afraid that Miss Su from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion wouldn't be able to block it. Thinking of this, Su Yuan swept a glance at the people present and asked, who's in charge? Qin Shan subconsciously took a few steps back, but for the sake of face, he still stood out and said, I am. Then, he frowned at Su Yuan and said, what exactly does your excellency want? What? Robbed my Tianxian sect and now you want to destroy it? Your excellency has gone too far. Su Yuan faintly said, I didn't come here to destroy your Tianxian sect, just borrowing the teleportation array. Qin Shan laughed in anger for a moment. Borrow? Is that how you borrow? Strongarm robbery is more like it. Su Yuan shook his head slightly and laughed lightly. You wouldn't be saying that if I were a weakling. That's just it. You think I'm bullying people too much, so I'll bully them to the end. So what? Speaking of this, Su Yuan's voice turned ice cold all of a sudden. If you don't agree to the request I just made, then I will strike my sword. Qin Shan was a bit flustered as he kept glancing at the direction of the Tianxian sect's back mountain out of the corner of his eye. Why hasn't the old man come yet? Su Yuan's brows furrowed when he saw that Qin Shan didn't speak. Just then, an old voice came from the distance. Humph! Who dares to act recklessly in my Tianxian sect? Qin Shan was overjoyed. At the same time, Su Yuan slashed out with his sword. Boom! Next moment, the mountain where the Tianxian sect was located was flattened by a sword. When Qin Shan looked back, he saw a clan building begin to collapse. Qin Shan's eyes widened in anger. It's too much of a bully. His Tianxian sect had stood in the Blackhorn domain for hundreds of years. When has it ever been so humiliated? Qin Shan hissed angrily. Today, my Tianxian sect will destroy you. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. A moment later, Qin Shan was slightly stunned. Where's the old man? In the meantime, Tianxian sect's back mountain. Old ancestor Tianxian had just stepped out of his cave with 1 foot when he saw the shocking sword that had leveled the mountain of his clan. He was slightly stunned at first, then he trembled with anger. Immediately afterward, the foot that stepped out of the cave was quickly retracted, sealing the cave's prohibition. Only after doing all this and re-entering the cave did old man Tianxian let out a long breath. Then he cursed fiercely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of unfilial disciples and grandchildren. This is trying to get old me killed. Cave Ruin Realm, or Great Sword Immortal. Even 10 old ancestors, I'm not a match for you. That's just it. This Tianxian sect doesn't care. Old ancestor. I'm a big old man. I still want to live a few more years. In front of the Tianxian sect's mountain gate, when Qin Shan saw that the old ancestor was delayed, his heart suddenly began to beat a drum. He looked towards the second elder who had just returned and asked eagerly, where's the old man? The second elder's face was pale as he said, Old ancestor said that he suddenly had some epiphanies in cultivation and told us to work it out ourselves. Solve it yourself. Qin Shan glanced at the mid-air, the green shirt, and his face suddenly turned pale. At that moment, Su Yuan was about to chop out his second sword. Qin Shan was trembling with fear. If there was another sword, he, the Tianxian sect, was expected to perish today. Between the flashes of lightning, Qin Shan ruthlessly clenched his teeth and said, Fellow Daoist, stop. Isn't it just to borrow the teleportation array? Good point. All good points. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan withdrew his sword and said, long overdue. Qin Shan smiled harder than he cried as he said, Fellow Daoist, please follow me. A moment later, Qin Shan looked at Su Yuan, who had been teleported away by the teleportation array, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Finally sent this killing talent away. At that moment, the second elder behind him said, Patriarch, are we just going to let it go? The great elder's revenge. Qin Shan suddenly turned around to glare at the second elder. Revenge? You go. Do you dare to go? The second elder was silent for a moment. Qin Shan sighed. This time, Our Tianqian sect can only admit defeat. At this time, the third elder weakly asked. Patriarch, then should Su Yuan's blacklist ranking be removed? Qin Shan looked angrily at the third elder and said word for word. Remove the list? Doesn't my Tianqian sect want to lose face? Could it be that you want the story of my Tianqian sect being slapped in the face by a man blocking the entrance to the mountain to spread throughout the world? Then the prestige that my Tianqian sect has built up over hundreds of years will not be wasted? But what if? The third elder stammered for half a day before he clenched his teeth and said, what if that Su Yuan comes to the door again? Qin Shan said, that's not necessarily true. How could such a powerful person like to come to a small place like ours? Middle Earth is where he'll end up. The two elders had complicated expressions and were somewhat eager to speak. In the meantime, in the middle of a mountain forest, a few black-robed men looked at the Tianqian sect's mountain that had been cut off by a sword, and the corners of their mouths twitched. One man cursed. Asterisk. The intel was wrong. This Su Yuan is actually in the cave ruin realm. Which brainwashed person said he's only in the purple mansion realm? The other man tapped his chest. It's a good thing we haven't made a move yet. Otherwise, what do we do now? Of course it's closing. A powerhouse of this level. How can the clan fight with just a few of us without a few elders coming? But the task that the elder explained down. Where does it matter now if he's on a mission or not? That's right. I've shed tears for the clan. I've sweated for the clan. Now, you're still making me bleed for the clan? The other side. In the southern continent, in a valley, a sword light rose up into the sky. Immediately after that, he continuously tore through the void and flew towards the direction of Dayu. In midair, Su Yuan collected the system's rewards in passing. He was still quite curious about this system rewarded incarnation. Reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. The system beep sounded in his head. Next moment, beside Su Yuan, a Xian-clothes youth appeared. The youth's soared eyebrows and starry eyes, and his features were as sharp and angular as a knife and axe. Above the forehead, there was also a red fire lotus mark. Su Yuan tried to maneuver a bit, only to feel as relaxed as his arms. And in his consciousness, it seems that with this body, vaguely established some kind of indefinable connection. At the same time, information about this out-of-body incarnation surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Su Yuan was slightly surprised. There were a total of 9 grades of alchemists, and this out-of-body incarnation of his was actually a 7th grade alchemist? The system was generous this time. It's not much use to myself, but it's a good way to get my son violently high. If my son's strength has increased, his ability to cause trouble in the future will continue to rise. This incarnation of his wasn't just an alchemist. His battle prowess didn't seem weak either. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth suddenly rose slightly. P.S. If you think the author's writing is good, give a 5-star review, thanks. Chapter 56, Second Uncle. Dayu, the Imperial Capital. Su Xiaofan looked at the distant sky and sighed slightly. Su Monk said, your father should not be able to come back. What? Are you afraid of dying? Su Xiaofan said seriously. Scared. Very scared. Ask the world who is not afraid of death. It's just that I'm more afraid of something happening to my dad than me dying. Su Meng said with some doubt. Your father? What could have happened to your father? With his strength, it's hard for the Xianin sect to move him. Su Xiaofan sighed again. I know my dad. If anything happens to me, my father will definitely go to the Xianin sect. I'm afraid he won't be able to fight, and instead he'll get killed for nothing. Su Monk said. Your father could have waited until he was strong enough. Su Xiaofan let out a bitter smile. My dad's not like that. He can't do anything about a gentleman's revenge for 10 years. He can't stand it. If he could endure, he wouldn't be called Su Yuan. Su dreamed about it, and then relented. Indeed, with Su Yuan's temperament, character, if something happens to your son, must carry his sword up to the Xianin sect. It's just that, as the topmost power in the Middle Earth continent, there is no need to say anything about the strength and depth. It was categorically not something a great sword immortal could shake. Thinking of this, Su Meng seriously said, I promised your father I would protect you, and I will not go back on my word. Don't worry, Fan. After saying that, Su Meng stopped in front of Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan looked at the woman in a white dress and was somewhat moved. He said, Senior, there is actually no need to go this far. Su Meng glared back at Su Xiaofan and said, at a time like this, don't pull that useless crap. Then, Su Meng looked at the thin man and said, today, I'll guarantee Su Xiaofan. The thin man frowned slightly. The expression was a little hesitant. This white-skirted woman can't be moved. Although it was nothing more than an elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, its background was not ordinary. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has power all over the world, and the Xianin sect can't afford to offend him. Frowning in thought for a moment, the thin man advised, Why does your excellency have to fight so hard for a milquetoast brat? If you leave now, I will not stop you. Su Monk said. If you want to kill him, then kill me first. The thin man's gaze suddenly turned sinister. Your excellency, don't be ungrateful. Su Meng smiled coldly and didn't speak. But under her feet, she didn't take half a step back. At this time, Zhang Erniu also stood in front of Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan's eyes were slightly reddened. Uncle Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Erniu turned around and smiled nervously. Your father and I are friends, and you and my son are brothers. So how can I watch someone else touch you? At the same time, Zhao Fengnian, Xiang Hua, and the others, also stood over. Zhao Fengnian stared at the thin man and coldly said, My disciple is not for you to move. Xiang Hua also said, The disciples of my dear courtyard are not for you to touch either. Su Xiaofan looked at the several figures that stopped in front of him, unable to speak for a moment. At this time, the thin man sneered, Just with you guys, you want to stop this seat? It's ridiculous. Today Su Xiaofan. Before he could finish his words, a light laugh suddenly came from the distant sky. The crowd froze slightly, looked toward the distance. However, he saw a man in Xian clothes, who was coming on a fire cloud. The man's face was handsome, and above his forehead, there was a fire lotus mark, not a mortal at first glance. In a flash, the man in the Xian clothes had already reached the front of the crowd. Just as the crowd was wondering about the man's identity, the starry eyes of the man in Xian clothes were staring at the thin man. With that, he spoke faintly. What did you, Feng, say? The thin man froze for a moment, sizing up the man in Xian clothes for a moment. And for a moment, he couldn't tell the depth of the other party. And so with a little more caution, he asked, Who is your honor? The man in the mysterious clothes faintly said, My last name is Su, with the single word Xian. Su Xian? Su? The crowd turned their inquiring eyes towards Su Xiaofan. Suman asked, Who is this man to you? Su Xiaofan was also a bit confused. He shook his head and said, I don't know this person either. The last name Su might just be a coincidence. The crowd sniffed and nodded slightly. After all, there are so many people with the surname Su in the world. At that moment, the thin man frowned and spoke. What is your honor's business here? Su Xian ignored the thin man and instead turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofan. With just a single glance, Su Xian's gaze instantly turned cold. He instantly appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. Then after taking a look around, he reached out and released his yuan qi, carefully probing inside Su Xiaofan's body. A moment later, his frown deepened. Su Xiaofan did not resist, because he saw the other man's eyes. There was a strong concern in those eyes. This kind of look, he had seen it often, so he could naturally distinguish whether the Su Xian in front of him was true or false. At this time, Su Xiaofan asked, This senior, may I ask who you are? Su Xian froze for a moment, then said, I'm your second uncle. Uncle too? Su Xiaofan froze. The crowd of people who knew the Su family well were also stunned. I've never heard that Su Yuan has a younger brother. Su Xiaofan quickly came back to his senses and said, This senior, you said you are my second uncle, but I haven't really seen you before? Su Xian said with a faint smile, You haven't seen it since. I was out traveling a long time ago. Su Xiaofan was somewhat half-hearted. At this moment, Su Xian pointed at the thin man and said, Your injuries, did that man hit you? Su Xiaofan subconsciously nodded. Su Xian's eyes narrowed, and immediately afterward, he looked at the thin man and said, You even dare to touch someone from my Su family? The thin man was ignored at once and questioned at once. He immediately came to temper. He sneered and said, What? You, the Su family, can't be moved? Su Xiandao, I, the Su family, can't be touched even if the King of Heaven comes. The thin man provoked. I moved. So what? Su Xian said in a cold voice. Die. The thin man said. Die? Who do you think you are, that if you tell me to die, I'll die? If that Su Yuan had come, I might have scored a few points, but boy, what are you? Dare to clamor with this seat here? This seat is able to crush you even with a single finger. Boom! As soon as he spoke, his entire body suddenly flew out backwards. In place, Su Xian slowly withdrew his slap. See this scene. The crowd was dumbfounded. A slap that sends a cave market realm powerhouse flying? This person is also at the cave ruin realm? And the strength didn't seem to be an ordinary cave ruin realm. The crowd looked at Su Xiaofan at this time. Zhao Fengnian said quietly, Little fan you've cast this fetus. P.S. This book has just opened its score, and the young author is asking for a 5-star, honest. Chapter 57, How can people be so pretentious? The Imperial Palace. The Emperor was a bit confused. Damn, what the hell is this Su family? First a Su Yuan, and now a Su Xian. Didn't you say that the Su family is nothing more than a small family? Empress Sun's face was somber and thoughtful. A moment later she said, "Do you think the Su family? Could it be a big family?" The emperor shook his head. "Impossible. I've investigated. In the Middle Earth continent, there is no such family as the Su family." Empress Sun frowned. Could it be some hidden family? Otherwise how could so many demons appear at once from a small clan? Not to mention that Su Yuan, even the Su Xian is terrifying as hell. The emperor thought for a moment. That's a possibility too. Empress Sun said, "Do you think we'll kick the bucket?" The emperor sneered. "Iron plates? What else is a harder iron than the Xianin sect?" Empress Sun said with a start. "Is there someone else?" The emperor laughed. This time around, the clan is so focused on the two fathers and sons of that Su family that it's natural that it's not just these people. Empress Sun asked, "Could it be an elder who has come?" The emperor was confident together, but he deliberately sold out. The thin man slowly climbed to his feet. At this moment, his Yuan Shin became more and more transparent. He covered his face and looked at the basil coat in shock. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofan with an angry expression. "Kid, you have such a hard background. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The intelligence was wrong. This Su family is not some small, unassuming family in a small place. A small family can produce a great sword immortal? A small family can produce a cave ruin realm powerhouse? Can a small family produce so many demons? At this time, Su Xiaofan was also a bit confused. Then he commiserated. "I really don't know anything. He's really just an honest guy." "Damn. You're still pretending." The thin man was even more aggravated. "He's already taken 2 beatings today, and all ing punched in the face. You Su family, you like to hit your faces so much, don't you?" After a few moments of silence, the thin man looked towards the basilica-clad Dao. "I am from the Xianin sect. Fellow Taoists should know about the Xianin sect, right? I'll admit it this time. Can you let me live?" Su Xian let out a light laugh. "Then I'll give you a chance." At those words, the thin man was overjoyed. Su Xian said indifferently, "Shake the man." The thin man froze. Shaker? He felt like he was hallucinating. On the other side, the crowd was also slightly stunned. Su Mengku frowned. "This fellow Taoist Su Xian. If we let him shake the visitor, I'm afraid we'll all have to die here today." Su Xian glanced at Su Meng and said indifferently, "No harm done. I'm invincible. Give him a chance to just shake it." Just in time. I'm a bit displeased with the Xianin sect. Crowd. When Zhang Ernia saw this scene, he suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. He suddenly turned his head and said to Su Xiaofan, "Little fan, there's no need to be skeptical. This is definitely your own second uncle." Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. He asked, "Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Ernia said, "Because I found out that all of you, the Su family, love to act like assholes. Whether it's that dad, or this second uncle of yours." Feeling offended, Su Xiaofan couldn't help but defend himself seriously. "Uncle Zhang, although I'm a member of the Su family, I don't like to pretend." Zhang Ernia said, Yes, you love to play the pig." Su Xiaofan. At that moment, the thin man clenched his teeth and said, "Shake it." In the next moment, he took out a jade slip. Su Meng's face changed drastically. He just wanted to go forward to stop it, but he was stopped by the piece of Xian clothes. "Let him shake," Su Meng said with an ugly face. "If he shakes a Nirvana realm powerhouse, we'll all have to die." Su Xian was slightly stunned. Nirvana? This was the first time he had heard of it. His understanding of the cultivation realm of this world was actually incomplete. But so what? Su Yuan asked indifferently. "You think the Nirvana realm is strong?" Su Meng frowned and said, "Nirvana realm and cave ruin realm are two completely different concepts. A Nirvana realm powerhouse can destroy a city and a mountain with a snap of his fingers. A single punch can shatter a square of space. The Nirvana golden body they molded is even more nearly indestructible, allowing them to cross the void at will. Miles to run. They only need an instant. Strong or not, you say?" At those words, the faces of the people present changed drastically. A Nirvana realm powerhouse was as terrifying as this. Su Xian, however, laughed lightly and spoke. "That's even strong, you think?" Su Monk said, "That's not strong enough?" Su Xian shook his head slightly. "Fellow Daoist, you are too shallow and have yet to see what a truly strong person is. Nirvana, it's just an ant." The crowd was a little confused, especially Su Monk. Other people might not know how strong the Nirvana realm was, yet she was very aware of it. She had also seen Nirvana realm powerhouses strike. "That's not human anymore." At this moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly said with certainty, "This is definitely my second uncle. My own second uncle. It's too similar." Even the way it was loaded was uncannily similar. Meanwhile, Su Meng was a bit angry. "Don't know what's good for you. Even if your elder brother Su Yuan is here, I'm afraid that all." At this point, Su Meng's words came to an abrupt end. If Su Yuan is in, will it be more pretentious? Thinking of this, Su Meng was silent for a moment before she said angrily, if he really swings to nirvana, then wait for death. The piece of Xian clothes didn't speak again, but turned around and gave the crowd a backdrop. Spinning around, he said faintly to the thin man, shake the man, come on. A flash of mockery flashed in the thin man's eyes. The man is definitely out of his mind. How dare you make me shake people? In that case, wait for death. Thinking of this, the thin man crushed the jade slip in his hand. In the next moment, heaven and earth changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with a layer of dark clouds. Immediately afterward, the dark clouds rolled over and gradually converged into a huge skull. In the middle of the palace, Empress Sun's small mouth was open, jaw dropping in shock. The emperor smiled faintly and said with incomparable bravado, this round, a sure win. In the ruins of the drunken immortal building, Su Meng's face changed wildly. Why is he here? Su Xiaofan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, who is the visitor? The crowd was also incomparably nervous as they looked towards Su Meng. There's no way a nirvana realm is really coming, is there? Su Monk said. The Xianin sect, the withered bone superior, the dead bone master? Su Xiaofan wondered. This man is strong? Su Monk said. Ridiculously strong. Su Xiaofan frowned. Nirvana realm? Su Meng nodded and said, that's right. Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment, and the crowd followed suit. After a long time, Su Xiaofan suddenly said, maybe my second uncle can cross the ranks. My father used to cut people down. Su Meng sighed and looked at Su Xiaofan. Little fan. You're still too simple. Chapter 58, You're a wimp? At this time, Su Meng's face was ashen. Yui said, the reason your father can cross the ranks is because your father is a greatsword immortal. The greatsword immortal is unrivaled in battle. Even in the Middle Earth continent, the greatsword immortal is a top-notch powerhouse. And, even if your father were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to win. Nirvana realm, and Yuan Shun. The cave ruins are not a concept at all. Unless your father's cultivation reaches the cave ruins, or his sword Dao cultivation reaches the sword emperor, only then will he be able to manage to cross the ranks and kill nirvana. Or don't even think about it. But how is that possible? Now even if your father comes, he can't save us. Instead, they will lose their lives. At those words, Su Xiaofan's face was a little unsightly. After a moment of silence, he held out hope. My second uncle is already a cave ruin. Perhaps he can. Su Meng directly interrupted. Never. Su Xiaofan wondered. Why? Su Monk said. I'm talking about sword cultivators being able to cross the ranks because sword cultivators are invincible in battle. But your second uncle is not a sword cultivator. Su Xiaofan said. Does it have to be a sword cultivator to cross over? Su Monk said. As far as I know, even in history, there's no cave ruin that has crossed over and killed a nirvana realm, even if it's not even a Tai. And this withered bone, it's not some ordinary nirvana realm. Rather, it's an old nirvana realm powerhouse. At those words, the crowd turned pale. At this moment, Zhang Ernia suddenly turned his head, his eyes staring deathly at Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan was a bit frightened by the stares. Zhang, Uncle Zhang Yu, Zhang Huarong said. Little fan. Since he, the Xianin sect, is shaking people, then you shake people too. When the crowd heard this, it was as if they had grabbed the last straw as they looked at Su Xiaofan. Yeah, is the Xianin sect only allowed to shake people? Not them? Su Xiaofan, however, was slightly stunned, a little confused. He said, Uncle Zhang, where am I going to shake people for you? I, Su Xiaofan, am just an honest person, and I don't know any strong people, and I don't have a backer behind me. I can't shake anyone at all except my dad. Oh, and a second uncle who came out of nowhere. Zhao Fengnian suddenly said quietly. Little fan, be honest. Su Xiaofan's face was aggravated. Teacher, I'm really telling the truth. Honest people never lie. I'm from just one little place, one that has no backing at all. If I had a backer and came out, could I be beaten so badly? Teacher, you saw it coming. I'm bound to get beaten whenever I go out. The crowd was a bit speechless at the words. Taking a beating? Isn't it because you go around pretending to be a pig? And don't we know whether you've been beaten or not? Anyone who touched you was killed clean by your father. You, Su Xiaofan, are AF** king honest man. All the honest people in the world have died out. And you, Su Xiaofan, can't even become an honest person. Have you ever seen an honest man who loves to play the role of a pig in a poke? What honest man? Who pretends all day long? Which honest man, who screams all day long that he has no background or backing, turns out to have an invincible background? And you, the Su family, are a farting little family. That's just not honest at all. Can a small family produce so many pretenders? A small family that pulls out any one of them to be an invincible powerhouse? At this time, Xianghua's face slumped and he said seriously, Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan was taken aback. What? What's wrong, Dean? Xianghua said with a face of hatred. It's all come to this. Can you stop playing your pig-disguised game? You're not tired of this routine. We're all tired of seeing it. Hurry up and pull a few more random people named Su over. Pull a few more of those surnamed Su over. And won't this be solved? And we don't have to be scared here anymore. It's best to pull some Su clan ancestor over and directly destroy the Xianin sect to save the trouble. Su Xiaofan was already aggravated and wanted to cry. Since when did it become like this? He, Su Xiaofan, clearly only wanted to be an honest man in the beginning. At this time, the thin man no longer had the same fearfulness as before and interjected. What the hell is the Su family? They're all just trash. And destroy my Xianin sect? Any random elder of my Xianin sect would be able to wipe out the Su family. The crowd sniffed. Still a cave ruin powerhouse. You know how to dogfight. At this point, the corners of the skinny man's mouth were almost crooked with laughter. He no longer paid any attention to the crowd, but instead looked viciously at the one in Xian clothes and laughed maniacally. I shook the man. Can you beat him? You're arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Su Xian had one hand behind his back as he looked indifferently at the skeleton above the firmament without speaking. Not even a half-assed change in expression. Seeing this, the thin man became even more licentious. What? Scared silly? Young man, don't be a bit strong. Just they pretend to be X. Some pussies. It's easy to play dead. Su Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he suddenly looked toward the thin man. He hated it when people interrupted him from pretending. Noisy. The next moment Su Xian flicked his finger. Immediately afterward, an arcane flame flew out and shot towards the thin man. The thin man had a disdainful look on his face. What the hell? With this little fire? What do you want? Burn this seat? Are you being funny? With that, the thin man was about to wave his hand, sweeping the fire away. However, the moment that Xian flame touched him, it attached itself to his Yuan Shen and began to burn. The thin man cried out in pain. Then, he wanted to use the mobilization of heaven and earth Yuan Qi to extinguish the fire. Who knew that the Xian flame got stronger and stronger, instantly spreading all over his body? The thin man was completely flustered and hurriedly said, Elder help. Who knew that just as he shouted this, his entire body suddenly turned into nothingness? It was actually the Genesis, which was hardened and burned out. When Su Meng saw this, her pupils shrunk slightly. What a terrifying flame. It can actually burn the Yuan Shen. At the same time, in mid-air, the mouth of the skeleton, which was formed by the convergence of dark clouds, opened and closed, emitting an icy voice. Humph, daring to touch someone from the Xianin sect in front of me, looking for death. In the next moment, a young man dressed in black suddenly appeared above the skeleton. This person was none other than the Withered Bone Superior. The Withered Bone Superior let out a cold smile, and then made a slight point in the direction of the skinny man. Dozens of humanoid skeletons, killing towards the one in Xian clothes. That piece of Xian clothes smiled faintly, and immediately afterward, a palm was slapped out. A giant hand of flame suddenly appeared, instantly breaking the skeleton into pieces. Immediately afterward, this palm technique went unabated, killing towards the Withered Bone Shangren. The Withered Bone Superior frowned slightly. What a horrible flame! With a wave of his robe sleeve, countless white bones flew out to meet towards that palm. Who knew that these white bones, in fact, also turned into pieces? Luckily, though, the power of that palm, too, was expended. The Withered Bone Superior's eyes narrowed slightly, and did not make another move. Instead, he stared at the basilica-clad Dao. Who on earth is your excellency? The one with the basilisk coat said. The Su family. The Su family? The Withered Bone Superior pondered carefully, but could not recall any great family surnamed Su in the Middle Earth continent. However, he did not dare to underestimate the man in front of him. Although they had only faced each other for a single move, the strength of the other party seemed to be unfathomable, especially with this emboldened look. It's just a good idea to back off for a while. It's not too late to find out where the Su family comes from before we make our move. I, the Withered Bone Superior, have traveled across the Middle Earth continent for hundreds of years. It's not going to be in the gutter. The Withered Bone Superior thought about it and suddenly opened his mouth. Humph, kid, you wait for me. This seat suddenly has important matters to attend to, so I won't tangle with you first. With that, he was about to retreat. The crowd was suddenly ecstatic at the sight. Damn, I won't die today. However, right at this moment, that piece of Xian clothes suddenly said with disdain, You wimped out? At those words, the Withered Bone Superior's footsteps lurched. The crowd's ecstatic expression suddenly froze. P.S. Request some for the love of power. Full of 1,000 times the author stays up all night to add more. Thank you. Progress, 1,000 of 523. Chapter 59, I am invincible. Feel free. At that moment, the Emperor's expression froze when he saw that the withered bone superior was about to leave. That's it? What could be so urgent? You're a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Didn't you just second that Su Xian with your hand? Empress Sun guessed. Didn't the two of them square off against each other? Could it be that elder withered bone? His old man found it a bit too much to fight? So afraid of that Su Xian? The Emperor shook his head. Never. Elder withered bone is a supreme powerhouse of the Nirvana realm. Having roamed the Middle-earth continent for hundreds of years, how is it possible to not be able to defeat a cave ruin? Even if Su Xian's battle prowess isn't that of an ordinary cave ruin, it's not like he's a sword cultivator. There's no way he's capable of crossing the ranks. Maybe something is really wrong. Empress Sun hesitated. That little Su thief's flesh. The Emperor sighed. We'll just have to find another chance next time. However, just at that moment, he heard that piece of shin clothes say, "You wimped out?" At those words, the Emperor's tiger's body shook. The other side. The crowd suddenly turned their gazes towards Su Xiaofan. Zhang Ernia suddenly asked, "When will your father be back?" Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, but he still said, "It shouldn't be that fast." The crowd nodded slightly. Zhang Ernia looked at Zhao Fengnian again and asked, "Can I move this precious apprentice of yours?" Zhao Fengnian nodded. "Go a little lighter. Don't be seen or you'll get beaten easily." Zhang Ernia nodded. Word to the wise. Su Xiaofan was dumbfounded by what he heard. Then he reacted and quickly retreated behind Su Meng, who had thought that Su Meng had taken a few steps back. Su Xiaofan was alarmed. He said, "Elder Su, didn't you say you would protect me?" Su Meng glanced at Su Xiaofan and said, "Don't talk to me? I don't want to talk to Su right now." Su Xiaofan had a saddened look on his face. Uncles and seniors, what is the reason for this? Zhang Ernia rubbed his fists and sneered. Knowingly, Su Xiaofan was on the verge of crying again as he choked. "This has nothing to do with me half the time," Zhang Ernia said. "That's your second uncle. Uncle and nephew pay their debts." Su Xiaofan said, "Not sure yet. It can't be that if he says it's my second uncle. It's my second uncle." Zhang Ernia sneered. "You said it yourself." Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment. Boom! Just then, a violent tremor suddenly came from the ground. The crowd followed the sound. However, he saw the withered bone superior being slapped into the earth by that Xian robe. A sinkhole appeared in the ground in an instant. The crowd rubbed their eyes. A look of incredulity. A Nirvana powerhouse that was as terrifying as this? The crowd suddenly turned their gazes to Su Meng. Su Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "This is the Nirvana realm?" Su Meng's pretty face reddened as he felt that Su Xianyuan wasn't punching the withered bones in the face. Instead, they're hitting her. Thinking about what he had just said, and the tone of his voice when he spoke, Su Meng then wanted to find a crack in the ground. This guy, Dead Bones, is doing a lot of harm. After a moment of silence she said, "This withered bone superior may not be the same as the rumors." Zhang Ernia's expression was soothed. Then he said, "It seems that this withered bone superior is in vain." Su Xiaofan was startled. "Uncle Zhang, you've read books?" Zhang Ernia said proudly. "You, Uncle Zhang, I'm good at both literature and martial arts." Su Xiaofan hesitated. "And the party's line about uncle and nephew paying their debts?" Zhang Ernia said, "I created it myself." "What? That doesn't make sense?" Su Xiaofan. At this moment, Su Xiaofan looked at Su Meng and said, "Is it possible that my second uncle is too strong?" Su Meng was silent. She didn't want to say another word right now. Zhang Ernia suddenly glared at Su Xiaofan and said, "Didn't you just say you weren't sure if it was your own uncle?" Su Xiaofan said, "When did I ever say such a thing?" "Uncle Zhang, you heard wrong." Zhang Ernia. Meanwhile, above the battlefield, the withered bone Taoist covered his face that was revealing the eerie white bones and rushed up to the sky. He looked angrily at the basilisk coat. "I wanted to let you off the hook, but I didn't expect you kids to be so ungrateful." "Then don't blame me." That one Shin clothes had his hands behind his back, and his robes were blowing fiercely. He looked down on the withered bones from above. His lips slightly parted, and he faintly spat out a few words. "I'm invincible. Feel free." Crowd? Zhang Ernia looked at Su Xiaofan and said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why does this second uncle of yours feel like a better pretender than your father?" Su Xiaofan was silent. At this point, the withered bone superior was infuriated and laughed. He sneered, "Kid, I'll admit you've got some skills. At your age, even if you were placed in the Middle-earth continent, you would be the top genius demon. But, after all, you're just the cave ruins. If I give you another 20 years, it will be easy for you to decapitate me." But, saying this, the withered bone superior paused for a moment and then said coldly, "Today, you will die." If Su Xian didn't die today, where would he put his face? Do you really think you don't have to pay for punching him in the face with withered bones? At this time, the one in Xian clothes suddenly frowned and said, "Don't ing describe me as a genius. A weakling who hasn't grown up. That's called a genius." Speaking of which, the one in basilisk clothing was clearly a bit impatient. He's always been about thunder and lightning when it comes to pretending. The guy's grating here. In the next moment, the withered bone superior suddenly let out a cold laugh. Immediately after that, the flesh and blood on his body began to disappear. Gradually, a pale golden skeleton was revealed. Su Meng below said with a frown, "This withered bone superior has actually practiced the true body of nirvana." Su Xiaofan asked with some doubt and a bit of worry, "What is this nirvana true body? It's very strong?" Su Monk said, "The so-called nirvana true body is the perfect fusion of the yuan shen and the physical body after they have been tempered to the extreme. A nirvana realm powerhouse with a true nirvana body is far stronger than his peers." Speaking of which, Su Meng sighed. Even if the Su Xian possesses nirvana battle power, it seems that it won't help. At those words, the expressions of the crowd, which had just relaxed, suddenly became grave again. At this moment, Su Xian stared faintly at the pale golden skeleton across from him and smiled disdainfully. Immediately afterward, the flame mark at the center of his brow suddenly shone brightly. Metaphysical flames surged out crazily from within his body. Wherever the flames passed, space was incinerated and distorted. The withered bone superior was horrified in his heart. He couldn't help but say, "What kind of flame is this? It's so powerful." He had seen a lot, but he had never heard that there was such a terrifying flame in the world. Su Xian said indifferently, "Dian. Dian? What a bossy name." Below, Su Meng sighed. "The flames are stronger. So what? After all." Right at this moment, that Xian fire transformed into a fire lotus and shot towards the withered bone Shangren. Withered bone Shangren was obviously incomparably confident in his own strength, and with a cold smile he directly blasted out a fist towards the fire lotus. Boom! In the next moment, the fire lotus suddenly bloomed. A huge shockwave spread continuously with the fire lotus as the center. Wherever it passes, everything becomes nothing. Immediately, a miserable scream from the withered bone superior resounded through the heavens and earth. Instantaneous seconds. The crowd was confused. Then he turned his head to look at Su Meng again. Su Meng. P.S. Sorry little author, a little stuck in the text. Today may only have one more. When the little author is on vacation will certainly return on. This is followed by the episode about the incarnation. The episode was kinda controversial. This is actually for the second volume. I don't know if the greats will be able to take it. Chapter 60, the Su family is AF * King small family. When Su Xiaofan saw this scene, he suddenly wanted to skin it. "Uncles and uncles, do you still want to beat me?" Zhang Ernio sniffed and subconsciously raised his palm. But after thinking about it, he ended up just patting Su Xiaofan's shoulder. The Su family can't be moved. Bloody examples, too many. Hell knows how many other demons he has in the Su family. His young family couldn't afford to be offended anyway. At that moment, Su Xian made a big move with his hand and directly grabbed the withered bone Yuanshan that wanted to flee into his hands. The dry bones struggled, but it didn't help. So it had to be said, "If your excellency doesn't want to be hunted down by the Xianin sect, you'd better let me go. Otherwise the Xianin sect will definitely not let you go." Su Xian let out a light laugh. "Xianin sect? You think I would put the Xianin sect in my eyes? A little Xianin sect? How dare you touch my Su family's people? I don't know." With that, Su Xian asked, "Say, you Xianin sect, do you have anyone else?" Su Xiaofan had been bullied by the Xianin sect like that, so he had to kill a few more Xianin sect to vent his anger. Withered Bone was silent for a moment and said, "If I speak out, might I be let go?" "Su Xiandao, you're in no position to negotiate with me." Withered Bone let out a bitter smile and whirled around. "Both Emperor Yu and Empress Yu are from my Xianin sect. Your news is what the Emperor of Daiyu leaked to us. He also tried to take your nephew's flesh." Speaking of this, a flash of malevolence flashed in the eyes of the Withered Bone. He has fallen so far, all because of the wrong information provided by that dog Emperor. That dog, damn it! The crowd's faces changed dramatically as they heard the words. Su Xiaofan's face also darkened. Su Xian's body erupted with a murderous intent. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze in the direction of the Imperial City. Imperial City. The Emperor's feet went limp and he sat down on the ground. Empress Sun was equally pale. She fretted. What to do? The Emperor said. "Run." Empress Sun nodded. The Emperor continued. "You run. I'll stall for time." Empress Sun froze. "You." The Emperor's tone was extremely quick, urging, "Hurry, or no one will escape." Empress Sun's eyes reddened and she was somewhat moved. With that, he gritted his teeth and swept towards the north. The corners of the Emperor's mouth curled slightly as he looked in the direction Empress Sun had left and muttered, Husband and wife are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. Don't blame me. Immediately afterward, he headed towards the bedchamber. Come to the bedchamber. He opened a secret room. If Su Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this was a teleportation array. In the meantime, Su Xian looked in the direction the Empress had fled. His eyes went cold. He was only seen flexing his fingers. Extremely far away, Empress Sun's body was suddenly incinerated into pieces. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched involuntarily. The Su family, there's not a single compassionate one. His dad did. Su Xiaofan is so. Even this second uncle, too. This thing, it's not even hereditary? Just then, Su Xian frowned slightly. He suddenly felt a force of space. He looked in the direction of the palace. Cold laughter. Trying to run? By this time, the emperor had already activated the teleportation array. His gaze was grim. What a Su family. Wait for me. The next moment, the emperor's eyes blinked. By the time his vision cleared again, his entire body was numb. He appeared in the middle of a ruin, and in front of him, a youth in Xian clothes was staring at him coldly. In the hands of the Xian clothes youth, he was holding the Yuan Shen of the withered bone superior. Emperor? What's going on? Didn't he activate the teleportation array? The withered bone superior suddenly sneered. Dog, don't you know that cave ruins can block space? The emperor was still in a daze. At that moment, Su Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the emperor, saying indifferently, You want to take my nephew's flesh? What? Are you tired of being an emperor and want to be a son to my big brother? The emperor froze and then reacted. Puff! The emperor directly knelt down in front of the crowd. Elders, spare your life, he said, kowtowing as if he were pounding garlic. The ground collapsed from the straight knock, and blood flowed out. While knocking, he also said, If Senior doesn't give up, I'd like to be worshipped as a righteous father. The crowd was in a daze at this point. How come I didn't realize this guy was so shameless before? The emperor suddenly turned his head and said to Zhang Erniu, Zhang Cheng, why don't you come over and help me beg for mercy? Zhang Erniu was speechless. Turn your face away and pretend you saw nothing. No, nothing. His Zhang family's present position was all the result of him. Zhang Erniu, killing his way out of the battlefield with a real sword. Didn't eat a grain of rice from your royal family. Su Xian had a look of disgust on his face at this time as he coldly grunted. You're not worthy. The emperor no longer has the slightest bottom line. I can still be a cow. Su Xian's face darkened as he flicked out a finger. A metaphysical flame flew out, directly burning the emperor's body into ashes. The next moment, an obese middle-aged man's soul appeared in place. The crowd froze. Su Xian, however, sneered, taking over? At this time, above an attic building in the distance, when 6th Prince Li Bao saw this scene, his face changed dramatically. What's going on here? Beside him, Ran Li said, Your father has been taken over. As far as I know, the people of the Xianin sect have special techniques and extremely strong souls, and extremely good at taking over. Lipa gritted his teeth. Xianin sect. At the same time, the resentment in his heart towards the Su family disappeared into thin air. After a moment of silence, Li Pei instructed an armorer behind him, Let the black armored guards go back. Seeing this, Ran Li let out a long sigh of relief. If Lipa really makes a move against the Su family, with the pissy nature of the Su family, I'm afraid the entire Yu kingdom would have to be destroyed. Now he finally saw it. This Su family, it's a farting little family. Judging from the 3 Su family members that had appeared so far, this Su family was afraid that it was so strong that he couldn't even imagine it. Let's not talk about that Su Yuan, Su Xian, even Su Xiaofan, who was in the younger generation, had the strength to hang on to the cave ruins, though a secret method was used. But this kind of strength boost, after using it, you can still be like a Ben who is fine. So you can imagine how terrifying this secret method really is. At this time, above the battlefield, Su Xian had just extinguished the emperor's soul with a snap of his fingers. However, he heard a sudden roar from the distance. Who dares to touch my son? The crowd followed the sound. However, he saw Dao, a middle-aged man with a crimson dragon robe and red hair and red eyebrows, stepping on a fiery cloud. The crowd froze. You just killed an emperor? And now another one? Immediately afterward, everyone looked at Su Xiaofan, their expressions suddenly turning playful. Su Xian, on the other hand, stared indifferently at the red-haired middle-aged man, asked, Who is the visitor? The red-haired middle-aged man swept the battlefield with some doubt. Still, it's the word. I am the Emperor of Great Yen. After reporting your identity, he whirled around and asked, Who's Su Xiaofan? The corners of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched as he quickly retreated behind the crowd. The red-haired middle-aged man saw Su Xiaofan's movements at a glance. At once, he realized that the person he was looking for was in all probability the son. He roared in anger as his purple mansion realm pressure erupted, and immediately afterward, he directly killed Su Xiaofan. At this moment, Su Xian frowned slightly. Chapter 61, Father. Seeing the red-haired middle-aged man kill Su Xiaofan, the crowd backed away. There were even a few snickers in his mind. This kid deserves to be punched. However, Su Xian didn't let the crowd have their way. The cave ruin realm pressure erupted in an instant. The red-haired middle-aged man suddenly felt a pressure that was countless times more powerful than himself come crashing down on him. It was a shock. Cave ruins. The red-haired middle-aged man was dry, and with a fluttering sound, he knelt on the ground. Face? Face is nothing. If kneeling could save himself, then he was willing to kneel for a long time. At the same time, the red-haired middle-aged man cursed in his heart. I have really given birth to a good son. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with this kind of strong person. Do you really think your dad is invincible? At that moment, Su Yuan faintly said, "You're going to hit my nephew?" The redhead laughed nervously. Where? Just saying hello. The crowd looked at the red-haired man kneeling on the ground and fell into silence for a moment. Su Xian nodded, and seeing that the red-haired man had a good attitude, he did not make a move. At that moment, he looked down at the withered bones. Come on, keep shaking people. The smiles that once again surfaced on the faces of the crowd suddenly froze as they heard the words. Su Xiaofan was also dumbfounded. What the hell? More shaking people? Crazy. Su Meng was already speechless. She suddenly turned her head and gave Su Xiaofan a look. Su Xiaofan instantly understood. He looked toward the basilica-clad Dao. Which? Uncle too. The one with the basilisk coat turned back to him and looked at him suspiciously and said, "What is it?" Su Xiaofan clenched his teeth once after pondering whether he would be beaten or not. Second uncle. Let's stop at this point. Enough pretending already. Any more pretending? I'm afraid it's easy to overdo it. Su Xiaofan was really a bit scared. The cave ruins shake to a nirvana. That nirvana shall not be shaken to a stronger one. What does his uncle want? One man's power to directly destroy the Xianin sect? Su Xian looked towards Su Xiaofan, and for the first time, he felt a bit of an urge to fatally beat this guy up, but in the end, he didn't do it. He wondered, pretend what? I've never liked pretending. I've never pretended. It's just that I'm not happy with the Xianin sect. Crowd? Right at this moment, withered bone Shangren's Yuan Shen weakly asked, really shaking? Su Xian Dao, don't ink. The corner of the withered bone superior's mouth twitched. First time I've ever seen someone make such a request. He hesitated for a moment. Spinning around, he said after slightly closing his eyes. There. Su Xian didn't see how he could shake the man, but he didn't care anymore. Just shake the man over. That's where it's at. He's not even close. He had the out-of-body incarnation out first, and didn't he lay it out for so long just to put on a big one? Otherwise it would have been on its own a long time ago. At this time, Su Mang clenched her teeth and suddenly said, "You're Su family, but is there anyone else?" Su Xian glanced at her, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Su Monk has a long memory this time, not jumping to conclusions too early. Instead, he said, "The one shaken by the withered bone superior is bound to be in existence above nirvana. Are you sure?" Su Yuan controlled Su Xian's body and faintly said, "I am invincible." Su Man was silent. Su Xiaofan suddenly asked, "Second uncle, our Su family, just how strong is it? How does it compare to the Xianin sect?" Su Xian suddenly glanced at Su Xiaofan, frowning. "Little fan, your pattern is still too small." The corners of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched furiously. After a moment of silence, he said, "And compared to the court of 10,000 treasures?" Su Xian sighed. "Still too small." Su Xiaofan was a bit confused. With that, he asked if he could it be that our Su family is even stronger than the Wanbao Pavilion? Su Xian glanced at Su Xiaofan and said, "My Su family, invincible. The Su family is invincible." The crowd froze. It was already hard to imagine just how strong the Su family was. Su Meng frowned slightly, but no matter how he thought about it, he really couldn't recall that there was such a family as the Su family in the Middle-earth continent. Even historically, it seems not. At this time, Su Xiaofan said, "Second uncle, the scope of our Su family's invincibility is?" Su Xian gave Su Xiaofan an appreciative glance. Spin said, "You don't need to know too much, little fan. You just need to remember that our Su family is invincible. So feel free to make waves." The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. For the Su family, there was even more reverence. Su Xiaofan, however, was puzzled. "But second uncle, why has my father never mentioned the Su family to me?" Su Xian said, "Your father wants to keep you poorly raised?" Su Xiaofan froze. Spin said, "Second uncle, since my Su family is so strong, won't I be able to lie down in the future?" Su Xian frowned. "The heart is not good. If Su Xiaofan really laid flat, then the Su family would be finished. He chortled sharply. I, Su Jiaqiang, don't have much to do with you. The old ones we can help you fight, but a lot of trouble. Always have to solve it yourself. After all this time, don't you get it? The strength of others, after all, is false. It's only true if your own fists are hard enough. If you want to lie flat, then I'll call out to your father to just let you loose. A free range? Su Xiaofan wondered. What is free range? Su Xiandao. Literally, put out and leave it alone. Su Xiaofan was startled. Said, I'd better struggle then. Right at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire field. The pressure was stronger than any other time in the past. The crowd had even gasped for air. Su Meng was alarmed. Could it be that what's coming is? She couldn't finish the sentence in time before she looked at the basilica-clad Dao. If the Su family returns the man, then hurry up and call out. Otherwise, it's really over this time. Even if that flame of yours was stronger, it would never be a match for this man. This is no longer as simple as just crossing the ranks. That one piece of Xian clothes looked distantly into the distant sky. The face was calm. It didn't seem to panic in the slightest. Su Meng said anxiously, Aren't you afraid? That one basilisk coat turned back, calmly said, Afraid? I, the Su family, have never known what fear is. Fellow Taoist Su Right, you don't understand. Su Monk is a little confused. No? Don't know what? The corners of that Xian clothes mouth hooked slightly. Said, The supreme powerhouses in your eyes are nothing but ants in my eyes. You don't have enough eyes. Su Monk kind of wanted to get mad. She doesn't see enough? She's the seventh elder of the court of 10,000 treasures. Who dares to say she doesn't have enough eyes? At that moment, that terrifying aura came closer and closer. The crowd was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The withered bone superior came in murderously. Pretend once or twice. And that's it. Don't you know that things don't come in threes? Now, what's the kicker? Just then, on the other side of the sky, there was suddenly a green-colored sword light breaking the void. In the next moment, the green shirt suddenly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Su Xiaofan had an excited look on his face. Dad! The one with the green shirt turned his head and said, Father is late. Suman, however, sighed, said, It's not working. At that moment, Su Yuan's entire body aura suddenly climbed upwards. The crowd's pupils suddenly contracted. The breath. P.S. Chapter 2 is delivered. The plot of the previous incarnation is a bit of a mess, and the young author will change the name afterward. I didn't want Daesh to show up, but in order to pull the plot back, the young author cut all the originally envisioned plot of the second volume. And these may not be as cool as the previous ones, sorry. As for this incarnation, there probably won't be a lot of ink in order not to collapse the plot. There is also the problem of typos. Very impressive reading experience. This is because the author are now writing and posting. Time is too rushed, so did not have time to check. Found the small author will try to change. Lastly, thank you for the 1,000 gifts. Every single rush. And the real money rewards. Plus the chapter 10 from yesterday. That's 2 chapters in total. Both should be paid off soon, honest. Chapter 62, I am invincible, so I shall suppress all enemies in the world. Cave ruins? The crowd was dumbfounded. How does this Su family practice? Su Meng was slightly shocked but sighed. Even the cave ruins are afraid. Just then, in the extreme distance, a hoarse voice came. You are Su Yuan? To have such a cultivation level at such an age, I must say that you are truly terrifying. But the more this happens, the more I, the Xianin sect, cannot let you go. Unlike others, this seat will not give you time to develop. Since this seat has made a move, then no matter what the cost, I will kill you. In mid-air, the green shirt holding Qing Xian, his gaze looking into the distance, did not speak. Su Xiaofan was a little worried, and immediately looked at the one in Xian clothes. Second uncle, is there anyone left in our Su family? Su Xian said with a faint smile. Don't worry, if my Su family pulls out just one person, they'll be invincible. Su Xiaofan was a bit silent. Then he looked at the green shirt again. Dad, that green shirt didn't turn around, but faintly said, Don't worry, since my father dares to cultivate the sword of invincibility, he has the strength to suppress all enemies in the world. Suppress all the enemies of the world? The crowd's mouths twitched. Sure enough, Su Yuan was still the same Su Yuan. The madness simply knows no bounds. At that moment, Su Meng looked toward the green shirt figure that stood between heaven and earth with complexity in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, Su Yuan, run. With the speed of a sword cultivator, you might be able to run away. There's no fear of being burned when you've left the green hills behind. At those words, Su Yuan turned back to Su Meng. He asked suddenly, Miss Su, do you think I'm crazy? Su Meng froze, then nodded. Mad indeed. Su Yuan said. Miss Su, you've actually misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Su Meng was a bit puzzled and asked in a whirlwind. What did I misunderstand about you? Su Yuan said. I'm not crazy, I'm just strong. Su Meng. After a moment of silence, Su Meng said seriously. Where on earth do you get your confidence? Su Yuanhu glanced at his son, and an inscrutable smile appeared on his face. He didn't open his mouth to explain anything, just slightly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. His gaze suddenly turned as harsh as a sword. It was then that he said faintly, Miss Su. Su Dream. Su Yuan was staring scornfully into the distance. His gaze traveled through the void and looked at a young man in ink who was coming towards his side. With that, he let out a light laugh. I'm only going to make one sword. Su Meng's small mouth opened slightly. Only one sword? What a joke! Was a powerhouse of this level something a cave market sword cultivator could solve with a single sword? Sword cultivators are attackers first, invincible in the same realm, or even invincible across the ranks. But it depends on how many steps you cross. The visitor was in existence above Nirvana, and only one sword? It's not madness anymore. Su Meng couldn't even find a word to describe it. At this time, Su Meng frowned. Su Yuan, don't joke. Sword cultivators are strong, but not invincible. At the same time, a cold laugh came from the distance. Only one sword? Kid, when really arrogant. Su Yuan, however, let out a light laugh and suddenly looked at his son. Fan, watch this. Su Xiaofan was dumbfounded. Look. What? Su Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. What else is there to see? Depends on how it's loaded for the father. Of course. Read to this. Su Yuan made a sword strike. Wherever the invisible sword intent passed, space shattered by inches. In the void, a long crack was chopped out. This sword is instantaneous. In just the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of the crowd. After discharging this sword, Su Yuan calmly withdrew his sword, turned around, and headed towards Su Xiaofan. The crowd looked puzzled. Su Xiaofan asked, Dad, is that settled? The visitor is above Nirvana. Su Yuan said, Little Fan, you still can't imagine the strength of my father. Su Xiaofan froze, feeling that these words were somewhat familiar. At this time, Su Meng said, Su Yuan, take your son and run. I'll help you block 1 or 2. I'm from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. They wouldn't dare to touch me. Su Yuan turned back to Su Meng. He chuckled. Miss Su, thank you for your kindness, but the word run is not in my dictionary. At this time, Zhang Ernia stepped forward. Persuasion. Brother Su, just listen to Miss Su. That's an existence above the Nirvana realm. Su Yuan didn't speak, but instead looked toward the distant sky. Just then, a roar came from the distance. Su Yuan, wait for me. As the words fell, the lurid pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The crowd froze slightly. With that, he looked at Su Yuan in horror. A hint of redness had surfaced on Su Meng's pretty face. She wanted to find a crack in the ground and burrow down at the moment. Today, how many times is this? She felt that the one who was slapped in the face the hardest today wasn't the Xianin sect. Instead, it's her, Su Meng. In the meantime, thousands of miles away, the young man in a coat of ink looked down at the wound on his arm, the corner of his mouth twitching. It had been a long time since he had felt this close to death. Never seen such an outrageous sword cultivator. Just then, a white-haired man suddenly appeared beside him. Solved? The ink-clothed youth shook his head. Before we figure out the Su family's bottom line, this Su family must not be moved. The white-haired man frowned. Why? The man in ink said. This Su family is afraid that their background is very hard. The white-haired man said. From where? The man in ink said. Surname Su. Too damn good at pretending. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. It seems to have been targeted by something terrible. He hurriedly tore through space and flew away. In place, only the white-haired man was left with a dumbfounded look on his face. Imperial capital. Above a ruin. The crowd looked nervously at Su Xian. Su Xian glanced at the withered bone supreme human elemental spirit in his hand that had a confused look on its face. At this time, the withered bone superior weakly asked, But, I still have to shake people? Su Xian thought for a moment. No need. The withered bone superior's face changed drastically. He just wanted to beg for mercy. But his Yuanshan was crushed by Su Xian as soon as he did so. The crowd saw it. It was finally a relief. If Su Xian still let the withered bone superior shake people, they would really collapse. Right at this moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd's faces changed. Su Yuan instantly appeared in front of Su Xiaofan, checked on his son's injuries. His brow suddenly furrowed as he gazed into the distance. This Xianin sect really deserved to die. At this time, Zhao Fengnian said, Not good. The meridians in Xiaofan's body have ruptured as much as they can. If we don't take the heaven-mending pill, I'm afraid. Su Yuan's face was cold. The unintentional emanation of the aura pressed the crowd to catch their breath. Su Yuan asked, "How much time is left?" Zhao Fengnian said, 1 hour. If you can't take the heaven-mending pill in an hour, then medicine and stone will be hard to cure. Su Yuan suddenly looked at Su Meng. The words were spoken very quickly. Miss Su, is 1 hour enough? Su Meng blanched. The heaven-mending pill is a 7th grade pill. I'm afraid that 1 hour. P.S. One more chapter may have to wait until the wee hours of the morning. Chapter 63, Su Mao, only wants to be invincible. An hour is not enough? Su Yuan anxiously said. Su Men hesitated. It might not be enough. Alchemy has a success rate. I'm only 10% sure that I can successfully refine the heaven-mending pill in an hour. Right at this moment, Su Yuan suddenly remembered his out-of-body incarnation. Su Yuan directly threw the heaven-mending grass to Su Xian. Spinning around, he said to Su Meng, "Is there a formula for the heaven-mending pill?" Su Meng froze, and after reacting, she didn't hesitate and took out the Dan formula. The crowd was shocked. This Miss Su was too rich and generous. The heaven-mending pill was a 7th grade elixir, and the value of this Dan formula was incalculable. Su Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Thank you. I'll take this favor." There was some silence from the crowd. A favor in exchange for a 7th grade Dan formula. This favor was too valuable. At this point, Su Xian glanced at the Dan formula and, without any nonsense, summoned the arcane flames and sat down cross-legged on the ground. The crowd froze. Zhao Fengnian said, "This fellow Daoist Xian, is he also an alchemist?" Su Yuan nodded. Zhao Fengnian said, "How many grades?" Su Yuan said, 7th grade. The crowd was astonished. Zhao Fengnian said, "There really isn't a simple character in your Su family." After saying that, Zhao Fengnian but hesitated. "It's just that the success rate of this alchemy." Su Yuan said, 99%. The crowd had a look on their faces like you lied to the devil. Zhang Ernie aside, "Brother Su, you shouldn't be pretending at this time. This kind of thing is no joke." Su Yuan was silent. At this time he was really not in the mood to pretend anymore. Well, he's telling the truth. The setting given by the system was 99%. What could he do? Right at this moment, a strange fragrance of Dan suddenly entered the nostrils of the crowd. Crowd? The general court selection? Not going. Resolutely not going. Su Xiaofan. Even if I starve to death at home and lie in bed in mold, I will never go out and be beaten to death by others. 1 month later, the deer house. In the middle of a guest room, Su Xiaofan looked at Xiang Hua and Zhao Fengnian in front of him with a resolute face. He's really scared now. I'm still recovering from the beating I took last time I went out. It's so hard to try and fake it, but it doesn't look good for more than 3 seconds. And now you want him to go out? Isn't that funny? What are you doing out? Going out looking for a beating? He, Su Xiaofan, has an itchy skin. At this time, Xiang Hua said with a bitter face, "Little Fan, you're the strongest heavenly pride in our branch. If you don't go, who will? It's been years since anyone from our branch has entered the main courtyard. If this continues, the resources given to us by the General Hospital will gradually decline. At that time, our branch please expect to be completely down and out." Su Xiaofan subconsciously said, "Isn't there still Song?" At that, he suddenly stopped talking. Xiang Hua looked at him and said with a smirk, "Song Qingshan, but you beat him away. You're responsible." Su Xiaofan was silent. Zhao Fengnian also advised, "Xiaofan, young people, you should go out more often. Don't stay home all day behind closed doors. It's not good. There's no harm in making the trip. It's not like you have to come back with a ranking. And don't you be burdened." Su Xiaofan was a bit embarrassed. He really didn't want to go. However, when he thought that he had used so many of the resources of the Deer Hunting Academy, he felt a little guilty in his heart. Just as he hesitated, the voice of the system elder suddenly appeared in his mind. "You have been invited to travel to Middle-earth to participate in the selection for the General House of the House of Deer, and you have 2 choices below. 1. To come out on top in the examination. Reward raise 1 great realm. 2. Being a small transparent, silent participant in the selection and successfully eliminated reward Sword Dao Cultivation increased to Sword Immortal." Seeing the choice of rewards this time, Su Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cool air. This time it's either the first choice or the second choice. All seem to be strong. The second reward, of course, seems a bit stronger. Su Xiaofan was somewhat moved, but he was still hesitant. After thinking about it he said, "This selection, how many years?" Xiang Hua was a bit puzzled, but he answered anyway, "Once a decade." Su Xiaofan asked again, "Can there be any restrictions?" Xiang Hua said, "For this selection, only genius demons under the age of 25 are allowed to participate." Su Xiaofan sighed. "Deadlock." He had originally wanted to avoid the wind before going to the next session, but I didn't realize that there was an age limit. After a long period of silence, Su Xiaofan finally loosened his tongue. Going would barely be possible, except that I can't guarantee a place. Upon hearing this, Xianghua and Zhao Fengnian suddenly exchanged glances. The laughter in his eyes was already somewhat hidden. Could they still not understand this guy Su Xiaofan? A handful of tricks to play a pig in a poke. The ability to screw up is even more drawn out. This time, if Su Xiaofan went to participate in the selection for the General Academy, it would be hard for their branch to not want to make a splash. As for taking a place or not, oh, as long as the General Academy's eyes aren't blind, even if Su Xiaofan doesn't get a ranking, getting into the General Academy is a nail in the coffin. Xianghua said. Then you should hurry up and pack your things and leave tomorrow, Su Xiaofan said with a bit of doubt. In such a hurry? Xianghua was a bit eager to speak, and after some thought he said, it's a bit far away, so it's urgent. Su Xiaofan didn't notice Xianghua's expression, but nodded. Understood. Looking at the departing backs of the duo, Su Xiaofan always felt something odd. The duo walked out of Su Xiaofan's room. Zhao Fengnian frowned and whispered, Dean, don't we have a teleportation array that goes directly there? Why? Xianghua shook his head. His father meant it. Zhao Fengnian was puzzled. What does Su Yuan mean by this? Xianghua thought for a moment. I'm not really sure. He said something about how it's better to read 1,000 books than to walk 1,000 miles. I guess it's the Su family's way of special education. Zhao Fengnian stroked his chin in deep thought for a moment and said, this Su education. I'd like to think about it. Let's see if we can cultivate a few more demons like Su Xiaofan out for the Deer Exploitation Academy. At those words, Xianghua's face darkened, then said, if you don't want my dear courtyard to be annihilated, you'd better put that idea to rest. Cultivate a few more Su Xiaofan-like demons? What a joke. They, the deer courtyard, really couldn't afford to carry it. Do you think every disciple has a father named Su? In the meantime, the back of the deer yard, the two of them, Su Yuan and Su Meng, were standing on top of the cliff blowing the wind. Su Yuan asked, Miss Su came to see Mr. Su because, Su Monk said, I'm here to remind you. Reminder? Su Yuan was a bit puzzled. Su Meng continued, although I don't know exactly how strong your Su clan is, you must be careful of the Xianin sect. What they're really good at is playing dirty. The Xianin sect's cultivation method is special, and its power penetrates almost the entire continent. Even we, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, are not sure how many of our people are from the Xianin sect. After saying that, Su Meng turned around and left. Before leaving, he waved his hand to Su Yuan. I'll see you in Middle-earth. Su Yuan didn't turn around and didn't respond. He was not mute about his feelings and naturally knew that this Miss Su was afraid that she was interested in him. This Su girl is truly outstanding. Unfortunately, there are 80,000 words in the world, but only the word love kills the most. Su Yuan gazed at the sunset in the distant sky and muttered to himself, Mr. Su, I only want to be invincible. P.S. Sorry for the late update as I've just finished writing. This chapter is an overkill chapter. Chapter 64, if you follow Xiao Su, you have to be beaten 9 times in 3 days. Above a speeding airship, Su Xiaofan was dressed in cloth, his hands behind his back as he looked toward the distant sky. He was contemplating. At that moment, Su Yuan appeared beside him and asked, thinking about what? Su Xiaofan naturally wouldn't tell his old man what he was thinking. He was afraid that his old man would scold him for his lack of talent. So with a simple smile, I was wondering where Uncle Tu had gone. Haven't seen anyone else since I woke up. Su Yuan smiled. Your second uncle has gone to the Middle-earth continent, Su Xiaofan said with some doubt. Go there for what? Su Yuan smiled without answering the question. He turned his gaze into the distance. That's the direction of the Blackhorn domain. Although the Blackhorn domain has been pierced by him. But throw your son in there and maybe the system will pop something good out of it. Of course, all of this is secondary. My son will soon be taking part in the selection for the General House of the Deer Academy. So many of the topmost geniuses and demons competed for just a few spots. With my son's current strength in the Lingkong realm, I'm afraid it's still almost interesting to deal with. So naturally, you have to practice more. Su Yuan looked toward the sky and said in his heart, Little fan, my father has been so worried about you. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan suddenly said, Little fan, later on Dad has to go out. Out? Su Xiaofan said with some doubt. Dad, you're not okay? When will you be back? Su Yuan said, going to do some shopping and we'll be right back. At those words, Su Xiaofan let out a slight sigh of relief. He doesn't even feel safe now that Pops isn't around. In the next moment, Su Yuan's figure disappeared in place. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, continued to meditate. A few moments later, the ship suddenly experienced a violent shaking. Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. Just then, Zhang Hualong came above the deck from the bottom of the ship in a hurry. Su Xiaofan asked, "What's wrong with Brother Zhang?" Zhang Huarong said in an anxious tone, "The Yuan stone that catalyzes the ship is out of energy." Hearing this, Su Xiaofan said with a slight sigh of relief, "Wouldn't it be nice to change a few pieces?" Zhang Huarong said after a moment of silence. The rest of the Yuan stones were taken away by Uncle Su. Su Xiaofan, after a moment of silence, he asked hesitantly, "Then we," Zhang Huarong sighed, "will just have to make a forced landing," said the man, who suddenly had a bit of a bad feeling. This premonition Su Xiaofan had was even stronger than him. He asked, "Where is the front?" A touch of bitterness surfaced on Zhang Huarong's round face. Blackhorn Domain. Words. Su Xiaofan didn't look too good either. Meanwhile, a path in the mountains. A vast caravan of merchants was moving forward. In the middle of the caravan, on a luxurious carriage, a stunningly beautiful woman with a fair face, not wearing any powder, and wearing a purple dress, had a slight worry on her face. At that moment, beside her, a brocade-clad male said, "Sister, you need not worry. We didn't take the empty road. The target wasn't obvious, and the path is so well traveled that we're sure not to meet any thugs." At that, the woman said seriously, "Don't be careless before the goods have been delivered." The brocade-clad male said, "Sis, even if we meet thugs, so what? Our Fong family, are we still afraid of them? This time, we've invited a divine hidden realm powerhouse to sit in, and your brother, me, is now an overwhelming sky realm. If there's one thug, let's kill one." The woman in purple said with a sigh, "You think a divine hidden realm powerhouse is so great? You think you're a genius for breaking through the Lingkong realm at the age of 25? Little Yoki, you need to know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky." Fong Hong skimmed his lips. "At least I've never met anyone with more talent than me." Fong Xiaoqian sighed. This younger brother, he was really spoiled by his own parents. Just then, the convoy came to a sudden stop. Immediately, a burly man came and reported, "Miss, we have a situation." Fong Xiaoqian said with a sudden frown, "What's going on?" Fong Hang's eyes lit up as he said, "But there are bandits." The burly man said, "It doesn't seem to be bandits. It's two teenagers." "Junior?" Fong Hong immediately lost interest. Fong Xiaoqian vigilantly asked, "What kind of teenager?" The burly man thought for a moment. "One's kind of handsome, and one's fat." Fong Xiaoqian nodded and asked, "What do they want?" The burly man said, "They said they wanted to borrow money." Fong Xiaoqian nodded and said, "I think it should be that family's fallen son. It's just." Saying that, Fong Xiaoqian took out a few gold coins from her bosom and handed them over to the strong man and instructed, "Just say they don't have to pay them back." The burly man shook his head. "Miss, they want to borrow yuan stones." Fong Xiaoqian frowned slightly. The Fong family was not a big family, and in this Blackhorn domain, it could only barely survive by relying on others. The thing called yuan sure was extremely precious. "I'm afraid the entire Fong family can't take much." And these two teenagers, opening their mouths to borrow yuan sure? After thinking about it, Fong Xiaoqian said, Come with me and see." After saying that, he led Fong Hong towards the very front of the caravan. In the meantime, a hillside on higher ground, a line of men in black are hunkering down. A big man at the head was 9 feet tall, his body muscles bulging high, a fierce man at first sight. The big man's eyes, at the moment, were staring straight at Fong Xiaoshen, who came down from the carriage, and he was wildly drooling. At that moment, the second leader beside him said, "Big boss, it seems that the information provided by that from the Fong clan was correct." Dahan Dao taunted, "These clans, they're disgusting. All they do is count on their own people all day long, but it's just as well. We're the ones who benefit after all." At this point, the second leader asked, "Big brother, when are we going to do it?" The big man stared at Fong Xiaoqian dead in the face and said, "Now." At this time, Fong Xiaoqian had already arrived at the front of the convoy. His gaze was the first to rest on Su Xiaofan. Although Su Xiaofan wasn't dressed as well as the fat man beside him, but it sure is handsome. Fong Xiaoqian looked at Su Xiaofan again and said, "This gentleman, you want to borrow yuan stones?" Su Xiaofan said, "That's right. Our airship is running out of energy, so we want to borrow some yuan stones in case of emergency." Fong Xiaoqian, however, shook her head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Yuan stones are too precious. We don't actually have any on hand right now." "Sorry." Denial. The two were not surprised. After all, they had no relatives. Yuan stones are also really precious. Why should they lend you money when you ask for it? With your good looks, it's easy to get beaten up when you're handsome, but borrowing money is, in fact, still difficult. At that moment, Su Xiaofan arched his hand and said, sorry to interrupt. After saying that, he was going to take Zheng Huolong away. Just then, a line of black-clothed men suddenly appeared above the path and surrounded the group. Fang Xiaoqian's expression, for a moment, went cold. Then he looked at the two males from the party, his eyes slightly apologetic. After thinking about it, Fang Xiaoqian said, "Can you let these two gentlemen go? They don't have any money on them." The burly man in the lead said after sizing Su Xiaofan up for a moment, "Being so handsome, you can sell it for a good price." Zheng Huolong ruthlessly touched his face. He was regretting his gut at the moment. If he had known this, he should have carried his family's olden slap suppression hard. Beaten to death. He wouldn't go with Su Xiaofan. If you follow Xiao Su, you have to be beaten 9 times in 3 days. P.S. Thank you to the great Celestial Green Smoky poem. Thanks to Battlebones for being great. Thank you to the great seasonal fixer who likes swallowtail fish. Thanks to the great Mrs. Jing Xian of Ha Province. Thanks to, can't thank you enough. Anyway, thank you all for the real money bounty. And for the love. The young author is flattered. A man will die for a friend who understands him. There's an update later. Chapter 65, Su Blow. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. With that, he pulled Zheng Huolong back to the side. Zheng Huolong was puzzled. No help? Su Xiaofan said. Gouge first. Zheng Huolong suddenly realized something and was silent. A moment later he said, Honest Su, please change your routine. This set is all outdated. Su Xiaofan said helplessly. I was really not trying to play the pig. I'm just trying to live a little and see what happens. If they can't beat it, I'll have to do it if I don't. It's called prudence. Zheng Huolong sneered and stopped speaking. Cautious gross. Don't make a big deal out of pretending. At this time, Fang Xiaoqian said to the bandit leader, I advise you to leave quickly, or else. The bandit leader smiled disdainfully. Otherwise? Otherwise what? Fang Xiaoqian suddenly turned back. Go, invite elderly over. The bandit leader's eyes narrowed as he watched the scene with interest. In the next moment, a grey-clothed old man suddenly appeared. The grey-clothed old man first nodded towards Fang Xiaoqian, followed by a scornful glance at the bandit leader. If you know what you're doing, get out of here. I'm old and I don't want to do too much killing. Yo, the bandit leader said with a look of contempt. Old thing, a big old man. Don't be so pretentious. Don't make me smack you with my big mouth. I hate people pretending in front of me in my life. The grey-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. Humph. Looking for death. He charged towards the bandit leader. The next second, he flew out again. The crowd watched in disbelief. The corner of Fang Xiaoqian's mouth twitched as she said, Seniorly, this. The grey-robed old man covered his face and staggered to his feet. He said through gritted teeth, There's no harm in it. The old man's party is letting him. I didn't realize this guy still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Next, I'm the one who's going to get serious. Saying that, a sword suddenly appeared in the grey-robed old man's hand. The crowd was shocked. Even Su Xiaofan watched the scene with interest. This Blackhorn domain really does have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were actually sword cultivators. This was the third sword cultivator he had seen. I also don't know what level this senior's sword Dao has been cultivated to. Just as he thought of this, the grey-robed old man made a sword strike. Only a sword chi was slashed out horizontally by him. The bandit leader was a little nervous. However, the sword was not fast, and he dodged it with a flash of his body. The sword chi cut right through a large tree before stopping. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He's a swordsman? Su Xiaofan blinked, and with a glance, he could tell that this grey-robed man was not a sword cultivator at all. It was only a chi that was chopped out by injecting true essence. A true sword cultivator has to comprehend sword intent. At that moment, the bandit leader taunted. This is all sword cultivators have? No wonder they're all on the verge of extinction, said the man and kicked out. The grey-robed old man flew out backwards. Spinning around, he directly passed out. The Fang siblings were momentarily pale. Just then, Zheng Huolong suddenly stood out. He said, 100 yuan stones. We can make one bid. Fang Hong said angrily. Strike? Just you guys? And it's 100 yuan stones. You're afraid you're poor and crazy. Zheng Huolong didn't look at him, but instead looked at Fang Xiaoqian. He believed that this was a smart man. Fang Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. It's just a dead horse. Zheng Huolong smiled faintly and looked at Su Xiaofan. Brother Su, please begin your performance. Su Xiaofan had a black line on his face. It's not a good idea to make friends, but forced by the situation, he sighed helplessly and took a few steps forward slightly. The bandit leader froze, looking at Su Xiaofan. Spinning around, he laughed. Boy, you haven't grown your hair yet, have you? Seeing as you're handsome, I won't beat you up, and if you break it, you won't sell it for a good price. At this time, Zheng Huolong said, This brother Su of mine is invincible at the same level. Fong Hong frowned. Invincible at the same level? What's the use of being invincible in the innate realm? Right at this moment, Su Xiaofan's aura suddenly rose. The crowd was shocked. Lingering realm. What a young Lingkong realm. Fong Hong was also surprised. This one, Su, seems to be a bit too young. But he whirled around and added, what's the point? Lingkong realm, so you can beat it? Zhang Huarong said. This brother Su of mine is not only invincible at the same rank, but he's also invincible across ranks. At this time, the crowd used to look at the cutie's gaze at Zhang Huarong. If you blow, you have to blow realistically. And invincible? Do you know how hard it is to cross over? Not to mention invincible. Right at this moment, Su Xiaofan summoned the blood slaughter sword. The crowd became even more contemptuous. What? Another sword cultivator? Just got one down. Zhang Huarong said with an inscrutable face. The one in the square was a fake. You guys haven't seen how strong a real sword cultivator is. The crowd shook their heads slightly as someone said, kid, don't act all old-fashioned here and talk like you've seen a lot of the world. Zhang Huarong thought about it and said, I've seen a lot more than you have. At least I know that sword cultivators are strong. No, it's the Su family that's strong. The Su family? The bandit leader's eyes suddenly glazed over. Looking toward Su Xiaofan, he said, who is Su Yuan to you? Su Yuan? Su Xiaofan was slightly stunned. With the incomparably rich experience of being beaten, Su Xiaofan had finally learned to be smart. He said, I don't know any Su Yuan. At those words, the bandit leader let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that you don't recognize it. He couldn't afford to offend Su Yuan. And that day on the boat, he had seen that green shirt come out of the sword with his own eyes. At the time, he was still just a second in command. If this person in front of me is related to that person, he has not dared to be reckless since. But since it doesn't matter, the bandit leader said with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, kid, you can't blame me. With that, his foot stomped heavily. The next moment, debris crumbled. The bandit leader's majestic body appeared in front of Su Xiaofan in an instant. At this time, Zhang Huarong faintly said, only one sword. The crowd was confused. Zhang Huarong smiled without explaining. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan chopped out with a sword. The bandit leader's head fell to the ground. The crowd was dumbfounded. Instantaneous seconds? Instantaneous seconds? At this point, the crowd finally understood what it meant to only make one sword. It was then that Zhang Huarong glanced at the crowd, followed by turning around and turning his back to the crowd. A look of superiority. Divine hidden? In front of my brother Su. It's nothing but a mole cricket. Immediately after that, he swept a glance at the remaining bandit road. I, brother Su, am invincible, so feel free. Su Xiaofan suddenly turned around and glared at Zhang Hualong. He kind of wanted to hit someone. He forced down his anger and said, Brother Zhang, don't blow it off. Keep a low profile. Zhang Huarong was silent. Said, honest Su, stop pretending. With a brother like me, you're stealing the show. Su Xiaofan. Zhang Huarong then turned his head and said tartly, girl, the matter is settled for you. When will the yuan stones be paid? At this time, Fang Xiaoqian reacted and said in a hurry, I didn't bring any spirit stones with me when I went out, so could you two go back with me? And I'll pay 200 yuan stones then. At those words, the two of them suddenly lit up. Fang Xiaoqian, however, hesitated and said, by the way, my little lady actually has an unkind request. Chapter 66, Pitted again. What? Pretend to have a private engagement and force your fiancé to back out? Fang Xiaoqian nodded and said, that's right, because I don't like him. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with someone who has no emotional foundation. Wagon. Zhang Huarong was shocked. Then he fell into deep thought. This is the kind of thing that seems to be easy to beat, but such a great beauty, pathetically pleading. It made him a little tempted to say yes right away. After a long silence, he said solemnly, Miss Fong, I can promise you that, but we agreed that it was only a pretense, never to be taken seriously. Zhang Hualong was a bit scared. With his charm, if this Fong girl relies on him by then, that's not good. He, Zhang Huarong, is dedicated to the Tao, so how can he be caught up in these love affairs? At this time, Fang Xiaoqian froze for a moment and then said, actually, I wanted Su. Zhang Huarong said with a big wave of his hand, Miss Fong, this is my only request. If you don't agree, this matter will end there. Fang Xiaoqian was silent for a moment, then she clenched her teeth and said, then thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your help. Whether this matter is successful or not, my daughter will be grateful. On the side, Su Xiaofan originally wanted to admonish, but looking at Zhang Hualong's appearance, he shouldn't be able to persuade him, so it had to remain silent. At this time, Zhang Huarong suddenly whispered, Brother Su, are you envious? Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. Envious of what? Zhang Huarong said. Envious that I'm better looking than you. Su Xiaofan. 3 days later, the group arrived at Xuanwu City. The Feng family. Feng Xiaoqian immediately took 200 yuan stones and said, "That was promised to both of you. The wedding date is still a few days away, so I may still have to labor to ask the two of you to stay at the Feng mansion first." The two thought about it and agreed. After all, after rushing around for so long, one does get a little tired. The eve of the big wedding. Feng's house. In the middle of a study, a charming and beautiful woman looked at the flickering candle flame in front of the table, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned. She smiled and opened her mouth. Originally I thought this plan had failed and there was no more chance to kill her, but I didn't realize that the big house girl made her own death. How dare you bring a wild man back before the wedding? In that case, even if the family head spares her, the Sun family will definitely not stop. My son, here's your chance. If something happens to the big house, in the future, the Feng family, it will be my second house that will have the final say. At that moment, a young man opposite the beautiful woman worried. Father is most fond of the siblings in the first house. Do you think he'll fight hard against the Sun family? The beautiful woman shook her head. No, I know your father too well. Between family survival and family love, he will always choose family survival. That's the Sun family. Although it's not the topmost family in the Blackhorn domain, it can still be ranked in the top 10. With a slight strike, none of our Feng family can carry it. The youth added. Our old ancestor can have some relationship with the sword sect. What if the old ancestor protects it? The beautiful woman, however, shook her head again. Old ancestor left the sword sect for many years, and is not a big person. He has long since lost any connection with the sword sect. You can only rely on the prestige of the sword sect to scare people. At those words, the corners of the youth's mouth also curled up slightly. The next day, the big wedding day. On this day, Su Xiaofan didn't go out. He was always a bit distracted, so he practiced his sword in the courtyard. A terrifying blood-colored sword intent filled the void, but Su Xiaofan controlled it extremely well. Not a trace of it leaking out to the outside. 1 hour later, Su Xiaofan was preparing to rest, but suddenly, he saw an old man in white standing on top of the courtyard fence. Su Xiaofan was startled. Looking warily at the old man asked, smiling kindly at him, "You're a sword cultivator?" Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The other side has seen it anyway. No amount of sophistry will help. The white-clothed old man nodded in satisfaction and then introduced himself. I am the old ancestor of the Feng clan. Kid, since you are a sword cultivator, are you willing to join the sword sect? Sword sect? Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. What kind of power was the sword sect, and why had he never heard of it? Can it be that it's a sword cultivation sect? But aren't sword cultivators almost extinct? What's with the legacy? Seeing Su Xiaofan's puzzled face, the white-clothed old man said, the sword sect is the topmost sect in the Middle Earth continent. It's also the only holy place in the world that still retains the complete sword Dao inheritance. Su Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and asked, Senior, this sword sect, how does it compare to the Xianin sect? The old man said disdainfully, what is the Xianin sect? How can it be compared to the sword sect? Su Xiaofan asked after some thought, does the sword sect have a great sword immortal? The old man said proudly, the sword sect patriarch is a sword emperor. Sword emperor? Su Xiaofan was somewhat shocked. His father was already horrible. The sword emperor that shall not be more terrifying. At that moment, the old man said again, how about it, kid? Want to join the sword sect? With your talent, you will surely become a personal disciple of the patriarch. Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. This senior seemed to hold the sword sect in high esteem. It's just that his dad is already so strong. He didn't seem to have a need to join this whatever sword sect. Moreover, he didn't really want to go there, as he was hooked up within the sect. So Su Xiaofan shook his head. After thinking about it, Su Xiaofan asked curiously again, this sword sect patriarch, what kind of sword Dao does he cultivate? Slightly disappointed, the old man replied, Gentleman's sword way. Su Xiaofan asked again, this gentleman's sword Dao, and the invincible sword Dao, who is stronger and who is weaker? The old man hesitated and said, you even know about the invincible sword Dao? As much as I hate to admit it, but of the 3,000 sword paths, the invincible sword path can be ranked number 1, but these days, no one cultivates the invincible sword Dao anymore, and no one dares to. Su Xiaofan subconsciously asked, why? The old man said, because the invincible sword Dao is the hardest. First you have to have an invincible sword heart. It's the confidence that I'm the best in the world, and that when I strike with my sword, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky will fall. If a cultivator of the invincible sword scholar is defeated, his Dao heart will be instantly shattered. Su Xiaofan couldn't help but see that back of a green shirt in his mind. Spin asked, what if it's a high realm crush? The old man shook his head. As long as one loses, the heart of the Tao will surely be damaged. In the light case, one sword cultivation will fall and never be able to break through. In the heavy case, one will never be able to hold a sword again. That's why it's the strongest sword path. Hearing this, Su Xiaofan was even more impressed with his old dad. At this time, the old man said with some undying determination, Kid, are you really unwilling to join the sword sect? Su Xiaofan asked. Since the sword sect is so strong, with one word, Senior can let me enter the sword sect? The old man smiled faintly and said with incomparable pride, I was once one of the 12 sword-wielding children of the sword sect patriarch. 12 children with swords? Su Xiaofan imagined the picture of the sword sect patriarch going out, with 12 children in tow. It felt like the other person was pretending a bit. He then glanced at the old man's wrinkled face and lapsed into silence. The old man seemed to have read his thoughts and said, that was when the old man was young, but now he's older and retired. Su Xiaofan nodded slightly and continued, I'm sorry senior, I really don't have any thoughts about joining the sword sect. Hesitation. Su Xiaofan said cheekily again, by the way senior, the kid has a few doubts. I wonder if senior can answer them. The white-clothed old man said with a faint smile, since you have called me a senior, that is self-evident. Su Xiaofan first saluted and then asked, dare I ask senior, this sword cultivator that is so strong, but why are there so few? I once heard that it was sanctioned by the heavenly Tao, but I don't know much in more detail. The white-clothed old man looked at Su Xiaofan in surprise and said, you boys know quite a bit. Then said, indeed, it was sanctioned by the heavenly Tao, causing those who came after to have a much harder time comprehending sword intent. This is the main reason for the scarcity of sword cultivators. I'll find a random person right now and give him the sword Tao inheritance, then give him unlimited resources. He can't comprehend the way of the sword either. Therefore, every sword cultivator is a supreme sword cultivation genius picked out of millions. At those words, Su Xiaofan nodded slightly. Spinning around, he said with some confusion, since that's the case, shouldn't the heavenly Tao simply erase the way of the sword? The old man in white shook his head slightly. The original reason for this, I don't quite understand. It is probably because heaven has the virtue of good life, and solidly leaves a ray of life, right? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan once again saluted towards the white-clothed old man and said, thank you, senior, for your advice. Right at this moment, in the direction of the lobby where the wedding was being held in the distance, a sound of fighting suddenly came from the distance. Su Xiaofan's face changed slightly. He didn't hesitate to rush towards that side. The white-clothed old man also frowned. Soon, Su Xiaofan came rampaging to the lobby where the wedding was being held. He saw a young man in a happy dress, who at this moment kicked Zhang Huarong and sent him flying backwards. Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. In the next instant, he appeared behind Zhang Huarong to catch him steadily. He glanced at the man who had struck out. Immediately afterward, he sighed and bowed his head. Brother Zhang, you've been punked. Zhang Huarong spat out a mouthful of blood and said somewhat weakly, Su Laoshi, what do you mean by that? Su Xiaofan asked with a single finger at the young man who had struck out just now. Who is this man? Zhang Huarong was a bit puzzled and whirled around. Fang Xiaoqian's fiancé. Su Xiaofan glanced at Zhang Hualong, who had yet to react, and said, Brother Zhang, you're usually such a resourceful person. How come you've been fooled by a woman? Zhang Huarong was even more confused. Su Xiaofan said, this person's strength is at least at the Lingkong realm, and the people behind him are all not bad in terms of strength. There's even a purple mansion realm powerhouse defending him. It looks like there's a big family behind this person. And what about us? This Fang girl knows the strength of her opponent's background, but she still lets you pretend to be her lover. What an evil mind this is. Zhang Huarong sucked in a breath of cool air and suddenly reacted. Are you saying that this Fang girl is deliberately using us as a shield? Su Xiaofan nodded and said, Brother Zhang, you're not too stupid. At this time, Fang Xiaoqian hurriedly explained, both of you, I am in no way using you as a shield. Su Xiaofan sneered, no need to explain. What you did is the best answer. I've met many women like you. Fang Xiaoqian was said to be somewhat unable to pretend. On the side, Fang Hong said angrily, don't you dare talk about my sister like that. Su Xiaofan glanced at him. Fang Hong was immediately honest. Su Xiaofan looked at the young man in a happy dress again and said, this gentleman, did you hear what we said just now? The young man nodded slightly. I hear you. Su Xiaofan said, since that's the case, you should be looking for trouble from this Fang Xiaoqian. Not us. The young man nodded slightly. You're right. After saying this, the young man's words suddenly changed again and said, however, no matter if it's this Fang family or you guys, I don't want to let go. At this time, Zhang Huarong slowly stood up and said, I told you it was a misunderstanding. What more do you want? That kick you gave me just now, I'll let it go. Wouldn't it be nice to leave it at that? The young man sneered. Make a stop? Who am I to call it quits? The Fong family is a small family by nature. It is the honor of the Fong family for my son family to marry her. And he, the Fong family, dares to find two clowns to tease old me, just looking for death. Zhang Huarong said angrily. We're victims too. The young man sneered. So what? The rule of this Blackhorn domain is that the strong do whatever they want and the weak wag their tails and beg for mercy. I am stronger than you. Then your life and death will depend only on my mood. Zhang Huarong was speechless with dislike. He looked towards Su Xiaofan. However, he saw Su Xiaofan nod slightly and said, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Zhang Hualong. At that moment, the Fong clan's oldest ancestor stepped forward. He frowned. The Sun family of the district. How dare they be so arrogant? The young man said, Old thing, don't pretend here. You're a small person. The sword sect doesn't care if you live or die. The corners of the Fong clan's old man's mouth twitched. Then he looked at Su Xiaofan and the two of them and said with an apologetic face, The two of you should go first. This matter, it is indeed the Fong family's fault. Don't worry. You too, as long as I am still alive, I will not let anyone hurt you too. Su Xiaofan saluted towards the Fong clan ancestor and said, Then, senior, we will leave first. With that, the two of them walked towards the door. Just then, the young man sneered and said, That's a good way to go? As soon as his words fell, a black-robed figure had stopped in front of the two of them. God's treasure? The Fong clan's oldest ancestor frowned slightly. Just as he wanted to strike, a Zifu realm powerhouse appeared in front of him, unable to do anything about it. The Fong clan's oldest ancestor had no choice but to say, Little friend, you hold on first. I'll be right there. Before his words fell, he saw that in Su Xiaofan's hand, a long sword that was blood-red in color and suffused with a heavy aura of bloodshed suddenly appeared. Su Xiaofan glanced at the figure that stopped in front of him. The word came out faintly from his mouth. Get out! In the next moment, a blood-colored sword chi chopped out. The body of the divine hidden realm powerhouse in front of him was instantly chopped in two. Flesh and blood are flying. Crowd, P.S. This chapter is 2-in-1. Also, at the request of all you great readers, the realms of this book are as follows. Shi Invocation, Hotian Realm, Innate Realm, Lingkong Realm, Divine Hidden Realm, Violet Mansion Realm, Yuanshan Realm, Cave Ruins Realm, Nirvana Realm, Transition Realm, Inquiring Mind Realm, Dao Beheading Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Supreme Realm, Mixed Realm, Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 67. Dude, you're messing with the wrong guy. Zhang Huarong had a disdainful look on his face. He looked at the young man provocatively and said, A mere divine hidden realm. How dare you come out and disgrace yourself? Do you know who this brother of mine is? The crowd froze. They all looked at Su Xiaofan. Is it possible that this kid has some kind of shocking background? The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. He whispered, Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Huarong said, Brother Su, this is also a stopgap measure for me. We definitely can't keep a low profile now. The lower you go, the worse you get hit instead. When you go out, strength is important, but it's still convenient to spell out your backing. Su Xiaofan just wanted to say that it was better to keep a low profile. At that moment, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly as he hesitantly asked, What family are you from? These days, when you come out, you just have to be careful. If you accidentally offend someone you can't afford to mess with, that's going to end badly. Then, at this time, Zhang Huarong's voice was loud and clear. The Su family. The Su family? The crowd froze. They hadn't heard of this family in the Blackhorn domain either. It's hard to believe that it's a big family from out of town. In the meantime, inside the lobby, at the dining room table, a googly-eyed woman suddenly stopped pinching her food. The Su family? Can't it be that this kid and that senior have some kind of relationship? At that thought, the googly-eyed woman shook her head. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? At this point, the young man asked again, Which Su family? Zhang Huarong said, Southern Continent, Imperial Capital of Great Yu Kingdom, Su family. At those words, the crowd looked at Su Xiaofan with some surprise. The young man suddenly said with a cold snort, Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a bull asterisk 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 Su family. A small family from the Southern Continent has the nerve to take it out as a backer? Fat ass. Are you here to be funny? At this time, inside the lobby, the chopsticks in the hands of the googly-eyed woman suddenly fell. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Su Yuan frowned slightly. Little family? This Sun family? What a big mouth. Looks like I'll have to stop by Sun's house for a cup of tea when I have time. Just thought of that. A middle-aged man in cloth suddenly appeared in the field. Fang Xiaoqian saw the visitor and shouted in a low voice, "Dad!" The middle-aged man in cloth glanced at Fang Xiaoqian and said with a cold snort, "Sinner! Look what you've done." Fang Xiaoqian commiserated, "Dad! I just don't want to marry someone I don't like." The man in cloth sneered, "What? Even the Sun family doesn't deserve you?" Fang Xiaoqian said, "Dad! I didn't mean that. The man in cloth suddenly roared, "Shut up!" Immediately afterward, he saluted towards the young man from the Sun family and said, "Mr. Sun, I'm really sorry. I don't need your excellency to do it. I'll clean up the house." Then he glanced at Su Xiaofan and the two of them and said, "And these two, give them to old man to clean up together as well." The young man looked at the cloth-clad middle-aged man with contempt and whirled around. "You're a sensible one." The cloth-clothed middle-aged man nodded, then walked towards Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. Zhang Huarong cursed, "Damn it, this Fang family is full of. One is more outrageous than the other." Just then, inside the lobby, a pleasant female voice suddenly came. "Family Master Fang, in this matter, I won't bother you to do anything." At those words, the man in cloth was on his feet. Immediately afterward, a bow was made in the direction of the lobby. "Yes, fifth miss." Su Xiaofan glanced in the direction of the lobby with some doubt. "Miss 5? Who's this guy? Why are you helping me?" But unfortunately, from his position, he couldn't really see inside the lobby. At this point, the young man glanced disgruntledly in the direction of the lobby. Nosy, cursing, a sentence. The young man suddenly stepped forward and coldly looked at Su Xiaofan. "Sword cultivator, right?" Su Xiaofan nodded slightly. The young man said with a slight smile, "I've long heard about sword cultivators, and today, when I see them, they are indeed very strong. But so what? As strong as you are, can you cross the level to fight the Purple Mansion? When you come out to hang out, strength is secondary to having a backer in order to eat well." Su Xiaofan shook his head disdainfully. "I admit that your backing is a bit hard, but it can't help that your pattern is too small. Don't you know that if you lean on a mountain, it will fall, but if you lean on a man, he will run? There are times when you can't rely on anyone but yourself. I've put up a fight against backers, but that was all about others bullying the small with the big. Between peers, I've never spelled backer before." The young man snorted. "On your own? Can you rely on yourself?" Su Xiaofan said, "If you can't lean, then lean hard. It's better than a two-timer like you who brings out your backers for everything." At those words, the young man's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Second generation? Very well, boy. So what if I fight you one-on-one? Is a sword cultivator great? I'll let you see the power of a gun cultivator today." After saying that, a long spear suddenly appeared in the young man's hand. The crowd froze at the sight. Behind the young man, a Violet Mansion old man suddenly stood out and said, "Second young master, it's better for the old man to come." The man known as the second young master shook his head slightly. "No, I can do it myself." The old man was silent, glancing at Su Xiaofan, and the sword in the other party's hand. A sigh followed. One could only hope that when the situation changed, with his strength, he would be able to strike in time. In the next moment, the young man did not hesitate and directly killed from towards Su Xiaofan. The gun's intent was like a dragon, and the killing aura was awe-inspiring. Su Xiaofan shook his head slightly. Immediately after that, he struck his sword. The blood-colored sword intent swept across, and space seemed to ripple. That Zifu realm powerhouse from the Sun clan frowned slightly. Although he was not a sword cultivator, he could still see some of the way. This son is young and his sword cultivation is really not weak. I'm afraid the second young master won't be able to carry 3 moves. Yet the next moment, the Violet Mansion old man's face changed slightly. Only the second young master's hand, which was holding the gun, suddenly flew up high. The crowd was equally confused. Is a swordsman that strong? At this time, Su Xiaofan said, "Convinced? The other side has been using their power to overwhelm." He'd wanted to hit someone for a long time. The young man's face was bloodless with rage. "No!" In the next instant, his other hand, too, had flown out. Su Xiaofan added, "Convinced? The next sword will be the head." Young man, He had just said the word no when an old man of the Zifu realm suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man stared coldly at Su Xiaofan. "Kid, you seek death. The young master was beaten up like this, and when he goes back he's afraid he'll be beaten to death by the head of the family. How could he not be angry?" In the next moment, the old man directly struck out. In the dark, Su Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. Seek death. Just as he was about to do so, a googly-eyed woman suddenly ran out. This person was none other than Sun Shallow. Sun Shallow angrily rebuked. "Stop!" The Violet Mansion realm elder forcefully withdrew his hand, and then looked at Sun Shallow in confusion. "Fifth miss. This is," Sun Shallow said in a cold voice, If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I will kill you. At those words, the old man stopped. Sun Shallow has long been a different person. Ever since that sword cultivator surnamed Su made a trip to the Sun family, then no one will dare to touch her again. His position in the Sun family was also elevated at once. Even the matriarch had to be pleasant when he saw her. At that moment, the young man said angrily, Sun Shallow, what are you doing? Sun Shallow glanced at the man and whirled around. You're already inferior in skill, but you still want to bully others? The face of the Sun family has been disgraced by you. The young man was furious, and for a moment he was too angry to speak. At this moment, Sun Shallow turned her head and looked at Su Xiaofan with a smile. This, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. It's my Sun family's fault this time. Su Xiaofan felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Guess it should be the person who helped him out just now. So he arched his hand and said, Thanks for your help, girl. Sun Shallow said with a faint smile. No need to thank me. It's due. Should I? Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. Sun Shallow suddenly came to his ear and said, Elder Su Yuan, who are you? Su Xiaofan hesitated and said, It's my dad. Sun Shallow nodded and said, That's right then. Elder Su has done me a great favor, so it's only right that I help you. Speaking of this, Sun Shallow's voice suddenly changed to Avenue. Mr. Su, do you wish to dispose of this Fong family? If you're willing, with one word, I'll make the Fong family extinct. When the Fong family members heard this, their faces changed drastically. The cloth-clad middle-aged man from the party said with an ugly face. Fifth miss, why is this? Sun Shallow said, Because you have offended this Mr. Su. The crowd was startled, and they all turned their gazes towards Su Xiaofan. Could it be that this son really has some great backer? Even the Sun family's fifth young lady is backing him up? At this time, Su Xiaofan said, Thanks a lot. Extermination is not necessary. I don't like to bully others either. Upon hearing this, the Fong family members let out a slight sigh of relief. Su Xiaofan, however, turned his words around and said, However, I do have a favor that I would like to ask Miss Sun for. Sun Shallow said directly, Go ahead. Su Xiaofan said, Help me stop the powerhouses above the Purple Mansion realm. Sun Shallow was a bit puzzled, but she still nodded and said, No problem. Only, after thinking about it, Sun Shallow said, The divine hidden realm doesn't need to be stopped? Su Xiaofan said honestly, Below the Purple Mansion. I'll take one with each sword. His big truth made the crowd's mouths twitch more than a little. Zhang Huarong suddenly said, Brother Su. Su Xiaofan turned back to him and looked at him, somewhat puzzled. What is it? Zhang Huarong said, This wave, it's loaded enough. Su Xiaofan sighed. I don't like to pretend. I rarely pretend. What I say is just the truth. At those words, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched even more. Su Yuan in the dark, however, nodded in satisfaction. Good to know that so much effort has not been in vain. Sun is finally looking good now. It's just a little juvenile to pretend. No comparison to myself. There is still room for improvement. At this moment, Su Xiaofan glanced at Fang Xiaoqian. Fang Xiaoqian was scared and backed up. Su Xiaofan turned to the Fang clan's oldest ancestor again and opened his mouth. Senior, you answered for me. This counts as a favor. I'm going to kill your Fang family members today, and you can choose to stop me. Just a word from you. Upon hearing this, the Fang clan's oldest ancestor let out a bitter smile and then shook his head slightly, seeming to have been disappointed in his offspring. He said, I no longer wish to meddle in the Fang family's affairs. After saying that, the Fang clan ancestor drifted away. Fang Xiaoqian seemed to realize something and hurriedly said, Old ancestor. The Fang clan ancestor snorted coldly and did not turn around. Soon, he disappeared from sight. Su Xiaofan held Blood Slayer in his hand as he slowly walked towards Fang Xiaoqian. Fang Xiaoqian was shocked. What do you want? Su Xiaofan calmly said, Don't worry. I'm very principled. I never hit a girl. At those words, Fang Xiaoqian let out a slight sigh of relief. However, right at this moment, Su Xiaofan directly launched his sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword had cut through Fang Xiaoqian's neck. Fang Xiaoqian covered her throat in death and said with difficulty, You're lying. Su Xiaofan said with an honest face. Honest man. Never cheats. It's true that I don't hit women unless I can't stand it. And a woman like you is a scourge to live. I'm doing the people a favor. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. What an honest man. Nice one for the people. At this time, Zhang Huarong skimmed his lips. Serves you right. You really think that my brother Su's nickname is for nothing? Sun Shallow asked curiously. What nickname does Mr. Su have? Zhang Huarong said. Little Su Thief. Sun Shallow froze. This, after hesitating for a moment, Sun Shallow said, Didn't he say he was an honest man? That nickname, more or less, carries a bit of banditry. Zhang Huarong smiled. Honest? He's an honest man, my ass. I'll just say it. His last name, Su, has nothing to do with the word honest. All the honest men in the whole world are dead. And it's not even his turn to be this honest man. This girl, he, an honest man, is by no means the honest man you think he is. It needs to be known that there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Sun Shallow glanced at Su Xiaofan and then nodded. There's nothing wrong with that. At that moment, Su Xiaofan, who had walked over, looked angrily at Zhang Huarong. Brother Zhang, what are you doing to ruin my reputation for nothing? Zhang Huarong said quietly. Oh brother Su, if you were truly honest, how would you be afraid of me falsely accusing you? Su Xiaofan grunted and said, naturally I'm not afraid. I, Su Xiaofan, walk the walk and sit upright. Crowd. At this time, Sun Shallow said, things work out? Any more grievances? Su Xiaofan shook his head. I don't like killing people, so killing one person is enough. Sun Shallow was somewhat silent. It took a moment to say, by the way, why are you here alone? Senior Su, didn't come? Su Xiaofan said, we were going to Central State, but my dad went shopping halfway, and our spirit ship just ran out of yuan stones to replenish its energy, so that's why we've temporarily landed here. Sun Shallow nodded and said, understood, you guys got separated. Su Xiaofan said, it can be interpreted that way. Sun Shallow thought for a moment. Tell you what, you guys go with me to the Sun family first, and I'll help you find Elder Su. Otherwise it's too dangerous for you to wander around like that. Su Xiaofan said with some doubt. What danger? Although this Blackhorn domain is chaotic, I should still have a few moments of self-preservation. Sun Shallow shook her head and said, this is not the place to go into details, first go with me to the carriage. The two of them exchanged glances and then followed Sun Shallow to the carriage outside the door. When the second son of the Sun family saw this, his teeth almost gritted. Suddenly, he remembered that Su Xiaofan's surname was Su. A few guesses suddenly came to mind. Immediately afterward, a flash of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. Since minx can't be played, then play dirty, whether you're the man's son or not. As long as your last name is Su, I'll make him real if it's fake. At this point, above the carriage, Su Xiaofan was flabbergasted. What did you say? My father is the top of the black ranking list, and now the entire Blackhorn domain is after my father? Sun Shallow nodded and said, so you're in danger now. If they knew that you were Elder Su's son, they would definitely capture you and force Elder Su to show himself. At that time, if the Tianxian sect invites the old ancestor, I'm afraid your father will have trouble dealing with it. Sun Shallow's words just fell. The crowd suddenly felt several strong auras that were speeding this way. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. How to say what comes. Chapter 68 Junior. Old man standing for you to cut. Tianxian sect. Inside the sect's main hall, all of the senior members and elders of the sect were gathered here. Patriarch Qin Shan had a complicated expression on his face. After a long time, he spoke slowly. I just received news that the son of that old devil Su has appeared near Xuanwu City. At those words, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. That's when someone said, then Patriarch, what should we do? Qin Shan was silent for a moment. Let's grab it. What if Su Yuan Naz hits the door again later? The first time they had a hard time keeping the news under wraps. This is going to happen again. Qin Shan raised his head slightly and glanced at the Tianxian mountain that was only halfway down. Well, if it happens again, I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. Just then, a disciple suddenly walked quickly to Qin Shan's side and whispered in a low voice. Qin Shan's eyes instantly lit up, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The crowd was slightly stunned. The next moment, Qin Shan appeared on top of a cliff. At the edge of the cliff, there was a man in white standing. Qin Shan said with an incomparably respectful salute, Elder Bai, why are you still here in person? The man in white had his hands behind his back, and his gaze was fixed on the white clouds in the distance. It seems that half of the yuan stones that the Tianxian sect has surrendered this year are missing. After a pause, the man in white went on. What? Your Tianxian sect has gotten hard-winged? Qin Shan exclaimed. Elder Bai is joking. I, Tianxian sect, was born a member of the Bai family and died a ghost of the Bai family. Saying that, Qin Shan sighed slightly and said, it's not that we don't want to hand it over, but in January, there was a green-shirted sword cultivator that hit on my Tianxian sect. Not only did they destroy my mountain gate, but even the mountain protection formation that my Tianxian sect spent countless hours building was broken. That's why half of the yuan stones were paid less to repair the great formation and rebuild the mountain gate. I beg your pardon, my lord. The man in white turned his head slightly, revealing an angular youthful face. Sword cultivator? Qin Shan nodded repeatedly. In the white man's eyes, an inexplicable glow suddenly flashed. Thinking about it said, that green-shirted sword cultivator. Where is he now? Qin Shan shook his head. I don't know either. But it's rumored that his son appeared near Xuanwu City. The man in white said. In that case, find a way to lure him to the Tianxian sect. Qin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the situation, this elder bai was afraid that he had bad thoughts about the sword cultivation inheritance and was preparing to strike at old Devil Su. It was just what he wanted. Just then, a disciple came to report. Patriarch, the old ancestor has come out of the gate. Qin Shan froze. In the next moment, a somewhat vicissitude voice was heard in the distance. Simply wanton. A mere sword cultivator dares to strike at my Tianxian sect. If it weren't for old ancestor me being in seclusion, I would have told Nas to come back with no return. Qin Shan. In the meantime, a green shirt with his hands behind his back slightly raised his eyes as he watched several strong auras heading towards the Sun family's caravan. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve out. Wagon. Sun Shallow and Zhang Huarong had already panicked. Su Xiaofan, however, had a calm face. Zhang Huarong couldn't help but wonder. Su Laoshi, why aren't you panicking? Su Xiaofan said indifferently. Get used to it. Zhang Huarong thought for a moment and suddenly calmed down. Then whirled around. You do get used to it. Guess I'll have to get used to it too. Getting used to it? Sun Shallow asked in a flash. What is used to? Zhang Huarong sighed and pointed to his injured face. I get beaten up every time I go out with him. This one can only be described as a minor scene. Sun Shallow was puzzled. Is there a bigger scene than this? I feel that several Purple Mansion realm powerhouses have come. Zhang Huarong said. Purple Mansion? It's just cannon fodder. Su Xiaofan suddenly glanced at Zhang Huarong and said. Why does that feel a little familiar? Zhang Huarong smiled without saying anything. After a moment of silence, Zhang Huarong said. Brother Su, you have an undercard? Su Xiaofan wondered. How do you know I have an undercard? Zhang Huarong said. I don't know you yet? In a normal situation like this, you guys would have run away a long time ago. I'm surprised he's not running now. That speaks volumes. Su Xiaofan laughed bitterly. Brother Zhang, the bottom card isn't called a bottom card if you tell it. Just then, the carriage suddenly shook and stopped immediately afterward. Several people jumped out of the car. It was then that several figures stood above the mid-air. Purple Mansion Realm. So many Purple Mansion Realm powerhouses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's even a Yuan Shen Realm powerhouse. Someone exclaimed. At that moment, in mid-air, someone asked, who is the son of Su Yuan? The crowd was silent. At that moment, the second youngest master of the Sun family stood out. Without his hands, he could only use his head to desperately swing in Su Xiaofan's direction. He is the son of Su Yuan. Su Xiaofan's face darkened. A little regret that he didn't chop this guy with a sword just now. It looks like this asshole is the one who leaked out the information about himself. How else could the news have traveled so fast? Above the mid-air, the gazes of all the powerhouses locked onto Su Xiaofan. Immediately afterward, the crowd of powerhouses actually began to argue. This Su Xiaofan. I'll take it. What are you? You deserve it? Oh, can you eat it? That Su Yuan, it is said, is a Purple Mansion Realm sword cultivator. At that moment, that Yuanshan Realm powerhouse said with a big wave of his hand. All shut up. The reward for the first place in the black ranking is so generous. It's not enough for you guys to share? The crowd was silent at the words. Meanwhile, below, Zhang Huarong said, Brother Su, these people don't seem to have you in their sights. Su Xiaofan said, Brother Zhang, if you were at the Yuan Shen realm, could you put a little person like me in your eyes? Zhang Huarong thought about it. So much for that. At this time, Su Xiaofan suddenly shouted into the sky. Seniors, it's better to retreat. If I move my hands, I'm afraid all of you will have to fall. In mid-air, the gazes of all the powerhouses landed on Su Xiaofan. Spin was a bit confused. What's this little ant talking about? A Purple Mansion powerhouse laughed shamefully. Boy, are you scared silly? With that, the crowd burst into laughter. Su Xiaofan sighed, holding blood slaughter in his hand, and truthfully said, Seniors, I mean it. If you guys don't back off, I'm really going to kill someone. At those words, even Zhang Huarong was a bit surprised. What's wrong with this guy? Su, at this time, someone Purple Mansion powerhouse mocked. Kill someone? Why don't you kill one and I'll see? Su Xiaofan shook his head slightly. The sword intent that Pops had left in the sword was only enough for one more final strike. Now that he was using it up, he was kind of sad to see it go. But these seniors, none of them listened. This left Su Xiaofan a bit speechless. These days, no one believes an honest man when he talks. Sighing, Su Xiaofan said, Then I'll make my sword. In the crowd, that Yuanshan realm powerhouse smiled. Kid, I know you're on your deathbed trying to fake it one more time. That being the case, what if I fulfill you? You come out with your sword. I'll just stand and let you slash. If you can hurt me, I will let you go today. P.S. It's too late. I may only have one more chapter today, shame. Chapter 69 Going away for 6 months and returning still honest. Su Xiaofan didn't hesitate when he heard this and directly launched his sword. The longer he dragged it out, the more people would come and the more dangerous he might be. In the next moment, a green-colored sword chi was chopped out by Su Xiaofan. Wherever the sword chi passed, space collapsed and turned into a void. In mid-air, the crowd of powerhouses were shocked. That Yuanshan realm powerhouse roared angrily. Kid, you fooled the old man. In the next moment, all sounds came to an abrupt end. The whole place, dead silent. One sword full second. At this time, the corner of Sun Shallow's mouth twitched as she said to Zhang Huarong, "This Mr. Zhang, you're right. Mr. Su really isn't an honest man." When she said this, Su Xiaofan happened to walk over. Su Xiaofan almost wanted to cry. The persona is ing collapsing again. Sun Shallow reacted with an apologetic smile and continued, "Let's go, Mr. Su, to the Sun family." Su Xiaofan, however, shook his head. Sun Shallow was a bit puzzled. Su Xiaofan then asked, "Dare I ask Miss Sun, how strong is the Sun family?" Sun Shallow said without thinking, "The Sun family's strength is not top-notch, but it's still okay." Su Xiaofan said, "How does it compare to the Tianxian sect?" Sun Shallow once again said without hesitation, "The Tianxian sect is the hegemon of the Blackhorn domain. The Sun family is simply incomparable." Su Xiaofan said, "That's why I can't go to Sun's house." Sun Shallow was puzzled. "Why?" Su Xiaofan said, "If I go to the Sun family, I'll be a living target, and I'll die if I go, so it's better to run for your life." Sun Shallow thought for a moment and then nodded. "If you say so, then so be it." Su Xiaofan continued, "But I still have to ask Miss Sun for a favor." Sun Shallow said, "You say." Su Xiaofan said, "Help me find my father. If I can find my father, no one in the Blackhorn domain should be able to touch me." Sun Shallow nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely find Senior." Su Xiaofan nodded. "Many thanks." Spinning his words, he apologized somewhat. "How is Miss Sun's relationship with that second brother?" Sun Shallow seemed to understand what Su Xiaofan was up to and then said, "He doesn't deserve to be my second brother." At the same time, in her mind, the back of that green shirt suddenly appeared. Being of the same bloodline doesn't necessarily mean you're a relative. And treating you well, that's called being a relative. If anyone bullies and makes things difficult for me on the grounds that they are my blood relatives, I will cut them off with one sword. At this moment, Su Xiaofan faintly smiled and said, "Understood." After saying that, without even looking at the second son of the Sun family, he casually chopped out with his sword. The next moment, a human head rose up into the sky. The expressions of the crowd of Sun family powerhouses were incomparably complicated, but no one dared to heckle a word. After doing so, Su Xiaofan turned around and left. Zhang Huarong immediately said, "Brother Su, I'll join you." Su Xiaofan didn't turn around and simply said, "Brother Zhang, just wait for me at the Sun family." Zhang Huarong was a bit hesitant, but Su Xiaofan quickened his pace and immediately refused. "Nothing but, cute little thing. Before you take this guy and run away with him." With Zhang Hualong out of the picture, no one will be able to ruin his reputation for nothing. He, Su Xiaofan, went away for half a year and returned still honest. "What did you say?" That teenager named Su Xiaofan killed a Yuanshan realm and multiple Zifu realm powerhouses with a single sword? Tianxian sect. Qin Shan's face was grave. Why are all these Sus so perverted? At that moment, the reporting disciple guessed. "Patriarch, I observe that Su Xiaofan is only at the Lingkong realm. Could he be using some kind of life-preserving card?" At those words, Qin Shan nodded slightly. The disciple continued. "However, Patriarch, with that youngster's sword, many of the powerful people who were watching seemed to be a bit cowed." Qin Shan pondered for a moment and said, "Tell you what, raise the reward for the first place on the blacklist tenfold, and then add that Su Xiaofan's name to the second place on the blacklist. People die for money, birds die for food. I don't believe that those people can stand it. Also, tell the second elder and the third elder to do it as well." At those words, that disciple was a bit shocked. 1 door and 2 blacklists. The blacklist has been ranked for so many years, but it has never been done before, and it also had the second and third elders out in force. And this, just for the sake of capturing a teenager of the tiny Lingkong realm. That's a big row. That's a big row. However, after thinking about what that old devil Su had done, this disciple was instantly relieved. This kind of fierce man, in his life, he was probably only able to come across such a one. At that moment, Qin Shan asked, "Then where is Su Xiaofan now?" That disciple said with a somewhat odd expression, Black Death Forest. Qin Shan frowned slightly. Has this Su Xiaofan gone crazy? Daring to enter the Black Death Forest. The disciple said. Maybe it's being pushed out of the way. Qin Shan thought for a moment. Tell our men to wait outside the Black Death Forest. The disciple hesitated. Then Su Xiaofan. Qin Shan said somewhat helplessly. Let's see his luck. The Black Death Forest is a forbidden area in my Blackhorn domain. If the existence there finds him, he will die. There's no need to bury our men with him. If he dies inside, with that Su Yuan's character, he will also surely go to that Black Death Forest. We can keep watch. Just the same. The other side. Su Xiaofan transformed into a swordlight and darted towards the depths of the mountain forest. Feeling the several auras that were in hot pursuit behind him, he was glad. Luckily, he was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were not only unrivaled in terms of battle power, but even their speed in flying away was unrivaled. It suits him. Soon, Su Xiaofan had crossed hundreds of miles. The next moment, he suddenly entered a dense forest that was covered in black mist. He didn't care and continued to fly forward. He was relieved until he saw that no one else was coming after him. Su Xiaofan slowed down and changed to walking. Sword cultivation consumed too much yuan qi, and he was already a bit overwhelmed. After walking for a moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly frowned slightly. Then he saw a gully on the ground that had been cleaved by something. Next to this gully, there are also 4 large words written crookedly. He who enters dies. Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and crossing over. He was now out of cards, and if he didn't continue forward, he would still have to die in case those people behind him caught up. In that case, might as well take a gamble. After crossing the gully, the black fog around him became thicker and thicker, and he could barely see within 5 meters. Su Xiaofan moved forward carefully. In the next moment, he stopped in his tracks, followed by a direct slash of his sword. A mournful wail rang out. Su Xiaofan turned around and saw a large insect with a unicorn horn on its head, collapsed on the ground. Su Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Demonic beasts? Immediately afterward, he sucked in the drool that nearly came out of his mouth. I'm told it's delicious. With that in mind, Su Xiaofan held his sword and started dissecting the unicorn worm, then set up a bonfire and started roasting the meat. Just as the meat was about to be roasted, 2 figures suddenly stepped out of the black mist. Su Xiaofan's eyes suddenly turned stern. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 70, Are you really an honest man? Su Xiaofan stared at the man and woman that suddenly appeared, his expression wary. The woman in the romper, it seemed, was a self-made man. Suddenly he laughed. This gentleman, what kind of meat did you roast? Su Xiaofan said. Demon beast meat. The woman said. Can we eat together? Together? Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. The woman suddenly added. We pay. Su Xiaofan's brows stretched. Naturally. The brocade-clothed man beside the woman saw this and the corner of his mouth twitched. The woman, on the other hand, sat down with a big grin and began to eat and drink. As he ate, he also asked, this young gentleman, why would he come here? This place is dangerous. Su Xiaofan, who was sitting a long way away from the duo, frowned at the words and asked, I came here by mistake. 2. This place is dangerous? The woman was surprised. How dare you not know? Su Xiaofan shook his head. The woman explained. This place is the forbidden area of the Blackhorn domain, the Black Death Forest, and the forest is covered in black fog, making it extremely difficult to distinguish the direction. And there's also an extremely terrifying demonic beast entrenched here. It's said that for those who come in, 9 out of 10 won't be able to get out. At those words, Su Xiaofan's face changed slightly. At this point, the woman said, we do have a way out, but we have business to attend to, and we won't leave until it's done. If you're not afraid of danger, little lord, you can join us. At those words, Su Xiaofan was a bit hesitant. He was now a little distrustful of what women said, especially with such a beautiful woman. But after hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaofan still said, then thank you, girl. The woman wiped a grease stain from the corner of her mouth and said, no need to be polite. It will be considered a thank you to the young gentleman for this meal. Su Xiaofan suddenly said, there's money to be paid. The two were silent for a moment. A moment later that brocade-clothed man handed Su Xiaofan a storage bag. Su Xiaofan opened it and looked at it. Eyes lit up at once. This is meeting the rich kid. It's thousands of dollars in stones at any one time. Su Xiaofan immediately said, the two of you can call out to me next time if you still want to eat grilled meat. 2. At this point, the woman said, my name is Su Yun. This is Nangong Xingji. And this young gentleman, what is your name? Su Xiaofan thought about it and said with a naive face, my name is Zhang Laosher. Honest Zhang. The brocade-clothed man called Nangong Xingji muttered. Small place? Su Yun frowned slightly. She felt a bit rude. Su Xiaofan, however, did not care and said, Small place indeed. Su Yunhu covered her mouth and laughed. That's an interesting name for Mr. Zhang. Su Xiaofan scratched his head. I kind of like the name. As a person. Su Yunhu seriously sized up Su Xiaofan for a few moments and said, it's not necessarily true that a man is what his name implies, is it? Su Xiaofan froze. Suddenly a little less confident. Am I, Su Xiaofan, really not an honest man? Su Xiaofan asked sharply. Why? He wanted to know why. And if he knew why, he could change. Su Yun said, because you're so handsome. Su Xiaofan was a bit confused. Nangong Xingji's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously there was some disbelief. Su Yun continued. You look like a thin-skinned man. Su Xiaofan was somewhat helpless. It turns out that being too good-looking is the biggest hindrance to him becoming an honest man. Of all people. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaofan said seriously, although I don't look like an honest man, in fact, in my bones, I am really an honest man. Su Yun said, you honest man. Fidelity? Su Xiaofan said, fidelity. At this time, Nangong Xingji stood up and said, it's getting late, let's go. Su Xiaofan nodded slightly. I'm a bit slow, so I'll break your back. Then he shielded the two of them in front of him, himself at the end of the line against the pressure. In front, Nangong Jixing held a long sword to open the way. From time to time, demonic beasts rushed out and were killed by his slashes. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan asked Su Yun who was in front of him, this Nangong Gong Gong, he's a sword cultivator? Su Yun nodded. Su Xiaofan asked after some thought, who is stronger than a sword cultivator? Su Yun said rightfully, naturally a sword cultivator. Su Xiaofan was a bit surprised. He asked sharply, why? Su Yun said, the way of the sword has long been in decline, and those who can cultivate the way of the sword are few and far between. But there are tens of thousands of geniuses who can cultivate the Tao of the sword, and all the generations of heaven's orders have been sword cultivators. Therefore, the way of the sword is flourishing. The mandate of heaven? Su Xiaofan said with some doubt. What is this divine order thing? Su Yun said, heaven's destiny is not a thing. The so-called heaven's destiny is the person favored by heaven. Every generation of heaven's destiny is invariably a demon with unbelievable fortune and excellent talent. Let's put it this way. They can be invincible in the same realm, cross the ranks as if they were eating and drinking, and casually go out of the door. They can pick up absolute treasures. There's an old saying, heaven's destiny is invincible. At those words, Su Xiaofan was a little envious. He wanted to be born that day, too. He then asked, how does the mandate of heaven work? Su Yun said with some yearning and some helplessness, heaven's destiny needs to be fought for. Fought against heaven. Fought against people. The path of heaven's destiny, destined to have to be paved with white bones. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan suddenly didn't want to take his life on the day again. Just then, Nangong Xingji, who was at the forefront, suddenly said, arrived. Su Xiaofan raised his eyes and saw a cave in front of him. At that moment, Nangong Xingji and Su Yun looked at each other and nodded. Immediately afterward, Su Yun said to Su Xiaofan, Mr. Zhang, wait for me here. If we don't come out in 2/4 of an hour, you run away. Su Xiaofan nodded. Then, the duo took an elixir that seemed to conceal their breath and rushed into the cave. About 1/4 of an hour later, just as Su Xiaofan was about to run away, the two rushed out in a hurry. Su Yun whispered, run. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan transformed into a swordlight and instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. Just then, behind them, a wild beast's roar suddenly came. The roar was like explosive thunder bursting through the mountains and forests, shaking one's ears. No good. The two men's faces changed, towards the direction Su Xiaofan had left. Soon, they caught up with Su Xiaofan. Su Yun Dao, Zhang Laoshi, you're a sword cultivator? Su Xiaofan nodded. Su Yun said, Zhang Laoshi, you're not honest at all. You're actually hiding your clumsiness. Su Xiaofan commiserated. I didn't hide it. You guys didn't ask. Su Yun was silent. A moment later, Su Xiaofan asked sharply, what have you done? Su Yun said, there was a draconian in that cave, and we stunned it and bled it out a bit. With that, Su Yun threw out a porcelain vase. It's Nirvana Realm dragon blood here. This is good stuff. Nirvana Realm. The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. It felt like the dragon's blood in his hand didn't even smell good anymore. At this time, Su Yun comforted. Don't worry. This Black Death Forest has been placed under a ban by a powerful person. This old dragon can't get out of this place. As long as we get out, we'll be safe. At that moment, the crowd felt the powerful aura behind them suddenly stop. There was some confusion, but that's always a good thing. So with a clench of his teeth, he picked up speed again. Soon, they rushed out of the Black Death Forest, just as the three had just breathed a sigh of relief. However, they suddenly noticed that in mid-air, there were countless powerful auras staring at them with murderous faces. Su Yun and Nangong Xingji were dumbfounded. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, sighed. The two of them immediately looked at Su Xiaofan. Su Yun asked blankly, "What's the situation?" Su Xiaofan said, "None of your business. They came to me." Su Yun blinked in confusion. "I thought you said that you were honest? An honest man who would provoke so many powerful people." Su Xiaofan said helplessly, "Miss Su, you don't understand. These days, honest people are most easily bullied. P.S. Second shift delivered." Chapter 71, Su Family Invincible? Black Death Forest. A huge black dragon with a body that was 100 feet long was staring angrily at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. The man was dressed in a green shirt, hands behind his back, standing in the air, his gaze as deep as an abyss. His gaze was not on the black dragon. Instead, he looked out of the Black Death Forest, the corner of his mouth slightly arched. "Griffin, die for me." Suddenly, the black dragon roared and grabbed a claw towards that green shirt. Under the huge dragon's claws, that green shirt was as small as a mole cricket. Next moment, that green shirt slightly raised his hand. In an instant, a sword chi directly penetrated through the black dragon's huge dragon claws. The black dragon screamed miserably and quickly retracted its claws. Before he could react, the green shirt faintly said, "Don't scream. Speak human." In the next moment, the green shirt suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, a slap was drawn. The palm carries the intent of a sword. Boom! The black dragon's huge figure flew out backwards. The black dragon let out a low, hoarse voice of shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're the great swordsman." The one with the green shirt frowned slightly, and another slap was slapped over. The black dragon body crashed through several mountain peaks in a row. It was then that the one green shirt said, "Be civilized." The black dragon was instantly honest, lowering its large head and begging for mercy. Elder, spare your life." The one with the green shirt nodded and said, "Yes, but I happen to be short of a mount. Are you willing? A ride?" The black dragon froze. A great anger ensued. "He's a Nirvana realm dragon big shot, and he's letting him be his mount? And you're asking me if I'm willing to do it? It's just too much of a bully." However, thinking about the strength of the person in front of him, the black dragon was silent for a moment. After thinking about it, a flash of cunning suddenly flashed in his eyes and he said, "That's fine. Except," that green shirt glanced faintly at the black dragon. "Open mouth." "What? No?" In the next moment, a powerful sword intent instantly locked onto the black dragon. The black dragon shuddered. Hurriedly, "Willing? Naturally. It's just that someone has placed a ban on this place and I can't get out." The one with the green shirt disdainfully said, "Small problem." The black dragon blinked. This place's prohibition was laid by a transition realm powerhouse. I'm afraid that even the former. He hadn't finished his sentence. However, he only saw a long sword that was light green in color suddenly appear in the hands of that green shirt. Immediately after that, the green shirt held a long sword and casually waved it. Boom! An invisible sword chi, silently, broke open the prohibition of this place. The black dragon was dumbfounded. In the meantime, Middle-earth continent, white family. Inside a secret room, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. Frowning, who would be so bold as to break the restrictions left behind by the seat? Spinning around, he grunted again. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that the old man is at the critical moment of his breakthrough, it would be necessary to go and meet this guy. The other side, outside the Black Death Forest. The crowd looked away in the direction of the Black Death Forest, somewhat puzzled. What was that noise? Su Yun guessed. Could it be that the dragons are throwing a tantrum because they didn't catch up with us? Nangong Xingji nodded slightly. It should be. At this point, the Tianxian sect's second elder withdrew his gaze, then lowered his eyes to look down at the three people below and asked, "Who is Su Xiaofan?" Su Xiaofan sighed. "I am." Then said, "They're just passing through. They have nothing to do with me. Can you let these two go?" The second elder said with a cold snort. "I don't care if they're passing through. You're coming with me. And them? Death." Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. Then he looked at Su Yun and Nangong Xingno. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to screw you guys over." The corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched and said, "Isn't your name Honest Zheng?" Su Xiaofan laughed. "That's my nickname." Su Yun was silent. A moment later she shook her head slightly. "It doesn't really hurt." Then asked with a calm face, "What power have you offended that you are so arrogant?" Su Xiaofan said, "Hegemon of the Blackhorn Domain, Tianxian sect." Nangong Xingji suddenly disdainfully said, "How dare a small sect in a small place presume to kill me? Ridiculous!" Su Xiaofan exclaimed. "This scene, Brother Nangong can handle it?" Nangong Xingji paced forward, leaving the two of them with a backdrop. Su Yun said helplessly, "This one's old habits are back. Su Xiaofan wondered. What's wrong? Brother Nangong doesn't look sick? Su Yun said, pretending. At those words, Su Xiaofan nodded. He's familiar with this, but it's the first time I've seen a costume other than his dad's. This feels kinda new. At this moment, Nangong Xingji faintly said to the second elder in midair, You're going to kill me? The second elder nodded slightly as he looked down. Nangong Xingji suddenly sneered and said, Do you know who I am? At those words, the second elder's heart was shocked. Does this guy have any background? He asked, suddenly cautious. Your Excellency? Nangong Xingji said proudly. My last name is Nangong. Namgong? The second elder's attitude instantly flipped and he smiled. So it's the young master of the Nangong family. I take back what I just said. The two of you can leave on your own. Nangong Xingji gave Su Xiaofan a smug look. So what if you're handsome? He's got a background. Thinking of this, Nangong Xingji turned his head and frowned. This man is my friend, and he must come with us as well. At those words, the second elder shook his head slightly. Nangong Xingji's face suddenly came down ugly and said, What? The face of the Nangong family is not given by your Tianqian sect either? The second elder collected his smile and said, We naturally have to give face to the Nangong family, but this son, we must take away. Nangong Xingji felt a bit slapped in the face and said angrily, What? Does your Tianqian sect want to exterminate the sect? The second elder shook his head slightly. The Nangong family is quite strong in the Middle Earth continent. But, Nangong Xingji said doubtfully, But what? The second elder said, But compared to the White family, it is indeed a small thing. The White House. Nangong Xingji's face changed slightly. A moment of silence. With that, he turned his head and looked at Su Xiaofan. You've offended the White family? Su Xiaofan shook his head. I don't know. Maybe. Seeing Su Xiaofan's face calm and casual, Nangong Xingji frowned. Do you know what the White family exists? Su Xiaofan shook his head. I don't know. Nangong Xingji suddenly let out a bitter laugh and said, The White family is one of the top few families in the Middle Earth continent. My Nangong family, compared to the Bai family, is not even on the same level. Su Xiaofan nodded slightly. That White family is indeed very strong. Nangong Xingji was a bit puzzled and then said, You're not afraid? Su Xiaofan calmly said, Why be afraid? Nangong Xing knew, after offending the White family, there's almost no hope for you to survive. Su Xiaofan said, I've heard you say that many times. Nangong Xingji suddenly said, Do you have a stronger backer than the White family? Su Xiaofan thought for a moment. Appears to be. He didn't really want to spell dependence, but sometimes, it really couldn't be helped. The enemy's too strong. Can't do it. At this time, Su Yun suddenly asked, How strong is the backer behind you? Su Xiaofan thought for a moment. I don't know exactly, but my father said that my Su family is invincible. Su Yun and Nangong Xingji looked at each other with question marks on their faces. P.S. One more chapter before 12. Chapter 72 Second Up Heavenly Xian Sect. The Su family? The two searched the family carefully in their minds, but it didn't make the slightest impression. At this time, the second elder said impatiently, Boy, are you done talking? Su Xiaofan glanced at him and said, Are you sure you want me to come with you? The second elder sneered. What? Scared? Su Xiaofan shook his head. No, it's just that I'm afraid that your Tianqian sect will suffer. At those words, the second elder almost wanted to hit someone, but after thinking about the horror of that green shirt, as long as the anger was forced down, he said, Suffer a calamity? Really think your dad is invincible? The Tianqian sect, can't help him? Su Xiaofan said. Someone from the White family. In the Tianqian sect? The second elder's eyes narrowed as he said, Boy, are you smart. The second elder continued. That's right. So if your father comes, he will die. Su Xiaofan tried. Could it be that a Nirvana realm powerhouse has come? The second elder smiled smugly. Exactly. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, was slightly relieved in his heart. Ah, the realm of Nirvana. It's okay then. His dad can beat Nirvana in seconds, and it seems that he can beat anything above Nirvana. Thinking of this, Su Xiaofan patted the dust on his body and said with a relaxed expression, Let's go. The second elder froze. Su Xiaofan came to the second elder's side and said, This senior, isn't he leaving yet? The second elder snorted coldly and said, Go. Then, he took Su Xiaofan and tore through space, heading towards the Tianqian sect. Below, Su Yun had a hopeless look on his face. It can't be helped. It's the White family behind them. They, the two juniors, can't fight at all. Nangong Xing knew. That's just it. We've done our best. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him for having no background and still daring to offend the Bai family. Su Yun said. Didn't he say he had the Su family behind him? Nangong Xing knew. You've heard of this what's-his-name family? Su Yun shook his head. Never heard of it. Nangong Xing knew. I suppose he made it up to scare people. Just then, the sky suddenly turned cloudy. It's going to rain? The two subconsciously raised their heads slightly, and immediately afterward, froze in place for a moment, only to see that above the mid-air, there was a 100-foot giant dragon with vertical pupils that was staring at them viciously. The two were scared stiff. Su Yun was confused. What's going on? Didn't they say that this black dragon can't get out of the Black Death Forest? The corners of Nangong Xingji's mouth twitched. I don't know, Su Yun said with a face like death. It's over. Just then, a calm voice entered the ears of the two. Where is Su Xiaofan? The duo froze slightly. It was only then that he noticed that at this moment, above the head of the black dragon, there was a man in a green shirt, standing with his arms folded. The duo's mouths fell open. Astonished, he was speechless for a moment. What the hell? Why is there someone on this black dragon head? It's hard to believe that this person has subdued the black dragon. How is this possible? This black dragon, it was a Nirvana realm powerhouse. The battle power, moreover, was even stronger than the general Nirvana realm. How could it be taken in? Just then, that black dragon suddenly spat out human words. Humph, two juniors, stealing my dragon's blood is just a matter of course. My master asked you, how dare you not return? Simply looking for death. The two swallowed hard. Nangong Xingji stammered a little. Senior, Su Xiaofan was taken away by the Tianqian sect. The one with the green shirt nodded slightly, just about to leave. At this time, Su Yun suddenly said, dare I ask what kind of person Senior is, Mr. Su? The one with the green shirt said, his father. With those words, the black dragon and the green shirt instantly disappeared in place, leaving only the two of them messed up in the wind. In the middle of the void tunnel, the figures of a dragon and a man were traveling through. The black dragon suddenly said, Master, this Tianqian sect is not easy to deal with. Su Yuan said, why? Black Dragon Road. Although the Tianqian sect is not to be feared, the Bai family behind him is not to be underestimated. The White family? Su Yuan was puzzled. The White family is strong? The Black Dragon mentioned the White family, and there was clearly a bit of resentment in his tone as he said, the White family is one of the top families in the Middle Earth continent. Ridiculously strong. I was trapped in the Black Death Forest by a powerful person from the White family. Su Yuan nodded and did not react. He asked instead, what are they trapping you for? You're covered in treasure. Wouldn't it be good to just whip you? The Black Dragon's mouth twitched furiously. There was a moment of silence before he spoke harshly. They were there to take my dragon's blood. The dragon blood of our dragon clan is an excellent treasure medicine for polishing the flesh. They use my dragon's blood to immerse the flesh of children who have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Su Yuan said, this Bai family is extravagant. Don't worry, if this Bai family is not long-sighted and messes with my head, I will destroy it with my own hands. It's also a way to help you get your revenge. The Black Dragon paused. Master, the Bai family, but there is a powerful person of the transitional succession realm. Su Yuan faintly said, ah, little Black, the pattern is small. You think that the transitional plateau realm is strong? Black Dragon. In the meantime, Tianqian sect. Sect Hall. The gazes of the group of Tianqian sect senior officers looked Su Xiaofan up and down. At the moment, Su Xiaofan's expression was relaxed and composed. There is no sense of being a prisoner. At that moment, he surveyed the great hall and asked nervously, your Tianqian sect, is it poor? The crowd's expressions went cold for a moment. Qin Shan on top of the head was more than a little tempted to smack someone. Poor? It's not because of your father. At that moment, an elder suddenly said, Patriarch, since Su Xiaofan has already arrived, it's no longer useful. How about killing? Su Xiaofan said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Is there? Qin Shan stroked his chin and actually really thought about it. Right at this moment, a white-clothed youth slowly walked into the great hall. Elder Bai. The crowd's demeanor turned respectful. Qin Shan also stood up and slightly saluted, giving up the main seat. The white-clothed youth sat his butt on top of the main seat, then propped his face with one hand and surveyed Su Xiaofan. A moment later, he said faintly, kid's got some talent. Su Xiaofan had approximately guessed the identity of this person in his heart. The man in white paused then said, also a sword cultivator? Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled that the other party could tell his own bottom line with a single glance. Unable to do anything else, he just nodded. Spin asked, Elder is wanting the sword cultivation inheritance? The man in white didn't answer directly, but said, I once wanted to cultivate swords as well, but it's a pity that I don't have the qualifications. Although I have no use for taking the sword cultivation inheritance, I can give it to the family. One day, my Bai clan will be able to produce a sword cultivator as well. Su Xiaofan said with some doubt, is that necessary? Isn't it true that sword cultivators are the strongest? The man in white shook his head slightly. Knife repair merely picks up the slack. In fact, sword cultivators are the strongest. Otherwise, why would the heavenly Tao set so many restrictions? At that moment, Xin Shan suddenly interjected. Elder Bai, what should be done with this Su Xiaofan? The man in white said. What's the point of keeping it since it's killed? But you'll have to wait for me to finish searching your soul before you kill it. Su Xiaofan's face changed slightly. Missed the boat. He had originally thought that the other party would at least have to force the sword cultivator's inheritance out of him before making a move. I did not expect the other side a little face do not want. Directly lift the table. Right at this moment, a violent vibration suddenly occurred in Tianxian Mountain. Xin Shan's face changed. The protector formation that had just been repaired was gone again. The man in white then raised an eyebrow and said, arrogant indeed, knowing that there is an ambush. How dare you come alone? Then, he got up and looked at Su Xiaofan and said, your father came just in time, and it would be a good story for father and son to die together. Su Xiaofan sighed, his gaze deep as he looked at the white-clothed man's departing back. Chapter 73, You're Not Worthy. Outside the Tianxian sect, a green shirt with his hands behind his back and his feet on a black dragon. The crowd that had just walked out of the sect's main hall was momentarily dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Isn't this black dragon the one locked up in the Black Death Forest? This was a true dragon of the Nirvana realm. What's with the ride? Xin Shan felt bad. In a hurry, he said to the second elder behind him. I'm afraid Elder Bai is a bit overwhelmed by this battle. Isn't the old ancestor out of the gate? Quickly go and invite the old ancestor. The second elder nodded. A few moments later, the second elder returned alone. Xin Shan was a bit puzzled. Asked, where's the old man? The second elder said, old ancestor said that he's refining pills, and it'll be ready soon, so he won't be able to arrive until later. Alchemy? Xin Shan was a bit puzzled. Old ancestor, since when do you still know how to make pills? Just then, the white-clothed youth's brows suddenly furrowed as he stared at the black dragon. Looking again at the green shirt, he said, how dare you? How dare you touch my Bai family's things? At those words, before Su Yuan could speak, the black dragon sneered and said, damn it, when did Master Long become your Bai family's thing? The white-clothed youth said, if I say yes, then yes. Su Xiaofan smacked his lips, thinking that this Bai family was so overbearing. At that moment, a long spear suddenly appeared in the hands of the white-clothed youth. The tip of the gun pointed at Su Yuan. Battlemonger said, sword cultivator come out with your sword. Su Yuan only glanced disdainfully at the man in white, then slowly shook his head. You're not worthy of my sword yet. Contempt. Naked. Naked. Naked contempt. At those words, the man in white was furious. It was the first time he had been so underestimated. Humph. Looking for death. With a cold snort, he directly killed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced at the black dragon and said, you do that. The black dragon roared with excitement and said, thank you, master. I've wanted to this white family for a long time. With those words, he greeted the man in white, and the next moment, Su Yuan instantly appeared in front of Su Xiaofan. Xin Shan and the others were so frightened that their legs were shaking. Su Yuan ignored them and instead looked at Su Xiaofan and asked, is everything okay? Su Xiaofan shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and then asked, where have you been the last few days, Dad? Su Yuan said, my father has been looking for you. Su Xiaofan pointed a finger at the black dragon and said, and this is? Su Yuan casually said, I went to the Black Death Forest to look for you and happened to meet it, so I took it as a mount. At those words, Su Xiaofan came to a sudden realization. This should be the powerful being that Miss Su was talking about. Then Su Xiaofan was puzzled. This senior looks as if he has a grudge against the white family? Su Yuan nodded and said, the white family imprisoned him and took dragon blood to forge the bodies of the family's children. He naturally hates the white family with a passion. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan immediately felt that the bottle of dragon blood in his storage bag didn't smell good anymore. At that moment, Su Yuan looked at Xin Shan. Xin Shan shivered in fear. Elder Bai was restricted by that black dragon, and now the old ancestor was absent. Su Yuan was perfectly capable of killing him. At this time, he heard Su Yuan say, bring 2 chairs. Xin Shan froze. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. A few moments later, the throne chair in the main hall, which only the patriarch could sit on, was moved over. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Xin Shan said with a pleasing face, Senior, please sit down. Su Yuan nodded slightly and sat down comfortably. Then he asked, I heard that your family's old man is very strong? Xin Shan hurriedly said, my family's old ancestor would be nothing compared to Senior. Su Yuan's eyes glanced in other directions. Meanwhile, in the distant mountains, an old man shivered in fear. At that moment, Su Yuan nodded. By the way, I heard that your Tianxian sect wants to kill me? Xin Shan said with an angry face. Elder, there is absolutely no such thing. I don't know which bastard is spreading rumors. It's just hateful. Crowd. Right at this moment, Su Xiaofan came in coldly. Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? The atmosphere in the room went cold for a moment. Xin Shan looked embarrassed, then hastily said, Little friend, that was all a misunderstanding. Su Xiaofan said with a simple smile. Then perhaps I did misunderstand. Xin Shan just breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Yuan stared at him with a smirk. Xin Shan only felt that he was locked by a terrifying aura, and his legs and feet shivered in fear. He cursed in his mind. Damn, this kid is shady. Boom. Just then, in midair, the man in white was slapped away by the black dragon's claw. The white-clothed man's body flew out backwards. The Tianxian sect buildings, constantly collapsing. Xin Shan already kind of wanted to cry. At that moment, the black dragon laughed maniacally. Dog, you continue to be wild. However, the next moment, the white man with messy clothes reappeared in midair. His face twisted. Next, a talisman was taken out. The black dragon seemed to have sensed something and his face changed greatly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The heavenly thunder charm. Su Yuan sniffed and was a bit puzzled. What is this heavenly thunder talisman? But he couldn't ask. If he opened his mouth, the pussy would have to be shattered all over the place. That's a little tough. Fortunately, Su Xiaofan opened his mouth and asked, What is this heavenly thunder talisman? Xin Shan's face was delighted as he subconsciously said, The heavenly thunder talisman is extremely precious. It can summon heavenly thunder, with a power that is directly comparable to a strike from a powerful person in the transitional succession realm. Su Xiaofan swallowed his saliva. He's a little misty-eyed. Just then, the man in white had crushed the heavenly thunder talisman. In the next moment, the sky and earth changed. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura was coalescing above the dome of the sky. The Tianxian sect's crowd showed joyful expressions. Worthy of being an elder of the white family, there were just so many cards. At that moment, the man in white laughed maniacally. Damn! Go wild! Go on wild! Su Yuan frowned slightly, then summoned the Qingxian sword. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword transformed into a swordlight that shot up into the sky. Seeing this, the man in white disdainfully said, Who do you think you are? What about the great sword immortal? This is heavenly thunder. You still want to destroy the heavens with one sword. Before the white-clothed man could finish his sentence, he saw the Qingxian sword slash out. Immediately afterward, a 10,000-foot sword chi suddenly appeared, directly chopping towards the dome of the sky. The dark clouds were instantly torn apart, and the heavenly thunder that was condensing was all reduced to nothingness. In the midst of a crack in the sky, a warm sunlight shone down. The man in white froze slightly. The smile froze. The crowd was also dumbfounded. Su Yuan put away his sword with a casual expression. Instead, the black dragon laughed. What kind of bull asterisk 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 heavenly thunder? It's still no match for my master's sword. The corners of the white man's mouth twitched. Immediately after that, the black dragon's huge claws directly slapped towards him. A quarter of an hour later, the man in white fell to the ground, dying. The black dragon looked at Su Yuan and asked, Master, what to do with it? The Tianxian sect's crowd was ashen. The second elder whispered, It's over. Xin Shan took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. Don't worry. Su Yuan wouldn't dare to touch anyone from the Bai family even if he's crazy. And we, with the white family at our backs, are bound to be fine. At that moment, he heard Su Yuan faintly say, Kill it. The crowd. Chapter 74, The Sun family already has a way to take death. The man in white suddenly said angrily, You dare to kill the white family? Su Yuan said, So what? The man in white said, Is your excellency really not afraid of the white family's retaliation? Su Yuan said, If the Bai family dares to retaliate, I will destroy the Bai family. Exterminate the white family? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched violently. It's crazy. The man in white sneered. Big talk. Su Yuan said, I'm serious. And you, I guess you won't see that day. After saying that, Su Yuan said to the black dragon, Kill. The black dragon was a little hesitant. Although he resented the Bai family, he was also incomparably afraid at the same time. But think about it. Eventually it was a matter of biting the bullet. A clawed hand slapped down. Boom! A huge deep pit instantly appeared on the ground. The white-clothed man's torso was slapped into a puddle of flesh. A Yuan Shun instantly flew out, heading towards the distance. The Su family, right? Wait for me. Today's revenge. The next day, before he could finish his words, a huge figure instantly appeared in front of him. The black dragon sneered. Wait for your mom. The black dragon's dragon tail flung out and directly scattered the white-clothed man's Yuanshan. In the meantime, the white family, Inside a wooden house, an oil lamp suddenly went out. Immediately afterward, an angry roar came out from within the chamber. Seeking death. Who dares to kill a member of my Bai family? Check for me. Tianxian sect. The crowd was numb. If the Bai family is killed, then his Tianxian sect? Just then, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in the same spot. Seeing the visitor, Qin Shan was overjoyed. Elder ancestor. Pop. In the next moment, old man Tianxian directly slapped Qin Shan and sent him flying backwards. Qin Shan slowly climbed out of a piece of rubble. Then he sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously. Confused. Old ancestor. You hit the wrong person. Old ancestor Tianxian snorted coldly and cursed angrily. The fight is on you. Asshole. How did I have a descendant like you? Old ancestor. I've told you to lay low. And you just don't listen. Well now. Qin Shan froze, his face aggravated. Old ancestor. When are you going to? Before he could finish his words, old man Tianxian instantly appeared in front of him again. Then a foot stomped on Qin Shan's face. Qin Shan once again flew backwards. Old ancestor Tianxian snorted coldly, still trying to weasel out. Only after doing so did old man Tianxian smile and look at Su Yuan. This senior, it is my Tianxian sect that has offended me more. Please forgive me. Saying so, he handed out a storage ring with both hands and said, Senior, this is 99% of my Tianxian sect savings. Sort of a small compensation for senior. If senior is still disgruntled, vent as much as you want. I have absolutely no problem with that. Su Yuan glanced at the storage ring and said, You're one to know what's going on. Then he took the storage ring and threw it directly to Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan was overjoyed. He's rich now too. Spelling is just awesome. And a hammer for effort. Thinking of this, he quickly struck out and stuffed the storage ring into his arms. And subconsciously, he took a wary glance around. The crowd was speechless. At this time, Su Yuan said, It's not impossible to release Tianxian Zhongdao. Old ancestor Tianxian was overjoyed and asked, What does elder ask for? Su Yuan glanced at Su Xiaofan and continued, 1 year. You will be my son's protector for 1 year. Without saying a word, old ancestor Tianxian immediately nodded his head in agreement. Isn't it just being a protector of the juniors? With the strength of my old ancestor. That's not easy. Seeing this, Su Yuan nodded slightly. Then he got up and said, Go. The black dragon's broad head. Su Yuan looked at the distant sky and was silent. This Tai place, the Blackhorn domain, he would never come back in his life. Originally, I thought I could still pop some rewards out of it. I didn't expect to go to all this trouble and end up with nothing. After a long period of silence, Su Yuan looked towards Su Xiaofan who was giggling. At once he guessed what his own son was thinking now. He spoke suddenly. What? You don't want to make an effort? Su Xiaofan froze and said with an honest nod. I feel like in this life, it's just a matter of spelling daddy. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Spell a damn father. If Su Xiaofan met a strong person in the future, he would first move him out to pull out the hatred. How else is he going to raise his son? Young man, how can you do that if you don't go through some storms? So Su Yuan said seriously. Little fan, it's fine to spell father, but you can't spell father in everything. Dad won't stay around that all the time. There are always accidents, and the future of my Su family still depends on you. At those words, Su Xiaofan fell into deep thought. In the meantime, Sun Shallow had just returned to the Sun family with Zhang Huarong when he was instantly restrained by a strong man. The duo was flabbergasted. Zhang Huarong said, Miss Sun, are you going the wrong way? Sun Shallow was even more confused and looked around at the familiar faces and said, This is the Sun family. Zhang Huarong said, But why do they want us? Sun Shallow fell into deep thought. A moment later suddenly said, Not good. Su Xiaofan has been captured. At those words, Zhang Huarong was shocked. He spoke extremely fast. What does that mean? Sun Shallow said. I borrowed Elder Su's relationship and foxed my way to a place in the Sun family with great difficulty. And once Su Xiaofan is captured, Senior Su is bound to go up to the Tianxian sect. The Sun family naturally thought that Senior Su would surely die if he went. That means they think I don't have a backer now. Then naturally I will have to be disposed of. Zhang Huarong had a sad and angry look on his face. Asterisk. One slip of the tongue. After saying that, Zhang Huarong seemed to remember something and asked, Does the Tianxian sect have any Nirvana realm powerhouses? Sun Shallow shook her head and said, No. At those words, Zhang Huarong suddenly sighed in relief. Sun Shallow added, But behind them, they have the White family, one of the top few families in Central State. As their backer, Zhang Huarong skimmed his lips. Don't worry, the district by family is not enough to worry about. Sun Shallow said with some doubt. Why? Zhang Huarong said with a faint smile. Because the Su family is full of perverts. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out. It was the head of the Sun family, Sun Gang. Sun Gang coldly stared at Sun Shallow and said, Su Yuan is destined to die when he goes up to the Tianqian sect. It's a shame I couldn't kill him myself. As for you, Sun Gang sneered and didn't continue on. Sun Shallow said with an ugly face, the speed with which the family head changes his face is really fast. Sun Gang snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Zhang Huarong and said, You're a friend of that Su kid? Zhang Huarong nodded. Sun Gang casually waved his hand and said, Drag them down, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Zhang Huarong was yanked by both of his legs and dragged backward, but he sneered and said, Your Sun family already has a way of taking death. Seeing this, Sun Gang frowned slightly. How dare you say such things when you're dying? Why aren't you afraid of death? Zhang Huarong said, Naturally, I'm afraid of death. Only when I think of what will happen to your Sun family. I just want to laugh. Sun Gang wondered. What? You still think that the Su family father and son will still be able to come out of the Tianqian sect? A slip of the tongue. Just then, a strong aura suddenly appeared over the Sun family. The crowd looked up slightly. In a flash, froze in place, only to see that in mid-air, a huge dragon with a length of 100 feet appeared. Above the dragon's head, there are several people standing. Among them, the green shirt was the most striking. Sun Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Yuan. Chapter 75, My disciple Su Xiaofan is a great emperor. Sun Shallow watched that green shirt leave. Another twisted his head to look at the Sun family behind him, which was in ruins. There was no emotion in his eyes. It's all about indifference. In the middle of the void tunnel, Su Xiaofan was a little worried. Father, you directly destroyed the Sun family with a single sword. Then Miss Sun. Su Yuan glanced at Su Xiaofan and said, What? Have a thing for that little girl? Su Xiaofan shook his head. That's not true. It's just that Miss Sun saved me. Su Yuan said, Don't worry, she won't. At those words, Su Xiaofan nodded. After thinking about it, Su Xiaofan suddenly said, Father, if I don't make it into the General Academy this time, will you be disappointed? He was ready to give Pops something to mentally prepare for first. After all, he didn't plan to enter the General Hospital himself. At least, not for a couple years. The General Courtyard was full of geniuses and demons. Strong people everywhere? It was too unsafe. He was prepared to go back to the southern continent first for another 10 years. Come back to Middle-earth then. Even if you can't join the General Hospital as a student. But as long as you have the strength, you'll have no problem being an elder. It's a no-brainer. After all, if you want to get guidance from the system seniors, you have to trigger an event. At this time, Su Yuan smiled faintly and said confidently, My son has the stature of a great emperor. Joining a general courtyard is more than enough. At those words, Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment. A moment later he said, Dad, can we say that less often in the future? Su Yuan was puzzled. Why? Su Xiaofan said, I'm afraid of being beaten. Su Yuan said, No harm done. It's not Dad. Su Xiaofan said, The younger generation. And it's not like you're in a position to make a move. Su Yuan said, Since your surname is Su, you should be invincible in the younger generation. Su Xiaofan said, Father, I just want to be an honest man. Su Yuan faintly glanced at Su Xiaofan and said, An honest man can never claim to be honest. Su Xiaofan was silent. The Taoist heart was nearly unstable. At this time, Zhang Huarong walked over to Su Xiaofan and said excitedly, Brother Su, have you ever felt your blood boiling? Su Xiaofan had a look of contempt on his face. Brother Zhang, can you not keep thinking of such sordid things in your head? Zhang Huarong said, What are you thinking? I'm talking about the General Academy selection. The General Academy selection is held once every 10 years, and only 100 people are admitted in each session. Think about it, how refreshing it is to be able to compete with those supreme demons from the very top of all parties, stepping on their heads and reaching the top step by step. Su Xiaofan sighed. Brother Zhang, you're not good at what you like. Why do you prefer pretending? What about the day you played dead? You're the only one in the Zhang family. Zhang Huarong was directly confused. No, Su Laoshi, you're reversing the Big Dipper. Who the hell likes to pretend anymore? Su Xiaofan let out a laugh and directly ignored him. Is it that he likes to pretend? It's all ing forced. Okay. I don't know how much time has passed. The group arrived in front of an ancient city. A line of people appeared when it then drew a crowd. After all, everyone worse is on foot, and better is merely a spaceship. But this is really the first time I've seen this directly riding a real dragon, being sized up by the many gazes. Su Xiaofan was a little flustered in his heart, afraid that another brainiac would suddenly pop up and look at him the wrong way. These days, honest men like him are 1 in a million, but brainwashed, too many to count. Su Xiaofan couldn't help but whisper, Father, why don't we let Elder Black Dragon wait outside, and let's enter the city on foot? Su Yuan sighed slightly. This character of his own son is really a bit hard to change. Even though he showed the quality of invincibility and created a mysterious mystery family, the son's idea of a good time is not to get into trouble and play hard to get, either, but to lie down. It seems that one still has a long way to go on the road to invincibility. Read to this. Su Yuan faintly said, no harm done. I have a sword that can catalyze the city. At those words, the crowd wiped a cold sweat hard. At that moment, a guard was heard chortling. How dare you? This is Xianyang City. Favored beasts are not allowed to enter the city. Su Yuan had just frowned when he saw the guard being kicked away. Then, a cloth-clad figure appeared in place. It's none other than an old acquaintance, Zhao Fengnian. Su Xiaofan blinked in confusion. Teacher? Zhao Fengnian then smiled and waved at him. Soon, the crowd arrived in front of Zhao Funyan. Su Xiaofan asked with some doubt, why are you here, teacher? Zhao Fengnian first nodded toward Su Yuan, then smiled faintly. This Xianyang city is my Zhao family's territory. At those words, Zhang Huarong was a bit startled. Tutor Zhao, you're actually from the Middle Earth continent? Zhao Fengnian nodded lightly. Su Xiaofan said, teacher, the General Academy selection is in Xianyang City? Zhao Fengnian shook his head. Naturally not. The General Academy selection is in a special secret realm. Just as the master and disciple were conversing, a Confucian-robed man walked over with a fluttering gentleman holding a folding fan. Seeing this person, Zhao Fengnian's brows suddenly furrowed. The Confucian-robed man came in front of Zhao Fengnian and smiled. Zhao Fengnian, after so many years, you're finally willing to come back. What? Did you come here on behalf of your great U branch this time? Honestly, your branch is lacking in resources and your teaching is really hard to judge. I'm afraid I'm going to return in defeat again this time. At those words, Zhao Fengnian's face was gloomy. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the crowd in the arena couldn't help but murmur when they heard Zhao Fengnian's name. This person is the former one heavenly pride of Xianyang City, Zhao Fengnian? I heard that he was even recruited by the General Academy back then. His natural talent is incomparably terrifying. Just how come he's only at the Divine Hidden Realm now? That's something you don't know. Back then, Zhao Fengnian was fooled into going to a secret realm by this person in front of him, Lu Suo of the Lu family, and although he returned safely afterward, he was severely injured. A generation of heavenly pride has fallen from grace since then. After that, he was voluntarily assigned to a remote branch as a mentor. After that, there was no more news. Hey, no, the Zhao family is so strong. Shouldn't the Lu family be targeted when something like this happens? Hey, it goes without saying that Zhao Fengnian is wasted. Although Lu Suo's natural talent is not as good as his, he still has a few natural talents after all. At that time, Lu Suo's mentor stepped in and smoothed it over. Of course, this Lu Suo was also disciplined and assigned to a branch courtyard. Take in all these words. The killing intent in Su Xiaofan's eyes could barely be hidden anymore. At that moment, he heard Zhao Fengnian coldly say, so, you're a good teacher? Lu Suo said proudly, at least it's better than you. My previous disciples, they all made it into the General Academy. Then, he patted the flutterbug behind him and said, this is my 7th disciple. At such a young age, he is already at the peak of the Lingkong realm. This selection is bound to top the list. The peak of the sky? A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Fengnian's face. Then, he glanced at Su Xiaofan and addressed Lu Suo. A mere peak Lingkong. And you dare to say that you can enter the General Academy? Ridiculous. Lu Suo taunted. What? Brother Zhao's disciple. Is he stronger? Zhao Fengnian faintly said. My disciple Su Xiaofan is a great emperor. A great emperor? Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but laugh a little. Chapter 76 The Honest Man's Bottom Line. Don't touch it. Lu Suo wiped a handful of tears from his laughter and said, Zhao Fengnian, after so many years of absence, you've learned to brag. What a bull ***** great emperor's posture. And he deserves it? My disciple let him have one hand. He probably couldn't even beat him. Su Xiaofan suddenly turned calm. It's so calm it's scary. That's right. He, Su Xiaofan, is honest. Always taking a beating. Always mocked. These are nothing, but honest people have a bottom line. It is like a dragon that has scales and will die when touched. And his bottom line is simple. It's okay to touch him. Not his friends. Not his family. Not those close to him. At this moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly took 2 steps forward and came before Zhao Fengnian. The crowd was mildly surprised. As for Su Yuan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Even the eyes that looked at Lu Suo had changed a few points of cordiality. Zhang Huarong smacked his lips, confusion in the mind. Did Su Laoshi finally listen to advice? Are you ready for a change of pace? At the same time, Zhao Fengnian reacted. Puzzled. Fan. What are you? Su Xiaofan pointed at Lu Suodao. It's kind of hard to watch him. Lu Suo's eyes suddenly turned cold. Being scolded like this by a junior pointing at his nose. His face was a bit untenable. However, before he could speak, Su Xiaofan took the lead and asked, Your protege is strong, isn't he? Lu Suo said in a cold voice. Naturally. Su Xiaofan directly hooked his hand towards the fluttering dupe behind Lu Suo. Dare to fight? Lu Suo froze. A mocking look followed. The corners of the fluttering gentleman's mouth hooked up in an arc as he took a few steps forward and said, Kid, it's good to be confident, but being too confident makes it easy to die. I won't bully you either, so I'll let you have one hand. After all, your teacher's teaching level. He hadn't finished his sentence. In the next instant, Su Xiaofan appeared in front of him. Then a slap in the face. The speed was too fast for the biased male to react, and he was directly sent flying backwards by a slap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Flutterby was straight up confused. Su Xiaofan's figure flickered. Another kick to Flutterboy's face. Boom! Fluttershy's body is embedded directly into the city wall. The crowd looked at him again. His face was already swollen like a pig's head. A large shoe print on the left side of his face and a slap mark on the right side of his face. The crowd was amazed. At this point, the biased male disobeyed. Kid, you pull a sneak attack. Su Xiaofan sneered. Okay, then let's fight again. Fluttershy climbed out of the wall with an angry look on his face. Very well, boy. Today you will die. Then, holding a folding fan, he killed towards Su Xiaofan. Just as he was about to rush in front of Su Xiaofan, he suddenly opened his folding fan. A cloud of white powder floated out. The crowd was dumbfounded. A dirty trick? Zhao Fengnian sniffled and his face changed greatly. Not good. It's the broken yuan grass. At those words, the crowd suddenly looked contemptuous. Broken dollar grass. Though not poisonous. However, its efficacy was that it could temporarily block the operation of the yuan qi in the cultivator's body. Just as Zhao Fengnian was about to strike, a sword intent erupted around Su Xiaofan. Yuan qi? If he didn't use it, he would still hang the person in front of him just the same. Another slap out of the face. Fluttershy was straight up smacked. That wasn't all. Su Xiaofan yanked on Fluttershy's hair. Then a round of punches and kicks with the intent of a sword were madly greeted to the face. A few moments later, Fluttering Duke was dragged to Zhao Fengnian by Su Xiaofan like a dead dog. Su Xiaofan asked with his head bowed. What did you just say about my teacher's teaching standards? Fluttershy choked. Kid, how dare you humiliate me like this? You're looking for. Su Xiaofan didn't wait for him to finish, and directly pumped. Several slaps in a row went down. Fluttershy was instantly honest as a child. He sobbed. Awesome. Your teacher's teaching. Awesome. Better than my teacher. Much better. Su Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Throwing Fluttershy in front of Lu Suo, he said, Do you hear me? Better than you. Lu Suo's face twitched with anger, but he forced himself to endure it, because in Xianyang City, the Zhao family is the sky. He, the Lu family, can't compare. The most he dares to do is move his lips. Kid, wait for me. After Lu Suo let out his harsh words, he dragged his disciple, who was like a dead dog, and disappeared in the same place. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan turned back to Zhao Fengnian and smiled nervously. Zhao Fengnian had a relieved look on his face. Turning to Su Yuan at his side, he said, Fellow Daoist Su, you have a good son. Su Yuan said, Envious? Zhao Fengnian nodded. Su Yuan smiled. You didn't. Zhao Fengnian. Xianyang City. The Zhao family. Zhao Fengnian's face was flushed as he bragged about his disciple with the Zhao family. Su Xiaofan lowered his head and sat in the corner with a silent face. The wine is over. Su Xiaofan suddenly got up. To the crowd, the boy was a little tired, so he went to bed first. After that, he excused himself and left. Su Yuan looked at his son's back with a deep gaze. A sigh followed. Mumbles. It's a bit of an improvement, but when it comes to doing things, it's still too intimidating. Strike that. Then he also followed his son. Su Xiaofan did not return to the house. Instead, he went straight out of the Zhao mansion and went to a stall to buy a black suit. Then, inquired about the location of the Lu family. Then he took the night and went straight to Lu's house. On the way, a green shirt suddenly appeared on the roof in front of him. Su Xiaofan's footsteps lurched. Bean scratched his head. Father, so you guessed. Su Yuan said. Why did you kill that Lu Suo? Su Xiaofan said. He threatened me. Besides, he has a grudge against the teacher. Su Yuan said. What if he's just scaring you and doesn't actually dare to do anything? What if your teacher wants to kill him himself? Su Xiaofan said. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that I'm going to kill him. Otherwise, I'm a little sleep deprived. Besides, I'm killing on behalf of my teacher. What I kill is what the teacher kills. Just the same. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. You can actually have a word with me, and I'll be able to destroy that Lu family in a moment. Su Xiaofan smiled faintly. Father, you said that for many things, you have to rely on yourself. At those words, Su Yuan was somewhat relieved, though his son's approach to this kind of assassination was not one he liked very much. He then asked, how sure are you? Su Xiaofan said, 10%. Su Yuan's brows furrowed. Can't you just be confident? Su Xiaofan smiled and shook his head. Father, in all things, think of the worst. Su Yuan shook his head slightly and said, and you go. Strike that. The green shirt disappeared into thin air. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, had a firm gaze as he once again headed towards the Lu family. He did. There's actually another reason why it had to be done. Those are the two choices of the system's seniors. One go, one gang, and this time, he still chose go. Since Xiancheng came out, he's been through all kinds of storms along the way though. However, in terms of Go Dao Dao comprehension, it was on a higher level. The so-called Go is also prudent and courageous. It can be more than just holding back, keeping a low profile, staying out of the limelight, and staying away from strife. It also has to be taken in stride and transported. This Lu Suo has many disciples. There must be some connections among the General Hospital. It's easy to screw him in the General Academy draft. That's nothing. But it would be a big loss if he or she were to make another misstep and top the list. So, he wants to eliminate the hidden dangers in advance. Thinking about it, Su Xiaofan couldn't help but quicken his pace. And secretly, Su Yuan did not leave. Seemingly smiling, he stared at Su Xiaofan's back. Silly boy. If your old me was any dumber, I would have been fooled by you. P.S. 2 chapters delivered. Chapter 77, Su Laoshi, am that kind of person? Late night. After Su Xiaofan sneaked out of the Lu family's range, then he turned into a sword light and headed towards the outside of Xianyang City. A few moments later, within the Lu family, a roar came from within. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who? That bastard dared to assassinate someone from my Lu family. Listening to the roar of anger that came faintly from behind him, Su Xiaofan couldn't help but clench his teeth and speed up again. It was enough to fly hundreds of miles before he dared to take off his nightshirt. Disguised again, he returned to Xianyang City. The next day, early morning, the Lu family's oldest ancestor came to the Zhao family with his people in a rage, a look of a man who wants to fight for his life. One by one, the Zhao family members were also on fire, not to mention the fact that the Zhao family and the Lu family already had a blood feud. Let's just say who can be at peace with being blocked in front of their house early in the morning. The point is, your family, the Lu family, has always been suppressed by my Zhao family. What's going on here today? Rebellion? It looked like a big battle was about to break out. Zhao Fengnian stood out helplessly. He looked at the Lu family's old ancestor and frowned. What do you, the Lu family, want? Going to war with my Zhao family? The Lu family's old ancestor blew his beard in anger. What do I want? I'd like to ask what that good disciple of yours wants. Zhao Fengnian was puzzled. What do you mean? Seeing that Zhao Fengnian was still pretending to calculate, the Lu family's old ancestor couldn't help but curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're still pretending, right? What your disciple did. Don't you have any ing pussy in your heart? Zhao Fengnian said. You're doing it for the Lu Suo disciple thing? The Lu family's old ancestor sneered. Don't ing change the subject. Last night a sword cultivator infiltrated my Lu family and killed Lu Suo. Extremely cruel methods. The murderer, none other than your good disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengnian was a bit puzzled and a bit delighted at the same time. Good news. Lu Suo is dead. He got his revenge. Bad news. Su Xiaofan seems to have become a murderer. Thinking of this, Zhao Fengnian said, don't try to put a label on me. My disciple is an honest child. Hear the word honest. The Lu family's old ancestor was shivering with anger. He said angrily, he's an honest mother asterisk 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 Don't think I don't know how bad your disciple's reputation is in the southern continent, and even the Blackhorn domain. At those words, Zhao Fengnian was a bit confused. When did this Lu family's intelligence become so swift? How long has it taken to investigate Su Xiaofan's background so clearly? But this matter, whether Su Xiaofan did it or not, he can't even admit it. Although Lu Suo was not strong, he was the dean of the branch. This is still Middle Earth. Killing a branch dean was by no means a trivial matter. The general court will certainly pursue this. If Su Xiaofan was determined to be the murderer now, there would be big trouble. Although the Deer Courtyard didn't participate in worldly battles, it didn't mean that it didn't have strength. Quite the opposite. The strength of the Deer Courtyard was what made it truly strong and terrifying. The Deer Courtyard has stood on the Middle Earth continent for thousands of years. There are countless powerful people who have been trained. By raising his arm, he was able to gather countless powerful people. Even Su Yuan was afraid that it would be difficult for him to cope. Thinking of this, Zhao Fengnian said, "You say my disciple is a murderer. Where's the proof? Evidence?" The Lu family's old ancestor sneered, then waved his hand. Soon, a body, horribly cut up and disfigured, was carried up. The Lu clan's old ancestor pointed at the corpse and said, "These wounds are the work of sword cultivators. Your disciple Su Xiaofan is a sword cultivator. As long as we let him come out to confront us face to face and discern the sword intent, the truth will naturally come out." Zhao Fengnian frowned. "It's not like my disciple is the only sword cultivator under the sky. You're a plant." The Lu family's old ancestor suddenly said, "Not delivering?" Zhao Fengnian flung his robe sleeve and said, "No delivery." The Lu family's old ancestor nodded and sneered. "Great." Then, there was no hesitation. He waved his hand directly. The Lu family's group of strong men were about to swarm up. Seeing this, Zhao Fengnian frowned. Although the Zhao family's overall strength is higher than that of the Lu family by a large margin, the Zhao family's overall strength is higher than that of the Lu family. However, in the last few years, the Zhao clan's old ancestor was in seclusion to impact the Yuanshan realm. There would be no one left to suppress the Lu clan's old ancestor. In this way, just as he thought of this, he suddenly heard a cold snort from within the Zhao mansion. Next moment, an unrivaled sword intent enveloped the entire field. Immediately after, a head shot up into the sky. The scene, extremely spectacular. Just between the people's astonishment, a flat voice suddenly came from within the Zhao mansion. "Anyone who dares to cross this line dies." The words fell. The ground was suddenly cut through a crack by an invisible sword chi. The cracks were unknown to be several feet deep and kept spreading towards the end of the street corner. The Lu clan's crowd looked horrified. After a few moments of silence, the Lu family simply turned their heads and left. He didn't even dare to say anything harsh. "Leave the confines of the Zhao residence." A middle-aged man frowned. "Old ancestor, the person who struck out just now appears to be the father of that Su Xiaofan in the intelligence." The Lu family's old ancestor nodded. "This should be the one." The middle-aged man had a face of admiration. "Luckily for you, old ancestor, you ran fast and didn't get into a hard fight with that person." The Lu family's old ancestor suddenly glanced at the middle-aged man without speaking. The middle-aged man had some embarrassment on his face. A moment of silence said, "Just who was it that tipped us off?" The Lu family's old ancestor said, "It doesn't matter who it is. Anyway, as long as they don't deal with that Su family's father and son, they are our friends." The middle-aged man nodded and continued, "Old ancestor, what's next for us?" The Lu family's old ancestor pondered for a moment and said, "We can't fight that Su Yuan, but we can take on his son. There are still a few days to go before the selection for the General Academy. Put out the word to go that my Lu family will have a generous gift for anyone who can kill Su Xiaofan." The middle-aged man sniffed and pondered for a moment. "This seems to only be able to attract some cold disciples. With that Su Xiaofan's talent, I'm afraid." The Lu family's old ancestor sneered. "A cold disciple? What a thing! Once quantitatively changed, can produce qualitative change." At those words, the middle-aged man came to a realization. A look of adoration followed. "Old ancestor is truly resourceful." The Lu family's old ancestor was just about to laugh when his face turned cold. The Zhao family. Zhao Fengnian came to Su Xiaofan's courtyard. Then he saw Su Xiaofan practicing his sword. On his face, there was no difference. "Teacher." Su Xiaofan put away his sword with a naive expression. Zhao Fengnian nodded. Then he told the story of what had happened. Su Xiaofan was instantly furious. "This Lu family is simply too deceitful. How dare they throw dirty water on me like this? Am I, Su Laoshi, that kind of person?" Seeing this, Zhao Fengnian was a bit suspicious. "It really wasn't you?" Su Xiaofan had a serious face. "No." Zhao Fengnian nodded, seemingly convinced. In Su Xiaofan's heart, this was a relief. Meanwhile the mind wondered, what's going on? What's wrong? Just then, a member of the Zhao clan came to report. "Grand Duke, the guests have been invited by me to the lobby to rest for a while." Zhao Fengnian nodded. Turning his head, he said to Su Xiaofan, "There is a deceased person who wants to see you." The old man? Su Xiaofan had some doubts in his mind. P.S. One more chapter will have to come later. Chapter 78, Betting on the Treasure. The two came into the lobby. Su Xiaofan suddenly froze when he saw the visitor. The person who came was none other than Su Meng. Su Meng was currently sitting opposite Su Yuan and drinking tea. At this time, Su Meng smiled faintly and said to Su Xiaofan, "I've come with good news." "Good news?" Su Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. Su Meng didn't sell herself short and threw Su Xiaofan a storage bag. Su Xiaofan opened his storage bag. The whole group was confused. Metastones? So many metastones. Only, he was even more puzzled. Why did Elder Su send him so many stones? At this time, Su Meng said, there will soon be the selection for the general court, and I, Wan Bao-ge, have an old tradition, Su Xiaofan pursued. What old tradition? Su Monk said. Bet on it. Bet on it? Su Xiaofan kind of didn't understand. Suman explained. The so-called betting on treasure is that my 10,000 treasures pavilion will choose the top 3 from amongst the countless celestial pride and give them help in terms of resources. Su Xiaofan asked. No conditions? Su Meng smiled and said. Yes. Su Xiaofan sighed. I thought to myself that there really is no free lunch in the world. At this time, Su Meng said. It's not really a condition. The only condition is to make those heavenly prides owe a favor to the 10,000 treasures pavilion. At those words, Su Xiaofan said. Isn't that a losing proposition? Su Meng, however, shook her head. How much more than 1,000 times 100 times the return if you bet on just one? Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment. He smacked his lips together. These great powers, so strong, really had a reason. Indeed, a strong person's favor was not something that could be exchanged with just this amount of resources. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaofan asked again with some doubts. It's just that with so many heavenly pride, why did you pick me? Su Monk said. Be confident. You're good enough to compete with those topmost geniuses and demons. Su Xiaofan secretly sighed. A genius like him really can't hide even if he wants to. At that moment, Zhao Fengnian suddenly spoke. Miss Su, it's just as well that you're here today. It might be a good idea to speak with Little Fan about the process of selection for the General Academy. Su Xiaofan said with some doubt. Teacher, aren't you from the Deer Academy? You're not sure? Zhao Fengnian faintly said. Master was busted back then. Su Xiaofan. At this time, Su Meng took a sip of tea and said, then I will speak. The selection for the general court is divided into 3 matches. First, a basic test of strength. That is, the bout. Those in the first 1,000 may advance. This one, there isn't much pressure for Fan. At this time, Su Xiaofan said, only the first 1,000? How many people would have to be eliminated? Su Meng faintly said, it's estimated that close to 10,000 people will have to be eliminated. Su Xiaofan was startled. It's almost 10 to 1. This General Academy selection is really competitive. At this time, Su Meng continued. The second test is even more brutal. You will be randomly transported to a tower. On each floor, there is a tower guardian sitting on the ground. Only by defeating them can we obtain the tokens in their hands and advance. This tower has a total of 100 floors, and the number of floors represents the ranking. The higher up you go, the stronger the tower keeper gets. And because it's random, you have no idea what kind of powerhouse you're actually facing. If you are not satisfied with your ranking, you can still go on to challenge upwards, until the top. Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said, that means if you randomly teleport to the top floor, then you will directly meet the strongest tower guardian? This method of assessment seems to have a bit of luck in it. Su Monk said, luck, too, is part of strength. Su Xiaofan let out a bitter smile. That's true. At that moment, Su Meng's expression suddenly became serious. The ones before that were actually minor. The real danger is the third one. Enter the demon prison and fight the demonic beasts. Those who survive for a month will be promoted. Hearing this, Su Xiaofan's face changed. Asked, what is this demon prison? Su Monk said, the demon prison has a long history. And back then the world was ravaged by demon races. The Deer Courtyard called upon the world's strongest people to open up a small world into which the demon race went to be driven away. Then the demon prison was formed. Su Xiaofan said with some doubt. Why don't you just kill off the demon race instead of being so troublesome? Suman shook his head. I don't know. There are no detailed records in the history of Middle-earth. Su Xiaofan nodded and suddenly asked again. Is there security? Su Meng shook her head. No. In order to prevent the demon race from escaping, the demon prison boundary is incomparably powerful. The Deer Courtyard won't care about your deaths, and bystanders, they simply can't get in. So it's up to you. At those words, Su Yuan frowned slightly. So dangerous? Once before, Su Xiaofan went to the Blood Sword ruins and was seriously injured. This time, it looks more dangerous. But thinking that his son was the son of the Divine Order and protected by his old grandfather, the mind settled down a bit. At that moment, Su Xiaofan then asked, what are the odds of surviving? Su Monk said, 100 go in there, and it's estimated that a dozen will survive. In the demon prison, it's not just demonic beasts that are dangerous, but also people. After all, no one wants another enemy. Su Xiaofan's face was a little unsightly, just thinking of the rewards given by the system elder. Su Xiaofan ruthlessly clenched his teeth again. Spell it out. At this time, Su Meng slowly got up and said, that's roughly it. Xiaofan is still half a month away from the test, so cheer up. Su Xiaofan nodded superficially. The mind, on the other hand, was belly-aching. Yes, it's got to be fueled and fueled to be eliminated, Su Meng said, and then took his leave. Leave the Zhao family. Su Meng's figure transformed into a white light and soon disappeared into the sky. The void. An old voice suddenly sounded in Su Meng's ears. Little girl, is it worth it? You've offended a lot of people in order to compete for this betting spot. That Su clan brat's talent is indeed good. No better than those topmost heavenly prides. It's just that this kid's formal style, it's a little odd. And it's always like, hey, what's that word again? I'm getting old. I can't keep up with the trends for a while. Saying this, the old man paused, seeming momentarily at a loss for what description to take. Su Meng laughed. Teacher, are you talking about pretending to be a pig? The pale voice hastened to say. Yes, 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 Su Monk said. Despite that, the height of that kid's talent is the strongest I've ever seen. He has the capital to play the pig. The old voice said. That's how talented he is? How does it compare to the several contemporary heavenly prides of the four great families? Su Dream affirmed. Not a hair out of place. Even, I think he has the qualifications to compete for this generation's heaven's mandate. The old voice was silent for a moment, and if there was a deep meaning to it, he said, I'm afraid it's hard. This kid is a sword cultivator. P.S. Chapter 2 delivered. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 79, Father has worked so hard for you. Suman smiled. Who says that a sword cultivator can't be a heaven's mandate? The pale voice said. It's hard to be a sword cultivator these days. After a pause, the pale voice continued. As far as the sword sect's narrow sword emperor is concerned, it looks like the 100-year period will be coming up soon, and yet it was never able to break through. These past few years, year after year, I've come to annoy my old husband, asking me if there's any way to escape the heavenly tribulation. How can the old man do anything? It's not like the old man can beat the heavenly Tao. At this time, Su Meng's figure paused and said, Teacher, that heavenly calamity, is there really no way to get through it? The pale voice said. Yes. Su Meng asked as she was delighted. What way? The pale voice said. Beat Tendo into submission. Su Monk was instantly silent. A moment later, the pale voice suddenly said oddly. No, girl, you tell the truth. Are you interested in that Su Yuan? A blush crept up on Su Meng's face. Remain silent. The old voice sighed. This Su Yuan isn't a decent person either. 2. At this point, the old voice suddenly got stuck again. Su Meng subconsciously said. Pretending? The pale voice said. That's right. It's pretending. Girl, sooner or later, this Su Yuan will have to work himself to death. Why are you doing this? You think so much of him, but does he know? Suman deflated. Teacher, what are you babbling about? I don't like it. Then in a raw voice, he changed the subject. By the way, teacher, how much do you know about this Su family? The pale voice said. I don't know and I can't find out. Su Yuan can still be traced a little, but it doesn't seem too real. But that Su Xian, it's even stranger, as if he came out of nowhere. Not a hint of it. Su Meng was a bit surprised. Even you don't know? The pale voice said. It's not like I'm omniscient, your teacher, but I suspect that this Su clan is most likely from the third heaven. The third heaven? Su Meng said with a start. Is it that third heaven you mentioned before, teacher? The pale voice said. That's right, and I suspect that this Su clan is also very unsophisticated in the third sky. Su Meng's expression was suddenly a little lost. The pale voice said with some confusion. Girl, what's wrong with you? Su Monk said. Low self-esteem. The pale voice wondered. Didn't you say you didn't like that Su Yuan? Suman sighed. Teacher, no wonder you're single. A pale voice, lapsing into eternal silence. The Zhao family. With an apprehensive look on his face, Zhang Huarong knocked on the door. Uncle Su, you're looking for me? Su Yuan's voice rang out from inside the room. Enter. Zhang Huarong gently pushed the door open. Then he saw a green shirt was standing in front of the window, his eyes drifting somewhere. It was only after a moment that Su Yuan spoke. Little Zhang. Ah, uncle wants you to do a favor. Words. Zhang Huarong was confused. Immediately afterward, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Uncle Su is an absolute powerhouse. How could such a person ask for his help? This wave, at least, blows for 10 years. With a beat of his chest, he said, Uncle Su, you go ahead and say it. Even if I go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, I, Zhang Huarong, will never excuse myself for a single word. Su Yuan nodded. For the General Academy selection, don't let little Fan come down low. Zhang Huarong was a bit puzzled. What does Uncle Su mean by that? Su Yuan said, Little Fan is still a little too steady, which is good, but not conducive to his growth. Young man, what's the point of not fighting? Zhang Huarong nodded his head after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Uncle Su. Only, how do I get Su to hightail it? Su Yuan said. Blow. Zhang Huarong thought about it and immediately understood the true meaning of this one word. That's easy. I'll take it. Su Yuan shook his head. This is also technical work. Come, Uncle Su will teach you a few lines. A few moments later, Zhang Hualong walked out of the study with a dull expression. Damn, those are some powerful lines. No, I have to go back and digest this. Room. Su Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked toward the sunset in the distance. Mumbles. Little Fan, my father is really worried about you. The other side. Su Xiaofan disguised himself, brought his storage bag, and left the Zhao family, all the way towards the Alchemist Association. The so-called Alchemists Association. It was founded by several of the top, most authoritative alchemists on the continent. In the Middle Earth continent, although the strength is not comparable to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, however, it was also a major power in the Middle Earth continent. The selection for the General Academy will begin soon. Although Su Xiaofan had little interest in entering the General Hospital, but yet, he also wanted to boost up his strength again to make sure it was safe. The fastest shortcut to this is, naturally, getting high. The Alchemist Association, then, almost monopolized the elixir business. Even if the Wanbao Pavilion, I'm afraid that the variety of pills is not comparable. In the meantime, Zhang Hualong, who was in a daze, happened to see this scene. There was some doubt in his mind. What is Su Laoshi going to do dressed like this? After thinking about it, Zhang Hualong followed. Soon, Su Xiaofan arrived at the Alchemist Association's branch in Xianyang City. An old man smiled and handed Su Xiaofan a scroll. On top of the scroll was a wide array of names of pills, as well as labeled prices. The pills on this start had 1 yuan stone. Su Xiaofan had money in his pocket and was naturally wealthy. Order a whole bunch in one sitting. Finally his eyes settled on the topmost part of the scroll. It says in big letters on the top, Heaven Mending Pill. Price 10,000 yuan stones. Su Xiaofan's eyes lit up. This stuff is good stuff, he said instantly. This Heaven Mending Pill. Give me some. The old man's brows suddenly furrowed as he sized up Su Xiaofan. Followed by, how much does your excellency want? Su Xiaofan thought about it. The more of this stuff the better. Naturally. Then he said, 100 or 80 of them would be nice. The old man was silent for a moment. The face is a little hard to see. Your excellency asked for so much. Can you afford it? Su Xiaofan reacted immediately. Seems a bit too high profile myself. He hastily surveyed his surroundings. It was a relief to realize that no one had noticed his side. Then said, don't look at me like that. I'm actually a small asset. The old man looked at Su Xiaofan seriously and said, not fooling me? Su Xiaofan nodded. Naturally no. The old man said, the Heaven Mending Pill is not a normal 7th grade pill. There are only 2 of them. If you don't want them? Su Xiaofan was a little disappointed. Still, it's the word. Wanted. Just then, a man in ink suddenly stepped forward and said, I'll take both of these Heaven Mending Pills. I'll double the price. The old man's figure lurched. Then his gaze went to Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan thought about it. Said, this fellow Daoist, how about 1 for each person? The ink-clad man said with a cold face, who are you to compete with me? Su Xiaofan frowned slightly. Think about it. He got up to leave. He was an honest man, so naturally he had to put up with a wave first. The big deal is that you'll get a knockout later, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet at that moment, Zhang Hualong, who was half a step behind, just happened to see this scene. There was a great deal of anger. He couldn't help but step forward quickly and curse. Asterisk. And what are you? Daring to fight with my brother Su? Su Xiaofan's expression instantly froze. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 80, you're still pretending when you have a background? The ink-clothed man's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth. Do you know who I am? Zhang Huarong sized up the man and directly shook his head. How the do I know what you are? The man in ink trembled with anger. He was just about to make a move, but was pulled back by an old man behind him. The old man whispered in his ear, Young master, this man is so rude. I'm afraid there's someone behind him. We'd better investigate before we make a move. At those words, the ink-clothed man forced himself to hold back his anger. He is not a cutie. The forces behind him aren't powerful enough to let him do whatever he wants. So today's matter can only be put to rest for the time being. Let's investigate where these 2 came from first, lest you kick the bucket. Just as the ink-clothed man twisted his head and prepared to leave, Su Xiaofan had just let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Huarong suddenly said, Stop, did the young master tell you to leave? You just leave? The corner of the ink-clad man's mouth twitched. Turning around, the skin smiled. What more do you want? Zhang Huarong said. Apologize. then go. At those words, the man in ink finally couldn't hold back his anger. Damn. Give me a face. Right. In the next moment, the ink-clothed man directly threw a punch towards Zhang Huarong. Lingering. Zhang Huarong was a bit surprised. How come everyone is so talented in this Middle Kingdom? But, the corner of Zhang Huarong's mouth curved up. He can't spell daddy, but he can spell brother. In a flash, Su Xiaofan appeared in front of Zhang Huarong. The same punch was thrown. The ink-clothed man's arm instantly exploded. Then, the whole person was directly confused. At that moment the guests around saw the scene. A playful face. Dare to make a move on the Alchemist Association? Now this young one. He really doesn't know what he's doing. Next moment, a woman in purple appeared instantly. Then chortled. Dare to make trouble here. Want to die. Boom. A purple mansion realm pressure instantly erupted. Su Xiaofan's face did not change. The ink-clothed boy was directly pressed down by the pressure and knelt down. Conscious of his shortcomings, Su Xiaofan looked at the woman in purple and apologized. Sorry, we didn't mean it. The woman in purple stared at Su Xiaofan, her gaze slightly surprised. How could this kid resist my pressure? It's kind of interesting. However, the face of the Alchemist Association could not be lost. The woman in purple said, I don't care who you are and what your background is. Dare to make trouble here. Do you know the consequences? The man in ink blanched and said, Elder, forgive me. The kid knows he's wrong. The woman in purple snorted coldly. I don't care to make things difficult for you juniors yet. Call out your families and give me an explanation. The ink-clothed man's face changed slightly, but then nodded. Senior, I'm shouting this. Su Xiaofan then said, Elder, I'd like to explain. They started it. This is just self-defense on our part. The woman in purple said in a cold voice. Cut the crap and call someone or die. Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment. At this time, Zhang Huarong looked at the woman in purple and sighed slightly. It's quite good looking. Just like to make. Su Xiaofan thought for a moment. Elder, you can actually not have to call yourself an elder. This matter, I can solve it myself. I can compensate the Alchemist Association for. Before he could finish his words, the woman in purple interrupted in a cold voice. The reputation of my Alchemist Association is not something that can be bought with money. If you were any older, you'd be dead. Cut the crap. If you're told to scream, you scream. I'd like to see what kind of background you guys have that you dare to be so arrogant out there. Su Xiaofan wiped a cold sweat and said, Elder, it's not that I don't want to call. I'm afraid something will happen if I do. The woman in purple sneered. What? Now you know you're afraid of causing trouble for the family? Su Xiaofan said. Elder, that's not what I meant. The woman in purple said. If you don't call it in a quarter of an hour, then don't blame me for doing it. Seeing this, Zhang Huarong skimmed his lips. Wait. Then he walked out with his hands behind his back. Su Xiaofan sighed and looked at Zhang Huarong's departing back with a bitter expression. He really didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He just wanted to buy a potion. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in red clothing appeared in place. He first nodded slightly towards the woman in purple. The plebeian son's insolence is much offended. Much offended. When the woman in purple saw this person, her face looked a little surprised. It's actually Dan Dust, the 7th grade alchemist of the Dan sect? The woman's attitude softened. It's no big deal. Since you've come, then lead the way. The crowd was a little surprised. How can you be so easy to talk to? But when he thought that the other party was Dan Dust, he was relieved. This one is a 7th grade alchemist, or the head of a clan. Dan Dust nodded slightly, then looked to his son. At this look, his eyes widened. He said angrily, Who did this? The ink-clothed man pointed his remaining finger at Su Xiaofan. Dad, that's him. Dan Dust looked at Su Xiaofan with an angry gaze. Kid, this thing, it's not over. Su Xiaofan said helplessly. In the beginning, it was your son who wanted to snatch the elixir from me. And after that, it was your son who made the first move. Dan Dust said angrily. So what? If you hurt my son, you'll have to pay. Su Xiaofan was silent for a moment. These days, there is no such thing as a reasonable. Just then, Zhao Fengnian walked in with an ugly face. Seeing the visitor, the woman in purple was instantly relieved. No wonder it's so arrogant. So it's the Zhao family. Only, offended the Dan sect. I'm afraid the Zhao family won't be able to protect this son. She was thinking. Dan Dust suddenly said. The Zhao family, huh? I thought it was something big. Zhao Fengnian's brows furrowed. Looked to Danduan. Of this one, he was naturally familiar. After all, the Dan sect's power in the Middle-earth continent was extraordinary. Just then, Dan Dust said. Kill this son and I will spare your Zhao family. Otherwise, there is no need for your Zhao family to exist. Zhao Fengnian was a bit upset. You really think my Zhao family is afraid of you? He said directly. Still think you're something, Dan sect? Dan Dust sneered. Looks like your Zhao family really wants to die. Zhao Fengnian said. I suggest you'd better get lost now. Otherwise the Dan sect won't even know how it was destroyed. Dan Dust said angrily. Seek death. He just wanted to do it. However, he realized that an old man had suddenly appeared in the field. Dan Dust frowned slightly. Look at the badge in front of the old man. This is from the Court of 10,000 Treasures. But what is this man doing here? Right at this moment, he only saw the old man make a slight salute towards Su Xiaofan, then said, Greetings to young Master Xiao Su. Seeing this, Dan Dust's expression could no longer be taught. A look of surprise. The woman in purple was also dumbstruck. The people from the Wanbao Pavilion called this son young Master Su? What the hell? Then, the old man turned around and coldly stared at Dan Dust. You dare to touch the person who bets on my 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? At those words, the crowd was dumbfounded. It can be bet on by Manpower Pavilion. Those are 1 in a million supreme geniuses. In the meantime, the man in ink had a sad face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you have a background you should have ing said so. Su Xiaofan. P.S. I've just finished writing. Sorry for the late update. Everyone read it and go to sleep. Good night. Chapter 81 Old Ancestor. Have I kicked the iron plate? Ding. Your son has offended a 7th grade alchemist. Detected that the other party's cultivation is weaker than the host's. Issuing a random mission. Please ask the host to use alchemy to defeat the opponent. Rewarded with 8th grade alchemy. In the room, Su Yuan looked into the distance. His gaze slightly surprised. His own layout hasn't even begun yet. And his son is in trouble? In the meantime, Alchemist Association. Su Xiaofan's face was aggravated. He felt like he was more than a sinus. Is this something he did on purpose? It's not all because of you guys. By this time, Dan Dust had already reacted from his shock. He stared at Su Xiaofan and coldly said, Kid, I'll admit you've got some background. But do you think that I can't help you if you call out to the Court of 10,000 Treasures? Upon hearing this, that old man from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion frowned slightly. Sovereign Dan has a big mouth. Dan Dust sneered. Then he crushed a jade slip. The crowd witnessed and were somewhat puzzled. Just then, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Dan Dust said towards the black-robed old man, Elder M.O., help me kill that kid. The old man called Elder M.O. glanced at Su Xiaofan and said, Think it over. Kill this son and the favor I owe you will be gone. Dan Dust nodded. Okay. Elder M.O. nodded. Then, walking slowly towards Su Xiaofan, mouthpiece, kid, you can't blame the old man for bullying the young with the big. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. The woman in purple saw this. There was a slight frown and some desire to speak. Just kill someone in the Alchemist Association. We don't want to lose face? However, thinking of the other party's strength, he ultimately didn't dare to open his mouth. At that moment, the old man from the Wanbao Pavilion stepped forward and said, This is my Wanbao Pavilion's person. How dare you move? Elder M.O. was on his feet. Glancing back at Dan Dust, he said with an unhappy expression, I told you how you were so good at returning favors. So you were waiting here. Dan Dust laughed bitterly. Love has to be. M.O. Lao Dao. Must kill? Dan Dust glanced at his son and said, Must kill. M.O. Lao Dao. What happens when something goes wrong? Dan Dusty said, the Dan sect, will take the blame. I just don't believe that such a behemoth as the Wanbao Pavilion could really flip out with my Dan sect for a kid. Elder M.O. sighed. Turning his head, he continued towards Su Xiaofan. The old man from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had an ugly face. He was just about to chortle. Zhang Huarong, however, suddenly stood out and said, This senior, please also step back. The old man was a little puzzled. Zhang Huarong continued, Don't worry, since my brother Su is surnamed Su, no one can touch him. The old man was even more puzzled. What do you mean by that, little friend? Zhang Huarong sold the story. Senior will know later. The old man looked back. It was found that both Zhao Fengnian and Zhang Hualong were calm. Only Su Xiaofan's face was a bit unsightly, as if he wanted to cry a bit. After thinking about it, he retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Huarong smiled faintly. Then to Elder M.O. Are you sure you want to touch my brother Su? Elder Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, So what if it is? At those words, Zhang Huarong sighed and shook his head. That's just it. Good words are not enough to persuade the damned. With that, he retreated. At those words, Elder M.O. hesitated a bit. He always had a bad feeling in his heart. There seems to be a problem somewhere. At that moment, Dandu urged, Elder M.O., don't hesitate. These people are just trying to scare you. What the hell is the Su family? I've never even heard of it. Elder M.O. sniffed and clenched his teeth. Drive the finger a little. The surrounding buildings instantly shattered. Immediately after, A huge finger shadow directly crushed towards Su Xiaofan. The onlookers were shocked and fled in a hurry. The Yuanshan realm powerhouses were as terrifying as they were. I'm afraid that the aftermath of a casual strike would have to take half their lives. Yet just then, an old man with a somewhat stooped back appeared in front of Su Xiaofan without a sound. The old man said faintly, "Scatter, Shasta." That powerful finger shadow disappeared. Elder Mo was shocked when he saw this scene. Resort STH. It's the cave market realm. Elder Mo turned around fiercely and looked at Dan Dust, saying angrily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. You son of a, how dare you swindle me? Whose wild boy has a ing cave ruin realm powerhouse protecting his path?" Dan Dust was also a bit confused. What's the situation? At that moment, Su Xiaofan reacted and shouted, "Elder Tianxian." Old Ancestor Tianxian stroked his beard and turned back. "Don't be afraid. Since Old Ancestor I'm here, no one can touch you." At the same time, Old Ancestor Tianxian secretly laughed in his heart. I thought this kid could get into some serious trouble. For this kind of small scene, the Old Ancestor only needed to make a slight move to suppress the entire scene. Thinking of this, Old Man Tianxian glanced at Elder Mo. Elder Mo was trembling with fear. Old Man Tianxian faintly said, "Report your name." "Old Ancestor, I don't kill nameless people." "Where did Mo Lao dare to report?" Bending over and saying in a hurry, "This senior, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Old Man Tianxian felt that it was meaningless. Fade said, "Damn, look at you being a wimp." Elder Mo hurriedly said. Elder said yes. Old Man Tianxian waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Killing you dirties the Old Ancestor's hands. Elder Mo was ecstatic. Immediately afterward, the figure disappeared into thin air. Old Man Tianxian's brows suddenly furrowed, only to see him raise his hand and grab it in the void. Elder Mo's figure reappeared. Elder Mo had a confused look on his face. Old Ancestor Tianxian said unhappily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Old Ancestor told you to get lost. He didn't tell you to rip through space." Crowd. Mo Lao had no choice but to endure the humiliation and rolled out. Before rolling, he also gave Dan Dust a hard stare, a look of resentment. Seeing this, Zhang Huarong suddenly whispered, "Brother Su, this old man Tianxian isn't very good. If I had his cultivation, I'd definitely be more loaded than him." The corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. At that moment, old man Tianxian glared at Zhang Huarong in displeasure. Zhang Huarong returned a naive smile. In the meantime, Dan Dust suddenly said, "This senior, I would like to offer 500,000 yuan stones, as well as 3 chances to make an alchemy. How about asking senior to leave this matter alone?" The crowd froze. Bribery? What a big deal. Old Ancestor Tianxian's heart throbbed a little, but the thought of that green shirt instantly dispelled the thought in his head. Then he glanced faintly at Dan Dust. Disdain. $500,000 in stones? What do you take me for, an old ancestor? Beggars? That strong man can't afford such a bribe. Dan Dust's face was incomparably ugly. He said, "This senior, although you are a cave ruin, it would be best to weigh the cost of offending my Dan sect." Old Ancestor Tianxian's old face was dark at that moment. "Damn, how dare you threaten Old Ancestor me?" In the next moment, Old Man Tianxian instantly appeared in front of Dan Duan. Then he directly struck his head with a palm. Dan Dust's face suddenly turned incomparably grim. Well, one by one. We're not going to do this until we're done with it, are we?" Immediately afterward, he suddenly crushed a jade slip once again. Shasta. A cold and terrifying aura crushed down. The crowd's faces changed wildly. The breath, it seemed, was still above the cave ruins. At this time, that old man from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion muttered, "The breath. It's the Xianin sect." Then, he looked at Dan Dust and said angrily, "You, the Dan sect, are even colluding with the Xianin sect." The Xianin sect? Old Man Xuantian's figure suddenly lurched. Immediately afterward, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. P.S. There's more later. Chapter 82. How come it's the Su family again? Old Man Tianxian went numb. He naturally knew about the Xianin sect. Middle Earth continent, one of the top clans. Old Ancestor, I'm not even loaded up yet. Why am I kicking the bucket? Wait, the scent. Old Ancestor Tianxian's face changed drastically. I'm afraid that the one who came here is a strong person of the transition realm. Over. I'm afraid that my old life will not be saved. Just then, Su Xiaofan weakly asked, "Senior, what realm is the visitor in?" Old Man Tianxian sighed. "The transition realm." Su Xiaofan's face slowed slightly. "Only just crossed the threshold." "That's good." Old Man Tianxian was a bit confused. He said, "What do you mean? Only just crossed the threshold? Kid, do you know how strong the transition realm is? I'm afraid this time your father will have to serve food when he comes." When Old Man Tianxian finished speaking, He was even more confused when he saw the expressions of several people. Only the corner of Zhao Fengnian's mouth was outlined in a smile. Zhang Huarong had a disdainful look on his face. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, was calm as if he didn't take the transitional sinking realm powerhouse seriously. Old ancestor Tian Xian couldn't help but have some self-doubt. Is it possible that I've been out of the world for too long? Old ancestor? The transitional realm. It's just ordinary? Just then, a wild laugh suddenly rang out in the arena. The crowd looked on. However, he saw that Dan Dust was laughing maniacally at the moment. While laughing, he also stared at Su Xiaofan. After laughing for a moment, he said, "The old man is pulling out all the stops. Kid, today, no matter what, you have to die." Su Xiaofan sighed. "This senior, why are you doing this? How dare you pay such a great price to kill me? Even if I die, the Dan sect, I'm afraid, will no longer have a foothold in the Middle-earth continent." Dan Dusty said, "Kid, if you're to blame, blame yourself for touching my son." Su Xiaofan looked at Dan Dust. "Senior, although you are not a good person, you are a good father." His words had just fallen. An ink-clothed youth came tearing through space. Dan Dust hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Left Protector." The ink-clothed youth was puzzled. "What? The potion was refined so quickly?" Dan Dust shook his head. "It's not about that. I called out to the Protector because I want the Protector to stand up for me," the ink-clothed youth said with a slight frown. "Out of what?" Dan Dust pointed a finger at Su Xiaofan and said, "This son has wasted one of my son's arms. Please also help me. Left Protector." The ink-clothed youth's face turned ugly for a moment. "Don Duan, are you tired of living? For such a trivial matter, you dare to call this seat here?" Dan Dusty said, "Please also help me. Protector. In the future, I will do my best to help the Xianin sect refine pills." A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the ink-clothed youth. In the end, though, it wasn't done. Instead, he said coldly, "Just this once. If there's a next time, this seat will definitely whip you into shape." Dan Dust once again arched his hand. "Thank you, Protector." The ink-clothed youth snorted coldly, then turned his head. A look of confusion ensued. "How come it's the Su family again?" At the same time, that old man from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion stared. "It's actually him." Su Xiaofan wondered. "Elder, who is this?" The old man from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion said. "The Left Protector of the Xianin sect, Lord Black Crow." The old man's words just fell. Yet another space was seen to be torn apart. Immediately afterward, a mysterious dress slowly stepped out from within the spatial rift. The crowd was a little puzzled. And who is this guy? At that moment, Su Xiaofan was surprised. "Uncle too." Su Xian sniffed and looked Su Xiaofan up and down. Seeing that the other didn't take a beating, his expression relaxed. He nodded slightly towards Su Xiaofan. At that moment, that Alchemist Association's purple-robed woman respectfully said, "Greetings, Vice President." "Vice President?" The crowd froze. Su Xiaofan said, "Second uncle, you're the Vice President of this Alchemist Association?" Su Xian Dao. They just hung on to the name when they were not dying to beg me to be one. Crowd. At that moment, Su Xian looked towards the Black Crow Shinran and asked, "What? Is the Xianin sect going to war with my Su clan?" The crowd was a little confused by that. What kind of family is the Su family? Why, by the sound of it, it seems to be comparable to the Xianin sect. At that moment, the Black Crow Shinran reacted, shook his head, then he looked at Su Xiaofan and said, "Is your father here too?" Su Xiaofan said with an honest face, "Coming." Daoist Black Crow nodded. Then to Dan Dust, "Do yourself a favor. Farewell." After saying that, he twisted his head and tore through space, disappearing in the same place. The crowd saw this scene. A look of confusion. That's it? In just a few words, they scared off the Xianin sect. What kind of existence is this Su family? Don Duan's expression at the moment, too, froze. What's the situation? Su Xian looked at him and said, "Are you the one who wants to touch my nephew?" Dan Dust wiped away a cold sweat. The attitude flipped immediately. He chuckled. "Never, it was just a joke." Su Xian shook his head. "Don't treat me like a cutie." Dan Dust suddenly said cautiously, "If I am willing to let go of the blame, would Senior be willing to let me go?" Su Xian Dao. "What? After touching my Su family members, you still want to get away with it?" Dan Dusty said, "I am willing to contribute all of the Dan sect's property. Please, Senior, spare the lives of my father and son." Su Xian shook his head once more. Dan Dusty said, "Is Senior not trying to bully me for my low cultivation?" Su Xian Dao. "Don't you think it's funny yourself when you say that?" The corners of Dan Dust's mouth twitched. A moment of silence asked, "Could you give a chance?" Su Xian said with a faint smile, "Could be." Dan Dust was overjoyed at his words. Su Xian continued, "Let's compete in alchemy. If I win, you should cut yourself. The crowd was dumbfounded for a moment. How crazy does one have to be to say that? Dan Dusty said. What if I win? Su Xiandao. If you win, I'll cut myself on the spot. Upon hearing this, Dan Dust was overjoyed. Right at this moment, old man Tianxian looked towards Su Xiaofan and whispered, Hey kid, isn't your second uncle going too far? The other party is a 7th grade alchemist. Su Xian glanced at him. No talking. Su Xiaofan, however, suddenly said, Senior, my second uncle is also a 7th grade alchemist. Old ancestor Tianxian was still a bit worried, but Dan Dust, he's a veteran alchemist. Su Xiaofan said, Don't worry senior, my second uncle is the best at refining pills. At those words, old man Tianxian suddenly reacted. He said, Not right boy, your second uncle is an alchemist. Why are you still here to buy pills? Su Xiaofan said helplessly, I don't want to, but my Su family, it seems, has the vice of being poor. Between the two conversations, Su Xian had already asked someone to fetch a 7th grade elixir formula. He handed the Dan formula to Dan Dust and said indifferently, Begin. Dan Dust read the recipe and smiled confidently. Then from the storage bag, he took out an alchemy furnace. He had also specially prepared 10 medicinal herbs to make sure everything was fine. Then, he began to add fire to the alchemy. His gaze glanced at Su Xian intentionally or unintentionally. However, he saw that the other party did not use the alchemy furnace. Couldn't help but say it in his mind. If you don't use the alchemy furnace to make pills, even if you have a 70% success rate, that would have to fall to 1. Just then, a strange medicinal fragrance suddenly spread out. Dandan. P.S. Second shift delivered.